Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 4 Chapter 86 Great Horror. Minato? Tsunade looked at the man in front of him in surprise. Namikaze Minato smiled upon seeing this and said, "It's me, Mrs. Tsunade." "Yeah." Tsunade nodded. "You're here to take over as the commander-in-chief, right?" Tsunade raised his eyes. Namikaze Minato nodded when he heard the words. This time Namikaze Minato came alone. Nara Shikuhisa and the others still need to guard the Tien no Kuni front. If they also evacuated from the battlefield of Tianjiguo, I am afraid that the battlefield of Tianjiguo would be dangerous. And Namikaze Minato came to the country of grass alone, and the speed was several times faster. Upon seeing this, Tsunade shook his head and said, "I don't know what those old men think, wouldn't it be good to let Bai Yu be the commander-in-chief?" Upon hearing this, Namikaze Minato couldn't help but feel a little stunned. This sounded like a complaint, but in fact it was obvious that he didn't see him much. It is thought that he has robbed Bai Yu's position. So Namikaze Minato scratched his head and said, "I was pleasantly surprised when I heard that Bai Yu-kun became the commander-in-chief. It's just that this is an order from Master Hokage, and I can't help it." Tsunade couldn't help showing a look of surprise when he heard the words. "Oh, do you have a good relationship with Bai Yu?" Tsunade asked Namikaze Minato curiously. Namikaze Minato smiled and nodded when he heard the words. "I am a good friend. At first I wanted to accept Bai Yu-kun as a disciple, but I was rejected, so I had to become a friend." Hearing this, Tsunade frowned. Putting down the information in his hand, Tsunade left. When leaving, he said lightly, "This job is left to you. Don't forget to tick the corner of the mouth after speaking." Namikaze Minato wanted to accept Bai Yu as a disciple, but Bai Yu refused. But she was asked by Bai Yu to be a teacher, and this feeling gave her an inexplicable sense of refreshment. The vexing emotions in his heart towards the Konoha elders have also dissipated a lot. Namikaze Minato couldn't help but feel confused when he saw this scene. He didn't say anything. After all, I don't know how many jobs there are. Sitting at the table, Namikaze Minato frowned and began to sort out the information on the table one by one. Some unintelligible places are convenient for the Anbu ninja at the door to explain. In one afternoon, Namikaze Minato finally sorted out all the issues on the battlefield of Grassland. The Anbu ninja who wanted to resign was influenced by Namikaze Minato. Seeing that a new leader came in such a short period of time, he almost collapsed. But he didn't expect Namikaze Minato to be as sunny and positive as the legend. "The thought of wanting to resign in my heart suddenly faded a lot." At the same time, Bai Yu is beside the river. He is teaching Izumi Arima and Izumi Yuzuru a variety of ninjutsu. After this period of time, Izumi Arima has only left a layer of window paper from the iron-cutting realm. This puts Bai Yu's idea of teaching them ninjutsu on the agenda. The two children are still smart, and the three-body technique and Kuwu throwing techniques can be used proficiently under Bai Yu's personal teaching. It just lacks some other ninjutsu methods. Bai Yu made a training plan for the two children. As long as these trainings are completed, he can safely stalk the two of them completely. Three-body technique, kunai throwing technique, fire-style great fireball technique, wind-style great breakthrough, water-style water barrier, earth-style earth dragon bomb, lightning-style go. Finally, add Rasengan. Each of the 5 attributes has to be one, and both offensive and defensive are available. In addition, trainings such as climbing trees and treading water must be added. In the past few days, the two children have been tossed to death by Bai Yu. I even thought that learning swordsmanship was the happiest thing. "Okay, let's rest for a while," Bai Yu said, looking at the two children in front of him. Hearing Bai Yu's words, the two of them couldn't help falling to the ground, panting heavily. Seeing the two men in embarrassment, Bai Yu couldn't help shook his head. He was dissatisfied with the entry of the two children. He felt it could be faster. But in Yu Yihong's eyes, the speed of Izumi Arima and Izumi's knot is already flying fast. Except Bai Yu, she has never seen learning speeds of this kind in anyone else. In less than a week, Izumi Arima and Izumi Yuzuru were able to skillfully use the three-body technique and the kunai throwing technique. It even releases the great fireball technique from time to time. Ta Rihong vaguely remembered that it took him a month to barely learn the three-body technique and kunai throwing technique. And it can't be used proficiently. Can a genius recognize a genius? Shi Rihong couldn't help but shook his head. In fact, what Yu Rihong doesn't know is the reason why the two can learn ninjutsu so quickly. It is inseparable from their practice of swordsmanship. Swordsmanship can strengthen people's hearts, make people more focused on things, and have a stronger comprehension. And in Bai Yu's view, the learning speed in front of him has not reached the limit of two people. It's just that Bai Yu didn't practice the two too much. After all, these two children are different from him. Without thinking too much, Bai Yu turned his head and looked behind. "What's the matter, Red?" Bai Yu asked with some confusion. After Hong stepped into his range of perception, Bai Yu already knew her arrival. I'm here to inform you that Master Minato is here," Yu Rihong said after hearing this. Hearing this news, Bai Yu couldn't help but his eyes lit up. He had wanted to see Namikaze Minato for a long time. "It's just that I haven't found an opportunity." Of course, Bai Yu didn't look for him for fencing. Instead, he wanted to find Namikaze Minato to learn his Flying Thunder God technique. If it was before learning the seal technique, Bai Yu still didn't care much about this ninjutsu. After all, even if he got this ninjutsu, his nerve reaction speed was not up to the standard, and his Flying Thunder God technique could not reach the pervert of Namikaze Minato. This Flying Thunder God technique seems to be designed for Namikaze Minato. Even as the developer of this ninjutsu, Second Hokage Senju Tobirama is willing to go down in front of Namikaze Minato. Before learning the seal technique, Bai Yu hadn't thought about it, but after learning the seal technique, Bai Yu had an idea in his mind. Namikaze Minato opened his mind by using the Flying Thunder God technique combined with the use of the seal technique. Not to mention anything else, the move to transfer the tailed beast bomb made Bai Yu feel a little itch. Whether it is strong or not is another matter, the key is that it is handsome. Okay, I see. Bai Yu smiled and nodded to Yurihong. Bai Yu is not planning to go to Namikaze Minato at this time, he is not in a hurry to learn Flying Thunder God technique. The immediate priority is the regularization of his strength. Most of the abilities in his body are about to break through, and Bai Yu can't afford to stay close. Seeing that the two children were almost resting, Bai Yu spoke up and called them up again. Okay, keep practicing, Bai Yu said lightly to the two children. Izumi Arima and Izumi Yuzuru nodded when they heard the words. Then he practiced on his own. Bai Yu turned and left. The two children caught a glimpse of Bai Yu leaving behind and did not stop their movements. Seriously. Seeing this scene, Ta Rihong faintly understood why they were making such rapid progress. Obviously, it is also inseparable from the efforts of the two. At least she didn't work so hard back then. Shaking his head insignificantly, Shi Rihong also turned and left. At the other end, Bai Yu who left did not look for Namikaze Minato. Instead, he came to a river bank on his own. This winding river is almost destroyed by Bai Yu. Several places have been devastated, but Bai Yu loves the river bank. Seeing the water, Bai Yu always feels that he needs to be more stable in his heart. Didn't think much, Armament Haki. 6 styles, from time to time, the roar and piercing sound resounded throughout the fields. Namikaze Minato, who stretched out from the Konoha headquarters in the distance, frowned upon hearing this voice. What's the matter? Namikaze Minato asked directly to the Anbu ninja at the door. Anbu ninja said with a smile, this should be the movement of Master Bai Yu's practice. Namikaze Minato couldn't help but look weird. Is his practice so dynamic? Namikaze Minato was a little curious. Anbu ninja nodded when he heard the words. Yes, it was good before, and the noise has been getting louder and louder recently, even if it is a few miles away, it is still very noisy. Namikaze Minato couldn't help but shook his head and laughed and didn't think much. Turned around and returned to his position to start processing the files. The movement of Bai Yu's practice is automatically blocked. But Bai Yu, who was practicing, didn't know that the movement of his cultivation was getting bigger and bigger, and it was already a bit disturbing to the people. Sitting cross-legged, Bai Yu was covered with sweat. Breathing heavily and reciting the Bing Shin Ju silently, Bai Yu quickly calmed down. The strength in his body is constantly surging, and he can feel that his Marine 6 styles is about to break through and enter the advanced level. Activation of Qi and blood. Bai Yu's blood kept surging. If someone could be by his side, he would definitely hear the blood in Bai Yu's blood vessels surging crazily. The blue veins violent all over, the sweat evaporated and a cloud of mist evaporated from Bai Yu's body surface. The profound meaning of Marine 6 styles kept coming to Bai Yu's mind. Closing his eyes, Bai Yu continued to experience his body. I don't know how long it took, and the sky dimmed. The river was quiet and windless, and under Bai Yu's powerful aura, even some snakes, insects, rats and ants did not dare to speak. The whole forest was extremely silent. Bai Yu's breathing is long and powerful. Suddenly, one of Bai Yu's hairs was windless and spontaneous. Then comes the next one opening his eyes suddenly. Bai Yu's hair all over his body was firm, and even the hair on the top of his head became like an explosive head. Is this the return of life? It's quite interesting. Bai Yu squeezed his fist and said. At this time, Bai Yu can feel that he can fully control his body. As long as you infuse your own consciousness, even a single hair, Bai Yu can control its movement. Although Bai Yu doesn't know the principle, as a high school student, he can probably guess that this is inseparable from the bioelectricity in his body. At this time, the display of Bai Yu's Marine 6 styles on the panel has reached Advanced 1% entry. Controlling hair is just one of the powers of the return of life. Digest food quickly, heal wounds quickly, and even control internal circulation, reduce metabolism to extend life. These are the things that life can still do. If there is no Luku Fairy Thief, Marine 6 styles has reached an advanced level, I am afraid Bai Yu will be excited for a long time. But at the moment, the role of Marine 6 styles life return is not as simple and convenient as that of Luku Xian Thief. Bai Yu just hooked the corner of his mouth and didn't feel too happy. After all, the fact that Luku Xian Thief can live forever can already be called a magical skill. Marine 6 styles broke through, so the next step is basic swordsmanship, Bai Yu murmured. Bai Yu had completely let go of Bing Shinju's breakthrough, and Ishin kept hitting the wall when he buried himself in the breakthrough. If you don't care about it, it might break through on its own. Too much care will slow down the pace of your growth. Swordsmanship training is a bit troublesome, Bai Yu murmured, touching his chin. Marine 6 styles can also control some power. But Bai Yu's current swordsmanship has reached the top level of a swordsman, and a single move can cause sword energy in the vertical and horizontal directions. If you still practice swordsmanship by the river, I am afraid it will not destroy the river. Maybe the river will be blocked directly. Scratching his head, Bai Yu suddenly remembered a mountain that he had passed by before. The mountain was beautiful and there was no vegetation. It's all rocks. Then it is decided, Bai Yu secretly said in his heart. Turning his head to look at the mess behind him, Bai Yu turned and left. Did not choose to visit Namikaze Minato late at night. Bai Yu silently recited the Bing Shinju and entered a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Bai Yu went straight to the cabin where he used to work. Not surprisingly, Namikaze Minato was already here. The Anbu ninja at the door did not stop Bai Yu. After all, it was the leader for nearly a week at any rate. Bai Yu. Namikaze Minato couldn't help being surprised when he saw Bai Yu's familiar and unfamiliar face. At this time, Bai Yu hadn't seen Namikaze Minato for more than a year, and the childishness on his face had faded a lot. Now he looks more like a vigorous teenager, not more like a child. It's me. Bai Yu smiled and nodded when he saw this. Come on, Namikaze Minato said to Bai Yu. Bai Yu was not polite, and sat directly opposite Namikaze Minato. I came here this time because Mr. Hokage meant it. Bai Yu-kun, forgive me. As soon as Bai Yu sat down, Namikaze Minato explained. He didn't want to have any separation from Bai Yu because of this incident. In fact, Namikaze Minato doesn't explain. Bai Yu can also guess what's going on. The current high levels of Konoha village are old and stubborn. He is only 13 years old, and naturally it is impossible to put this important task on his shoulders. This is human nature, and Bai Yu didn't feel any surprises. But with Namikaze Minato's explanation, Bai Yu's heart will naturally feel a lot more comfortable. Bai Yu looked at Namikaze Minato's sincere face and smiled. I didn't take it to heart. Hearing this, Namikaze Minato felt relieved. In his impression, Bai Yu is the kind of person who speaks straightforwardly. If there is any discomfort in his heart, Bai Yu must speak directly. That's good. Namikaze Minato smiled and nodded. Bai Yu nodded when he saw it. Then he talked about his purpose. Can you teach me your Flying Thunder God technique, Minato? Bai Yu didn't know what was going on, and was a little embarrassed. After all, the guy who asks others to eat in front of others is an excessive thing everywhere. But when Namikaze Minato heard the words, he was taken aback for a moment, and then he smiled and said, of course. Bai Yu couldn't help but tick the corner of his mouth. Thank you very much, then, Bai Yu said with a smile. Namikaze Minato smiled upon hearing the words and said, you are welcome. Even if Bai Yu-kun returns to Konoha by himself, he can get this ninjutsu by military exploits. It's just that I can't teach you now, I still have a lot of work to complete. Namikaze Minato said while pointing at the pile of documents beside him. When Bai Yu heard the words, he smiled and said, it's okay, but it's just a moment's matter. What do you mean? Namikaze Minato was stunned. Hearing this, Bai Yu smiled and said, you only need to perform Flying Thunder God technique in front of us. Bai Yu's tone was full of confidence. These words made Namikaze Minato frown. Bai Yu-kun, Flying Thunder God technique is different from other ninjutsu. It is Muji ninjutsu, Namikaze Minato said hesitantly. Hearing this, Bai Yu couldn't help being stunned. Mujutsu. How did I see you using Flying Thunder God to still seal? Bai Yu asked with some confusion. Namikaze Minato couldn't help but patted his head when he heard the words, I am not Jian, I am chakra. What? Hearing this, Bai Yu couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He really hasn't paid attention to the details of Flying Thunder God. But recall that during the Fourth Ninja World War, Namikaze Minato was able to use Flying Thunder God technique without both hands. This is enough to show that this technique is Muji ninjutsu. I got the seal because the Flying Thunder God technique consumes too much chakra for me. If you don't refine the chakra, you can't continue to attack. Namikaze Minato continued to explain. Hearing this, Bai Yu naturally understood. For him, chakra volume never seemed to be a problem. Basically, his fighting method relies on physical skills, and chakra does not consume much. In addition, his physical and mental powers are very strong. The current Bai Yu is very large even if he has not seriously refined chakra. If Naruto's chakra is 100 times that of Kakashi, then Bai Yu's chakra may be 500 times that of Kakashi. Although it was not at the level of the tail beast, it was not far away. It's just that Bai Yu doesn't usually use chakra at all. Then how'd I learn? Bai Yu was a little confused. Namikaze Minato couldn't help but shook his head when he saw this. In fact, Flying Thunder God technique has many similarities with sealing technology. If you have the foundation of sealing technology, you should learn quickly, but if you don't have the foundation of sealing technology, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to learn. Bai Yu couldn't help but look a little weird. Asterisk, what are the commonalities between Flying Thunder God technique and sealing technique? Bai Yu asked. Namikaze Minato did not hesitate to hear this. Continued to murmur. Flying Thunder God technique, after all, uses the Indian style to sit down to mark, then activate chakra, hook the power of time and space, and then transmit the people or things that your chakra wraps to the mark. Everyone's Flying Thunder God technique marks are different. If you can capture the fluctuations in time and space, and then form your own seal, then your Flying Thunder God technique will be considered a success. Hearing this, Bai Yu probably understood some principles of Flying Thunder God technique. Flying Thunder God is no longer an ordinary ninjutsu, and it doesn't need to be printed. And you must do some research on the sealing technique, otherwise, even if you find the fluctuations in the space, you will not be able to complete the practice of this technique. At this time, Bai Yu suddenly raised a question. Then how to capture the fluctuations in this space? Bai Yu was puzzled. It sounds too mysterious to capture the fluctuation of space. Can the Namikaze Minato in front of me capture the fluctuations in space? Even my guy can only shake the space after opening the dead door. How can Namikaze Minato's thin arms and legs steady the space? Namikaze Minato naturally guessed something when he saw Bai Yu's strange look. This made him speechless. Capturing spatial fluctuations is a skill, and this skill is recorded in the Flying Thunder God scroll. Namikaze Minato said helplessly. Oh, Bai Yu just came across. Only then did Bai Yu figure out the secret of Flying Thunder God technique. Do you have a Flying Thunder God scroll? Bai Yu couldn't help but ask. He can't wait to conduct research now. I naturally have the scrolls of Flying Thunder God technique, but you shouldn't have too much hope. This technique has extremely demanding requirements for mental strength. It is difficult to cultivate this technique except for people with unusual talents. Namikaze Minato nodded. Hearing Namikaze Minato's words, Bai Yu couldn't help but take the corner of his mouth. There is no secret technique to increase spiritual power in this world. The spiritual power may be like a mode for others, but it is completely unqualified for Bai Yu. Nodded, Bai Yu said to Namikaze Minato, if it fails, I won't die. Namikaze Minato nodded in relief and then took out a scroll from his arms. The two sides of the scroll are gorgeous, but they wear a lot. Obviously, Namikaze Minato often rubs the scroll. There is still some understanding of my practice in the scroll. If you can thoroughly understand it, it will not be a problem to learn Flying Thunder God technique. Namikaze Minato said to Bai Yu. Bai Yu reached out to take the scroll and nodded to Namikaze Minato, thank you. Namikaze Minato smiled upon seeing this, you're welcome. Then I won't bother you. Bai Yu also smiled and said to Namikaze Minato. Seeing Bai Yu's impatient look, Namikaze Minato didn't leave Bai Yu too much. He smiled and nodded and said, go. When Bai Yu heard the words, he nodded and turned and left. The Anbu ninja on the side listened to all this and couldn't help feeling a little envious in his heart. He has also exchanged Flying Thunder God scrolls, but obviously, he does not have this talent to learn Flying Thunder God technique. Right now he was even thinking that if he could get guidance from Namikaze Minato, maybe he could also learn Flying Thunder God technique. But not long after, he shook his head, because when he got the Flying Thunder God technique scroll, he couldn't understand it at all. He knows the words above, but they are connected in series like a heavenly book. At this time, Bai Yu had returned to his residence and began to study the Flying Thunder God scroll. Huh? This is actually the case? Bai Yu couldn't help looking a little weird. There are a lot of embellishments on the Flying Thunder God scroll, but they are all explained around this spiritual imprint. Namikaze Minato's notes are also included, but it makes the whole technique look more complicated. The entire Flying Thunder God technique only describes the use of mental power to condense into a complex mark. With this mark you can perceive the fluctuation of space. It is recorded on the scroll that second Hokage discovered this mark while studying the seal technique. Bai Yu vaguely remembered that when his Bing Shinju was still at the intermediate level, his mental energy was like a piece of hard ice. If he had the Flying Thunder God technique at that time, he would probably be helpless. But now Bai Yu's spiritual energy is like flowing water, which can be transformed into thousands. The mark in front of Bai Yu can be condensed with a single thought. It's really a fixed number for a peck and a drink. Bai Yu couldn't help but shook his head and laughed. Closing his eyes, Bai Yu's heart moved, massive spiritual energy surging slightly, and a mysterious spiritual mark was condensed by Bai Yu. At this moment, Bai Yu felt his own perception spread out of his body unconsciously. A world he had never seen appeared before his eyes. It is invisible with the eyes. The whole world is like countless hypercubes, with points and lines all disappeared. The rest is noodles. It turns out that the world is made up of countless faces. At this time, Bai Yu suddenly felt enlightenment. This mark is really amazing, and it makes Bai Yu look at the whole world directly from a higher dimensional perspective. What if I change the imprint to another composition? Bai Yu suddenly had such a thought. It seems feasible. Bai Yu couldn't help being a little eager to try. Just do what you say. Bai Yu's heart moved, and the imprint of mystery changed slightly. A more complex and more beautiful imprint appeared in Bai Yu's sea of consciousness. Feeling the appearance of the mark, Bai Yu couldn't help but tick the corner of his mouth. But immediately, a great attraction instantly absorbed 90% of his spiritual energy. The mark suddenly gleamed with inexplicable brilliance. Then, an inexplicable big horror suddenly appeared in Bai Yu's heart. It was something Bai Yu had never experienced before, and even Bai Yu's soul began to tremble. Subconsciously dissipating the mark, Bai Yu suddenly opened his eyes. Fear was entrenched in his eyes, and it would not go away for a long time. I don't know when. Bai Yu broke out in a cold sweat. What is that? Bai Yu murmured in horror. Ding. Perceive the source of true knowledge. Do you consume deduction points for deduction? Suddenly, the system prompt sounded. This made Bai Yu couldn't help being stunned. The source of true knowledge? What is that? Bai Yu was very puzzled. Ding. Insufficient permissions. Unable to answer host's questions. The sound of the system confuses Bai Yu even more. How many deduction points does the deduction need? Bai Yu then asked. Ding. The source of true knowledge belongs to the SSR level skill. The required deduction points are asterisk. Seeing the 8 zeros behind the 1, Bai Yu's eyes widened. FK, 100 million? Bai Yu couldn't help but yell. With so many deduction points, even if Bai Yu slaughtered the ninja realm, it was not enough. Bai Yu remembers that all the ninja coalition forces in the Fourth Ninja World War amounted to less than 100,000 people, and Jonin accounted for 10% at most. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if it is calculated based on a person's 1,000 points, it is necessary to kill 100,000 Jonin to get this point. Bai Yu shook his head speechlessly, muttering to himself, it's a long way to go. Bai Yu, who was initially a little complacent, was awakened by his own operation. He has not yet reached invincibility in the ninja realm, and he is even more an ant to the strong outside the land. What reason does he have to be complacent? Sighing, Bai Yu did not continue to practice Flying Thunder God technique. His current mental energy is only 10% left, which makes Bai Yu feel very sleepy. The heart is clear, the sky will not be alarmed. Bai Yu directly began to recite the Bing Shin Ju. The dying spiritual energy was quickly recovering as Bai Yu chanted Bing Shin Ju. An extremely comfortable feeling covers Bai Yu's perception. I don't know how long it took, when Bai Yu was about to stop chanting and start practicing Flying Thunder God technique. A feeling of blessing and heartwarming emerges. This feeling is naturally no stranger to Bai Yu. Every time he breaks through, Bai Yu will have this feeling in his heart. Surprise flashed by, Bai Yu stabilized his feelings and kept chanting Bing Shin Ju. Time passed bit by bit. The sky outside the tent gradually darkened. Bai Yu often disappears because of his practice. Therefore, Shi Rihong did not see Bai Yu and did not deliberately search for him. Even the closest people know that Bai Yu needs to be stalked, and others will not worry about Bai Yu anymore. No one knew that Bai Yu was alone in the tent to make a breakthrough in strength. In this way, time passed and came the early morning of the next day. Just when the morning sun broke, a ray of morning light passed through the horizon and shone on the earth. An invisible mental fluctuation spread from Bai Yu's sea of knowledge. Everyone in the entire camp couldn't help feeling a chill. This is not from the physical, but from the spiritual level. Namikaze Minato was the first to react. Lifting the quilt, Namikaze Minato frowned, nodded a seal in his hand, and said silently in his heart, "Solve. It's just that the scene in front of you remains the same. Isn't it an illusion?" Namikaze Minato couldn't help feeling a little frightened. Then came some elite Jonin and Jonin level people doing the same actions as Namikaze Minato. But they all got nothing. Yurihong, who has experienced this feeling before, turned his attention to Bai Yu's tent. "Have you broken through again?" Shi Rihong couldn't help being a little shocked. Bai Yu had a breakthrough in 3 days. Now Shi Rihong dare not guess what Bai Yu's strength has reached. If Shi Rihong could see Bai Yu's expression at this time, she would definitely not dare to recognize him. Because of the extreme calmness once again appeared in Bai Yu's body. At this time, Bai Yu is like a god, with indifference to the world in his eyes. It seems to him that everything in the world is like cold seawater. With a thought, Bai Yu withdrew from this deity state. The corner of Bai Yu's mouth twitched, and he said in his heart, "It's not easy to finally break Bing Shin Ju to consummation." Pulling the tent away, Bai Yu could not help stretching while looking at the faint morning light in the sky. Although it was sitting all night, Bai Yu's mental state was better than ever. Let's practice swordsmanship from today. Bai Yu looked at the sunlight in the sky and figured out the next direction. At this time, Shi Rihong's voice suddenly sounded. "Bai Yu, did you break through again?" Hearing his girlfriend's voice, Bai Yu smiled. Turning his head, Bai Yu directly hugged Shi Rihong into his arms and said, "Yes, it has broken through a realm that has troubled me for a long time." At this time, Shi Rihong is no longer so shy about hugging Bai Yu, she naturally snuggles into Bai Yu's arms. "It's something to be happy about," Shi Rihong smiled. "Yeah." Bai Yu also smiled and nodded. Then the two did not speak and hugged for a long time. While the two were enjoying the tenderness, something completely different from the original historical trajectory was happening in the country of Rain. In Rain Shinobi village, Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato looked at each other. "Do you have to go?" Yahiko asked, frowning at Nagato. Hearing what Yahiko said, Nagato nodded very seriously and said, "I have never had such a strong instinct." Konan on the side knows that nothing can stop Nagato. Although Nagato rarely expresses his opinions and he obeys them in everything. But Konan knew that Nagato was actually a very stubborn person. Regarding what he decided, even if he hit the south wall, he would have to hit it through. Yahiko sighed helplessly when he heard the words, stepped forward to support Nagato's neck, and put his forehead against Nagato's forehead. Then he said seriously and slowly, "We must come back alive." Seeing the seriousness in Yahiko's eyes, Nagato couldn't help but feel warmth. He also nodded very seriously and said, "I will definitely come back alive." Yahiko breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Nagato's words. Nagato rarely answers anything with certainty, but as long as he answers, it means he can do it. "Go. Don't look back," Yahiko said to Nagato. "Yeah?" Nagato nodded. Then he left Rain Shinobi village without looking back. His destination is the country of grass, Konoha camp. Nagato had full confidence in his heart to promise Yahiko to come back alive. Because he didn't tell Yahiko and Gajao, how terrible his eyes were. Soon after Nagato left, a white figure appeared in a tree trunk. It seems a bit out of plan, the unknown Bai Yu murmured. Forget it, tell Madara the news first. As soon as the voice fell, the white Zetsu disappeared. The news that Nagato left Rain Shinobi Village soon reached Uchiha Madara's ears under Bai Yu's word of mouth. Nagato left Rain Shinobi Village? Uchiha Madara frowned upon hearing the news. Afei nodded and said, I left this morning. Why did he leave? Uchiha Madara asked, frowning. Hearing this, Afei scratched his head and said, it seems to be going to invite Bai Yu to join the Akatsuki organization, and what kind of intuition it is. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but smile. Assimilate members? Then just let him. Uchiha Madara smiled. Send more white Zetsu to follow. If he is in danger, cover him and leave. Uchiha Madara said again. Nagato's pair of Rinnegan was transplanted to Nagato when he was very young. The hope of his resurrection is still on him, so naturally he doesn't want Nagato to have an accident. I know. Afei nodded when he heard the words, then he directed white Zetsu beside him to leave and let him pass the order. Uchiha Madara nodded in satisfaction after hearing the movement. Then he asked Alfie, did Sharingan found it? Afei's face was stagnant when he heard this, but he still said, Sharingan found it, but there is no 3-hook jade. There is only a pair of single-hook jade, which does not meet your requirements. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara couldn't help frowning. After thinking for a while, Uchiha Madara opened his mouth and said, I can't wait any longer, just Puyu. Take Sharingan for me. Yes. Afei nodded when he heard the words, then it merged into the wall and disappeared. After Afei left, Uchiha Madara leaned on the stone chair, feeling a little. It would be great if I could give more time. Then the whole cave fell into silence. Bai Yu, who was far away in the battlefield of the grassland, naturally didn't know that because of him, Uchiha Madara's plan began to change. And Nagato's fate has also changed under Nagato's choice. At this time, Bai Yu is constantly practicing his basic swordsmanship on a very desolate mountain. Every action brought a burst of strong sword energy. Cut the rock walls on the top of the hill into crisscross, full of deep ravines. Very good, Bai Yu smiled. He has a vague sense of context. Following the extremely obvious sentiment, Bai Yu kept cutting out his sword aura. I don't know how long it took, the sound of all things breathing resounded in Bai Yu's ears. Everything seemed to be screaming and roaring, screaming, cut me and cut me. Those fragile places are all exposed to Bai Yu's eyes. Swinging a sword gas gently, it fell along the veins of the rock. The nearly 30-meter-high mountain rock was directly cleaved silently. The sides are as smooth as mirrors. Boom! The huge rock collapsed directly, and a cloud of dust that obscured the sky rose. It seems to cover the whole world. Call out! An extremely bright laser shot out from Bai Yu's hand, directly erasing the dust completely. Is this the realm after consummation? Sword chi has the effect of cutting iron even after it leaves the sword? Bai Yu couldn't help but mutter. Bai Yu couldn't help being a little surprised by the power of the sword chi in front of him. Although knowing that the products produced by the system must be high-quality goods, Bai Yu is still a little shocked. Shaking his head, Bai Yu couldn't help but laugh a little. His own strength is naturally the stronger the better, but he was surprised by this. If someone else knows, he must be said to be still in Versailles. Putting the knife into its sheath, Bai Yu left directly. Only the mess of this place is left. Back at Konoha headquarters, Bai Yu went straight to the place to eat. At the time of the meal, the place is naturally overcrowded. Looking around, there is no sign of Namikaze Minato. Obviously, Namikaze Minato continued his habit of eating in his office. Shaking his head, Bai Yu directly slapped a piece of food and came to the side of Izumi Arima and Izumi Yuzuru. Master Bai Yu. Izumi Arima and Izumi could not help but feel a little surprise. Chapter 87 Flying Thunder God Technique succeeded. Eat. Bai Yu smiled. Yeah, the two children nodded happily. Then there was a sigh of relief. Bai Yu couldn't help but shook his head and laughed. But then the appearance of Bai Yu eating is even more exaggerated. The people sitting at the table next to the three of Bai Yu looked strange when they saw this scene. I even thought, are you qualified to think that other people's meals are funny? The nutrients of the food were all absorbed by Bai Yu's Luku fairy thief, and his physical strength and energy returned to the peak state. A few words of encouragement to the two children made it easy to return to their residence. Sitting crouched in the tree, Bai Yu began to think about the next move. These days, he is obsessed with Sand Shinobi. With his current level of sealing technique, he is no longer afraid of ordinary sealing technique traps. It's just that if Ebizo planted a seal trap in Sand Shinobi camp, it would still be very tricky for Bai Yu. With a sigh, the mark of Flying Thunder God technique in Bai Yu's mind that was used to detect spatial fluctuations reappeared. This time Bai Yu didn't dare to mess with any other marks. He is not a pure scientific researcher like Orochimaru, he is willing to sacrifice everything in order to explore the truth. Everyone has only one life, and he cherishes it very much. He was going to trouble Sand Shinobi after completing the Flying Thunder God technique training. Be prepared to be inherently invincible, and then go slowly to figure out what you need. Not to mention anything else, at least you have to save up to S-level deduction points before Bai Yu will stop. Sinking down, Bai Yu entered a high-dimensional perspective. A few days of effort passed in no time. Finally on this afternoon, Bai Yu finally figured out the context of the space. Reaching out, Bai Yu left a strange mark on the trunk. Boom. With a slight movement of his feet, Bai Yu appeared directly 100 meters away. His eyes condensed, chakra surging slightly inside his body, Bai Yu disappeared again. It's just that this time nothing happened. Quietly, Bai Yu appeared on the previous tree trunk. This made Bai Yu couldn't help but tick the corner of his mouth. His Flying Thunder God technique was first completed. After opening the panel, it turned out that the 5 characters Flying Thunder God technique appeared among the series of ninjutsu omitted on the panel at this time. Bai Yu nodded in satisfaction, did not stop, went directly to the warehouse of the headquarters. Master Bai Yu? The station ninja was a little surprised. The ninja stationed in the warehouse is a male chunin who looks very popular. There is basically no memory point. Bai Yu nodded when he heard the words, yeah. Seeing Bai Yu's response, the ninja asked with a smile on his face, Master Bai Yu is here to exchange something? Bai Yu looked around after hearing the words and didn't find what he wanted. Then he frowned and asked, do you have paper here? Hearing this, the ninja couldn't help being stunned. Paper? There is paper, but only ordinary paper. This person didn't know what who had thought of and suddenly said such a sentence. Bai Yu couldn't help but said silently, I just need ordinary paper. This directly embarrassed the Konoha shinobi. Scratching his head, the man said in a shame, okay, I'll get it for you. Then he got into the warehouse. Not long after, this person came out holding a large pile of papers similar to the size of A4. Here are 200. I don't know if it's enough. If it's not enough, I'll get some more. This person put the paper on the table while speaking to Bai Yu. Bai Yu didn't take the lead to answer him when he heard that, but reached out his finger and fiddled with the paper in front of him. The color of these papers is fairly pure. Although it is not as light ski white as the A4 that Bai Yu has seen in his previous life, it is also very close. 200 sheets of paper are thick enough, and with this size, I am afraid that one sheet can engrave 4 to 6 prints. So many marks are enough for Bai Yu to draw a map of the world in the entire ninja world. Without thinking about it, Bai Yu directly picked up the pile of paper and turned and left. How much military merit should be, full deduction, don't take special care. Bai Yu's faint voice reached the Konoha shinobi's ears. Hearing this, the man was stunned at first, and then quickly nodded. Although Bai Yu's attitude towards him was a little cold, this person did not feel uncomfortable. On the contrary, I feel that genius in my heart, the posture of the strong should be like this. Bai Yu, who turned and left, did not return to his residence directly because he still had a question to ask Namikaze Minato. Holding 200 sheets of white paper, Bai Yu paced slowly to Namikaze Minato's office. At this time, Namikaze Minato was looking at the file in his hand very concentrated ly. Did not notice that Bai Yu had come to him. If it is another person, Namikaze Minato can sense it even without looking up. But Bai Yu's Luku fairy thief directly concealed all his breath. Even a top-level perception ninja, it is impossible to spot Bai Yu without seeing Bai Yu's figure. Seeing that Namikaze Minato didn't seem to want to stop, Bai Yu couldn't help but interrupted. Hearing the sound of being close at hand, Namikaze Minato's pupils shrank involuntarily, and almost subconsciously used Flying Thunder God technique to leave. Fortunately, he is very familiar with Bai Yu's voice. FKU. Why are you like a ghost? Namikaze Minato looked up and was a little surprised. Hearing this description, Bai Yu couldn't help looking stiff. But he didn't care too much. He shook his head and said, don't mention this, I have a question to ask you. Oh? Is it about Flying Thunder God technique? Namikaze Minato 127 couldn't help putting down the file in his hand. Just seeing the 200 sheets of paper in Bai Yu's arms, Namikaze Minato's pupils shrank again. Haven't waited for Bai Yu to speak yet. Namikaze Minato was very surprised and asked, have you found your Indian style? The tone was full of incredible. Bai Yu was slightly startled when he heard the words. But then I understood the look in Namikaze Minato's eyes looking at the paper in his arms. Bai Yu did not sell Guanzi either, nodded and said, I just found it today. His face was calm, without sorrow or joy, as if this incident was not worthy of surprise. How can it be? Hearing Bai Yu's words, Namikaze Minato couldn't hold back, his face was full of incredible expression. It took him 3 years to just outline the mark in his mind, and another 3 years to find the space fluctuations. It took a total of 6 years to reluctantly master the ninjutsu. What about Bai Yu? I'm afraid it's only been learned for 6 days, right? Bai Yu didn't feel that he was learning Flying Thunder God technique very fast. But seeing the appearance of Namikaze Minato seeing a ghost in front of him, Bai Yu understood. The speed at which he learns Flying Thunder God technique is probably beyond imagination. Smiling, Bai Yu did not continue to stimulate Namikaze Minato. Just said lightly, I'm just a master just now, I'm not proficient. Hearing this, Namikaze Minato didn't know that Bai Yu was taking care of his emotions. Shaking his head and smiling bitterly, I won't be overthrown by this kind of thing yet. That's good. Bai Yu smiled upon hearing the words. At this moment Namikaze Minato seemed to think of something. By the way, Bai Yu-kun, didn't you say you have a problem? Namikaze Minato asked with some confusion. Originally, Namikaze Minato thought Bai Yu wanted to ask him Flying Thunder God technique. Now it seems that it must not be because of Flying Thunder God technique. Oh, I just wanted to ask, why is your kunai like a trident? Is there any secret I don't know? Bai Yu frowned and asked. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Namikaze Minato suddenly came across. Are you asking this? As you know, I am not a physical ninja. The cast of Kuoneng is very general. The appearance of the three halberds is just to make Kuoneng more accurately fall in the position I want. There is no secret in this. But for you, there should be no such distress. Namikaze Minato smiled bitterly and shook his head. Hearing this, Bai Yu understood where Namikaze Minato's trident kunai came from. So it's like this. Bai Yu suddenly realized. Then it's okay. I originally thought I would have to customize a batch of kunai just like you. Now it seems that I should save a fortune. Bai Yu smiled. Namikaze Minato couldn't help but shook his head and smiled. It seems that practicing physical skills is still good, at least it can save a lot of money on weapons. Ha ha ha. Bai Yu couldn't help but smile when he heard the words. Namikaze Minato also showed a bright smile upon seeing this. After a while, the laughter gradually slowed down. Bai Yu said to Namikaze Minato. Okay, since the doubts are clear, then I will go back first. Yeah, good. Namikaze Minato nodded when he heard the words. Then he watched Bai Yu leave. Returning to his residence, Bai Yu took out a lot of kunai from his scroll. When he saw Namikaze Minato's inexhaustible suffering in his previous life, he even complained. But when he really lived in this world, he understood, let alone so many dozens of suffering. Even if it is a few hundred or thousands, it can be dragged out. As long as you have a reel with enough space. Without thinking about it, Bai Yu took out his standard long knife and cut the thick white paper on the ground into 4 evenly. Then he began to engrave his Flying Thunder God technique one by one. By the time Bai Yu had completed all the 800 sheets of paper engraved with the seal technique, it was already nearly an hour later. It's just that the time required for the next step is too long. If Bai Yu is the only one, I'm afraid I won't be able to finish work until the evening. Paste these papers tightly on the handle of kunai. Even if Bai Yu has only about 200 kunai, it is still difficult to complete. After thinking about it for a while, Bai Yu thought of asking someone for help. And this person is naturally read in the evening. With such a girlfriend, how can it not be used well? So in a blink of an eye, a perfect toolman appeared in Bai Yu's tent. Qi Rihong, who was still pulling with Bai Yu and reluctant to enter Bai Yu's tent, saw that what Bai Yu asked him to do was the printing style in front of him, so he couldn't help but flip the Baikugan directly to Bai Yu. This makes Bai Yu puzzled. He never thought about this from beginning to end. It's just that, for a girl of Qi Rihong's age, it is the age who likes to think wildly. When Bai Yu saw her, he couldn't wait to pull her into his tent. And the two are still boy and girl friends. Everyone has to misunderstand this, right? Shaking his head, Qi Rihong sighed slightly and didn't say much, but obediently helped Bai Yu put up the Indian style. It's just that she didn't know that the scene where she got into Bai Yu's tent was watched by Morino Ibiki. Seeing this scene, Morino Ibiki's eyes widened first, revealing an unbelievable expression. But then there was a weird smile on his face, and he shook his head and muttered, "Young people, do the wood and the fire, no wonder they are." If Bai Yu saw this look, it would be unavoidable to fight. At this time, in the tent, Ta Rihong was very interested in the Indian style in front of him. "Bai Yu, what is the Indian style you posted on it? Why can't I understand it at all?" Qi Rihong asked curiously. The size of these papers is about the same as the size of the detonating talisman. Originally, Ta Rihong thought it was a new type of detonating talisman. But when she touched the paper with her hand, she realized that she was wrong. The paper of the detonation talisman is thick and can carry chakra. The papers in front of me are just ordinary papers, without the breath of chakra at all. Moreover, the rune above looks like I have seen it somewhere, but when I think about it carefully, it is very strange. It is inevitable that Qi Rihong will ask this question. Bai Yu was slightly startled when he heard Qi Rihong's question. Then he smiled and said, "These are the Indian styles of Flying Thunder God technique." When Ta Rihong heard the words, her eyes widened immediately, with incredible expressions in her eyes. Flying Thunder God technique's Indian style? Do you mean that you have learned Flying Thunder God technique? Yuri blushed in shock. Although she didn't understand Flying Thunder God, only Namikaze Minato in the entire Konoha village knew how to fly Thunder God technique. This was enough to prove how difficult this technique is. However, Bai Yu and her have not seen each other for a few days, so why did they learn Flying Thunder God technique? Bai Yu saw that Qi Rihong was still so shocked and couldn't help but shook his head and smiled. "How surprised are you about my talent?" Ta Rihong was stunned when he heard the words, and then murmured with a weird expression. "It seems to make sense. Anyway, if something unreasonable is placed on you, it immediately becomes reasonable." Ta Rihong said with a smile while shaking her head. Bai Yu couldn't help but grinned when he heard Qi Rihong's words. The words came out of Qi Rihong's mouth with a slight joy. "Okay, let's continue." Bai Yu smiled and said to Ta Rihong. Hearing this, Qi Rihong started to help Bai Yu stick these Flying Thunder God prints again. The two people worked hard for an afternoon before they posted all the 200 kunai. It doesn't take much effort to post it, it's just a waste of time to check if it's posted properly. Seeing the full of suffering on the ground, both Bai Yu and Yurihong couldn't help showing a satisfied look. The sky at this time has gradually dimmed. A drowsy spirit emerged from the depths of Shirihong's spirit, which made her stretch out fiercely. It's just that this lazy waste almost didn't show Bai Yu. The full arc made Bai Yu's eyes straighten immediately. After swallowing, Bai Yu approached Shirihong directly. Seeing Bai Yu's expression, Shirihong couldn't help but startled slightly. What are you going to do? Shirihong was stunned. Bai Yu didn't speak, just a tick at the corner of his mouth and pushed Shirihong onto the bed. Yuha. Before Tari's red words could be spoken, Bai Yu's mouth was blocked by Bai Yu. After that, Bai Yu's Anlu mountain claws did not stop, directly climbing the peak. After a long while, Bai Yu stood up still unfinished. Of course, it is just some of the most basic close contacts, and no substantial progress has taken place. After such a tossing, Shirihong is no longer sleepy, and Bai Yu is also energetic. Putting away all the sufferings on the ground, Bai Yu took Shirihong to dinner together. For Bai Yu's abrupt action, Shirihong is actually very helpful. After all, this also represents her attraction to Bai Yu. After eating, Bai Yu and Shirihong stayed warm for a while. Until late at night, until early in the morning, the two went back to their residences. Back on his bed, the sweet fragrance of Shirihong has not yet completely dissipated. This makes Bai Yu feel somewhat satisfied. After all, Bai Yu's past and present life can be regarded as the first love. Lying on the bed, Bai Yu's thinking began to spread. Bai Yu is not a love brain, and the sweetness of Shirihong was soon left behind by him. He started to follow his previous thoughts about Sand Shinobi. In fact, the original reason for this incident was that Bai Yu acted on Sand Shinobi's people first, which made Sand Shinobi start to fight back against Bai Yu. It's just that they didn't expect that Bai Yu's strength exceeded their imagination time and time again. This makes them losers. Although the other movies don't talk about it, I must be watching the jokes of Luosha, Chio and Ebizo in my heart. Fighting with Bai Yu was nothing, but it was a bit too embarrassing to be completely crushed in this fight. Even if I didn't say this truth, Luosha naturally knew it in her heart. Bai Yu is thinking of revenge against Sand Shinobi, and Sand Shinobi hasn't thought of revenge against Bai Yu. It's just that they currently don't have the strength to deal with Bai Yu. Otherwise, when Bai Yu was practicing, Luosha had already brought Sand Shinobi to the Konoha headquarters. These days, Bai Yu is frantically improving himself, and the Sand Shinobi are frantically arranging seals in their camp. These seals were arranged under the guidance of Ebizo. None of them are weak seals. Luosha, Chio and Ebizo must make sure that Bai Yu dares to come, and he will be taken. What Bai Yu prepares for Sand Shinobi is the peak swordsmanship and the Six Kings spear that has the embryonic form of the evening elephant. No, it should be said to be the Six Kings cannon. The next day, Bai Yu came to Namikaze Minato's office early in the morning. Seeing Bai Yu's figure, Namikaze Water was slightly taken aback. What's wrong? What's the matter? Namikaze Minato asked with some confusion. Hearing Namikaze Minato's question, Bai Yu nodded seriously and said, I want to inform you about something. Oh, what can you tell me specifically? Namikaze Minato asked curiously. Looking at Namikaze Minato's curious look, Bai Yu didn't sell it. Suddenly he said with a cold expression, I want to go to the Sand Shinobi camp. The last hatred should also be reported. Upon hearing this, Namikaze Minato couldn't help being stunned. He actually supports Bai Yu's idea. At present, Bai Yu has the Flying Thunder God technique and is very powerful. There is a real possibility that 4th Cage Luosha will be beheaded this time. It's just a pity that Namikaze Minato just received a message. A news that everyone did not expect. Look at this. Namikaze Minato took out a document from hand and handed it to Bai Yu. Bai Yu was a little confused when he saw this, but still patiently accepted this document. After opening the file, Bai Yu's complexion suddenly became cloudy. After a long time, Bai Yu asked Namikaze Minato with a weird look, there is no fraud, right? For Bai Yu, this incident is a bit too outrageous. The document clearly describes Sand Shinobi's withdrawal from the war. This is equivalent to giving up all the arrangements in the past few years, and those losses are lost in vain. Rosa is actually willing to make this decision. Bai Yu really couldn't figure it out. Does he know that I have broken through again? Bai Yu secretly asked in his heart. He was unable to think of any reason for Sand Shinobi to give up this war. Since Sand Shinobi has announced his withdrawal from this war, Bai Yu has no reason to intercept Sand Shinobi. At this time, I went to find Sand Shinobi, and Konoha's reputation might be directly stinking. In my opinion, this decision is not necessarily made by Luosha alone. This style of behavior is more like Ebizo's handwriting. Namikaze Minato shook his head slightly. That said, Sand Shinobi, I can't move. Bai Yu couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Looking at Bai Yu's disappointed eyes, Namikaze Minato couldn't help but laugh a little. Bai Yu is good at everything, but too violent. Normally, apart from cultivation, it's cultivation. Once you make a breakthrough, you definitely have to do something. Sand Shinobi is naturally unable to move. People just stop talking. If you look for it at this time, I am afraid that Konoha's image will plummet. The CACG international image still needs to be maintained. Furthermore, Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi will definitely not just sit idly by and move your whole body together. You probably don't know the truth. Namikaze Minato spoke slowly to Bai Yu. Hearing this, Bai Yu fell into thinking. His current deduction point is only about 20,000 away from the S level. Without Sand Shinobi's fertile soil, he wouldn't know where to go to collect this deduction point. At this moment, Bai Yu suddenly thought of the Five Tails Jinchuriki who was almost killed by a single knife. This made his eyes shine. By the way, Sand Shinobi has withdrawn, and Rock Shinobi is still there. Five Tails Jinchuriki also participated in the last incident. Bai Yu's mouth snapped. Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Namikaze Minato couldn't help frowning. You want to find Rock Shinobi to practice hand skills, but you may have nothing to do with the dust of Onoki. That's the power of the bloodline that is one level higher than the blood succession boundary. For the elimination of the blood, I have not heard of any force that can resist. Namikaze Minato's tone was worried. But when Bai Yu heard it, he smiled and said, didn't I learn Flying Thunder God technique? I don't believe that his dust escape can be faster than space ninjutsu. Bai Yu's tone was full of certainty. Not to mention Flying Thunder God technique, Shendun is not completely incomprehensible. Bai Yu vaguely remembers that Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan can completely absorb dust and escape. No matter how powerful Onoki's dust hit Uchiha Madara's body, there was not a drop of water. After hearing Bai Yu's words, Namikaze Minato finally knew that Bai Yu did not care about these difficulties, but was determined to do something. This made him a little confused. Bai Yu, I want to ask one more question, why do you have to take the initiative to start a struggle? Namikaze Minato frowned and asked at Bai Yu. Bai Yu couldn't help being stunned. Secretly asked, is it so obvious? After thinking for a while, Bai Yu also frowned and said, if they were only targeting me, I wouldn't feel much. It's just that the last time Jiraiya was severely injured by Five Tails Jinchuriki. I have always remembered this hatred in my heart. 1. These words made Namikaze Minato's pupils shrink. What? Teacher Jiraiya was seriously injured by Five Tails Jinchuriki. Why didn't I know? Namikaze Minato's eyes suddenly burst into anger. Bai Yu was startled at first when he heard the words, but then he understood. Last time Jiraiya felt that he was severely injured and it was a bit of a shame for Konoha, so the details of Vice Admiral were skipped and nothing was mentioned. It is normal for Namikaze Minato to be unclear. So Bai Yu told Namikaze Minato about Jiraiya's injury by Five Tails Jinchuriki. This caused Namikaze Minato's forehead to have blue veins violently. Okay, you don't want to do this. Teacher Jiraiya's hatred must be avenged. Namikaze Minato's tone changed suddenly. His character and Bai Yu's character still have something in common. If you are wronged, that's fine, but the people around you are wronged. Namikaze Minato can't stand it either. Hearing Namikaze Minato's support, Bai Yu couldn't help but smile. Okay, that's how this matter is decided. Bai Yu smiled. Namikaze Minato also showed a cold look upon hearing this. He even asked Bai Yu, would you like to send more people to follow you? Hearing this, Bai Yu couldn't help but froze, and then resolutely refused. I am enough to go alone, and if I am alone, I can leave as long as I want, stay as long as I want, and if someone follows, I can't play well. Quote. Namikaze Minato nodded when he heard the words. If there is extra cage level combat power in the camp, it doesn't matter if you follow Bai Yu. Going to some Jonin is simply a burden. Bai Yu's current speed, even if he can't keep up. Thinking of this, Namikaze Minato finalized this action. Okay, if you encounter any danger, don't hesitate to come back directly with Flying Thunder God technique. Namikaze Minato told Bai Yu. Hearing Namikaze Minato's instructions, Bai Yu nodded seriously and said, don't worry, I won't die. Upon seeing this, Namikaze Minato nodded seriously and said, okay. Be careful all the way, if you need support, remember to release the signal. We Konoha are not soft persimmons either. Bai Yu hooked his mouth when he heard that, he didn't doubt Konoha's heart. Although Konoha is not a monolithic piece, everyone's hearts are together. Doing his best for him, he doesn't doubt. Okay, then I'm leaving. Bai Yu nodded to Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato nodded when he heard the words, go. As soon as the voice fell, Bai Yu turned and left. The Anbu ninja at the door listened to both of them. A thin layer of cold sweat broke out from his forehead. Regarding Namikaze Minato and Bai Yu's decision to attack Rock Shinobi in a few words, he was really panicked. Just when Bai Yu went to Rock Shinobi's troops, Mist Shinobi at the other end was facing the biggest crisis in history. In the water country, Uchiha Madara is standing in front of the giant Three Tails Isofu. At this time, the pupils of Three Tails Gifu had already turned into three rounded jade shapes. Obviously it has been completely controlled by Uchiha Madara. A pair of one-tomo Sharingan's powerful strength in Uchiha Madara was abruptly turned into a three-hook jade state. People who don't understand the power of Uchiha Madara will definitely be horrified and speechless. Go and attack Kurigakure. Uchiha Madara's voice sounded faintly. Three Tails in front of him heard the words, his huge body moved slightly, and then he walked directly in the direction of Kurigakure. This Three Tails Isofu lives in the waters near the water country, and should have become Mist Shinobi's war machine long ago. It's just that the strength of this generation of Kurigakure is too weak. Facing the powerful Three Tails, they have no choice. It's not that they haven't tried to seal Three Tails, but they failed 3 times in a row. A large amount of active combat power was lost in these 3 operations. Kurigakure, who was already much weaker than other Shinin village houses, couldn't withstand this kind of consumption. It also made them simply restock the three tails. But they didn't think that the stocked three tails would become their disaster one day. Looking at the back of three tails, Uchiha Madara's expression remained unchanged. Facing White Zetsu next to him, Uchiha Madara said lightly, "Are the plans going on normally?" Hearing Uchiha Madara's question, the white on the side nodded and said, "Everything is normal." Yeah, Uchiha Madara nodded indifferently. Then wait for the fish to get the bait now. Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes and muttered. White Zetsu on the side couldn't help showing a puzzled look. We are not fishing. When did the fish take the bait? The tone was full of doubts. When Uchiha Madara heard White Zetsu's words, Furui Bubba's face turned dark. Comparing with these teases all day, Uchiha Madara feels that he is about to lose his nerves. Shaking his head, Uchiha Madara didn't say anything. Seeing this, White Zetsu on the side couldn't help but want to ask. But at this time, Alfie appeared. The conversation between Uchiha Madara and White Zetsu stopped in his ears. At this time, Alfie had gradually gained a sense of humor. For this scene, he didn't know why, and felt a little funny in his heart. With a wave of his hand, Alfie directly rejected the White Zetsu. Uchiha Madara felt Alfie's breath and couldn't help turning her head. How is it? Uchiha Madara asked Alfie. Afei shook his head when he heard the words. There is still a team of people following. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara frowned slightly. After thinking about it for a while, Uchiha Madara shook her head and said, forget it, if there are more people, just kill them all. Afei did not show any fluctuations in his expression. To him, killing was just like waving a stick at the weeds on the side of the road. He didn't know what mercy was in his heart. Go, don't leave your hands when they enter the trap. Uchiha Madara said to Afei next to him. Yes, Alfie said to Uchiha Madara. Then it disappeared directly. When Uchiha Madara saw this, he slowly walked towards the trap not far away. At the other end, 3rd Mizukage Shan-Ami Long-Guo was followed by a team of Anbu ninjas composed of Jonin. Shan-Ami Long-Guo, who was leaping continuously on the trunk, frowned at this moment, and his heart was full of anxiety. Not long ago, he received news that there was a fire in his backyard. The few remaining elders of Kurigakure's fruit were all killed in their mansion. The death is very miserable, but no one can find a clue. After receiving this news, Shan-Ami Dragon Fruit naturally couldn't help but retreated directly from the front line and rushed to his own village. Better not let me catch you, or I will definitely cramp you. Shan-Ami Long-Guo gritted his teeth and said viciously. The ninjas who followed Shan-Ami Long-Guo couldn't help but feel chills when they heard the words of their own shadow. They don't doubt that Shan-Ami Long-Guo can do such a thing. This is not the first time they have seen this kind of thing. Saying that it is skin cramps is really skin cramps, there is no moisture at all. At this moment, a White Zetsu who was hiding behind the tree seemed to think that the words of Shan-Ami Long-Guo were very interesting, and couldn't help but laugh. Did you hear that? He said he was going to cramp Madara. In the adjacent tree trunk, the other White Zetsu couldn't help but smile and said, I don't know what Madara will look like after being stripped of skin cramps. If Uchiha Madara hears the conversation between these two rammers, I am afraid he will be PD off. Who? Shan-Ami Long-Guo was a little surprised. Tuck. As soon as the voice fell, a handle of karma shot directly at the thick tree trunk. It was discovered. White Zetsu couldn't help feeling a little helpless. The White Zetsu leaned directly out of the tree trunk. Shan-Ami Long-Guo and the ninjas behind him couldn't help but look shocked. What is this? If White Zetsu is integrated into the tree trunk, no one can find it. White Zetsu blends with the trunk, and all the breath will be mixed with the trunk. No matter how strong the perception ability is, it can't be felt. Are there ghosts? Is there such a thing in this world? Shan-Ami Long-Guo was a little frightened. At this time, White Zetsu protruded half of his body out of the tree trunk, and there was no breath. It was indeed a little like a ghost image in the legend. The next moment, he hadn't waited for the suspicion in his heart to dissipate. Countless White Zetsu emerged from the trunk. Forget it, since it has been discovered, there is no way. White Zetsu all murmured. Seeing this scene, Shan-Ami Long-Guo and his party couldn't help but get goosebumps all over their bodies. All ninjutsu attack. At this time, Shan-Ami Long-Guo said with a deep expression. As the shadow of a village, he still has some courage. Hearing the voice of their own movie, these Anbu ninjas all recovered. They haven't seen ghosts in their lives for 10 or 20 years. If they say that the huge number of figures in front of them are ghosts, they naturally don't believe them. Fire, wind style, water style. The three most common attribute attacks come from the hands or mouth of this group of Anbu ninjas. Boom. The sound of falling trees kept ringing. A large number of White Zetsu did not wait to die when they saw it, all of them were constantly walking through the trees or the ground. Then he launched an attack on the people of Shan-Ami Dragon Fruit. It's just that these White Zetsu were not at the level of Chunin Genin, and the attack they sent out only wounded a few people unexpectedly. On the other hand, White Zetsu suffered a lot of casualties. This made the hearts of the people of Shan-Ami Dragon Fruit full of heart. Speed solved the battle. At this time, Shan-Ami Long-Guo said directly. Yes, the surrounding Anbu ninjas all kaido loudly. Then came the beginning of a massacre. But beyond their expectation, the White Zetsu in front of them seemed to be inexhaustible. One batch has died and another has emerged. This made Shan-Ami Long-Guo frown. After thinking for a while, Sean Amy Longguo's complexion suddenly changed. Don't love war, they are holding us. Sean Amy Longguo shouted loudly. What? Everyone was a little surprised upon hearing this. Oh, only realize it now. At this time, suddenly a jumping voice sounded. A fae appeared directly in front of everyone. Seeing this figure with a completely different aura in front of him, Sean Amy Longguo couldn't help but look very serious. Is it you who caused the instigator? Sean Amy Longguo asked a fae with a cold expression. Seeing this scene, a fae ticked the corner of his mouth and said calmly, your imagination is not bad, but it's a pity, you guessed it wrong. As soon as the voice fell, a strong momentum appeared in everyone's perception. Everyone's complexion changed drastically. Third Mizukage. Uchiha Madara appeared directly in front of the people of Shinami Dragon Fruit. You are. Seeing Uchiha Madara's figure, Sean Amy Longguo couldn't help but shrink his pupils. Impossible. Sean Amy Longguo suddenly cried out. Oh, recognize me. Uchiha Madara looked at Shinami Longguo with a cold expression. For Uchiha Madara's face, Sean Amy Longguo was very impressed. Although he was a child when he saw Uchiha Madara, he will never forget the scene where Uchiha Madara crushes sighing. Evil, powerful, unmatched. This is his impression of Madara Uchiha. You are not dead. Sean Amy Longguo gritted his teeth. These words made the surrounding mist shinobi Anbu ninjas look stagnant. Who is this person? Mizukage-sama is like an enemy as soon as he appears. Hearing the words of Sean Amy Dragon Fruit, Uchiha Madara sneered and said, I should have died, but there are still things that need to be done. These words made Sean Amy Longguo's pupils shrink. As this thing destroying our Kurigakure? Uchiha Madara. Sean Amy Longguo's voice was full of anger. Chapter 88 Third Mizukage is dead. Looking at the third Mizukage who seemed to be angry on the surface, but feared inside, Uchiha Madara couldn't help frowning slightly. You value your village too much. For me, I don't care if your village exists or not. If it weren't for you or part of my plan, I'm afraid I won't be here today. Uchiha Madara faintly said to the good Amitabari in front of him. Hearing this, Sean Amy Longguo's eyes became more angry. What Uchiha Madara said is true, it's the end of it. The implication is, what is Kurigakure? Is it worth me to target? You are too revealing, Uchiha Madara. Even if you are still alive, I don't believe you are still in its heyday. Sean Amy Longguo said coldly. Uchiha Madara glanced contemptuously at Sean Amy Longfruit. Then he whispered softly, killing you, even if you don't have 10 strengths, it's like killing a chicken and a dog. As soon as he said this, not only the mentality of Sean Amy Longguo burst, but even the Jonin behind him also glared at him. So courageous. Water-style bighorn technique. One of them, Jonin, couldn't bear to attack Uchiha Madara. Sean Amy Longguo didn't stop him when he saw it. Uchiha Madara's lofty posture was really disgusting. When Uchiha Madara saw this scene, she raised her brows and directly threw a handle of kunai. Then his body shook and disappeared in place. That big horn technique naturally fell through. The strong current smashed all the tree trunks. Where did you go? Mist shinobi ninjas couldn't help but look around when they saw it, trying to find the location of Uchiha Madara. Found it. On it. One of them, Jonin, spotted Uchiha Madara. The mist shinobi Anbu ninja who released ninjutsu just turned his head and escaped Uchiha Madara's kunai. Hearing the voice of his companion, he couldn't help but look up at the top of his head. But no one noticed that the kunai thrown by Uchiha Madara was tied with a thin, invisible tough wire. Fire-style dragon fire technique. Uchiha Madara said with both hands. A flame pillar nearly 5 meters thick rushed directly to the mist shinobi Jonin along the steel wire. The speed is too fast for everyone to react. Seeing this, Jonin shrank his pupils and raised his hands. As soon as he wanted to use the substitute technique, he was directly covered by this huge flame. What? A very tragic howl sounded, and the ninja was completely wrapped in this pillar of fire. The blazing flame burned his clothes in an instant, and the skin on the surface was carbonized in the blink of an eye. Subsequently, the mask on his face was also burned to burst by the heat. If it weren't for the chakras blocking in his body, I'm afraid his body would have become coke in one face. This scene shocked everyone in Sean Amy Longguo. Dragon fire technique is only AC level fire style, but in the hands of Uchiha Madara, it is more powerful than A level ninjutsu. Ah, save me, save me. This Jonin knelt on the ground and stretched out his hand to ask for help from Shinami Longguo and others. Anyone with a discerning eye can see his pain. Everyone else felt grief when they saw this scene. It's not saved. One of the Anbu ninjas shook his head at the people next to him. Hearing this, the man nodded, and directly raised his hand and shot a kunai into Jonin's head, who was on fire. The man fell to the ground immediately and died. At this moment, everyone's heart couldn't help but feel sad. The eyes looking at Uchiha Madara became cold. Obviously, in this battle, either you die or I die. Uchiha Madara looked at these people in front of him, his face looked as usual, that kind of confidence is something no one can learn. Very good, Uchiha Madara. Shinami Longguo stared at Uchiha Madara's face. Free attack. Leave him here, Sean Amy Longguo said loudly. Many mist shinobi Anbu ninjas all replied loudly, yes. Then he moved his feet and spread out. Oh, Uchiha Madara raised her brow when she saw this. For the courage of these people, Uchiha Madara was slightly surprised. Counting at the feet, Uchiha Madara didn't care about the others, and rushed straight to Shauna Midabari. His time is very precious, and he does not want to waste it on this group of wastes. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Several kunai bursting sounds sounded, and the surrounding mist shinobi Anbu ninjas frantically attacked Uchiha Madara. It's just that Kakuzu didn't even touch Uchiha Madara's clothes. Boom. The detonating talisman tied to the karma exploded. Smoke and dust overflowed. Uchiha Madara came to the front of Shinami Dragon Fruit in the blink of an eye. Looking at Uchiha Madara, who was close at hand, Shinami Longguo's pupils shrank involuntarily. Raising his hands, Shinami Longguo wanted to perform ninjutsu. Snapped. It's just too late. Uchiha Madara's hand has grabbed the right hand of Shinami Dragon Fruit. Makes him unable to carry on the seal. But the next moment, Shinami Longguo left hand printing style kept. Direct printing with one hand. Water style water rushing wave. A stream of condensed water jets directly from the mouth of Shinami Dragon Fruit. The sound of water jets piercing the air was like a scream, very harsh. Uchiha Madara frowned slightly, and disappeared in front of Shinami Dragon Fruit. After reappearing, he was already behind Shinami Dragon Fruit. Boom. A powerful and heavy kick directly kicked Shinami Dragon Fruit and flew forward. Uchiha Madara's speed is so fast. Although his eyes can see, his body can't react. Wow. Shinami Longguo directly turned into a ground-growing gourd, with dust and grass clippings all over its body. Fire style extinguish the fire. Just before he recovered, Uchiha Madara's cold voice sounded again. Shinami Longguo's pupils suddenly shrank upon hearing this. Kai Yin in his hand quickly said, shattering technique. Before the huge flame arrived, Shinami Dragon Fruit's figure disappeared under the envelope of flame. When it appeared again, Shinami Dragon Fruit had already come to a very high tree stall. The entire forest was turned into a sea of flames under the extinguishment of Uchiha Madara's fierce fire. The range of thousands of meters is too amazing. This scene made Shinami Dragon Fruit and Mist Shinobi's many Anbu ninjas cannot help but stare. This is too pervert, right? The sea of fire in front of me is really exaggerated. It would be okay if this was the Huo-Tong combination of ninjutsu released by the army, but the sea of fire in front of us was only made by Uchiha Madara alone. This scene directly subverted their perception of ninjas. It's just that they didn't lose courage. Because their shadow is still there. The back of Shinami Dragon Fruit is the source of their courage. The good Amy Dragon Fruit, who is familiar with this time, is also unbelievable. If nothing else, Uchiha Madara's arrogant fire extinguishment alone is beyond his understanding. Can we really beat him? Shinami Longguo couldn't help but doubt himself. But then he shook his head, because it was no longer the time to consider this issue. Offensive. Shinami Longguo gritted his teeth. The current situation does not allow him to hesitate. A Fei on the side looked at this scene and couldn't help but exclaimed. They seem to have a lot of strength. Madara, do you want me to help? Uchiha Madara's face turned black when he heard the words. For Alfie's peculiar brain circuit, he really admires him a bit. Shaking his head gently, Uchiha Madara said faintly, go and see the condition of Three Tails. Don't let it completely destroy Kurigakure. A Fei nodded with a smile, then turned and left. However, Shinami Longguo and the others changed their complexion and paused when they heard this. Three Tails, have you done something to the village? Hearing this news, Shinami Longguo and others couldn't help but become anxious. When Uchiha Madara heard the words, he only looked at Shinami Longguo faintly, and did not speak. This posture is obvious. Damn it. A quick fight, Shinami Longguo said bitterly when she saw it. Hearing the voice of their own movie, the Anbu ninjas of Mist Shinobi all showed fierce eyes and rushed towards Uchiha Madara. Then came the continuous ninjutsu attack, and Uchiha Madara uses his 3-tomo Sharingan to constantly shuttle in the crowd. When he came to a Jonin, 3-tomo Sharingan of Uchiha Madara opened slightly, and the ninja Mist Shinobi Anbu who was about to resist instantly fell into the illusion. The whole person can't move. Waving the kunai in his hand, Uchiha Madara directly chopped off the head of the man. Before the blood erupted, Uchiha Madara came to another Mist Shinobi Anbu ninja. At this time, a lot of blood emerged from the neck of the corpse. The blood is like a drizzle, splashing everywhere. Then the whole body and the head were planted together with the trunk and fell into the sea of fire on the ground. It is conceivable that this Anbu ninja will eventually be burned to fly ash even the corpse. Coming to another ninja, Mist Shinobi Anbu, Uchiha Madara performed the same trick again, and Sharingan illusion performed again. Like the previous Mist Shinobi Anbu ninja, this person is also the same as the corpse planted in the sea of flames. Seeing this scene, Shinami Longguo directly said loudly, attention, don't look into his eyes. Hearing this, everyone woke up like a dream, half squinting their eyes. After Uchiha Madara came in front of him, they all bowed their heads without intersecting his eyes. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Madara couldn't help frowning. Without Sharingan's illusion, he still needs to spend some time. Although his physique is very strong, he is not a pure physique ninja. With Sharingan, he can see the movements of these people clearly, but he cannot kill them in an instant. This directly slowed down his rhythm. If this continues, it is possible that Mist Shinobi's large forces can catch up. With his current body, he couldn't support a battle with the ninja army at all. Frowning, Uchiha Madara directly withdrew from the encirclement of Shinami Longguo and others. Seeing this scene, the Anbu ninjas of Shinobi Dragon Fruit and Mist Shinobi couldn't help but froze for a while. Everyone couldn't help but feel puzzled when they saw it. Just the next moment, they knew what Uchiha Madara was going to do. I saw Uchiha Madara look cold, patted both hands, and said indifferently, "Wood-style birthday of the tree world." Countless branches broke out directly from the sea of fire on the ground, and then turned into huge branches. The original trees were all squeezed and tilted and collapsed. Boom! A huge roar sounded, making Amy Longguo and others dull-eyed. Wood-style. Amy Longguo and others couldn't help but feel a bitterness from the corners of their mouths. They really didn't expect Uchiha Madara to still have wood-style. Seeing the tree world descending in front of him, Amy Longguo and others are a little desperate. The scope of this ninjutsu is too big. So big that even if they use body flicker technique, it is difficult to escape. Fire-style Fire Dragon Ball. Fire-style How Fire Dragon technique. The huge and condensed flame rushed directly at the thick tree trunks. But it was like a stone falling on the ice, not even a flower. Seeing this scene, Amy Longguo gritted his teeth and said, "Everyone is climbing up." After that, he ran up the tree trunk first. Very fast. When everyone saw it, they all learned a lot. When Uchiha Madara saw this scene, his eyes were indifferent, and there was no waves in his heart. In his opinion, these people in front of him are just lingering. Everyone was climbing along the big tree, and the branches and trunks that were born in the tree world really couldn't keep up with their speed. It's just that the height of these trees has an end. It didn't take long before they had reached the top of the tree. This made Amy Longguo everyone's heart sinking. Fire-style attack, Amy Longguo said to his men. He did not give up hope. Although he didn't know what would happen after being entangled in the birth of the tree world, he was sure that it would never be a good thing. Boom, boom. The impact of fire-style kept ringing, but the trees under their feet did not stop at all. Still slowly swept toward them. The current situation is already obvious, they can't escape the range of Uchiha Madara's birth in the tree world. Set his mind, Amy Longguo said to a dozen people behind him, "Use Earth style." Yes, Earth style. Hearing the words of Amy Longguo, everyone couldn't help but shine. Although they can't counterbalance wood style, they can still do Earth style defense. Earth style heaven drop cover. A mass of hard soil like a pot lid appeared on the top of everyone's heads, and then fell fiercely. When everyone saw this, they jumped directly to avoid this ninjutsu attack. They are too far from the ground now, and they can only summon some of them without soil. Seeing the clay like a pot on the top of the tree, everyone stood up. Earth-style dungeon hall no. Amy Longguo said with both hands. The mud suddenly dispersed in all directions, and then formed a circle, enclosing everyone. Seal technique. After entering the dungeon hall, Amy Longguo shouted loudly. Hearing the voice of his own shadow, the two Mist Shinobi Anbu ninjas who can seal skills quickly shook hands with both hands and said, "3 seals. Sealing circle." As soon as the voice fell, the two of them stretched out their right hand and released countless black runes against the wall of the dungeon hall. But in the blink of an eye, these runes crawled across the entire dungeon hall. Amy Longguo couldn't help but feel relieved when he saw this, and the hardness of this dungeon hall was better than that of granite. And his chakra didn't pull away, even if it was damaged, he could use chakra to repair it instantly. Uchiha Madara, who had released the birth of the tree world, frowned upon seeing this. He used this ninjutsu to make a quick battle. He didn't expect that the good Amy Dragon Fruit in front of him had no talents, but he still possessed some ability to adapt to changes. Without thinking about it, Uchiha Madara stepped directly on one of the branches, and as the tree realm unfolded, it came to a very high point. The dungeon hall was completely covered by countless branches. There is no way for the sturdy and powerful branches to take the hard dungeon. After a long time, the birthday of the tree world stopped completely. It's just that Amy Longguo and others who were wrapped in the birth of the tree world feel uncomfortable. Because the birth of the tree realm is constantly absorbing their chakra through the dungeon hall. And this speed is very fast. Master Mizukage, should we go out? One of the Mist Shinobi Anbu ninjas couldn't bear the feeling of chakra passing by. Hearing this, Amy Dragon Fruit also nodded, staying here must be waiting for death. Let's rush out together, Amy Longguo said with a serious expression. Everyone nodded when they heard the words. When Amy Dragon Fruit saw this, he turned his gaze to the other two people, and the two Mist Shinobi Anbu ninjas who had released the seal technique nodded towards Amy Dragon Fruit when they saw this. Then the three of them withdrew their skills at the same time. Boom. There was a very loud explosion. Amy Longguo jumped onto the top of the tree world birth with a group of his men. Looking at Uchiha Madara standing on a high place in the distance, Amy Longguo and all his subordinates all sneered. I admit that you are very strong, but if you only have this kind of means, then I will treat you highly. Amy Longguo said coldly. Uchiha Madara couldn't help frowning when he heard the words. He didn't understand why the Amalong fruit in front of him was so weak, but his confidence was so full. Shaking his head slightly, Uchiha Madara didn't even have any interest in talking to him. Chakra surging slightly, Uchiha Madara quickly nodded his hands and said, "Wood-style flower and tree world is coming." The tree trunk that had stopped began to surge wildly again. This kind of accident caught Amy Longguo and the Mist Shinobi Anbu ninjas behind him a bit by surprise. But Sean-Amy Long-Guo is also a cage-level character anyway. The body leapt continuously, avoiding one attack after another. But those Anbu ninjas of Mist Shinobi are not so lucky. They were all entangled in the flowers and trees world. These sturdy tree trunks can be crushed even by the natives of the big wild trees, let alone people. 10 or so Mist Shinobi Anbu ninjas were twisted directly in front of Shinobi dragon fruit. Blood broke through the surface of the skin and shot out, and some internal organ fragments also poured out from the mouth and nose. All Mist Shinobi Anbu ninjas are completely dead at this moment. Seeing this scene, Sean-Amy Long-Guo couldn't help being stunned for a moment. But it was at this moment that a thick tree trunk was taken away. The Sean-Amy dragon fruit that turned the body hard, the eyes immediately became red. The look in Uchiha Madara's eyes was extremely hateful. Uchiha Madara, Sean-Amy Long-Guo shouted loudly. Uchiha Madara was a little surprised to see the good Amy dragon fruit that is still alive and well. It's worthy of the name of carrying the shadow, and he can actually struggle so much. This sounded like a compliment, but Uchiha Madara's tone didn't fluctuate at all. Obviously, he was just surprised that Sean-Amy Long-Guo hadn't died yet. Sean-Amy Long-Guo was immediately furious when he heard such insulting words. I want you to pay the price. Water-style hard vortex water blade. Sean-Amy Long-Guo shouted loudly. Uchiha Madara raised her brows when she heard this ninjutsu. Oh, Senju Tobarama's ninjutsu. He was slightly surprised at the ninjutsu of Sean-Amy Long-Guo. An extremely condensed water blade javelin flew towards Uchiha Madara. There was a very sharp piercing sound in the air, which was extremely ear-piercing. Hearing this voice, Uchiha Madara's face became cold, and his hands quickly sealed and said, Fire style, the fire is gone. A seemingly inconspicuous flame spit out from Uchiha Madara's mouth. A water blade and a flame bullet collided fiercely. Although the ninjutsu of the hard vortex water blade is very strong, how can it be compared with the ninjutsu released by Uchiha Madara? Water and fire are incompatible. When the two collided, a strong mist evaporated. Afterwards, the hard vortex water blade was lost to Uchiha Madara's arrogance, and was completely wrapped and evaporated. The huge flame immediately dissipated, covering the world in front of Sean-Amy Long-Guo. There are bright fires in and out. What? A terrible cry rang out. If it is facing other cage levels, Sean-Amy Dragon Fruit may still contend or even defeat. His body technique, body flicker technique, and even seal technique are excellent. But in the face of Uchiha Madara, all of his ninjutsu is useless. Facing such a huge range of ninjutsu, he couldn't avoid it, there was no way to face it. This also led to his defeat in just a few rounds. Uchiha Madara looked at the wailing Sean-Amy Long-Guo and couldn't help but shook his head. Water-style ninjutsu is not for you. As soon as the voice fell, he quickly nodded his hands and said, Water-style water-severing wave. An extremely condensed column of water rushed towards the good Amy Dragon Fruit that had turned into a burning man. The fine water blade directly cuts the Sean-Amy Dragon Fruit in half. The screaming scream suddenly stopped. The broken body fell into the fire and disappeared. The water-severing wave displayed by Senju Tobarama can even cut off the roots of the sacred tree, let alone a person. Seeing the dust settled, Uchiha Madara was obviously relieved. Ahem. The lack of blood flow caused Uchiha Madara to cough twice. Take the hand away from the mouth, the bright red blood seemed to indicate something. Time is really running out. Uchiha Madara murmured. Then he moved his feet and Uchiha Madara disappeared. Just after he left, a very thick cloud condensed in the sky. Uchiha Madara's two fire-style ninjutsu directly evaporates the water vapor of the entire land to the sky, condensing it into such a dark cloud. Boom. With a sound of thunder, big raindrops fell from the sky. The raindrops hit the flames with a zzz sound. About 2 hours later, Mist Shinobi's army rushed to the scene. Only they saw the corpses of their 3 Mizukages. If it weren't for the extremely high melting metal scroll that the 3-band watermark carried, I am afraid they would not be sure that the corpse that was about to be burnt to ashes was their shadow. On the other side, Kurigakure. Under the leadership of the 7 Mist Shinobi, hundreds of Mist Shinobi ninjas struggled to control the Three Tails machine. Uchiha Madara and Afei stood on the wall of Kurigakure, watching this scene indifferently. What should I do next? Alfie asked Uchiha Madara. Hearing what Afei said, Uchiha Madara sneered and said, that's it. Then he turned and left. Only Afei murmured on the spot, is that so? What do you mean? Uchiha Madara's words puzzled Alfie. He couldn't understand what Uchiha Madara said. At the same time, far away in the battlefield of the country of grass, Bai Yu followed the map in his hand to the area occupied by Rock Shinobi. Under Bai Yu deliberately hiding his figure, no one can find him. Iwagakure doesn't have the blood limit of eyes. Bai Yu, who owns the Luku Fairy Thief, is like an invisible person in Rock Shinobi's territory. No one knows his existence. In contrast to the map he painted, Bai Yu constantly cleaned up the scouts. Rock Shinobi is different from Sand Shinobi, these scouts are not changed to Jonin level. However, even if it was changed to the Jonin level, Bai Yu could kill him unconsciously with his current strength. Along the way, Bai Yu's cleanup operation went smoothly. During the period, I also scratched a few tongues. Although they didn't know the exact location of Five Tails Jinchuriki from their mouths, they probably knew where Rock Shinobi's base camp is. Following the news he got, Bai Yu kept walking forward. Gradually, Bai Yu could already notice that the ninja aura around him became denser and stronger. In the dark, Bai Yu looked at it. A team of 3 people kept appearing and hiding. This made Bai Yu frown. He seems to have discovered some secrets of rock shinobi. Avoiding those ninjas in perception, Bai Yu kept getting close to this suspicious place. Just tens of meters away, Bai Yu suddenly stopped his movements. Because he can already see, 2 teams are gathering together not far in front. Sand Shinobi Ninja. Bai Yu couldn't help but shrink his pupils. One is Rock Shinobi, and the other is wearing Sand Shinobi's forehead protector. Obviously, this was a secret meeting. Didn't Sand Shinobi announce that he is withdrawing from the war? Bai Yu thought with a frown. With the concentration of mental energy, Bai Yu's ears suddenly became clear. This time it was just an expedient measure. For Konoha, our master Fengying has never given up. One-tailed Jinchuriki said blessingly to Lao Zi in front of him. Four-tailed Jinchuriki smiled and said, if you want to withdraw from this war, you should be as early as possible. Don't be stubborn. You are still thinking about what benefits you will get from it. I think even if Master Tsuchikage hears you, he will answer in the same way. Fenfu and the dozen or so Sand Shinobi Jonin behind him couldn't help frowning. Lao Zi's words are really ugly. I think you have misunderstood. This time our cooperation has any benefits. We don't take any money. We just want to kill Konoha madman Bai Yu. Moreover, our help to Rock Shinobi is free. Fenfu said seriously to Lao Zi. Hearing this, Lao Zi couldn't help looking a little weird. You just want Bai Yu to die. You don't even hesitate to take so many benefits. Lao Zi couldn't figure out Sand Shinobi's brain circuit. This is obviously a thankless thing, but the Sand Shinobi ninja in front of me looks like it's willing to start. Hearing Lao Zi's words, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. In fact, he was a little dissatisfied with this decision, but he had been accustomed to the order since he was a child, and he did not choose to disobey the order. But even if he couldn't understand it, he could probably guess some. It was nothing more than Luo Sha and the 2 elders were beaten by Bai Yu for fear. Although he was not at the scene at the time, so many ninjas had seen Bai Yu's actions, and he had already learned a lot of interesting news from those people. Of course, this is impossible to say in front of Lao Zi. He also wants face. Not only is Sand Shinobi shamed when this incident is said, he will also be burdened with a negative aura. From afar, Bai Yu naturally understood something when he heard this. It's really not dead. Bai Yu sneered. At this time, Fenfu spoke up again. Bai Yu couldn't help but pricked his ears. In our Sand Shinobi's eyes, these resources are nothing. Hatred is something we cannot tolerate. Fenfu said calmly. Hearing this, Lao Zi's originally grinning face disappeared. The meaning of dividing the blessing is very obvious right now. Such determination made Lao Zi a little bit guilty. If it is normal, during a war, no matter which side, they would not be able to believe it. Because everyone is not a fool. If there are really huge benefits, turning over will only happen in a blink of an eye. Unable to hand over the back to the other party, the so-called cooperation or alliance is nothing but empty words. And sometimes because of this verbal promise, it is not easy to do too much. This is why there is no so-called alliance in the Ninja World War. Rather, the 5 powers are fighting each other. But now Sand Shinobi has announced his withdrawal from the war in advance. At this point in time, saying that you want to form an alliance, this is obviously a show of sincerity. It shows that this cooperation is indeed worthwhile and credible. After thinking for a while, Lao Zi said to Fenfu, if you really decide to cooperate, this matter is not my decision. Let's pass the news to Master Tsuchikage. Why don't you rest here for a few days? Sample. Hearing this, Defu couldn't help but look happy. This move shows that Lao Zi is really thinking about this matter. According to Onoki's character, even though it is inevitable to think about it after receiving the news, Fenfu believes that Onoki will eventually agree. This is what Ebizo told him himself. After the tripartite mediation after the battle with Bai Yu, Ebizo's grasp of the human heart is basically known to everyone. The words spoken by Ebizo are still very weighty. Smiling, Fenfu said to Lao Zi in front of him. That's good, then I'm waiting for your good news. Easy to say, easy to say. Old Zi said with a smile upon hearing this. Then he was ready to introduce Fenfu and others into the camp. When Bai Yu saw this, he sneered. Then he moved his feet and appeared in front of the 2. Seeing the sudden appearance of Bai Yu, both Lao Zi and Fenfu couldn't help but shrink their pupils. Just about to say something, Bai Yu shot it. Although it is said that when the 2 armies are brought together, Bai Yu's profit will reach the highest. But at this time Bai Yu can't wait. This kind of waiting may not have any variables. These people in front of him are enough to accumulate Bai Yu's S-level abilities. If you don't make a move at this time, when will you wait? Weird power punch. Bang, bang. The 2 loud noises almost joined together. Before they could react, Fenfu and Lao Zi were flew out by Bai Yu's strange punches. The 2 figures kept flying in the air, breaking at least 10 trees before stopping. The blood was overflowing in the mouth, as if he was already seriously injured. The surrounding Jonin were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Bai Yu. At this time, someone in Sand Shinobi's crowd recognized Bai Yu's figure. The man's tone was full of horror. When the other Sand Shinobi ninjas heard the name, their hairs were standing upside down, and all of them went straight back. They remember Luo Sha's words firmly. Meet Bai Yu, Run away unconditionally, no matter what mission you are performing. But the people on Rock Shinobi don't know the horror of Bai Yu. Seeing that Bai Yu was so arrogant that he shot his own Jinchuriki directly. There was intense anger in everyone's eyes. Shoo. In an instant, overwhelming kunai or shuriken shot towards Bai Yu. There are countless detonating symbols interspersed with it. Bai Yu looked cold when he saw it, and the long knife around his waist came out of its sheath. An extremely harsh sword aura appeared directly. Cut those kunai, shuriken and detonating talisman directly. The offensive continued unabated and went directly into the crowd. With the sword energy of the iron-cutting mood, directly cut the Rock Shinobi ninjas standing on a line easily. Then the blood that spewed out directly covered the teammates standing beside them. Horrified eyes appeared in the eyes of many Rock Shinobi. Only then did they understand why the Sand Shinobi ninjas retreated in the first place. The Sand Shinobi ninjas that fell on the tree trunk showed the look of aftermath. Secretly in their hearts, fortunately they obeyed their own master Feng Ying's words. Do you want to withdraw? Suddenly a person asked like that among a dozen Sand Shinobi. The others all looked solemn when they heard the words. If they were to follow Luo Sha's words, they should leave without hesitation at this time. It's just that the sharing of blessings in the distance made them hesitate for a moment. Master Fenfu is still there, one of them said. Hearing this, everyone's brows furrowed deeper. The current situation puts them in a dilemma. At this time, Bai Yu looked at the Rock Shinobi ninjas who had been stunned and couldn't help but shook his head. If he encounters this situation, he must be faster than the rabbit. But these people in front of them are still standing still. How dare you? Suddenly, one of the Rock Shinobi ninjas shouted. The mood in the tone is very complicated. Cowardly but very doubtful. Hey, how dare you? Bai Yu was speechless. Raising his hand, another sword light flashed. There are only a handful of Rock Shinobi Jonin who were killed and injured. The deduction point of 2 kills of a dozen Jonin and Bai Yu instantly increased by more than 10,000 points. The remaining Rock Shinobi collapsed immediately. Ah, fear erupted from the bottom of my heart. Jumping around, crazily trying to escape from here. But will Bai Yu let go of this bright point of inference? Naturally it is impossible. With a slight movement under his feet, Bai Yu's figure disappeared in place. He appeared again and appeared in front of one of the Rock Shinobi ninjas. What? The sword was cut down. Although there was no sword chi, he still divided the person in two very simply. Under Bai Yu's cutting of iron, cutting people is just like cutting tofu. After a few flashes, Rock Shinobi's Jonin troops were directly beheaded and killed by Bai Yu. At this time, the loud sound created by Bai Yu's 2 sword auras attracted the surrounding Rock Shinobi ninjas. Thousands of Rock Shinobi ninjas all leaned over here. When the Sand Shinobi ninjas saw this scene, an irresistible feeling appeared in their hearts. Let's withdraw, said one of the Sand Shinobi ninjas. No one objected this time. All nodded. It's just that it's too late. Retreat. Where to retreat? Bai Yu's cold voice sounded behind them. Looking back, a white sword aura penetrated the entire team. What? All Sand Shinobi ninjas ran away. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu couldn't help but conjure a cruel smile. As soon as she moved, Bai Yu came to one of the Sand Shinobi ninjas. Raising the knife in his hand, I was about to give this man a knife. A figure shot out. The points of blessing wrapped in scarlet chakra rushed over. Boom. With a loud noise, Bai Yu was repelled by this sudden attack. Seeing the half-tailed beast in front of him, Bai Yu couldn't help raising his brows. Looking for death. Bai Yu's cold voice sounded. As soon as his body shook, Bai Yu cut out a sword aura towards Fenfu. The sword energy that had no effect on the tail beast. At this time, the blessing in the realm of iron slashing directly broke open the blessed tail beast chakra coat. From the forehead to the lower abdomen, there was a clear bloodstain on Fenfu's body. This knife almost went to death. The blessings flying in the air, the blood flowing across the sky, looked very tragic. When the Sand Shinobi ninjas on the side saw this, they couldn't help but feel a burst of grief and anger in their hearts. But they know that the best feedback for the sharing of blessings right now is to escape Bai Yu's butcher knife. As long as they managed to escape, the resistance to share the blessing would not be in vain. So everyone escaped faster. But can Bai Yu be as fast as possible? When Bai Yu's 6 forms have reached the advanced level, one shave can reach 100 meters away. Although it is impossible to rush for a long distance, it can still refer to where to fight within a few kilometers. Boom. With a move, Bai Yu beheaded a Sand Shinobi ninja. Moving again, another Sand Shinobi ninja beheaded. However, within a few flashes, a dozen or so Sand Shinobi Jonin died. Boom. Just when Bai Yu showed a satisfied smile, a soaring aura burst out. Both Lao Zi and Fenfu have entered the half-tailed animalization mode. When Bai Yu saw this, he turned around, blood still dripping on the long knife. Deficit. Chapter 89 Battle 1 Tail Shuhei and 4 Tails Monkey King. Seeing the 2 half-tailed Jinchuriki in front of him, Bai Yu's heart burst into arrogance. After killing off the Jonin units of Sand Shinobi and Rock Shinobi, the deduction point of Bai Yu's S-level ability has already exceeded a little. At this time, Bai Yu's deduction point has reached 101,157 points. This harvest makes Bai Yu feel good. It's just right, I can see where my strength has reached. Bai Yu spoke lightly to the 2 people in front of him. Hearing Bai Yu's words, both Fenfu and Lao Zi were full of anger. He didn't say anything about it. They disappeared where they were. In the next moment, he met with Bai Yu. Boom. With a loud noise, the ground beneath Bai Yu's feet cracked directly. Armament Haki gathered in his hands. The left hand held Fenfu's fist, while the right knife blocked Lao Zi's claws. The strength is not bad. Bai Yu's mouth twitched. It's just that it's not enough to see. With a slight force on both arms, Fenfu and Lao Zi flew out directly. The immense strength caused the two to retreat back 10 meters before stopping. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu slowly retracted the long knife into its sheath. He wants to see how strong he is in hand-to-hand combat. Fenfu and Lao Zi looked at each other when they saw it, and then suddenly rushed out again. Boom. The mud on the ground was lifted up directly, and the figures of the two disappeared again. Bai Yu grinned when he saw this. With a slight movement under his feet, the whole person disappeared in place. Bang, bang. With two loud noises, Bai Yu's fist came first, directly giving Fenfu and Lao Zi a cruel. Armament Haki adds strange force punches, and these two punches are heavy. Ling Fenfu and Lao Zi couldn't help but feel a little dizzy. Wow. The powerful force caused the two of them to fall on the ground and plowed two gullies about 10 meters long. Jinchuriki still feels like being a target. Bai Yu smiled when he saw it. At this time, the surrounding rock shinobi had already surrounded him. Seeing that Bai Yu is so powerful, everyone can't help being shocked. Then who is that? It makes Jinchuriki unable to fight back. They have never seen a presence that can fight hand to hand with the tail beast Jinchuriki. This is not in line with common sense at all, and it is too outrageous. Fenfu and Lao Zi got up from the pit on the ground and both shook their heads. The punch just now inevitably felt dizzy even with the tailed beast chakra coat. This made both of them feel unconscious. After looking at each other, both Fenfu and Lao Zi understood each other's meaning. If they still fight against Bai Yu in such an unstructured way, they will definitely lose in the end. At the moment, it is only possible to defeat Bai Yu by relying on the tacit understanding between Jinchuriki to form a strong angle on the offensive. There was no sound, and the two reappeared beside Bai Yu. Only this time, none of them attacked Bai Yu head-on. But one in front and one left, forming an angle. As long as they are fast enough, they are bound to hit Bai Yu. The two figures disappeared in everyone's eyes. When Bai Yu saw this scene, he raised his brow and murmured, "Cooperate. Raise your fist." Bang, bang. The same two loud noises. Lao Zi, who was attacking frontally, was once again beaten by Bai Yu with a fist. The other loud noise was the sound of a blessed fist hitting Bai Yu's abdomen. The powerful force caused the earth under Bai Yu's feet to crack open again, and the dust filled the sky. Makes everyone can't see the situation inside. Hit. The rock shinobi ninjas couldn't help but their eyes widened, trying to see what happened inside. The smoke cleared, and an incredible scene appeared in front of them. The fist of dividing the blessing clearly hit Bai Yu's body. But Bai Yu looked as usual, as if he hadn't been attacked. If anyone can see it up close, they will find that Bai Yu's abdomen is condensed with a cloud of jet black skin. It is Armament Haki. When Fenfu saw his extremely powerful fist hit Bai Yu's body, he didn't respond, and his pupils suddenly shrank. What is that? Obviously, he saw the Armament Haki condensed by Bai Yu's 127. Bai Yu saw the stunned Fenfu in front of him, and couldn't help but grinned and said, "Use a little bit more force, I'm okay." After that, he kicked out, kicking Fenfu directly to 100 meters away, and countless sturdy tree trunks were all broken by Fenfu. Puff. Spit blood out of the mouth. Fenfu has already suffered a lot from Bai Yu's foot. This scene made the rock shinobi ninjas onlookers stunned. Is this still a human? The old Z in the distance couldn't help gritting his teeth and said, "Damn it." Without stopping his movements, Lao Zi swooped out again. It's just different this time. The powerful tail beast chakra formed a claw and grabbed it at Bai Yu. Seeing this scene, Bai Yu couldn't help frowning. With a thought, a strange hum sounded. The huge claws stopped on top of Bai Yu's head as if they had caught something indestructible. Nien motive. Prestige. At this time, Bai Yu's thinking power has begun to show its power under the blessing of his strong mental power. What is this? Lao Zi looked at the paw that couldn't fall in front of him, and his pupils suddenly shrank. He obviously didn't see anything, but the touch was real. Surrounding rock shinobi saw Lao Zi suddenly appearing in front of Bai Yu, and then suddenly stopped attacking. They couldn't help being stunned. Master Four Tails was hit by an illusion. Rock shinobi couldn't help but guess. Hearing this, everyone around nodded slightly, and the situation in front of him could only be explained in this way. "You seem surprised," Bai Yu said faintly to Lao Zi in front of him. Lao Zi couldn't help but change his face when he heard the words, and cried out inwardly. But it was too late. He is too close to Bai Yu. Nien motive directly wrapped Lao Zi's whole person in it, and then directly lifted him up. Lao Zi, who was directly suppressed by the powerful mind, couldn't move. A feeling of extreme horror rose from Lao Zi's heart. He had never seen such a weird ability. He hadn't seen anything, but it was as if the whole world was pouring over him. At this moment, the blessing came back. Seeing Lao Zi floating in front of Bai Yu unable to move, his pupils suddenly shrank. Although he didn't know what happened, it must not be a good thing. If Lao Zi died in front of him and he was the only one left, I am afraid that he would only be defeated in the end. Without thinking about it, the Fenfu figure moved, and the whole person rushed to Bai Yu again. Boom. The dust on the ground behind Fenfu continued to rise, and the whole person rushed straight towards Bai Yu like a road roller. Turning his head slightly to look at Shang Fenfu, Bai Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. He raised his left hand and aimed directly at Fenfu. Nian motive once again performed its prestige and directly set up the share of blessings. The heavy thought force pressed on Fenfu's body, causing his bones to creak. Feeling that his body is unable to move like a ghost press, a trace of fear can't help but rise in the blessed heart. This is the fear caused by the inability to control the body. This is the fear caused by everything beyond my control. Seeing the same blessing beside him, Lao Zi couldn't help but smile. He was thinking, if it is too late to apologize to Bai Yu now. Before he finished thinking about it, Bai Yu's voice rang. You San Shinobi are also fine to find trouble. I haven't troubled you yet, so I dared to trouble me. It's ridiculous. Bai Yu said coldly to Fenfu. There was killing intent in that tone. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Defu couldn't help sighing in the bottom of my heart. There is no end to hatred. As long as the two contradictory sides exist, this hatred will not disappear. At this time, San Shinobi and Bai Yu have reached a state of immortality. If it weren't for Bai Yu's strength to be strong enough, I am afraid he would have become a cup of Lois long ago. Thinking of this, dividing the blessing said with difficulty, this is just a winner or loser. Hearing this, Bai Yu was taken aback for a moment, and then he smiled and said, yes, it's a winner or loser. After all, whoever has the big fist in this world is the boss. Lao Zi sighed when he heard the words. He also knows why Fenfu came to ally with Rock Shinobi on behalf of San Shinobi. Bai Yu is really too strong in front of me. Originally, he heard that Bai Yu from the Han of Five Tails Jinchuriki was very powerful, and he didn't take it to heart. But at the moment, Bai Yu is much more terrifying than Han described. Looking at the two people who had lost their spirits in front of him, Bai Yu shook his head slightly, and then pulled out his knife again. I haven't killed Jinchuriki yet. Bai Yu said gloomily. These words shocked the hearts of Fenfu and Lao Zi. They suddenly felt that Bai Yu in front of them was a lunatic. In the ninja world, they had never heard of anyone who would kill Jinchuriki. This is not because of how honorable Jinchuriki is. But the value of living Jinchuriki is too great. Not to mention the tail beast in the body, the resources that can be exchanged are also massive, and almost no one wants to kill Jinchuriki. Are you crazy? Fenfu and Lao Zi both had anger in their eyes. Bai Yu's brain circuit is really difficult for the two of them to understand. Bai Yu frowned slightly when she heard the words of Fenfu and Lao Zi. He naturally understood the meaning of dividing blessing and Lao Zi. But he didn't care too much. If he didn't accumulate enough S-level ability to deduct points, maybe he would still throw a rat avoidance device. But at the moment his strength is considered to be the top of cage level. After going back this time, and then promote the S-level ability, no accident will inevitably be promoted to super cage level. After becoming a super cage level, even facing the 5 shadows at the same time, he is not worth it. He has seen how powerless Gokage is in front of Uchiha Madara. When Lao Zi and Fenfu saw Bai Yu's gradually firm eyes, he naturally knew what Bai Yu said was true. This made their hearts feel a little flustered. Isn't he really a lunatic? Both Fenfu and Lao Zi swallowed hard. The black armament Haki directly wound the knife in Bai Yu's hand. The blade that was originally bright white turned into pitch black. Bai Yu's armament Haki, Fenfu and Lao Zi have both experienced it personally, and naturally know the power of it. The fear of facing death made the two of them stare. Bai Yu looked at the two people with a look of horror in front of them and couldn't help but smile coldly. He wants to know how many deduction points the system will reward for killing Jinchuriki. What? The knife was slashed, and Chakra, the blessed tail beast, was instantly cut open, and a clear bloodstain appeared directly on his chest. Puff whistle. Dense blood spurted out, but Bai Yu's motivation for thinking was completely blocked. A large amount of blood is suspended in the air, which looks very strange. The surrounding Rock Shinobi ninjas couldn't help but shrink their pupils when they saw this scene, and then opened their mouths slightly. Is he trying to kill one-tail Jinchuriki? Rock Shinobi ninjas all showed incredible looks. Don't tell me about killing Jinchuriki, they have never heard of it. Lao Zi, who was hovering beside Fenfu, saw this scene, her pupils suddenly shrank. He didn't expect that Bai Yu would do it when he said he did it. At this time, the share of blessing was to feel a sense of dizziness, and his life was slowly leaving his body like a cocoon. A sense of weakness began to invade him. A feeling that has never been experienced rises from my heart. Seeing that Fenfu hadn't been cut off by himself, Bai Yu couldn't help frowning. The hardness of this beast Chakra's coat was a little beyond his imagination. Just when Bai Yu was about to swing a second knife, completely beheading Fenfu, the surrounding Rock Shinobi ninja moved. They are not fools either, they must be Lao Zi after they have killed the points of good fortune. The two Jinchuriki are not Bai Yu's opponents, and only Lao Zi must be alone. Shoo, 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 countless breaking sounds rang out, which made Bai Yu couldn't help but raise his head. Both in and out are kunai and shuriken. Detonating symbols are also endless. His complexion became cold, and all the ninjas stopped on top of Bai Yu's head. It seems that time has stopped in front of Bai Yu. What kind of ability is that? Mind power makes all Rock Shinobi ninjas incomprehensible. They don't even have the concept of this ability in their minds. Quote. The ignition sound of the detonating symbol sounded. Bang, bang, bang. Then a series of explosions sounded. It's just that none of these explosions can break through Bai Yu's mind power defense. These methods were useless, but they successfully aroused Bai Yu's killing intent. Don't worry, wait for you. Bai Yu said coldly toward the surrounding rock shinobi ninjas. The sound was not loud, but it spread far away. Upon hearing this, none of the rock shinobi ninjas doubted its authenticity. The cold killing intent caused nearly 1,000 troops to stand upright. Raising his hand slightly, the kunai or shurikens around Bai Yu turned back directly and rushed towards the rock shinobi ninjas around him. What? The cry of pain kept ringing. The positions of these people are too dense, and even a handful of karma can hurt people. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu nodded in satisfaction. Just when he was about to turn around and end the life of sharing blessings. A huge heartbeat sounded. Pass. This voice is not familiar to others, but Bai Yu must be familiar. Both Bai Wooden Golem, Han, did this. Damn. Bai Yu cursed secretly. After that, he slashed towards the point of blessing. But then he realized that the sound did not come from the body of the blessing. Boom. A huge chakra beam directly supports Bai Yu's thought power. By the way, Bai Yu was also knocked off. With this knife, Bai Yu did not have time to cut it. Bai Yu's motivation for thinking at this time is still in its infancy, and his motivation for thinking is simply not enough to fight against a force that is too powerful. The energy generated when Jinchuriki is completely tailed is too powerful, and the primary mental power is simply broken at the touch of a touch. Looking at the scene in front of him, Bai Yu couldn't help frowning. He didn't expect that it wasn't that the share of blessings was completely beastly. The huge four-tails monkey's body is tens of meters high. His muscles were knotted and he was covered with red hair. It's just that those eyes are really ugly, they are eyes without pupils. For Bai Yu, who knows how powerful Monkey King is, it is really hard to accept. When he watched anime in his previous life, Bai Yu had a lot of complaints about four tails called Monkey King. In Bai Yu's national legend, that Monkey King is called Kishin Great Sage. Where is the four tails in front of you with a half-century aura, and there are four tails erected behind the A, which is extremely ugly. At this moment, before Bai Yu's nausea was finished, there was a little movement in the unmoving part. Tong. Boom. Boom. The huge heartbeat sounded again. Boom. The huge chakra energy burst out, and one-tail Shuhei also completely turned into a beast. A huge power swept all around. The surrounding rock shinobi ninjas were stunned to see this scene. Both Jinchuriki are completely beasted. That must be stable. All rock shinobi couldn't help showing a hint of joy. Only the next moment, they couldn't laugh anymore. Two strange sounds resounded in the ears of people around. Both one tail and four tails have a huge tailed beast bomb in their mouths. For the power of tailed beast bomb, these people who have followed Lao Zi for a long time naturally know how pervert they are. One-tailed beast bomb is enough to blow up several kilometers into the sky, not to mention two-tailed beast bombs in front of you. It's over. This is what the surrounding rock shinobi ninja thought. Thinking that they were about to die without a whole body, many rock shinobi only felt their legs soft and almost didn't fall off the tree trunk. Bai Yu sneered when he saw this scene. He is not afraid of tailed beast bomb right now. Not to mention using swordsmanship to resist, just with flying thunder god technique, Bai Yu can instantly escape from the explosion range. It's just that the original four tails is ugly enough, but the ugliness of one tail makes Bai Yu even more hot. So he did not intend to change the trajectory of tailed beast bomb with swordsmanship. He wants to test how strong his armament Haki is. Come on. Bai Yu shouted, his face without fear. One-tail Shuhei and four-tails Monkey King were both surprised when they saw this. Is this person really strong enough to not fear tailed beast bomb? One-tail Shuhei's somewhat puzzled voice sounded in Fenfu's mind. When Fenfu heard this, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. I don't know if he can resist tailed beast bomb, but there is an information that clearly records that he can change the trajectory of tailed beast bomb. It is estimated that his thoughts are still the same as before. Want to change the trajectory of tailed beast bomb? Oh, hearing this, one-tail Shuhei couldn't help but feel a little curious. On the other side, four-tails Monkey King also watched his host be beaten by Bai Yu from the beginning. Seeing Bai Yu so confident, I was also a little curious. For tailed beasts, tailed beast bomb is naturally the strongest move. Even the original ninja god, Senju Hashirama, faced their tailed beast bomb with fear. There was no fear in Bai Yu's eyes, which made four tails Monkey King amazed. But even if it is curious, it will not be merciful. Bai Yu really wanted to kill his host just now. As a tail beast, if his Jinchuriki host is killed, it will naturally die. Although he is a good man in less than 10 years, who wants to die if he can't die? Boom. Boom. Without much thought, one-tail Shuhei and four-tails Monkey King both released the tailed beast bomb condensed in their mouths. The earth was directly formed into a deep gully. The surrounding rock shinobi all looked stiff when they saw it, and fear constantly attacked their brains. Most of them started two wars. Bai Yu saw the huge tailed beast bomb in front of him, his eyes were very cold and sharp. Activated blood. Boom. A strong aura swept away, and heavy steam appeared on Bai Yu's body. Strength, speed, and physical strength all surged at this moment. Armament Haki. With a strange sound, all of Bayou's body was soaked by Armament Haki. Then the whole person became pitch black, just like a cast iron statue. It's just that this statue can move, and it's powerful enough to destroy the world. Raise your right hand, hold your right hand tightly with your left hand, and your muscles will become knotted in an instant. Although 36 Anxiety Fengjin cannot use forward swing after reaching consummation, this does not mean that forward swing cannot be used to increase attack power. The realm of slashing iron. Mental power surged slightly, and everything around began to roar. Without my sword spirit, passive attack power increases out of thin air. The powerful energy is wrapped around Bayou's body. Because it is too powerful, some of the spilled energy is converted into a weak current and released. The light blue thunder flashed. At this time, the tailed beast bomb has come to Bayou's front. 36 Trouble Wind. Like a whisper, like a soft groan. Boom. A spiral slash wave spanning thousands of meters appeared in front of everyone. The two-tailed beast bombs are attracted to each other while rotating and detonated by the slash wave. This slash appeared, and the ground nearly 100 meters behind Bayou was completely cracked. This shows the ferocity of the recoil. And the 36 Trouble Winds that exhausted all their strength did not live up to Bayou's expectations. Boom. A light that could dazzle people's eyes appeared. The explosion of two-tailed beast bombs is like the explosion of a nuclear bomb. A huge amount of light and heat are released. Even Bayou couldn't help closing his eyes. Not to mention the rock shinobi ninjas around. They both closed their eyes tightly or burst into tears. The huge explosion was directly engulfed by Bayou's Super 36 Annoying Wind and rushed towards One-Tail Shuhei and Four-Tails Monkey King. Seeing this scene, One-Tail Shuhei and Four-Tails Monkey King couldn't help but change their faces. The power of Tailed Beast Bomb can't be absorbed by them. The nearly 1,000-meter slash wave is like a cannon, and two-tailed beast bombs are like cannonballs. A bombardment that could penetrate the sky was facing the two-tailed beasts. Boom. A huge cloud of mushrooms steamed up, and the explosion can be heard clearly within a radius of tens of miles. Namikaze Minato, who was far away in Konoha camp, naturally felt the shock. Isn't it? Make such a big movement. Namikaze Minato couldn't help but froze. But he did not choose what to do, because Bayou did not go here to kill, but to avenge Jiraiya. Master Minato, are you going to have a look? The Anbu ninja at the door felt the explosion and asked Namikaze Minato respectfully. Hearing this question, Namikaze Minato shook his head slightly and said, "No need to go, I know this in my mind." After speaking, he looked back at the file in his hand. But the corners of the mouth could not stop rising. I was still thinking. Make a fuss, make the world upside down. Hearing Namikaze Minato's denial, although the Anbu ninja had some doubts in his heart, he didn't say anything. He just nodded and said, "Yes." Then he walked out of the house. I thought to myself, this is to avoid danger, you have to find someone to see it. But then he didn't think about it. Forget it, just follow the order. Anbu ninja said in his heart. On the other side of Rock Shinobi headquarters, Onoki couldn't help but shrink his pupils after feeling the shock. This is Tailed Beast Bomb. For the explosion of the Tailed Beast Bomb, I am afraid that only Onoki is most familiar with this time period. After several ninja world wars, Onoki has seen no fewer than 10 Tailed Beast Bomb explosions. Without exception, every Tailed Beast Bomb explosion resulted in heavy casualties. Regardless of whether it is the attacking party or the attacked party. At the other end, the Cloud Shinobi Command Headquarters also felt the explosion of Tailed Beast Bomb. It's just that Third Raikage is a bit uncertain about whether this explosion is Tailed Beast Bomb, 0. Because but judging from this power, it has exceeded the power of Tailed Beast Bomb. After pondering for a while, Third Raikage's eyes suddenly lit up. Are they two-tailed beast bomb? Thinking of this, Third Raikage couldn't hold back. Tashiro. Third Raikage said. Tudai, who was not far from the house, came to Third Raikage's side directly after hearing this. Does Master Raikage want to send someone to see the movement? Tashiro respectfully asked Third Raikage. Third Raikage heard the words and nodded and said, this matter is left to you. Let's take a team of people to have a look. If there is any danger, evacuate as soon as possible. Hearing this, Tashiro bowed to Third Raikage, yes. Then he walked out of the house, ordered a few people and set off directly. At this moment, Bai Yu looked at his masterpiece and nodded in satisfaction. Untie. Bai Yu's chi and blood activation state is directly lifted. Bai Yu couldn't help letting out a breath. With full force, even his physique is a little too stressed. If his body is weaker, the blood vessels in his body will burst open. Cracking. The huge flame kept burning the trees, and the explosion sound kept sounding. The silhouettes of the two-tailed beasts were completely hidden. Bai Yu also doesn't know the current situation of One-Tail Shuhei and Four-Tails Monkey King. But he knew that these two things were absolutely uncomfortable. All the Rock Shinobi ninjas standing right in front of Bai Yu are dead. But the Rock Shinobi ninjas standing behind Bai Yu were unscathed. The Rock Shinobi ninjas who survived the catastrophe were all speechless. In front of Bai Yu's strength as two pervert, Tailed Beast Bomb actually has no effect on him. Why is it so strong? This is too ridiculous. Is this really our enemy? The surviving Rock Shinobi ninja can't help feeling fearful for Bai Yu. While everyone was still immersed in the shock of Bai Yu against Tailed Beast Bomb, One-Tail Shuhei has recovered. Practicing empty bombs. Boom. There was a loud breaking sound. A huge and transparent wind-style air training bomb lost directly at Bai Yu. Seeing this scene, Bai Yu naturally knew that these two things were not dead. Fate is really hard, Bai Yu said with a cold expression. Looking at the huge air drill, Bai Yu stuck his long knife on the ground. Stretch out your hands and move up and down. Power surge. Six King's Spear. Boom. A transparent beam of light directly pierced the huge air training bullet. This scene almost didn't start Rock Shinobi's chin. I didn't feel the breath of chakra. As that physique. How many methods does this person have? Bai Yu once again subverted their perception of ninjas. If it weren't for these things to happen in front of them, they wouldn't believe that physique and swordsmanship could be so strong. Horrible. This is their impression of Bai Yu. At this time, One-Tail Shuhei and Four-Tails Monkey King had already pushed away the flames and reappeared in front of Bai Yu. It's just that their expressions at this time are all very solemn. The pressure Bai Yu puts on them is really too great. It's unbelievable that there are ninjas like you in this era. One-Tail Shozuru said solemnly. The sound was like a bell, and everyone present could hear it clearly. Four-Tails son Wukong heard the words, "You are indeed very strong. If you can go further, I am afraid that no one will be your opponent in this era. Report your name. Long-lost strong man." Upon hearing this, the surrounding Rock Shinobi ninjas couldn't help showing an extremely horrified look. It is not common for Jinchuriki to be completely tailed. Not to mention that the tail beast would actually talk to people directly. And the content is even more shocking. The two tailed beasts mean the same thing. They all acknowledge the power of Bai Yu from the side. Bai Yu's vaguely powerful moment became three-dimensional. It is already comparable to the ninja god, Senju Hashirama. But Bai Yu smiled coldly when he heard the words of the two tailed beasts. Now he has determined that the two tailed beasts in front of him are not his opponents. It can even be said that Bai Yu can crush them easily. Although Bai Yu has not yet reached the Super Cage level at this time, he is not far away from the Super Cage level. Several skills have reached the pinnacle. In Cage level, except for some special powerful existences, Bai Yu is already invincible in the same realm. You are going to die soon, what do you want to know my name for? Bai Yu said lightly. Standing straight, it was obvious that his attitude towards the One-Tail Shuhei and Four-Tails son Wukong in front of him was aloof. It's really revealing. Even Senju Hashirama has never been so arrogant in front of my uncle. Do you really think you are invincible? Hearing this, One-Tail Shuhei, who was already surly, couldn't help it. The Four-Tails Monkey King on the side also looked a little ugly. Bai Yu's posture, they have only seen Uchiha Madara. But what kind of character is Uchiha Madara? Even if the Bai Yu in front of him successfully crossed the boundary, One-Tail Shuhei and Four-Tails son Wukong didn't realize that he could be on par with Uchiha Madara. Little devil, be careful that the wind flashes your tongue. Four-Tails Monkey King also sneered. When Bai Yu saw this, his face was cold and said, "It's a bit noisy, you guys." Hearing this, One-Tail Shuhei and Four-Tails Monkey King finally couldn't help it. Court death. With a move, two mountain-like figures rushed towards Bai Yu directly. Boom. The mountain was shaken for a while, and it was full of power. At this time, the Rock Shinobi ninjas surrounding Bai Yu finally couldn't hold back. All fled away. They had already escaped from the dead under the tailed beast bomb. If you don't have long eyes and stay in place right now, I'm afraid there won't be even a whole body left. Bai Yu didn't care about Rock Shinobi's ninja running away. Those people are nothing more than Chunin Genin. Even if you kill them all, you won't get a few deduction points. But the two tail beasts in front of them started at least 20,000 points. Naturally it is more important. Wind style, practice empty play. One-Tail Shuhei jumped directly into the sky, hitting his abdomen with his right hand, sending out several air training bullets towards Bai Yu. The huge sound of breaking through the air kept ringing. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu directly used his mind to fly up, and then used moonwalk to continuously change his body shape in the air. Although the Six King's Spear is powerful, it is very physically demanding. It is really worthless to use the Six King's Spear to practice aerial rounds. One-Tail Shuhei who jumped in the air saw that Bai Yu could actually fly, and his pupils shrank. The ability to fly in the ninja world is indeed very rare. Unsurprisingly, One-Tail Shuhei's air drills all failed. The powerful air training shells fell on the ground and continuously bombarded huge pits. The ground also trembles constantly, the momentum is huge and terrifying. Boom. With a loud noise, One-Tail Shoheluo 2.6, which had exhausted its ascending power, fell on the ground, crushing countless trees. Bai Yu couldn't help but sneered when he saw this. Just when he wanted to attack One-Tail Shuhei, Four-Tails Monkey King fell directly from Bai Yu's head. Burning River Great Eruption. Four-Tails son Wukong fell from the sky and grabbed Bai Yu with both hands. Bai Yu's whole person was directly wrapped tightly. The next moment, Four-Tails Monkey King's hands directly turned into a ball of lava and slammed to the ground. Boom. After a tremor on the ground, a powerful lava erupted directly. This move was so powerful that even the One-Tail Shuhei on the side was dumbfounded. It saw Four-Tails Monkey King's attack from beginning to end. At such a close distance, it felt that Bai Yu could not escape. It doesn't think Bai Yu can survive this trick, even if Senju Hashirama takes this attack hard, it will definitely be seriously injured. This also made it an ugly smile. It's just that Four Tails Monkey King didn't feel as happy as he thought. Because Four Tails' son Wukong can feel his attack seems to be empty. Bai Yu was indeed caught by him, but when he hammered the ground, he could feel that his hands were empty. After the lava erupted, Four Tails Monkey King couldn't help spreading his palms. Sure enough, Bai Yu's figure disappeared. At this time, where are you looking? Bai Yu's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Call out. An extremely powerful sword aura flew directly towards Four Tails Monkey King. Sizzle. Four Tails' son Wukong's raised arm was directly chopped out with a deep knife mark. The pain made it unable to help but scream up to the sky. One Tail Shuhei not far away was stunned when he saw this scene. How could it be possible? The scene where Bai Yu was firmly grasped by Four Tails Monkey King was clearly seen. It is absolutely correct, but the Bai Yu in front of him really appeared in front of it. In fact, Bai Yu is also a little bit lingering at this time. He didn't expect the Four Tails in front of him to have such a fast speed. And it's so light while traveling. An inadvertent person was almost overshadowed by Four Tails. Just when Four Tails Monkey King grabbed his hands, Bai Yu subconsciously resorted to Flying Thunder God technique, appearing far away. Then chakra surging slightly reappeared on the mark he left behind. For Bai Yu, this kind of operation is normal. But in the eyes of One Tail Shuhei and Four Tails Monkey King who have never seen Flying Thunder God technique, Bai Yu's trick is simply a magical skill. Although I was shocked in my heart, the battle in front of me couldn't stop. Wind-style empty training. One Tail Shuhei once again used this extremely disgusting ninjutsu. Thinking of raising the butcher knife, Bai Yu couldn't help frowning when he saw this, and dodged this air practice bullet. This also made Four Tails Monkey King relieved. Feeling the pain in his arm, Four Tails Monkey King couldn't help showing extreme anger in his eyes. He has never suffered this kind of injury since he was born. Even in the face of Senju Hashirama, he has never suffered such a serious injury. The wound that Bai Yu brought to him just now is deeply visible. Lava style. Flower and fruit mountain. Four Tails' son Wukong slammed his hands on the ground, and a fierce tremor came from the depths of the earth. Boom. A sea of magma suddenly appeared within a radius of nearly a kilometer. The whole world suddenly became scorching hot. One Tail Shuhei not far away jumped up directly by the lava on the ground. UTMD. I don't know how to release ninjutsu in advance. One Tail Shuhei couldn't help cursing. Hearing the voice of One Tail Shuhei, Four Tails' son Wukong frowned slightly and ignored it. At the moment, Bai Yu is the only one in his eyes. Looking at Bai Yu flying above the sky, the hatred in the eyes of Four Tails' son Wukong is unabated. He directly picked up a magma ball from the ground and threw it towards Bai Yu. Bai Yu frowned when he saw it, and controlled his figure to dodge. When the Four Tails' son Wukong on the ground saw it, his hands kept moving, and countless magma balls were thrown towards Bai Yu. It was exactly like a monkey. Chapter 90 Kill One Tail Shuhei. Just when Bai Yu and One Tail Shuhei were fighting Four Tails Monkey King, Rock Shinobi was in the base camp. Looking at the intelligence in his hands, Oyemu couldn't help but glared. Konoha madman. Too big. Come on. Oyemu said angrily. The terracotta outside the house quickly walked in when he heard the words. Master Tsuchikage. Terra's tone was respectful. Go and gather Jonin's troops, and follow me to siege this Konoha madman. Onoki vigorously pointed at the intelligence on the table with his finger. Hearing Onoki's words, Akato nodded and said yes. Then he ran out for a while. Not long after, Rock Shinobi Jonin who received the order gathered together. Seeing all Jonin-level characters around him, these Rock Shinobi Jonin couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Is this going to start the total attack? Rock Shinobi Jonin couldn't help but guess. They rarely see this kind of gathering of all Jonin, and after it basically appeared, it was a big battle. When the army was noisy, Oyemu suddenly appeared above their heads. Everyone is following me. It is bound to smash the Konoha madman into thousands of pieces. Onoki's voice was not loud, but it echoed in everyone's ears. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Konoha madman. Is that the famous Konoha genius? What did he do? But before they could figure it out, Onoki gave an order. Everyone has it. Let's go. Upon hearing the order, the army of thousands of Jonin gathered in a big way. Following the flying overhead of them, Onogi kept moving forward. Bai Yu at the other end is constantly confronting the two-tailed beasts. After flashing through countless lava balls, Bai Yu's figure hangs in the air. The long sword in his hand was swung down, and a dazzling sword light appeared. Looking at this sword energy, Four Tails' son Wukong naturally did not dare to take it directly. The scars that can be seen in the bones are still aching. Jumped away gently, but did not cause any waves. Seeing Four Tails Monkey King's control of power, Bai Yu was slightly surprised. This kind of control technique is already extremely superb. Originally, Bai Yu felt that the tail beast was useless except for the powerful chakra. But from the current situation, the tail beast skills are also very powerful. He didn't want to be as wasteful as he imagined. The figure flickered, and the distance between Bai Yu and the two tail beasts narrowed again. Because Bai Yu found that although his sword aura was strong, it would be too easy to escape if it was emitted from a far distance. This is an extremely serious constraint to his strength. When One Tail Shuhei saw this, he hit his stomach hard, and an empty training bullet flew directly towards Bai Yu. With a flickering figure, Bai Yu dodged lightly. But this also slowed down Bai Yu's approach. Trouble. Bai Yu frowned lightly. If you can get close to these two things, Bai Yu is sure that he can chop off their heads with a few strokes. But the current situation is that Bai Yu is a little hard to approach. This made the battle a little anxious. If you use a shave, you can't touch Bai Yu's figure in the training empty bomb, but now Bai Yu's feet are empty. At most, moonwalk can be used, which severely limits his speed. Now the ground is full of magma, Bai Yu doesn't want to taste the extremely hot magma with his body. That's the only way. Bai Yu sighed slightly. The figure was suspended in the air, and Bai Yu's right hand was slightly raised. Muscles knotted instantly, and fierce power surged. 36 Trouble Wind. An extremely bright sword energy rushed directly to One-Tail Shuhei. At this time, a lava ball had already come to the front. Bai Yu, who subconsciously wanted to avoid the lava ball, was taken aback, and he thought of a way. Pretending to be too late to react, the lava ball hit Bai Yu fiercely. Boom. Sparks flew everywhere, and the ground was like a rain of fire. Hit. Four-Tail's son Wukong couldn't help but his eyes lit up. One-Tail Shuhei on the side was a joy when he saw it, but he didn't have time to celebrate. Because the Jonbo in front of him has already arrived in front of him. Bai Yu can break through Four-Tail's Monkey King's body with a single sword chi, not to mention this obviously a secret technique. With a kick, One-Tail Shuhei jumped out 100 meters away. This also made Jonbo rush to the ground directly. Boom. With a loud noise, a large hole was directly broken in the ground by the 36 Troubled Wind. This large hole was extremely deep, at least tens of meters deep. One-Tail Shuhei couldn't help but look surprised. It can't imagine what the end of this slash wave will be when it falls on him. At this time, the Four-Tails Monkey King saw his lava ball hit Bai Yu, and his figure did not stay. This is an excellent 20 chance. With a light leap, a distance of hundreds of meters will be crossed. Snapped. With a loud noise, Four-Tails Monkey's hands clasped his hands together and directly slapped the flame in the center of his hand. Just like ordinary people slap mosquitoes, it is very fast and very loud. After holding tightly, Four-Tails Monkey King could feel a warm human in his hand. With a happy face, chakra surged wildly. Burning River Great Eruption. Four-Tail's son Wukong wants to repeat the old trick and completely kill Bai Yu. To his surprise, he didn't have time to slam Bai Yu to the ground. A burst of great power burst out of his hands. Even with his power, he couldn't close his hands. The pitch-black Bai Yu stretched his hands and directly stretched the hands of Four-Tail's Monkey King. This stretch is only a momentary event. From this point, it can be seen that Bai Yu's power is crushing the Four-Tail's son Wukong in front of him. Then he raised his hand with a sword gas. Looking at the sword energy close at hand, the Four-Tail's son Wukong couldn't help but show horror. Bai Yu knows the power of Janshi best. That kind of incomparably sharp feeling without the ability to resist reappeared in his mind. Subconsciously, Four-Tail's Monkey King quickly retracted his hands against his face door. What? As if it was a ruin, a knife mark appeared on Four-Tail's Monkey's arm again. This knife mark is the same as before, all of which are deeply visible. What? There was a howl of pain. Four-Tail's Monkey King, even facing Senju Hashirama, has only suffered from some skin and flesh. In front of Bai Yu, a knife was a very serious injury. This serious injury is twice. For the Four-Tail's Monkey King who has never been injured, it is really unbearable. It understands for the first time what the pain of injury is like. Bai Yu couldn't help but sneered when he saw this. Raising his arm, Bai Yu is about to give Four-Tail's son Wukong another knife. Wind-style empty training. A powerful wind bullet came towards Bai Yu, already in front of Bai Yu. Frowning his brows, Bai Yu's figure disappeared in a flash, and he dodged the training bullet in an instant. When the figure appeared again, Bai Yu was already 100 meters away. The lava ball has just been hardened, although Bai Yu's body looks like nothing at all. But the internal organs have been shaken by that huge force. If the air training bullet is received again, the internal injuries in Bai Yu's body will become more serious. In terms of Bai Yu's current body's healing ability, it will take a long time for the injury to reach that point. The gain is not worth the loss. For Bai Yu, the two-tailed beasts in front of him are already in the bag, and there is no need to replace them with injuries to defeat. Boom. One-Tail Shuhei jumped directly beside Four-Tail's Monkey King. All right. One-Tail Shuhei asked the Four-Tail's Monkey next to him. Four-Tail's Monkey King nodded when he heard the words, "It's okay for the time being." Hearing this, One-Tail Shuhei didn't care about the moment in his words. For One-Tail Shuhei, it doesn't matter whether Four-Tail's Monkey King is alive or dead. It's just that if you lose the fighting power of Four-Tail's Monkey King, if you want it to face Bai Yu alone, it will definitely be beheaded. Even if it can be resurrected after 10 years, One-Tail Shuhei will not be willing to die like this. It wants to defeat Bai Yu in front of it. When Senju Hashirama pressed it against the ground decades ago, it swore that it would never lose to any human beings. If the incoming person is of Senju Hashirama's level, it may still catch it, but Bai Yu in front of him has not reached that level. It is impossible to let him surrender. Come and play sandbags. One-Tail Shuhei said to the Four-Tail's son Wukong beside him. Hearing these words, Four-Tail's son Wukong couldn't help being stunned. The sandbag thrown in the mouth of One-Tail Shuhei naturally knew what was going on. It was the game given to them by Sage of Six Paths when they were very young. At that time, the nine-tailed beasts all played happily, and some of them even cultivated a good tacit understanding. The implication of one-tail Shuhei is to make it have a tacit understanding with it. Nodding silently, Four-Tails Monkey King said seriously, okay. One-tail Shuhei showed a cruel smile upon hearing this. Bai Yu, who was 100 meters away, frowned when he heard the conversation between One-Tail Shuhei and Four-Tails Monkey King. He couldn't figure out what they meant by throwing sandbags. It's just that the next scene made him completely clear. One-Tail Shuhei and Four-Tails Monkey King jumped up at the same time and rushed directly to Bai Yu. Seeing this scene, Bai Yu tilted his head slightly. With a wave of the long sword in his hand, a huge sword aura rushed towards the two of them. Only in the next moment, the two of them pushed each other as if they had communicated in advance. The powerful force caused the two of them to change their direction in the air. This slash was naturally missed. One-Tail Shuhei and Four-Tails Monkey King who fell on both sides did not stop their movements. Flying came to the sides of Bai Yu. One is on the left and the other is on the right. The speed is extremely fast. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu frowned slightly. I don't know what the two people in front of me want to do. Wind-style empty training. Lava-style scorching peach. A huge energy ball rushed directly to Bai Yu, one left and one right, full of power. With a flickering figure, Bai Yu disappeared directly in place. Boom. The air training bomb collided with the burning peach, and the flames were flying all over the sky, very beautiful. At this moment, Four-Tails Monkey King suddenly appeared in front of Bai Yu. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu couldn't help but sneered and swung the long knife in his hand directly. But I didn't expect that after Four-Tails Monkey King appeared, he climbed down directly. This caught Bai Yu by surprise. A huge breaking sound appeared behind Bai Yu. Boom. The powerful air training bomb hit Bai Yu. With the chi and blood surging, Bai Yu could feel his internal organ injuries aggravated a lot. This made Bai Yu a little angry. But this is not over yet. Because of this, Bai Yu was repelled directly above the Four-Tails Monkey King. Boom. With a loud sound, Bai Yu was directly fisted by Four-Tails Monkey King. The powerful force made Bai Yu fly directly towards the sky. Wind-style empty training. Bang, bang, bang. Several air training bullets kept hitting Bai Yu's body, and the huge force made Bai Yu directly spit out a mouthful of blood. Pretty. Seeing this scene, One-Tail Shuhei directly cried out happily. The Four-Tails Monkey on the side also showed an ugly smile. In their carelessness, Bai Yu fell into the trap of the two and was directly hit and seriously injured. Looking up, there was a smile on the corners of the mouths of the two-tailed beasts. Only time passed slowly, but they found that Bai Yu's figure did not fall from the sky. Huh, where did you go? Both tail beasts couldn't help but wonder. The whole battlefield is only left with the sound of flowing magma on the ground. Not long after, a slight trembling sound suddenly sounded. Huh, what's wrong with this? Both One-Tail Shuhei and Four-Tails Monkey King are a little surprised. Boom. At this time, a huge roar suddenly appeared in the sky. It's as ear-piercing as an airplane flying across the sky. And the sound got closer and louder. Boom. At this time, a fire flashed across their eyes. Bai Yu was completely dark and fell from the sky with flames. A transparent air wall appeared around Bai Yu's body. It was a sound barrier. This scene caused One-Tail Shuhei and Four-Tails Monkey King to suddenly shrink their pupils. Not good. Both tailed beasts secretly cried out in their hearts. The power of this trick is definitely great without even thinking about it. Escape. This is the only thing the two-tailed beasts have in their minds at this time. It's just too late at this time. Bai Yu's face was cold at this time, and his heart was full of irritation at the two-tailed beast's combination of fists under his carelessness. This also reveals that his nerve reaction speed is not as fast as Namikaze Minato. If it was Namikaze Minato, it would be easy to get under the siege of these two-tailed beasts, and it would be impossible to be hit. Six King's Spear. Boom. An extremely thick transparent beam of light appeared directly in front of Bai Yu. The frenzied strength is all concentrated in this punch. One-Tail Shuhei's body was enveloped by this transparent beam of light. The powerful force makes it impossible to move at all. Can only let this power continue to destroy its body. The destructive power of Bai Yu's 6 king spears that fell from the sky is far more than that. The earth was directly penetrated by this force. The ground within a kilometer cracked open, forming ravines like canyons. This plain turned directly into mountains. Tashiro, who was exploring with the Cloud Shinobi team in the distance, saw this scene, and his expression was dull. The group of Cloud Shinobi Jonin behind him all stared. This scene directly subverted their imagination. Who else is his opponent in this ninja world? Tashiro recognized Bai Yu's figure. Bai Yu's strength has always been remembered in his heart, but Bai Yu's move has renewed his understanding of Bai Yu's strength. It's too pervert. Physical skills can reach this state, and there is no one before and after. On the other side, Oyemu, who was heading towards the battlefield of Bai Yu and the two-tailed beasts, saw Bai Yu descending from the sky high in the sky. I clearly saw Bai Yu's blow to change the terrain. This shocked him. As that physique, Oyemu couldn't believe it. If this attack contains chakra, then chakra's breath must rise to the sky. But Onoki didn't feel chakra surging at all. From this point, it can be easily guessed that this attack is a physical attack. This made Onoki's heart sink. Bai Yu's strength was beyond his expectations. Looking back at the rock shinobi Jonin who were a little bit unclear, Onoki began to doubt in his heart, is it right or wrong to bring these people? After thinking about it for a while, Oyemu said loudly to the army behind him, you stay here, don't move. After speaking, he flew to the battlefield alone. Hearing Onoki's words, everyone couldn't help but feel a little puzzled, but the order and prohibition were engraved in their hearts. All of them stayed where they were. Just when everyone began to speculate about the reason Onoki asked them to stay. A roar in the distance came from far and near. Then they saw that everything around them was shaking. Earthquake. Everyone couldn't help but shrink their pupils. Fortunately, this shock lasted only a moment before it went away. At this moment, one-tail Shuhei, who was bathed in the Six Kings spear, was suffering ceaselessly. It had never been beaten so badly in its generation, and the pain caused it to tremble slightly. Then consciousness began to blur. Finally, he rolled his eyes and fainted directly. In the distance, Four Tails Monkey King was climbing the ground in front of him with his hands, and under his feet was a crack hundreds of meters deep. Seeing this scene, Four Tails' son Wukong couldn't help feeling a little frightened. For Bai Yu's strength, he finally is deeply engraved in his heart. Did not reach the super cage level, but the attack scent has reached the super cage level realm. It believed that under this move, his fate would not be any better than one-tail Shuhei. Maybe it will be killed directly by this trick. Huh. Bai Yu fell on the ground, and the one-tail Shuhei in front of him was unconscious, and it was already rapidly diminishing, and finally turned into a blessing lying on the ground. At this time, Bai Yu's muscles in both hands were already torn. Some of the capillaries ruptured in the internal organs also made him a little bit painful. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Bai Yu came directly to Fenfu's side. Not only was one-tail Shuhei lost consciousness, but the blessing at this time was also in shock. Eat a Six-King nuclear bomb head-on, even Senju Hashirama was seriously injured. Chong. Bai Yu drew the long knife from his waist and went straight to Fenfu. The cold light flashed, and Bai Yu's head was cut off directly by Bai Yu. Blood gushed crazily from the neck, and soon soaked the ground. Ding. Host kills one-tail Jinchuriki. Increased deduction points by 100,000. Bai Yu couldn't help being stunned when he heard this voice. He thought that there was a 56,000 yuan, but he never thought that there could be as many as 100,000. These special 2 direct S-level skills. This surprise came a little off guard. Adding 100,000 points of derivation point, Bai Yu may actually understand after a little thought. One-tail Jinchuriki died, and one-tail Shuhei naturally died with it. The next Jinchuriki naturally disappeared. This is already subverting the direction of the entire ninja world. It's not enough to get 100,000 deduction points. Will you get 100,000 points after killing Four Tails? Thinking of this, Bai Yu couldn't help but brighten up, and turned his head directly to look at the Four Tails Monkey King in the distance. At this time, the Four Tails son Wukong saw that Bai Yu really killed the blessing, he couldn't help but feel a little hairy. With Bai Yu's eyes cast over, Four Tails son Wukong could feel the coldness all over his body. And Lao Zi, who was deep in the heart of Four Tails Monkey King, couldn't help but feel frightened when he saw this scene. Flee. Lao Zi's voice echoed. Hearing this voice, Four Tails Monkey King didn't hesitate anymore, he turned around thinking about Rock Shinobi and ran to the base camp. When Bai Yu saw this scene, it was a tick at the corner of his mouth. Where do you want to escape? Bai Yu sneered. Then his feet moved slightly, and the whole person disappeared. At this time, the earth and magma are all flowing underground, and Bai Yu can naturally use the shaved road with confidence. But at this time, Bai Yu found that he couldn't catch up with Four Tails Monkey King at all. As an ape, the speed of Four Tails is too fast. Any vertical jump is hundreds of meters, and Bai Yu's shaving is only hundreds of meters. This made Bai Yu chase farther and farther, looking at the back of Four Tails Monkey King, feeling a little sigh. This situation was unexpected by Bai Yu. You are so good at running, why don't you run earlier? Bai Yu was speechless. But he never thought that Four Tails Monkey King didn't know his power at first. The first time he was definitely thinking of killing him. Normal people, who have not seen the real danger, might not even think about fleeing in the first place. Oh, Bai Yu looked at the back of Four Tails Monkey King and couldn't help sighing. I knew I would kill Four Tails first. Bai Yu's tone was full of pity. The Tudai people in the distance couldn't help being stunned when they saw this scene. He actually killed one-tail Jinchuriki. Bai Yu's actions are really incomprehensible. The beast is not good at all, and it will add hatred. A normal person, it is impossible to swing his butcher knife at Jinchuriki. At this time, Bai Yu didn't think so much. Well, forget it, it's already full. Thinking of the deduction points he got, Bai Yu couldn't help but tick the corner of his mouth. At this time, Bai Yu's deduction point has come to 201,157. It is already possible to deduce 2S level abilities. Thinking that he could perform 2S level abilities, Bai Yu couldn't wait to return to the camp to start the exercise. With a tick at the corner of his mouth, Bai Yu turned around and wanted to leave. At this time, dust escape original world stripping technique. A strange sound caused Bai Yu's pupils to shrink suddenly. Flying thunder god technique. At this critical moment, Bai Yu's figure instantly disappeared in place. On seeing this flying in the air, Onoki couldn't help frowning. Have you hit it? Onoki was a little uncertain. At the other end, Bai Yu, who appeared thousands of meters away, couldn't help but feel a little scared. The long knife in his hand has only one handle left. That blade was already completely decomposed by Chen Dun. At this time, Bai Yu's hairs are all upright, which means that there are two kinds of warfare. Bai Yu's body told him that if he was bathed in the dust, he would be completely disintegrated in an instant. Originally, Bai Yu felt that even if he couldn't beat Onogi, he would be able to win 50-50. After all, his speed is definitely not as fast as his own. But when Chen Dun started just now, he realized that he was too naive. The most terrifying thing about Onoki's dust is not to decompose everything. Rather, a beam of light is directly formed at the moment of activation. Just like Zanpakuto, Shinso, the most terrifying thing is not its length, but its expansion and contraction in an instant. If one is not careful, it is dead. Dust escape original world stripping technique. At this time, another beam of light struck towards Bai Yu. With a thought, Bai Yu's figure disappeared again. Flying Thunder God technique used to escape can really be called a divine technique. Seeing Bai Yu's figure disappeared again, Onogi couldn't help but shrink his pupils. Flying Thunder God technique. Has Konoha have another genius who can use Flying Thunder God technique? Onoki's complexion was a little ugly. He also played against Namikaze Minato, but failed to keep him. The reason for this is because of Flying Thunder God technique. He didn't expect that in the same era, Konoha village would have two people who can use it skillfully. This news is not a good thing for him. At this time, the Four Tails Monkey King saw that Bai Yu could only escape under the attack of Onoki, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As soon as the breath came out, the whole body shrank rapidly as if a balloon burst. Finally turned into the appearance of Lao Zi. With his legs soft, Lao Zi couldn't help kneeling half on the ground. He never wanted to face Bai Yu anymore. That feeling is really desperate. If it weren't for the special structure of Four Tails Monkey King's body, I'm afraid he would have fallen under Bai Yu's butcher knife at this time. At this time, Bai Yu appeared again and has come to the edge of the battlefield. He was at least 1,000 meters away from Onoki. At this distance, Onoki's attack from raising his hand was beyond reach. Looking at Onoki with a cold look, Bai Yu spoke. I want your head. Wait for me. The voice was not loud, but Bai Yu used chakra skills to pass his words completely to Onagi's ears. Hearing Bai Yu's words so sharp, Onamu frowned and flew directly towards Bai Yu. Looking at Onogi who still wanted to fight with him, Bai Yu couldn't help but sneer. Then the figure faded directly, and chakra instantly dissipated more than 1/3. He appeared near the Konoha headquarters in an instant. It was not that he could not beat Onoki at this time, but that he was too dangerous. Oyemu couldn't hold his knife, and he couldn't hold Oyeki's blow. If this battle is fought, Bai Yu is not completely sure that it will be intact. It can also be seen from this that Onoki's strength has also reached the pinnacle of cage level. One step short of becoming a super cage level. But as Onoki without a plug-in, even in the Fourth World War of the Ninja World 20 years later, he could not make this step. All 5 shadows were beaten by a super cage level Uchiha Madara. At this moment, seeing the big Yemu who Bai Yu left instantly, his heart was full of anger. Even the idea of directly bringing his own army to the Konoha camp arose in his heart. But after doing Tsuchikage for so long, he knew very well in his heart that doing so was just a matter of volition. Although Bai Yu did not attack him just now, the ground in front of him is enough to show Bai Yu's strength. With the power to instantly change the terrain, Bai Yu naturally has the ability to kill him. Among the information he knew, the Konoha camp at this time was operated by Namikaze Minato as the commander-in-chief. If only Namikaze Minato was there, he wouldn't be afraid at all. But with the addition of Bai Yu, he went to Konoha camp at this time to look for death. As long as Bai Yu finds a chance to kill him, the remaining rock shinobi is nothing more than a bunch of native chickens for Bai Yu. The characters close to super cage level and these Jonin are not the same species at all. Just like him, even if there are thousands of Jonin troops in front of him, he can completely kill him alone, even very easily. Damn it, Onogi squeezed his fist involuntarily. The current situation is too shameful. Come as you want, leave as you like, as if they used their rock shinobi base as their own back garden. It's just that he has nothing to do with Bai Yu for the time being. With a sullen face, Oyemu turned and flew towards Lao Zi. Looking at Lao Zi who was gasping, Oyemu couldn't help sighing. As Jinchuriki, he is much better than ordinary people. As an ordinary person, he has practiced ninjutsu to the realm of blood succession elimination. But Lao Zi in front of him was running rampant by his natural blood. It is conceivable how unpretentious it is. Oyemu believes that if he has a tail beast in his body, his strength must be more than that. Oh, Onogi sighed slightly, some hate that iron can't make steel. If Lao Zi in front of him can be stronger, and drag him, Bai Yu may not be able to go without leaving anything behind. When Lao Zi heard her own Tsuchikage's sigh, she naturally knew what was going on. He lowered his head slightly, very ashamed. Seeing this scene, Oyemu stepped forward and touched Lao Zi's head. It's okay, let's go back, Onoki said with relief. Hearing this, Lao Zi's heart felt even more uncomfortable. I will definitely kill Bai Yu to avenge the dead compatriots. Lao Zi raised his head and said viciously. His eyes were full of hatred, and no one would doubt his determination when he saw this scene. Onoki frowned when he saw this scene. Don't think too much, he's not a figure of the same realm with you anymore. You can't avenge this hatred. Onoki said lightly. Hearing this, Lao Zi was slightly startled, and suddenly a kind of sorrow came to his heart. Yeah, he is only 14 years old, and he can crush me, so what right do I have to take revenge? A bit of bitterness appeared at the corner of old Zi's mouth. Upon seeing this, Onoki shook his head. The Lao Zi in front of him was already scared by Bai Yu. Don't look at it now, it's an uncommon appearance, when you really face Bai Yu again, it will inevitably be 2 battles. In this case, Onoki has seen too much. He was not good when he was young. There is no blood limit, no good family background, and no inexhaustible resources. All he has is mid-level talent plus perseverance to never admit defeat. It takes 3 days for others to learn ninjutsu in 1 day. But he only needs to spend 1 day and 1 night, and the gap will only be 1 day. No matter how hard or tired he was, he never called. Because he deeply knows what the battlefield is. Coupled with seeing the vastness of the world from Uchiha Madara, he has never stopped his footsteps. After all the ninjutsu studies were completed, he began to study the attribute changes, and after the attribute changes were thoroughly studied, he began to study the limits of blood inheritance. When the conditions for the limit of blood succession were reached, he was not reconciled and began to study blood succession elimination. When he developed the blood succession, he realized that he was already ahead of countless people. It's not just the so-called geniuses around him. Genius is nothing more than a title given by the strong. And his Onoki is a veritable strong man. There is no doubt about it. Let's go. Don't think too much about it. Anamu said lightly. After speaking, Onoki turned and left. Regardless of how old Zi's emotions surged. And Lao Zi didn't hesitate to see the back of Oyumu going away. Standing up, he followed Onoki and left. Behind him is the place where thousands of people buried their bones. Sand Shinobi, Rock Shinobi, and even one-tailed Jinchuriki share blessings. After seeing the end of the battle, Toshiro and others in the distance were all stunned. After a long time, he gradually recovered. When they returned to the Cloud Shinobi headquarters, everyone looked solemn. They didn't even think that a 14-year-old boy could match their 3rd Raikage. Yes, at this time they can be sure that Bayou and 3rd Raikage are 50-50. The move to destroy the earth seemed to fall in their hearts. Bayou in their hearts has become a mountain in their hearts. Back at the camp, Bayou walked slowly on the small road. Along the way, everyone was whispering about the earthquake that just happened. This makes Bayou feel a little funny. But at this time Bayou did not have time to pay attention to them. He just wants to have a big meal now. The injury in the body is still aching, and he desperately needs nutrition to recover from his injury. Just before he went to the place to eat, an Anbu ninja appeared. Master Bai Yu, Master Minato, please. The Anbu ninja respectfully said to Bai Yu. Hearing this, Bai Yu naturally knew why Namikaze Minato was looking for him. Nodded, Bai Yu said lightly, okay, I know. Anbu ninja nodded when he heard the words, and then disappeared. Without thinking, Bai Yu didn't go to see Namikaze Minato directly, but went straight to the place to eat. As the logistics of a command post, there is something to eat no matter what. Normally it is 3 meals a day, but the tasks of the ninjas wait for no one. No one knows when to end the mission and return to the camp. Therefore, the logistics staff work in shifts to ensure that there will be food 24 hours a day. Bai Yu packed a lot of food, and he sat on the table alone and started to eat. As a logistician, it is not surprising that Bai Yu's appetite is naturally known. Just do your own thing with peace of mind. At this time, Namikaze Minato was waiting left and right, but Bai Yu did not appear, and he couldn't help but ask the Anbu ninja at the door, what is Bai Yu doing? Why hasn't he come yet? Hearing this, the Anbu ninja shook his head and said, I'm going to have a look now. Namikaze Minato frowned when he heard the words, forget it, let's wait. After speaking, he started looking at the documents in his hands again. Namikaze Minato knows that Bai Yu is not a jealous person. If you didn't come to him the first time, there must be something. And things were just as he thought. Bai Yu was smashing the place where he was eating. What I ate this time was several times the food that Bai Yu usually ate. Under the dumbfounded of the logistics staff, Bai Yu swept away food for dozens of people. The logistics staff could not help being a little speechless. The newcomer is beginning to doubt life. This is what you said you can eat. The newcomer asked his companions beside him with a stiff complexion. Hearing this, the man's mouth twitched and said, I didn't have so many, but today I seem to have eaten a little bit more. The newcomer could not help but sighed. Oh, I'm busy again. Bai Yu eats up all these foods, they naturally want to cook new foods. Even if they are all ninjas, it takes nearly 2 hours to prepare so much food. Although not tiring, but very boring. Bai Yu didn't feel anything when he heard these conversations in his ears. But it's just a few homely chatters, even though the protagonist is himself. Ah, I'm full. Bai Yu wiped his mouth. Although he had eaten food for dozens of people, Bai Yu's belly was not particularly bulging. It still looks like ordinary people. After eating enough, Bai Yu left directly. He has to find Namikaze Minato. Should you wait in a hurry? Bai Yu smiled. As soon as the figure flickered, Bai Yu came to Namikaze Minato's office in a flash. The Anbu ninja at the door saw Bai Yu's figure and couldn't help but greet respectfully, Master Bai Yu. This greeting also awakened Namikaze Minato, who was immersed in the correction documents. Bai Yu. Namikaze Minato's eyes lit up. Bai Yu walked in with a smile on his face. Entering Namikaze Minato's office, Bai Yu was not polite at all and sat directly opposite Namikaze Minato. Anyway, this was also his office. What happened to the result of this operation? After Bai Yu sat down, Namikaze Minato couldn't wait to ask. Seeing Namikaze Minato's anxious look, Bai Yu couldn't help but smile. This action is a little regrettable. Bai Yu sighed pretendingly. Upon hearing this, Namikaze Minato couldn't help frowning. He didn't understand what Bai Yu's slight regret meant. Chapter 91 Deduced Rinnegan. I went to the Rock Shinobi base this time, I didn't find Five Tails Jinchuriki. Bai Yu said to Namikaze Minato. Upon hearing this, Namikaze Minato was even more puzzled. I didn't find Five Tails Jinchuriki. So where are the movements? Namikaze Minato was puzzled. Bai Yu smiled and shook his head when he heard the words, that was the battle between One-Tail Jinchuriki and One-Tail Jinchuriki. One-Tail Jinchuriki. Namikaze Minato couldn't help but look surprised. You mean One-Tail Jinchuriki appeared in Rock Shinobi's base? Nodding, Bai Yu confirmed Namikaze Minato's guess. Seeing Bai Yu's head nod, the thoughts in Namikaze Minato's mind kept surging. With his reaction speed, he quickly guessed the reason Bai Yu said One-Tail Jinchuriki appeared in the Rock Shinobi base. You mean, this Sand Shinobi is still alive and wants to form an alliance with Rock Shinobi? Namikaze Minato was very surprised. No, but soon he denied this speculation. Even if Sand Shinobi announces that he has withdrawn from the war, Rock Shinobi cannot agree to this alliance. Rosa is not a fool, he must be able to guess the result, then this possibility is ruled out. So to say, could it be that Rock Shinobi hijacked the special One-Tail Jinchuriki and turned him into a war weapon, and then you happened to run into it? Namikaze Minato's eyes lit up while speaking. It's like a blind student has discovered Wadian. Hearing Namikaze Minato's guess, Bai Yu couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Namikaze Minato's initial guess was correct, but he quickly ruled it out with his superior analysis mode. This made Bai Yu couldn't help thinking of the comments he saw when he visited the forum in his previous life. Namikaze Minato first ruled out the correct answer. Bai Yu shook his head slightly, feeling a little funny in his heart. But in fact, he can also understand what Namikaze Minato is thinking. As a superior person, he will naturally proceed from the perspective of interests. Then use this to guess the opponent's purpose. If you care about interests, there is bound to be an insurmountable gap between Rock Shinobi and Sand Shinobi, and it is impossible to reach an agreement. Now that Sand Shinobi has announced his withdrawal from the war, it means that the interests that originally belonged to them have disappeared. At this time, the proposal to form an alliance with Rock Shinobi is obviously to use Rock Shinobi as a gun. On the frontal battlefield, the Rock Shinobi ninja will suffer heavy losses if the power is violated. In this case, if you win, you still need to get a share of Sand Shinobi. Fools form alliances. As long as Onogi is not stupid, this alliance will inevitably fail. Seeing Bai Yu shaking his head, Namikaze Minato frowned. Obviously, his guess is not the correct answer. Is my guess wrong? Namikaze Minato asked Bai Yu. Hearing this, Bai Yu smiled and said, the starting point is correct, but the line of thinking is wrong. Oh, Namikaze Minato couldn't help but wonder. What if Sand Shinobi doesn't care about the so-called benefits? Bai Yu said lightly. Namikaze Minato couldn't help his pupils shrink when he heard the words. You mean, they want revenge? Is Elos's character not so reckless? Namikaze Minato couldn't help being a little confused when she heard Bai Yu's words. In his impression, Luo Xia is not such a person who disregards the overall situation. When Bai Yu heard the words, he shook his head and said, you have thought of everything, but you have forgotten an unstable factor. The unstable factor. Bai Yu also didn't sell Guanzi, pointed directly at himself and said, my threat to them. I grew up in Konoha, so naturally there is no threat to Konoha. But what if I were from Sand Shinobi? What if I repulse the entire Konoha army with my own strength, and even kill countless Konoha shinobi? Moreover, I am only 14 years old this year. Bai Yu's words were loud, and Namikaze Minato sounded deafening when he heard these words. Only then did he understand Sand Shinobi's true purpose. If he faced a genius like Bai Yu, he would naturally be in panic all day long. What's more, Bai Yu is obviously the kind of person who is extremely vengeful. This is like a time bomb, and you never know when it will explode. Once it explodes, it will be too late. As the supreme commander of Shinobu village, it is naturally impossible to watch this scene happen. Looking at the incident from this angle, Namikaze Minato realized that Sand Shinobi is not a big deal. If it is him, I am afraid that he will do it more thoroughly. This also made him feel a little grateful that Bai Yu is a member of Konoha. If there is a genius like Bai Yu in any ninja village, he doesn't know where Konoha village or even the Fire Congress has fallen. You mean, Sand Shinobi, they give up their interests and they want to form an alliance with Rock Shinobi? Namikaze Minato asked seriously. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu nodded and said, I happened to meet Fenfu and Lao Zi when I went to the Rock Shinobi base, and I heard the alliance plan between them clearly. Then you fought them? Namikaze Minato asked. Bai Yu smiled slightly and said, yes, then I started fighting with them. The result, was it won or lost? Namikaze Minato asked some 8 trigrams. This kind of fight with one enemy and two-tail beasts is very interesting to everyone. Smiling, Bai Yu said lightly, naturally I won. And, I also killed one-tail Jinchuriki on the spot. Huh, Namikaze Minato's eyes widened when he heard this. You killed the blessings. Namikaze Minato's tone was unbelievable. Bai Yu said with confidence, yes, I killed the divided blessings. There was no mood swing in the tone, as if he was not killing a Jinchuriki, but an ordinary ninja. Upon hearing this, Namikaze Minato couldn't help being stunned. After a long time, he sighed and said, kill it, you can be fine. In Namikaze Minato's imagination, the reason why Bai Yu killed Difu should belong to the situation where there is no way. Maybe the situation was more dangerous than he thought. If you don't kill Fenfu, under the siege of his and Lao Zi's country, Bai Yu may be killed on the spot. This also made him understand why Bai Yu came back by himself. If Jinchuriki is defeated, it will naturally be brought back to the camp in exchange for more resources and the enemy's retreat. He had already taught Bai Yu how to deal with this kind of thing last year. In his opinion, Bai Yu naturally knows how to deal with such incidents. It's just that he never expected that by Yu's killing points apart from revenge, there is also the purpose of wanting to see how many deduction points can be obtained by killing Jinchuriki. Seeing that Namikaze Minato didn't blame himself for this incident, but instead cared about his own safety, Bai Yu couldn't help but start to reflect on himself. Should he focus on the overall situation? After all, after he came to this world is where he will live in the future. The country of fire is now his country, and Konoha village will be his village in the future. For the benefit of Konoha village, it is also for own benefit. But after thinking about it, Bai Yu felt that he was thinking too much. If his strength is enough to crush the entire ninja realm, then the entire ninja realm is not to be taken or seized. This is more practical than using Jinchuriki to threaten to get more resources. Fist and strength are the only constant truths in this world. Think about it from another angle. If Bai Yu doesn't have this kind of strength and talent, I'm afraid these Konoha high-level officials won't even look at him, right? Even when he died in an inconspicuous skirmish, I am afraid there will be no one to collect the body. Thinking of this, the situation in Bai Yu's heart suddenly became clear. I think you should have misunderstood, Minato. Bai Yu said slowly to Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato couldn't help showing a puzzled look. What's the meaning? Upon seeing this, Bai Yu began to tell Namikaze Minato about this series of things. Since my battle with one-tail Jinchuriki and four-tails Jinchuriki, I have been crushing. The cooperation between the two of them really hurt me a little bit, but it didn't matter much. The reason why I killed Defenfu was not because of self-protection, but I wanted to kill. If it weren't for Onoki to catch up in the end, I'm afraid I would kill Rock Shinobi. Bai Yu didn't know how much his words shocked Namikaze Minato. Onoki appeared. Namikaze Minato's eyes widened. He didn't care about what Bai Yu said about killing if he wanted to kill. It would be better for Bai Yu to decide this kind of thing. He was more interested in the appearance of Onoki. He had fought against Onoki, but he couldn't do anything about Oyeki. That dust escape is too ridiculous. If it weren't for his flying thunder god technique, I'm afraid there would be no such person in this world. Did you fight Onoki? The result, Namikaze Minato's tone was a little eager. Bai Yu couldn't help turning over Byakugan upon hearing this. He originally thought that Namikaze Minato would teach a few words about his waywardness. But he did not expect that Namikaze Minato said nothing. It can also be seen from the side that Namikaze Minato is equal to his posture. It's like being a friend of Kun-san, the behavior style of others can have likes and dislikes, but they can't be good teachers. No one makes a decision lightly, and every major decision is made with full determination. To veto other people's decisions is equivalent to vetoing the lives of others. This is not called a friend, and this is called a sand sculpture. Namikaze Minato's posture finally made Bai Yu completely relaxed. This can be said to be a true friend. Well, Oyemu, there is no time to fight him, his dust is indeed a bit perverted, and if one is not careful, I am afraid it will be gone. Bai Yu couldn't help but sighed. Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Namikaze Minato also nodded in agreement. Only after facing the dust of Onoki can he understand the oppression brought by that kind of power. When we talked here, Bai Yu suddenly looked surprised. By the way, do you think Oyemu will come to us? If he comes with a large army now, we won't be able to escape. Bai Yu said solemnly. If Onogi comes here at this time, he can walk casually, but the Konoha shinobi here must have suffered heavy losses. At that time, Bai Yu can only help them get revenge. But revenge is nothing more than Bai Yu's own snapping. For those Konoha shinobi who died, death is dead, what is the difference between revenge or not? The word revenge is not to comfort the dead, but to heal the living. Hearing Bai Yu's worry, Namikaze Minato couldn't help but smiled and shook his head. I ask you, did you kill Four Tails Jinchuriki? Bai Yu couldn't help being taken aback when he heard the words. No, isn't that enough? Namikaze Minato's mouth twitched. You killed Sand Shinobi's Jinchuriki, not Rock Shinobi's Jinchuriki. Onoki won't break the net with his Konoha because of this. Namikaze Minato said confidently. This sounds very reasonable, but in fact it is not very reasonable. Even if Bai Yu didn't kill Rock Shinobi's Jinchuriki, the thousands of Rock Shinobi troops died under his battle with the two-tailed beasts. If Onogi is more grumpy, I'm afraid it is not impossible for the army to suppress the situation. Thinking of this, Bai Yu shook his head slightly and said, although I didn't kill Four Tails Jinchuriki, thousands of troops died because of this. Onoki has a good reason to seek revenge. Hearing this, Namikaze Minato did not show the anxiety as Bai Yu imagined. Instead, he sneered, if the old man really dares to come, then I am afraid that he will have no return. Over the years, I have been studying ways to deal with each movie. If I am the only one at the moment, relying on my understanding of Onoki, I am afraid it will still be unsustainable. But you still have you in the Konoha camp now. Speaking of this, Namikaze Minato's eyes are very bright. Hearing this, Bai Yu couldn't help but look weird, which got to his head again. Regardless of Bai Yu's look, Namikaze Minato continued to speak his words. I alone have no means to kill Onoki, but you are different. I believe that even third Raikage will not dare to insist on your means. Namikaze Minato's expression was a bit cold. As long as I create an opportunity and you slay Oyemu in an instant, the entire Earth Kingdom will fall apart. When he said this, Namikaze Minato seemed to have imagined that kind of beauty, and a smile appeared on his face. Seeing the appearance of Namikaze Minato, Bai Yu couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. In his opinion, Namikaze Minato took it for granted. This Onoki has been alive for decades anyway, and he must have some whole cards. If a blow fails, I am afraid he will be overturned. It is too sloppy to pin one's hopes on the fatal blow. But looking at Namikaze Minato's obscene look, Bai Yu also thought of it interestingly. His talent for naming is probably inseparable from his character. Without discussing this topic too much, Bai Yu faintly said to Namikaze Minato, you only need to know it. Upon hearing this, Namikaze Minato also nodded. Afterwards, the two just chatted about the homework, and Bai Yu left after a short while. Namikaze Minato said that the two people cooperated, Bai Yu did not pay too much attention to it. For teamwork, Bai Yu believes in his own strength even more. Kun did not see Uchiha Madara alone, and beat the 4 Cage level characters without fighting back. If it wasn't because Black Zetsu got his heart out in the end, I'm afraid the world will be like in Uchiha Madara's plan. Everyone was immersed in the illusion, and finally everyone became a soulless white Zetsu. The world ended all struggles with a deformed piece. Returning to his residence, Bai Yu began his S-level ability deduction. If it is not before facing Onoki, I am afraid that Bai Yu will follow his previous thoughts to make deductions. But after facing Onoki, Bai Yu realized that Rinnegan might be an indispensable ability for him. Especially in this world where everyone uses chakra. That is a kind of suppression on the bloodline. With Rinnegan, Bai Yu will surely be able to ramp up the ninja world. In this era, Senju Hashirama passed away, and Jiraiya is still on his way to learn fairy art. No one can fight Rinnegan at all. Instead of deducing other abilities that head against the power of the ninja world, it is better to deduct a Rinnegan to directly crush the ninja world. Just do what you say. Taking advantage of the night, Bai Yu directly called his system. System. Bai Yu thought. Ding. I'm here. Put me Rinnegan's blood succession limit. Bai Yu's cold voice echoed in the sea of consciousness. Ding. Rinnegan's blood inheritance limit belongs to S-level energy. The deduction point required is 100,000 points. The current deduction point is 201,157 points. Do you want to deduct it? Yes. Bai Yu said confidently in his heart. Ding. Deduct full deduction points. Ability deduction. Please wait. Hearing this voice, Bai Yu couldn't help but tick the corner of his mouth. Not long after, the sound of the system sounded again. Ding. Perfect Rinnegan's blood succession deduction is successful. Please prepare the host for receiving ability. 1 2 3. Perfect Rinnegan. Seeing this, Bai Yu couldn't help but smile. But then he frowned. Bai Yu was a little strange. He had never heard such detailed prompts from the system when he was deducing his ability before. It's still counting down. What do you mean? Bai Yu couldn't understand. But what happened next made him understand why the system would give hints and countdowns. 10 seconds passed in a flash. Time seems to stand still at this moment. Then a faint chakra emerged from the depths of Bai Yu's brain. That is different from chakra refined in any cell. This special chakra appeared directly in Bai Yu's eyes. A feeling of burning like a flame appeared. Bai Yu only felt that his eyes were grilled on top of a flame. A burning sensation kept attacking his brain. Not long after, a Guyu jade appeared in Bai Yu's pupil. After Guyu appeared, it slowly rotated, and the burning sensation disappeared a lot in an instant. But then there was a stronger burning sensation, making Bai Yu want to pull his eyeballs off. 2 Guyu. 3 Hook Jade. Pain every time. A few tears emerged, dripping down Bai Yu's cheeks. This is a spontaneous function of the body. The pain made Bai Yu start to gasp slightly. Before the pain completely passed, the special chakra deep in the brain emerged again. The 3 Guyu Jade spins frantically in Bai Yu's pupils, and gradually become one piece. In the end it became very vague. The burning sensation reappeared. Only this time it burst even more. 2 eyeballs are like 2 fireballs, and Bai Yu feels that his eyelids are about to be burned through. But in fact, this is just his illusion. A lot of tears were secreted, and the brain wanted to cool Bai Yu's eyes. But it is of no use. Because it is not a physical phenomenon. In a short while, the 3 Guyu spinning frantically gradually stopped. 2 straight Mangekyo Sharingan appeared in Bai Yu's pupils. Suddenly, Bai Yu could feel that the chakra in his body was constantly swelling like a massive amount of chakra. It didn't stop growing until it doubled. Until this moment, Bai Yu understood why there are so many chakras of Uchiha Madara. He originally thought it was inseparable from Senju Hashirama's cells. Now it seems that Mangekyo Sharingan is to pervert to chakra's increase. Bai Yu's own chakra volume is very large, more than doubled. There are more than 500 Kakashi chakra volume. If Bai Yu's Mangekyo Sharingan awakened on Kakashi, it would not have doubled. That is chakra that has increased 500 times. Ding! Mangekyo Sharingan's ability awakens. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Sijin Shen and Wu Mu Tuo Lu. Huh. Bai Yu's eyes widened when he heard the system's voice. Although these two abilities do not literally mean anything. But obviously, it is definitely not bad. After all, what the system says is the perfect Rinnegan blood succession boundary. Even Mangekyo must be a strong one. It's just that it was Zeba Mangekyo that he awakened, and he should have no ability like distinguished heavenly gods. Both of these are undoubtedly extremely powerful offensive forces. Before Bai Yu could figure out the details of these two abilities, the pain came again. This time, Bai Yu only felt that his eyes were like two red iron balls, constantly burning his nerves. Pain erupted from deep in the brain. That particular chakra is no longer like the gurgling stream before, but like the rush of a big river, which washes his eyes with abnormal pain. The burning sensation and pain emerged together, causing Bai Yu to tighten his muscles. Those blue veins on the surface of the skin seemed to come out in the next moment, and the blood vessels burst. Closing his eyes tightly, 2 lines of blood and tears leaked from Bai Yu's eye sockets. I don't know how long it took before Bai Yu gasped heavily and survived the suffering. This FK's hurts too much, right? Bai Yu couldn't help but vomit. Ding! Congratulations, host. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is turned on. The upper limit of pupil power is increased. The resilience of pupil power is increased. After hearing the system, Bai Yu understood why Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan would not be blind. Mangekyo Sharingan will not restore his pupil power. The pupil power is a little less. But Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan not only restores pupil power, but also increases the upper limit of pupil power. Bai Yu doesn't know exactly how much, but the sense of power in his eyes, Bai Yu can feel that it has increased by at least tenfold. Shaking his head slightly, Bai Yu also understood why the Uchiha clan are so keen on the pursuit of the Eternal Mangekyo. It is really another degree of power. Ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan is certainly impossible to prescribe Susao's perfect body. However, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan can easily turn on Susanoo, and even the restoration of pupil power allows Susanoo to fight for days and nights. The gap between the two is simply a world. But now Bai Yu has no time to experience this power. Because that special chakra appeared in the depths of his brain. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan almost killed Bai Yu, and now he evolved into Rinnegan. Bai Yu felt that he might not be able to survive the pain. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Bai Yu finally understood why the system would prepare himself and count down. In fact, the abilities of S level are completely different from other abilities. This is a radical change in blood, and physical pain is naturally conceivable. Gritting his teeth, Bai Yu is ready to face the last pain. Chakra in the depths of his mind suddenly poured down like a piece of Wangyang, directly into Bai Yu's eyes. This degree of chakra made Bai Yu feel cold. How does the river compare to the sea? The pain between the two is bound to be a huge gap. At this moment, time is like walking every second. Only soon, Bai Yu came back to his senses, because the pain in the imagination did not appear. Instead, a cool comfort appeared in Bai Yu's eyes. The emergence of such a huge amount of special chakra, I thought it was a rush. But I didn't expect to handle it so lightly. Boom. A bombardment of the soul resounded in Bai Yu's mind. At this moment, Bai Yu only felt his soul flying into the sky. The whole world seems to be non-existent. Suddenly, countless light spots appeared in front of Bai Yu. There are several light spots that are extremely bright. Bai Yu stayed in this space for a long time. There is no concept of time, and no concept of space. Those light spots are like a universe separated from Bai Yu, but as long as Bai Yu wants, he can easily reach out and grab it. This situation made Bai Yu's soul suddenly sluggish. He seemed to have forgotten his own existence and his original purpose. The soul is constantly floating in this special space, just subconsciously drifting towards the brightest points of light. At this moment, a very erratic voice suddenly floated in the void. Look, why are you doing such a big deal? How do I know? Isn't I also kind? Such 2 words sounded in such a strange space, it should have been abrupt. But Bai Yu didn't realize it, as if he didn't hear it at all. Oh, there was a sigh in the void. Then it was like an invisible hand that sent one of those bright spots to Bai Yu. Looking at the light spot close at hand, Bai Yu, who had lost the ability to think, directly subconsciously stretched out his hand and placed it directly on the light spot. It's like time and space are stretched infinitely at the same time, and compressed infinitely. This is information that the brain cannot process. Bai Yu's soul body returned to his own body at this moment. In the unconscious, Bai Yu's pupils of both eyes rippled from the center. Circle after circle, countless ring marks formed a pair of cold Rinnegan. At this moment, Bai Yu's thinking finally woke up. What happened? Bai Yu frowned. After reaching this level of strength, Bai Yu can clearly perceive that he has a vague memory. It's like drunk too much wine and fragmented, that memory has completely disappeared. Shaking his head, Bai Yu didn't pay too much attention to it, because what he wants most now is to understand his own ability. Panel. Bai Yu thought. System panel. 3.5. Host. Bai Yu. Vitality. 6.1. Spirit. 7.2. Strength. 169. Speed. 183. Endurance. 206. Gong method. Luku Xian Thief Elementary 89%. Active skills. Marine 6 styles. Advanced 35% Grandmaster, Armament Haki. Intermediate 86% Dacheng, Basic Swordsmanship. Advanced 100% Complete Ice Heart Ju. Advanced 100% Complete One Sword. 36 Worry Wind. Advanced 100% Consummation Nan Motive Force. Elementary 89%. Passive skill. Imless Sword Chi. Elementary 1%. Boundary of Blood Succession. Rinnegan. Elementary 1%. And Lan Dun. Elementary 96%. Deduced points. 101157. Strength evaluation. S+ level, the pinnacle of the ninja world. As expected by Bai Yu, after Rinnegan came out, his strength rating directly reached the S+ level. It has already reached the Super Cage level. In this era, Bai Yu's strength is already at its peak. With a tick at the corner of his mouth, the joy in Bai Yu's heart is a little hard to say. The tight string also loosened. Since crossing this world, Bai Yu, who knows how terrible the final battle is, has been pushing himself all day long. Even if you have cheat, you can practice hard every day. In fact, Bai Yu is not afraid of death. What he is afraid of is that he has crossed into this world and left without leaving anything. This is the unacceptable thing in his heart. Now, Bai Yu has reached the pinnacle of the ninja world, in this era, invincible. Seeing his remaining 100,000 deduction points, Bai Yu couldn't help frowning. Now he probably understands how his level breaks through. The ability produced by the system will be much stronger than the original ability. This kind of power is not a little bit stronger. The so-called perfect word is no joke. On top of making up for the shortcomings of the original ability is increased. This is the essence of the word perfect. The top of the ninja world, the top of the ninja world. Bai Yu murmured with a smile on his face. The systematic evaluation also allows Bai Yu to have a clear understanding of himself. Without thinking too much, Bai Yu opened the dusty memories in his mind. When Bai Yu's eyes were evolving before, the system blocked all these memories. Now that Bai Yu's eyes have successfully evolved, it is natural to understand the ability of his own eyes. Closing his eyes slightly, the memories of Cjian Shen and Yu Mu Tuo Lu emerged in Bai Yu's mind. Rinnegan's corresponding ability also appeared in Bai Yu's mind. Judging from the name of ability, this, thinking god, resembles distinguished heavenly gods. But it has nothing to do with illusion, but Bai Yu is not a pity. Because the ability of distinguished heavenly gods is just a skill that is mythical by some fans. Bai Yu remembers the Five Shadows talk in the original Hokage ninja. Xingyang Byakugan noticed that Danzo launched distinguished heavenly gods against Mifune. Then it was easily cracked. This kind of ability is nothing more than an erroneous transmission, which is rather mysterious. Even the essence of distinguished heavenly gods is just an illusion. It's not a magical skill at all. For this ability, Bai Yu didn't long for it. And if people in this world are really what they think in their hearts, what's the point? Is it really that fun to be a god? No one around is a creature on the same level as you. All the joys, sorrows and joys can only be digested by themselves. Compared with this, Bai Yu still wants to be a person. A person who can wield a butcher knife in his hand even when facing a god. Having said that, think about the power of God. Bai Yu's thinking and spiritual ability is somewhat similar to that of the frog hand of Naruto. But more pervert than the frog group. Naruto can only direct his attack in the opposite direction. But Bai Yu's mind and spirit can confine his attack to any range within 10 meters around him. It's like a domain. After digesting the memory of Shikenjin, Bai Yu couldn't help but think of an anime called Conjurer Weijon. The top power in there is like a domain. In the field, the attack is inevitable, just like the force of rules. And the field cannot be broken in the field. If you fall into the opponent's domain, you can only use the domain to fight against. The battle between fields naturally depends on whose field is stronger. There is still a big gap between Bai Yu's mind and spirit and this ability. First of all, the limitation of this 10-meter range is very large. Not to mention the power of the so-called rules of field development. The power of incantation is derived from human illusions and desires. That kind of power is weird, powerful, but extremely dangerous. Shaking his head, Bai Yu didn't continue thinking about it. The memory of Yu Mu Tuoliu God Zhao emerged in my mind. This skill went beyond Bai Yu's expectations. He originally thought that the abilities of the illusion system and the space system would only appear in Wanba Mangekyo Sharingan. But I didn't expect that even if his Mangekyo was straight, he could awaken the power of the space system. This Wu Mu Tuoliu has a strong ability, but it is not the ability to move in space. It's the offensive ability of a space system. Yu Mu Tuoliu's ability is very rough, and he can directly tear a hole in the space. In the ninja world, space is a very stable existence. Even Flying Thunder God technique and Kamui are just using the fluctuation of space to move. There is no power to break space at all. In the final battle of Might Guy, opening the dead door was nothing more than distorting the space. In such a constant space, Bai Yu's Wu Mu Tuolu is a kind of magical existence. If there is no space means, I am afraid it is impossible for anyone to resist Bai Yu head-on. Bai Yu believes that even if third Raikage is hit by this ability, it will inevitably die directly. It's really pervert. Bai Yu couldn't help but said with emotion. Although knowing that the products produced by the system will be very strong, Bai Yu did not expect to be so much stronger. In fact, Bai Yu only needs the two abilities of Flying Thunder God Technique and Wu Mu Tuolu to be enough for him to run wild. Flying Thunder God Technique can make him naturally invincible, and Wu Mu Tuolu can make him face all enemies. Shaking his head slightly, Bai Yu opened Rinnegan's memory. Closing his eyes, all of Rinnegan's abilities appeared in Bai Yu's mind. Opening his eyes suddenly, Bai Yu couldn't help feeling a little horrified. Reincarnation 6 Paths has 5 recipes that are all the original formula, there is no difference. Only Tiandao produced an extremely pervert upgrade. There is no cooling time for the abilities of Shinra Tianzheng and Universal Pull. If Bai Yu had no interest in science, he would naturally not think there is any pervert in this kind of upgrade. But Bai Yu was very interested in gravity for a while, so I read some literature. Gravity, anyone who has gone to school knows the story of Newton and Apple. The greater the mass, the greater the gravity, which is derived knowledge. In the universe, there are countless kinds of celestial bodies. Among them is a very pervert celestial body called black hole by scientists. In the beginning, everyone thought it was something about space. But with the advancement of science and technology, people have gradually discovered that those planets, stars, and even light that are sucked in by black holes. It's all because the mass of the black hole is too pervert. So even the light is completely absorbed by the gravity and cannot escape. But soon, as scientists further explored, they discovered that the black hole is not a massive celestial body as they thought. Black holes are actually a singularity. The black appearance is just its energy layer. If a person is sucked into a black hole, it will not be directly crushed into powder. Instead, it will enter a kind of extreme silence. The outermost surface of a black hole is a horizon layer, and many things can be observed with the naked eye. After you break through this horizon layer, there is an energy layer, which is the key to keeping the black hole stable. After breaking through the energy layer again, he couldn't escape. Because you have entered the black hole, all matter will be sucked into the most central singularity. Even if you have great power, you can't escape. Because under the strong gravitational force, the singularity of the black hole is the end of time of the entire black hole. The end of time will not be changed by human will. The ultimate speed of the universe is the speed of light, and nothing can be faster than this. So it's just a fallacy to surpass the speed of light to surpass time. What really affects time is gravity. Bai Yu's universal pull and Shenluo Tianzheng have lost their cooling time, which means that Bai Yu's heavenly Dao ability is gravity. It is still different from ordinary Rinnegan's surface ability. Instead, it touches the gravitational ability of real rules. This is also the reason why Bai Yu feels that his abilities are perverted. Bai Yu's Rinnegan is just a beginner. Wait until the intermediate level. Or is it upgraded to advanced? When Bai Yu can rely on his own ability to affect time. Then he became a god. While this ability made Bai Yu happy, he couldn't help but raise some fear in his heart. He didn't know how this ability appeared. Chapter 92 How about nuclear bombs? This reminded him of his fragmented memories. He can be sure that something must have happened during that memory gap. Bai Yu, who just lost that memory, can't remember what happened. After thinking for a while, Bai Yu couldn't help sighing. Forget it, this is a good thing anyway. Bai Yu sighed. After all, the growth of strength is real. There is no clue to that fragment of memory, so it's better not to think about it. Bai Yu also didn't want to add trouble to herself. After closing Rinnegan, Bai Yu walked out of the tent. At this time, Konoha camp was already silent. The ninjas on duty in the dark were all staring up at the starry sky in a daze. Bai Yu didn't bother these people either, condensing his breath, just like a ghost. When he arrived at the awkward river that had been destroyed by him, Bai Yu also began to look up at the sky. He who played the role of Rinnegan seemed to be relieved of a burden at this time. No longer have to worry about what happens every day that might cause a powerful enemy to attack. With his current power, as long as there is no 6 paths level character appearing, he is invincible. And Bai Yu's Rinnegan is a kind of blood succession boundary, just like Bai Yu's previous deduction of land done blood succession boundary. Even if you don't practice, it will automatically increase your proficiency. This also means that he can lie down for the rest of the time, and he doesn't need to be so eager to fix it every day. Bai Yu in that world has never been so diligent in the past 2 years. As an ordinary high school student, Bai Yu has a keen interest in games, sleep, and girls. The happiest thing is to play a whole day of games during vacation, and then sleep until you wake up naturally. No pressure, looking forward to the future. When he came to this world, everything known was constantly pouring over him, and constantly forcing him to move forward. If there is no system, I am afraid that he would have been killed by the Cloud Shinobi Jonin in the initial crisis. Then nothing else happened. The pictures in my mind are constantly moving, and the mixed thoughts are constantly being obscured. The faces I have seen in these times kept flashing in Bai Yu's mind. When thinking of funny things, Bai Yu couldn't help but put a smile on his mouth. Then came the faces of Luosha and Oyumu. It's just that the original resentment has faded a lot at this moment. They are no longer a threat to Bai Yu. Luo Sha was already defeated. If he faced Luo Sha again, Bai Yu could easily kill him. For Bai Yu, the dust escape of Onoki has lost its threat. Hungry Kido's ability to absorb ninjutsu can completely restrain Onogi. A touch of tiredness emerged in my heart. Bai Yu directly put his hands on the back of his head and lay on the grass by the river. The dense and vigorous grass stuck to Bai Yu's skin, making it faintly itchy. But the fragrance of the grass made Bai Yu feel the world more clearly. Bai Yu exhaled a deep breath. He was very happy now. Happy people always have a lot of brain activity. The green grass stuck on his body reminded Bai Yu of the four fundamental forces of the universe. Strong nuclear force, weak nuclear force, electromagnetic force and gravity. The ability of gravitation is what Bai Yu possesses now, so Bai Yu naturally did not think about it. He thought of electromagnetic force. All matter in the universe is basically inseparable from electromagnetic force. Bai Yu remembered that he had seen a research report on the feelings of plants in a previous life. Experiments have proved that even if it is a plant, it is painful to be picked. At that time, Bai Yu thought of the answer from the electromagnetic force. Everything in this world, all feelings are done by electromagnetic force. When the fingertip touches an object, the transmission of that feeling is done by electromagnetic force. The tip of the tongue feels sweetness, the nose smells the fragrance, the sound of the tympanic membrane vibration, and everything that the eyes see. These are all carried out by the conduction of electromagnetic force. Thinking of this, his eyes lit up. Four fundamental forces. Four fundamental forces. He seemed to have thought of something terrible. If he can deduce these kinds of forces, he will reach a certain level. I am afraid that the entire universe can arise and die between his thoughts. Science really is power. Bai Yu couldn't help but exclaim. Sitting up, Bai Yu's voice rang softly in his mind. System. How many derivation points are needed to derive electromagnetic force? Bai Yu asked his system. After asking, Bai Yu waited for a systematic answer very much. If the strength of the electromagnetic force is also S level, Bai Yu decides to take it now. Deduction Rinnegan only spent 100,000 deduction points. Rinnegan has its own gravitational ability. In Bai Yu's view, even the electromagnetic force should not be too far apart. Only the next moment, he knew he was thinking too much. Ding. Electromagnetic ability is SSS level ability. The required derivation point is 1000 W. The current derivation point is 10 W. Insufficient derivation points. Cannot be deduced. Seeing this number, Bai Yu's eyes almost didn't come out. 10 million. Bai Yu was a little speechless. I am afraid that all the ninjas must be killed to get these 10 million. Shaking his head, Bai Yu lay down again. Although it is impossible to deduce the electromagnetic force, but somehow clarified the direction of his advancement. It's just the ability required for this electromagnetic force that Bai Yu has a slight doubt about the gravitational ability brought by Rinnegan. I am afraid that even if Rinnegan is complete, his gravitational ability will not reach the point of affecting time. In other words, he is doubting the origin of this ability. As one of the four fundamental forces of the universe, the electromagnetic force has reached the level of SSS. Looking at the galaxy in the sky, Bai Yu fell into thinking. It's just that Bai Yu still can't figure it out after all. The power of heaven is slightly released. Bai Yu can feel his body is light as a feather at this moment. Slowly, Bai Yu floated. It's just that this time it's not using mind power. Instead, they use the same force to fight gravity. Bai Yu can feel that he has found this balance easily. It was as if this ability was born with him, and he was so proficient. This discovery made Bai Yu startled slightly. It's just that he didn't think too much, the doubt on him was a little bit more. And they are all doubts that have no clue and no explanation. Instead of wasting brain cells to think, it is better to expose these doubts one by one as one's own strength gradually grows. Lie back on the ground again, Bai Yu is a little tired. The heart is clear, Bai Yu muttered silently in his heart. An extremely calm state appeared, Bai Yu closed his eyes slightly, and went to sleep in the next second. The consummation of Bing Shin Ju makes this skill extremely pervert. Entering an extremely calm state, as long as Bai Yu wants to, he can do it right away. This ability to control is called a bug. After falling asleep, Bai Yu woke up several hours later. The warm sun shining on Bai Yu's face woke him up gently. The morning light was faintly, and the birds in the forest began to sing loudly. Some birds sing very sweetly, others are very harsh. Even the beautiful scenery in front of me makes people upset. Bai Yu frowned slightly, his aura was released, and the surroundings fell into silence. The quiet beauty is what Bai Yu appreciates most. Seeing this scene, Bai Yu's mouth twitched slightly, and then he stretched out before leaving. Today's forest singing competition is just like this, and it ended without a problem under the influence of Bai Yu. Back at the camp, Bai Yu's first thing is to wash. Although Bai Yu's body is not dusty, Bai Yu still doesn't want to give up this habit that he has maintained since birth. He felt that even if he finally became a god, he would still be alone deep in his heart. It's just that you are a human in your heart, so how can you talk about becoming a god? This is a paradox in itself. After washing well, Bai Yu rarely put down his practice. Came directly to Shi Raihong's residence. Without making a sound, Bai Yu just stood quietly. For him now, time is no longer more important than people. Waiting is no longer a difficult thing. Not long after, Morino Ibuxi suddenly passed by not far. He was about to start a day of practice, but he didn't expect to see Bai Yu, who saw the dragon see the head but didn't see the end. A smile of surprise hung on his face. Bai Yu. Morinoi waved to Bai Yu from a distance. For Morino Ibiki, Bai Yu had discovered it a long time ago, but he didn't mean to greet him proactively. If you take the initiative to say hello, you will inevitably wake up Shi Raihong, so, won't his little romance be directly shattered? It's just that he didn't expect Morinoi Bixi to greet him loudly from far away. Obviously, this loud voice directly awakened Shi Raihong. Looking at the slightly shaking tent beside him, Bai Yu couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Shi Raihong's eyes widened in the tent at this time. She hurriedly opened the tent and stuck out a small head. The hair is a little messy, but it looks very delicate against the beautiful face. Bai Yu couldn't help but smile upon seeing this. But when Ta Raihong saw Bai Yu standing in front of her tent, that Bai Jay's small face immediately became red. He quickly pulled up his tent. A muffled voice came out from the tent. Wait for me, I'll be fine soon. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu couldn't help but laugh a little. Girls always hope that they are perfect in front of the other half, which is understandable. Haven't waited for Shi Raihong to come out. Marina Ibuxi came to the front. It's been a long time, Bai Yu. Morino Ibiki's face was full of bright smiles. Obviously, seeing Bai Yu, he is really happy from the heart. When Bai Yu saw this, the thought of wanting to give Morinoi Bixi a little bitterness suddenly disappeared. Morino Ibiki's move was just unintentional. Thinking of this, Bai Yu also showed a smile, and said to Morino Ibiki, yes, long time no see. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Morino Ibiki continued to speak again, why didn't you go to practice today? In the past, at this time, Bai Yu was at a time when his cultivation was fierce. Morino Ibuxi couldn't help but be a little curious about Bai Yu's sudden appearance here. Bai Yu smiled when he heard the words. If you practice, it will come to an end for now. When he said this, the expression on Bai Yu's face was very relaxed. This made Morino Ibuxi couldn't help being stunned. He is not a dumb person either, and soon thinks of something. This caused him to shrink his pupils, and asked hesitantly, have you entered a higher realm? Although this guess is impossible in Morino Ibuxi's mind, there is only such a guess that can reasonably explain why Bai Yu would let go of practice. In the past 2 years, he admired Bai Yu's strength very much, but what he admired more was Bai Yu's hard work. If Bai Yu is only powerful, he may not have that respect in his heart. But Bai Yu's hard work and practice every day made him admire him from the bottom of his heart. Everything about Bai Yu is derived from his dedication, which is respectable. CACG. Hearing Morino's question, Bai Yu's face showed a hint of surprise. He didn't expect Morino's brain to turn so fast. Smiling and nodding, Bai Yu said lightly, I just broke through yesterday. Looking at Bai Yu, who was light and breezy, Morino Ibiki's heart felt like a tsunami swept across. His 3 views are about to collapse. Bai Yu had already been promoted to cage level a long time ago, and if he breaks through at this time, it must be even more powerful. This means that Bai Yu at this time is stronger than the shadow of any village in the ninja world. It is not an exaggeration to say that Bai Yu is the strongest in the world. If it was Namikaze Minato, a long-established powerhouse who had reached this point, Morino Ibiki would not have been so surprised. But Bai Yu in front of him is only 14 years old, and at 14 he has become the strongest in the ninja world. This is too exaggerated. Bai Yu looked at Morino Ibiki, who was stunned in front of him, with a strange expression on his face. He stretched out his hand and patted Morino Ibiki on the shoulder to wake him up. Okay, don't think too much about it. Morino Ibi returned to his senses when he heard the words, and couldn't help but smile bitterly at the corner of his mouth and said, it's really outrageous. While talking, Morino Ibiki shook his head. This look is obvious, and it's a bit difficult to digest for a while. Bai Yu didn't say much when he saw it. In a few days, Morinai's shock will naturally dissipate. At this time, Shi Raihong also packed up and walked out of her tent. The sudden appearance of Bai Yu gave her a big surprise. She actually wanted Tenten and Bai Yu to stick together, but Bai Yu's pursuit of strength made him not have much free time. Ta Raihong was very sensible and did not pester Bai Yu. Seeing Bai Yu happy is her greatest happiness. Bai Yu. Standing in front of Bai Yu, Shi Raihong whispered his name. Hearing the familiar voice, Bai Yu smiled, and touched Shi Raihong's hair. Good morning, Red. Bai Yu's voice is gentle and light. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Ta Raihong showed a happy smile. Kaido, good morning. The smile is very bright and lovely. Morino Ibuxi on the side couldn't help looking stiff when he saw this scene. Kicking CP is indeed interesting, but eating dog food is different. Bai Yu naturally noticed Morinai's look. But he didn't care. Today, he came to Shi Raihong not all to fall in love. It's because the idea of improving his strength has arisen in his heart. Moreover, I also happened to meet Morino Ibiki. Both are teammates, and Bai Yu didn't leave Morino Ibiki behind. He took the two to a river that was not damaged by him. What is your usual practice? Bai Yu was not polite, and asked directly. Hearing Bai Yu's words, the two looked at each other, feeling a little delighted. Isn't Bai Yu's implication to guide them to practice? The two people who had been improving slowly had some expectations in their hearts. Bai Yu looked at the happy expressions of the two and couldn't help but smile. The happiness of Bai Yu now is actually very simple. As long as things around him slowly get better, that's enough. Ta Raihong and Morino Ibuxi didn't talk nonsense, and directly started the training of three-body technique and Kuwu throwing technique. Then came a series of tree climbing and treading water. In the end is the practice of ninjutsu. Bai Yu didn't say anything about climbing trees and water and some basic skills. These things are too simple, there is no other way to improve, only familiar. But when the two started practicing ninjutsu, Bai Yu naturally had a say. Your great fireball technique releases too much chakra, and while it is wasted, it also makes the release of ninjutsu a little stuck. Bai Yu frowned and said to Morino Ibiki in front of him. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Morino Ibiki was a little confused. He used more chakra just to make his great fireball technique stronger. Unexpectedly, it was all problems in Bai Yu's eyes. Bai Yu was a little stunned to see Morino Ibuxi, and naturally understood his thoughts in his heart. Going forward and grabbing Morino Ibi's arm, chakra surging slightly, a small amount of chakra remained in his arm. The chakra volume of the great fireball technique is probably this, you try again. Bai Yu said to Morino Ibiki. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Morino Ibiki felt the chakra left by Bai Yu, and then nodded. Quickly nodded his hands and said, fire-style great fireball technique. According to the chakra weight given by Bai Yu, Morino Ibiki spit out a fireball from his mouth. Sure enough, the effect is directly different. The fireball burns very steadily, and the color of the flame is brighter. A very hot burning sensation rushed over my face. Marina Ibuxi couldn't help being stunned when he saw this. On the side, Shi Raihong was surprised. She didn't expect that Bai Yu's casual guidance would have such an immediate effect. This made her look forward to Bai Yu's next guidance. Bai Yu saw Morino Ibuxi stunned, and knew in his heart that he didn't understand the meaning. Shaking his head, Bai Yu began to explain to Morino Ibiki. You feel that your great fireball technique is not strong enough, so you want to give more chakra, but you haven't figured out the rationality of releasing this ninjutsu. You didn't even touch the fire nature transformation, and wanted to increase its power. It's really a bit hasty. Or you don't even have a thorough understanding of the great fireball technique, you just want to make it more powerful. It's like a small fire. Do you want to make it burn more vigorously and keep adding wood? Is it really useful? What if you are fanning the wind while adding firewood unhurriedly? Bai Yu explained it to Morino Ibiki in an easy-to-understand way. Hearing this, Morino Ibi finally understood why Bai Yu let it control chakra. Shi Raihong on the side could not help but feel a little enlightened. Bai Yu's words are already the truth of direct teaching. If this theory can be implemented to the end, it will be no problem to become an elite jonin. Falsely pass thousands of books, pass the true word. This is not false, and sometimes it is a detail that leads to a complete collapse of the whole situation. This is also closely related to the composition of strength. Without thinking about it, Morino Ibuxi used the great fireball technique again. This time it was smoother than before. The bright fireball is round and beautiful, and no one doubts the lethality contained in it. Feeling this ninjutsu, Morino Ibiki suddenly realized something. A special feeling appeared in his heart. Accurate. Yes, it is accurate. The ninjutsu described by Bai Yu is nothing more than surrounding these two words. Without wasting a trace of power, everything is very accurate. By analogy, Shi Raihong on the side is also constantly thinking about her illusion. She finally knew why she continued to practice every day, but the progress was slow. What is lacking is this precision. This theory of Bai Yu was comprehended under the leadership of high-rise building construction. Because of the presence of the panel, Bai Yu doesn't need to delve into it, only needs constant practice, and those truths will naturally appear in his mind. But in fact, this kind of truth is generally the same in everything. One way is all right. It's like a song. If you practice it 1,000 times and sing it exactly like the original song, then basically other songs will naturally be sung too. All things come to the same goal by different routes, but people's comprehensions are different. Some people practice 100 times is good enough, but some people need 1,000 times. But this is finally able to reach that state. Bai Yu believes that as long as Morino Ibiki and Ta Raihong in front of them can remember this truth in their hearts, their future achievements will certainly not stop at the original work. Not to mention, it is also an elite jonin level. Even under Bai Yu's continuous guidance, it is not impossible for the two to advance to cage level. Actually, for you too, as long as the state of thoroughness is enough, I don't need me to deny you too much. Bai Yu said lightly to the two people in front of him. Hearing this, both Yurihong and Morino nodded involuntarily. Bai Yu said that they themselves know better than Bai Yu. Although they are chunin, they are still laying the foundation. Even if Bai Yu now tells them all of jonin, elite jonin, and cage level experience, they also don't understand at all. Seeing the seriousness of the two, Bai Yu smiled relievedly. It's not that Bai Yu is a good teacher, and he can see how he grows because of himself. There is a sense of satisfaction in anyone's heart. Well, I will show you some of the ninjutsu I know, so you can clearly know what you are missing. With the idea of sending Buddha to the west, Bai Yu still let them see clearly the way they are going next. Without thinking about it, Bai Yu quickly nodded his hands and said, fire-style great fireball technique. Chakra surged slightly, and the ultimate of the technique appeared. Boom! An extremely huge fireball appeared in front of Bai Yu. This great fireball technique, which was nearly tens of meters in size, directly stunned Morino Ibiki and Yurihong. Although Bai Yu's not printing speed is very fast, but Yuta Raihong and Morino Ibiki can see clearly. That is the Indian style of the great fireball technique. It's just that the fireball in front of you is like a sun. The dazzling light made the whole world seem to be dimmed. Only the fireball in front of me was emitting a bright light. Seeing Bai Yu's light and windy appearance, the two of them couldn't help but admire Bai Yu. They have never heard of anyone who can raise the upper limit of ninjutsu to this level. But in fact, Bai Yu at this time was not as calm as they thought. For this great fireball technique, Bai Yu was actually very shocked in his heart. He didn't expect his ninjutsu to be increased to this point. A ninjutsu with a diameter of less than 1 meter directly increased to a diameter of tens of meters. And this great fireball technique is not just a flame like Morino Ibiki and Yurihong imagined. They don't know, but Bai Yu knows it very well. If this great fireball explodes, it will be swept into it for hundreds of meters. With this ninjutsu, Bai Yu itself has reached the peak state, plus the increase of Zeba Mangekyo, the increase of Rinnegan, and finally the increase of Wume Janshi. The power of Bai Yu's great fireball technique has far exceeded his own expectations. Wei Wei glanced at the stunning Yurihong and Morino Ibiki, and Bai Yu couldn't help being speechless. Rinnegan. Suddenly ripples appeared in the center of Bai Yu's pupils. A pair of Rinnegan appeared in Bai Yu's eyes instantly. A burst of invisible gravitational waves directly drew this huge fireball to the distance. With a thought in his heart, Rinnegan disappeared suddenly. This action was only an instant. And Yurihong and Morino Ibi have been staring at this great fireball technique, and naturally they didn't find Bai Yu's Rinnegan. The two of them watched this huge great fireball technique fly out in a strange trajectory. Then fell nearly a kilometer away. An unknown wave emerged, and both Yurihong and Morino couldn't help but stand upside down. This feeling has no origin, making both of them a little confused. But in the next moment, they understood where this feeling came from. Boom! A ray of light enough to dazzle blind people's eyes erupted at the landing point of the great fireball technique in the distance. Then there was a huge roar. A mushroom cloud rises directly. When Ta Raihong and Morino Ibixi saw this, they almost didn't stare at them. Call. The violent wind pressure blew head-on, along with an extremely hot breath. This is great fireball technique. Ta Raihong and Morino Ibixi couldn't help but their faces became stiff when they saw this. They couldn't imagine that the power of the great fireball technique could reach this level. Turning around stiffly, the two of them looked at Bai Yu as if they were looking at a monster. When Bai Yu saw this, he was a little embarrassed and said, "I used a little harder." But Ta Raihong and Morino Ibiki can hear Bai Yu's explanation. All were immersed in extreme shock. At this time, in the forest on the other side of the river, a fierce flame was raging. Bai Yu didn't have time to talk to them. The body flew directly into the extremely high sky. Bai Yu quickly nodded his hands and said, "Water-style waterhorn technique." This ninjutsu is nothing more than a trumpet-like stream of water spit out from the mouth. Even if Senju Tobarama came to cast this ninjutsu, it would not have any great power. But in Bai Yu's hands, it showed extremely terrifying power. In the range of nearly a kilometer, it is like a tianhe pouring down from the air. The entire sky seems to be covered with a huge transparent glass. A trumpet-shaped water sawa that spans 1 kilometer descends from the sky like an inverted crystal bowl. Wow! A huge sound of water directly put out all the mountain fires in front of Bai Yu. Seeing this scene in front of them, Yurihong and Morino Ibiki were directly stunned. Also stunned were the Konoha Anbu ninjas who were coming here. Bai Yu's figure is visible when he looks up. Konoha's Anbu ninjas saw that Bai Yu couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths, and then returned to Konoha camp. For Bai Yu's destructive power, it is probably these Konoha Anbu ninjas who know best except Bai Yu himself. Although Bai Yu's ninjutsu power is stronger this time than before, they are not so surprised. I have seen too much destructive power of Bai Yu. As soon as there is a big movement, these Konoha's Anbu ninjas will come to check. In their eyes, there is no proverb that a wolf is coming. If there is any movement, you must check it, whether you guessed it or not. Bai Yu couldn't help but feel relieved as he watched the wildfire extinguished. Then he returned to Morino Ibis and Ta Raihong. Seeing that the two were still sluggish, Bai Yu couldn't help coughing twice. Ahem, ninjutsu, let's practice here first, and I will show you the new ninjutsu if I have a chance. Bai Yu said lightly. It's really not that Bai Yu didn't want to show the other ninjutsu fronts to them. But the lowest level C-level ninjutsu is so powerful that Bai Yu himself can't imagine his other ninjutsu powers. Bai Yu can imagine how strong his arrogance is. Bai Yu himself has already practiced the violent fire extinguishing technique to the peak of the technique, and it is no different from Uchiha Madara's violent fire extinguishing. Coupled with the increase in Zeba Mangekyo, Rinnegan, and Wume Janshi, Bai Yu was afraid that the entire Konoha camp would be extinguished by his own fierce fire but burned down. Both Ta Raihong and Morino Ibixi couldn't help but nodded vaguely. This is a subconscious action. Morinai is better than she, because he heard Bai Yu admit that he has come to the front of the shadows. It should be so strong. But Ta Raihong couldn't understand the power of Bai Yu. Seeing the dull look of the two of them, Bai Yu sighed slightly. He walked straight forward, shaking his hand in front of Shi Raihong's eyes. He said. Okay, don't think about it anymore, you will become a mastermind stone if you think about it again. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Ta Raihong couldn't help but blush, and finally came back to his senses. Wang Fushi, Morino Ibuxi couldn't help but wonder. There is no such legend in this world. Ta Raihong can know that Bai Yu actually talked to her. After listening to this story, Shi Raihong was crying. Naturally, I am very familiar with this stock. Why is your ninjutsu power so powerful? Yurihong regained her senses and asked directly to Bai Yu. Morino Ibiki on the side could not help but PK up his ears, wanting to hear the mystery. Bai Yu couldn't help being stunned. He can't always say that he has a few passive increases, right? Without thinking too much, Bai Yu smiled and said directly, this is the pinnacle of Shu, if you can remember what I said, your ninjutsu power can reach this level. Hearing this, Yurihong and Morinoi couldn't help but brighten up in front of them. They knew that they would not be able to reach the height of Bai Yu in their lives, but if they could learn Bai Yu's great fireball technique, it would be enough to make them stand on top of the ninja world. The chakra required by the great fireball technique is also an extremely easy burden for them. If their conventional means are of this scale, they even have the confidence to face the tail beast alone. Without thinking too much, the two started practicing directly. They have seen the way, and they have no reason to stop. Even if they were walking slowly, they wanted to see the end of the road. Seeing the two people in front of him with chicken blood, Bai Yu nodded in satisfaction. He didn't say much, he just hugged his arms and leaned against a tree on one side, watching the two sweating like rain. During the period, Bai Yu pointed out the wrong place between the two from time to time. Time passed, and soon came 2 hours later. After the three of them had breakfast together, they began to practice again. A boring practice is even more boring if you observe it. Bai Yu didn't stay too much either, Ta Raihong and Morino Ibiki in front of them were just watermilling time. So Bai Yu started to wander around on his own. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that Izumi Arima and Izumi had nodded together. Opening up his perception, Bai Yu already knew the location of the two in just an instant. The figure flickered, Bai Yu came to the top of the two people's heads in just a few flashes. Watching the two people's cultivation silently, they didn't say anything. As long as Bai Yu didn't deliberately open his breath, they would not notice even if they were standing close behind them. The two children at this time are doing counter-attacking exercises. Chong, Kang, Kang. The sound of gold and iron fighting was very pleasant. The actions of the two followed Bai Yu's usual style. Accurate, powerful, and no extra points. Even the circling attacks between physique, swordsmanship, and ninjutsu are very silky and smooth. This scene made Bai Yu nodded in satisfaction. Just when the two people's exchanges entered a white-hot stage, Bai Yu suddenly noticed something wrong. Chong. With a crisp sound, kunai in Izumi Yuzuru's hand was directly cut off by Izumi Arima's kunai in his hand. The realm of slashing iron. Bai Yu was slightly surprised. He thought it would take some time for Izumi Arima to enter this state. Unexpectedly, how long had passed before he was promoted to this state? Looking at the proficient movements, it is obvious that he was not just promoted. Seeing that the kunai in his hand was cut off again, Izumi Yuzuru couldn't help but groan. Huh, you are silly. Attacked with iron chopping again. How can I beat you like this? Izumi Yuzuru looked at the Izumi Arima in front of him with an unhappy expression. Hearing his brother's voice, Izumi Arima couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. I'm sorry, I can't help it either. Seeing a brand new kunai dangling in front of him, Izumi Arima couldn't help but want to cut off. That silky feeling really made him want to stop. Hearing his brother's apology, Yuzuru Izumi was still a little annoyed. Although they have Bai Yu's asylum, they can go to the warehouse to receive it if they want to suffer nothing. But that still needs to be spoken after all, and the two of them are not cheeky people. Naturally, I feel a little embarrassed to have more times. Now that this handle is broken again, it is natural to go to receive it again. This is where Izumi Yuzuru is unhappy. Bai Yu saw the two stop, and appeared in front of them. The two children just felt a flower in front of them, and the people they missed appeared in front of them. The color of joy is beyond words. Before Izumi Arima could say hello, Izumi Yuzuru tightly grabbed Bai Yu by the corner of his clothes. Raising his hand, only the general kunai was left, and complained to Bai Yu, Teacher Bai Yu, look. My brother learned to cut iron by himself, and always cut off my kunai. There are grievances in the tone. Bai Yu couldn't help feeling a little funny when he saw this. He stretched out his hand to touch Izumi Yuzuru's little head and said, Kunai, what I have here is. Don't care too much. Izumi Yuzuru's purpose is not really to hold his elder brother accountable, but to act like a baby after seeing Bai Yu. The two brothers now have no parents, and the only elder closest to him is Bai Yu. Bai Yu feels like a father to them. Naturally, the child can't help but coquettish to his father. At the side, Izumi Arima couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. After all, he obviously could cut off the kunai of Izumi Yuzuru without cutting iron. Ms. Bai Yu. Izumi Arima also stepped forward to say hello. Seeing this, Bai Yu naturally did not favor one another, and directly stretched out his hand and touched Izumi Arima's head. You really gave me a surprise. When did you enter the realm of iron cutting? Bai Yu asked Izumi Arima with interest. Hearing that he gave Bai Yu a surprise, Zonquan Arima was overjoyed. Then he said, it didn't take long. I learned it only a few days ago. Although the tone of saying this is humble, but on the face it is like hurriedly complimenting me. Bai Yu couldn't help but laugh a little when he saw this. Didn't disappoint Izumi Arima, Bai Yu smiled and said, it's quite capable. Hee. Izumi Arima couldn't help showing a silly smile upon hearing this. Seeing this scene, Izumi Yujiro on the side was a little unhappy, and he couldn't help feeling the hand of Bai Yu's clothing corner. Bai Yu pretended to be surprised when he saw this. Oh, I forgot to make the string, why have you become so powerful after a few days? Hearing this, Izumi Yuzuru's smiling face immediately showed a smile. Then he tweaked. Where is it? Ha ha ha. Bai Yu couldn't help laughing a few times when he saw this. Chapter 93 Join Konoha. Looking at the child in front of him, Bai Yu was really happy. Of course, this is also because the two children in front of me are very good. If it were those bare children from relatives in the previous life, Bai Yu would definitely not have such a good face. At present, the strength of the two children has reached the minimum standard in Bai Yu's mind. This also made Bai Yu think of the arrangements he had planned for the two children a long time ago. Your strength has reached my standard. I want you to officially join Konoha village. What do you think? Bai Yu said seriously to the two children. Although the two children in front of him can grow up quickly under Bai Yu's guidance, Bai Yu understands. Man is a social animal and always needs companions. The existence of his peers can never be replaced by his master. Hearing Bai Yu's words, the two children couldn't help but brighten up in front of them. Bai Yu is a member of Konoha village. If they can join Konoha village, they will be very happy in their hearts. Even they have been looking forward to it for a long time. Seeing the look of Izumi Arima and Izumi's knot, Bai Yu naturally understood the two people's intentions. He directly pulled the two of them and said, go. Now go to the registered permanent residence. Hearing this, both Arima Izumi and Yujiro Izumi couldn't help being taken aback. Upper account. Seeing the puzzled expressions of the two children, Bai Yu touched their heads and said nothing. There is no such thing as a registered permanent residence when the world joins the village. The civilians are basically citizens of the country of fire. The ninjas are all ninjas. Take the two to find a squad casually. Arrange a team for these two children, and record their hometowns. Bai Yu said lightly to the team captain. Although the Konoha Jonin in front of him is older than Bai Yu, he is very respectful in front of Bai Yu. Yes, Lord Bai Yu, the Konoha Jonin said respectfully to Bai Yu. Izumi Arima and Izumi Yujiro couldn't help but feel a little shocked when they saw this scene. Although they knew that Bai Yu had a high status in Konoha, they had never had any concrete impressions. When they saw someone older than their father calling Bai Yu an adult, they were naturally a little shocked. Yeah, Bai Yu nodded lightly when he saw this. This posture was very high, but surprisingly no one showed a strange look around. It seems that Bai Yu should be this kind of performance. Even some people are still discussing quietly. Is that Mr. Bai Yu? Yes, I have seen one side from a distance. He seems to be more handsome. Yeah, much more handsome than I thought. It's really unfair. They are powerful and handsome. Hearing words like this, Bai Yu's face did not fluctuate. He had heard such words too much. Bai Yu, who has reached the age of 14, is already over 1.7 meters tall, and his face has faded from childishness. Coupled with the calm temperament of the whole person, standing in the crowd is indeed like standing out from the crowd. But Izumi Arima and Izumi Yujiro have heard so many compliments to Bai Yu. A look of pride hung on the little faces of both of them. They only discovered now that being able to become Bai Yu's apprentice is really a matter of fact. The team captain took out a roster and came to Bai Yu and the two children. Squeezing a smile, the team leader asked Izumi Arima, what is your name? How old are you this year? Izumi Arima did not neglect when he heard this, and replied cleverly, my name is Izumi Arima, and I am 9 years old this year. Hearing the answer, the team captain smiled and nodded. Then he wrote a picture on the roster, including Izumi Arima's name and age. Then the same question was asked Izumi Yujiro. Izumi Yujiro also answered truthfully. After recording the names of the two children in the book, the team captain respectfully said to Bai Yu, Master Bai Yu. Can someone familiar with the two children take you? Upon hearing this, Bai Yu turned his attention to the captain of this squad. Seeing Bai Yu's gaze, this person couldn't help but touch the back of his head, revealing a slight embarrassed look. Bai Yu naturally knew what this person meant. If Bai Yu said no, I'm afraid this person would recommend himself. Wei Wei thought for a while. Bai Yu asked, what's your name? Hearing Bai Yu's question, this Konoha Jonin immediately showed a surprised look. He had the courage to ask this. For a strong man like Bai Yu, he naturally wants to hold his thigh. Maybe it will find an opportunity to reach cage level. Even if you can't advance to cage level, it can at least have a relationship with Bai Yu. This matter alone was enough for his courtesy. My name is Beishi Jingwu, Lord Bai Yu. Beishi Jingwu said respectfully. Hearing this name, Bai Yu couldn't help being a little surprised. Beishi Jingwu. This name is very good. Bai Yu smiled. Originally, Bai Yu thought it was Shibasaki, Ishida, and Aguchi. After all, the man in front of him looked like a dragon. Unexpectedly, his surname was Beishi. Bai Yu knows well about the surname Beishi. In the previous life, Bai Yu had a period of frantically collecting seeds called Shiraishi. It was only when he found that his memory had diminished, that he was restrained. Thank you, Mr. Bai Yu, for your compliment. My grandfather gave me this name. Shiraishi Jingwu couldn't help but smile with joy. If it were praised by ordinary people, Beishi Jingwu would certainly not be so. But what is Bai Yu's identity and strength? The praise that came out of his mouth naturally made Beishi Jingwu very useful. Nodded, Bai Yu didn't talk too much on this topic. These two children, the older one has reached the level of Shunin, and the younger one is not far away. If you want to become their leader, that's all right, but you have to remember not to bring it into danger. Bai Yu slowly said to Beishi Jingwu in front of him. The tone is calm, but it reveals an indisputable meaning. Hearing what Bai Yu said, Beishi Jingwu immediately looked serious, and then said to Bai Yu very seriously, I understand. Lord Bai Yu. Yeah, Bai Yu nodded when he saw it. To be honest, if it was really on the battlefield, Beishi Jingwu would naturally not be able to completely guarantee the safety of these two children. However, if people don't experience it, they will always stay where they are. This standing still does not mean the stagnation of strength, but the stagnation of the state of mind. Pulling out the kunai engraved with Flying Thunder God technique on both sides from his arms, Bai Yu came directly to the two children. The two kunai must be put away. You are not allowed to use it during the battle. Don't damage it, Bai Yu seriously confessed to the two children. Hearing Bai Yu's explanation, both of them nodded seriously and signaled that they would listen to Bai Yu's words. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu smiled in satisfaction. They'll leave it to you. Baishi Jingwu. Bai Yu turned his head and said to Baishi Jingwu. Hearing Bai Yu's instructions, a smile appeared on Shiraishi Jingwu's face. Then he stood straight and said loudly towards Bai Yu, yes. Bai Yu felt a little funny when he saw it. If it weren't because there were too many people at the scene, I'm afraid Baishi Jingwu would just kneel on the ground. Judging from the current posture of licking the dog, this Shiraishi Jingwu is very likely to do this kind of thing. Bai Yu shook his head insignificantly, and Bai Yu didn't think much. After talking with Beishi Jingwu, Bai Yu turned and left. Looking at the back of Bai Yu leaving, both Izumi Arima and Izumi Yujiro could not help but show loss. Because they know that it should take a long time for them to see Bai Yu. Okay, come with me. Baishi Jingwu said to the two unhappy children. Hearing what Beishi Jingwu said, both of them obediently followed Beishi Jingwu and left. When they arrived in the squad, the two naturally wanted to sleep in the chase. There are many people of the same age in Datonku. This is something Izumi Arima and Izumi Yujiro have never experienced. Because of the halo of Bai Yu's apprentice, these peers are very friendly to both children. But in one night, the two had already integrated into the whole group. While Bai Yu was living leisurely in the camp, his killing of one-tailed Jinchuriki gradually fermented. On the way to retreat, Luo Sha waited and waited for the news of the blessing, so he sent people to the rock shinobi troops to check. Although there were some bad guesses in his mind, he was still defeated by the news of his death. The already deep hatred was once again unforgettable at this moment. Bai Yu. Luo Sha squeezed the information in his hand, and his hatred made his body tremble slightly. Chiyo and Ebizo on the side are also full of hatred. Fenfu has been very responsible since he became Jinchuriki, and there has never been a tail beast runaway. Compared with other Jinchuriki in Ninja Village, it can be said to be extremely hardworking. For the sharing of blessings, the three have strong emotions. But now Bai Yu killed him mercilessly. In their view, Bai Yu is just to retaliate for their previous pursuit. There are so many things that Jinchuriki can exchange for, but a normal person would not choose to kill and divide the blessing. I'm the one who took part in the blessing. Ebizo sighed. This action is Ebizo's plan. In his opinion, even if this action fails, it is impossible to sacrifice the blessing of Jinchuriki. This is why he would transfer Fenfu from the village to do this kind of thing. Only this time he guessed wrong. This is not your fault. None of us knows that Bai Yu is a lunatic. Chiyo shook his head when he heard the words. Hearing Chiyo's words, Luo Sha also suppressed the anger and nodded. As a shadow, he cannot always be immersed in hatred. We only fought against Bai Yu once. We don't know his character. None of us expected that he would kill Jinchuriki. Luo Sha said with a gloomy expression. Although Luosha and Chiyo are offending themselves, Ebizo still feels that he underestimated the enemy too much. If he is more secure, he will definitely be able to figure out Bai Yu's character. But he did not, because of hatred, he also carried some uncertain guesses. With a sigh, Ebizo didn't defend himself. This is the end of the matter, and it's no use blaming anyone for them. In addition to this news, Tsuchikage has another letter for us. At this moment, Luo Sha suddenly said, oh, Chiyo and Ebizo couldn't help being a little surprised. Look at it. Luo Sha did not give too much narration, and directly threw the letter to the two of them. Unfolding the letter paper, looking at the contents on it, both Chiyo and Ebizo frowned slightly. After a long time, the two men put down the letters in their hands. It's just that the brows of the two of them did not loosen. Naturally, Chiyo and Ebizo knew well about Onogi, a character of the same era. Onoki is the kind of person who doesn't see rabbits or scatter eagles. The things stated in the letter are nothing more than cooperation. It's just that Onogi needs 300 Jonin troops to go to Rock Shinobi. And if you really want to go to war with Bai Yu, one of the three of them must be present. This request made the Luo Sha trio a little puzzled. Judging by the strength of Onoki, there is no need to form an alliance. The time they played against Bai Yu, they had already seen the depth of Bai Yu's strength. Against the three of them, Bai Yu can beat, but against Onoki, the odds of winning are very low. They also played against Onoki more than once. They are also very clear about Onoki's strength. In the face of Bai Yu, the sense of oppression is really strong, making them feel that if they don't have to work hard, they will definitely lose. But facing Onoki was a feeling of powerlessness. Facing Onoki, they didn't even have the idea of doing something. A cloud of dust came down, as if it were Tianwei. Wherever Chen Dun went, it was like rubbing a corner of the world with an eraser. If it weren't for Cloud Shinobi's reasons, Onogi would have already done something to them. San Shinobi. Cloud Shinobi was the first to announce the war. The target of this battle is San Shinobi. There is no shadow sitting in town. Facing Cloud Shinobi, San Shinobi naturally retreats steadily. But the relationship between the land of the wind and the land of the earth can be described as a deadly relationship. Naturally, it is impossible to watch San Shinobi fall. By coincidence, Cloud Shinobi saw how smoothly they entered the Kingdom of Wind, and he didn't know which of them was wrong. Immediately announced the war with other Shinobu villages. This long-running Third World War of Ninja World began. Rock Shinobi sent troops to block Cloud Shinobi and repelled it to the territory of the Country of Grass. And Luo Sha was selected as the fourth Kazekage under this situation. As soon as he took office, Luo Sha led San Shinobi's large forces directly to the territory of the Country of Grass. This also formed the tendency of the four ninja villages to become horns, and stalemate in the territory of the Country of Grass. Rasa, Chio and Ebizo are actually not very useful for Onoki. If they were to bring 300 people to help out, it would be unnecessary. Leaving aside the prohibition of this matter for the time being, just guarding against them will be exhausting. This is what made Chio and Ebizo fall into contemplation. Seeing the appearance of Chio and Ebizo, Luo Sha naturally knew that they were aware of this doubt. What do you mean by this big Yemu? Luo Sha frowned. Hearing this, Chio and Ebizo kept thinking about the reasons for this matter in their minds. From the nature of this matter, just like us, if you really need allies, then it must be because the enemy is too strong. Ebizo slowly said his thoughts. After hearing the words, Chidai frowned and said, the Konoha front in the Country of Grass, there is no character worthy of Onoki's treatment. Bai Yu's strength, we all know very well, definitely not because of Bai Yu. In this way, there is only one possibility. That is Onoki wants to weaken our San Shinobi's strength. Chio's tone is very calm. Hearing this speculation, Luo Sha and Ebizo were both stunned. This is no wonder it is Chio's subjective consciousness is too strong. Subjective guesses are often the least reliable. But they didn't say anything to refute. After all, the most important thing right now is to think things through. However, the more Chio thought about it, the more he felt that his ideas were right. Continue to speak. You think, we are so close to Rock Shinobi. We don't know how long this war will last. We announce our withdrawal from the war at this time. We must have a much longer recuperation time than them. For us, Rock Shinobi naturally has to guard against. After speaking, Chio looked complacent, as if what he said was something remarkable. Luo Sha and Ebizo, who were thinking about the reason, both their faces stiffened, and the corners of their mouths twitched. But they did not blame Chio. Chio is an activist in his own right. I don't know the corners in this one. Chio saw that the two people in front of him ignored him, and naturally knew that what he said might be wrong. The old face suddenly became a little hot. Chio, who realized that he was a little embarrassed, closed his mouth and didn't continue to say anything. At this moment, Luo Sha suddenly thought of something. That's right. I saw a piece of information a few days ago, saying that the current commander of the Country of Grass is Namikaze Minato. Hearing this, Ebizo suddenly shrank his pupils and looked at Luo Sha with solemn expression. And Luo Sha was seen by Ebizo like a meteor flashing by in the darkness. The two looked at each other, and both felt that they had grasped the truth of the matter. Come here. Luo Sha shouted directly. As soon as the voice fell, an Anbu ninja from San Shinobi appeared beside Luo Sha. You go to the intelligence division to find out if Namikaze Minato has fought against Onoki. Rosha frowned and said to the Anbu ninja in front of her. Hearing this, Anbu ninja nodded, then turned around and disappeared. Chio looked at the two people in front of him as if they had found a blind spot, and couldn't help feeling a little anxious. Why do you want to know if Namikaze Minato has fought against Onoki? Chio couldn't hide words in his heart, and asked directly. Hearing Chio's question, Ebizo didn't sell it. Putting his hands on the table, Ebizo slowly said, if Bayou alone is not big enough for Noki to fight, what about one more person? But this person must be someone who wants Onoki to know his strength. Otherwise, he must be unable to measure the danger. Rosa sent someone to ask from this point. Chio reacted when he heard this. The clues made her pupils shrink. You mean, Bayou and Namikaze Minato are likely to defeat Onoki? Luo Sha on the side shook his head when he heard the words, it is not to defeat Oyumu. It is to kill Oyumu. Impossible. Chidai heard this subconsciously. In her impression, Tsuchikage and Raikage are the strongest cage levels. To kill any of them, there is no other way except super cage level. Like Onoki and third Raikage, if they fight, the outcome may be divided, but if you want to kill each other, it is definitely harder than going to the sky. How can the two people at the top of cage level be killed so easily? As soon as he said this, Chiyo knew that he had said the wrong thing. Explain quickly. I didn't mean that, I thought it would be too exaggerated to kill Onogi. When Ebizo heard this, he shook his head and said, if it is an ordinary cage level who wants to kill Onogi, it is naturally impossible, but Namikaze Minato can cooperate with Bai Yu. As far as I know, Namikaze Minato's body flicker technique is Konoha's Flying Thunder God technique, which is a time and space ninjutsu, developed by Konoha's second Hokage Senju Tobirama. This body flicker technique does not have a moving trajectory. As long as the speed is fast enough to catch the gap of Oyumu, Bai Yu is very likely to kill Oyumu. As for Bai Yu's attack, you must all know it. Hearing Ebizo's words, Chiyo couldn't help but opened his mouth slightly. Because he found that what Ebizo said really made sense. It makes sense that she can't refute it. Luo Sha on the side nodded after hearing the conversation between the two and said, Elder Ebizo is right, Bai Yu's attack, we all know that if you face his attack unguardedly, even a tail beast is possible. Was cut off by him. Onogi's starting point is likely to be here. As soon as Luo Sha's voice fell, the Sand Shinobi Anbu ninja who had just left had already returned. Master Kazekage, people from the intelligence department said that Onoki and Namikaze Minato have played against each other 3 times. All 3 times ended in Namikaze Minato's escape. The Anbu ninja's voice did not contain a trace of emotion, and he told the information to the 3 people very calmly. Upon hearing this, Luo Sha and Ebizo both showed a cold smile. They found the reason. Okay, let's go down. Luo Sha waved his hand directly. Hearing Luo Sha's words, the Sand Shinobi Anbu ninja nodded, turned around and disappeared. Now it's clear. The reason lies in Namikaze Minato's head. Luo Sha said with a sneer. When Ebizo heard the words, he sighed and said, this Konoha's people are really endless. I originally thought that there was a Bai Yu that was already Konoha Jifu, but I didn't expect that this Namikaze Minato could also threaten the peak of cage level. Existence. Chapter 94 Vertical and Horizontal Union. After hearing Ebizo's words, Luo Sha's complexion was also not very good. He can be considered a fame as a young man, but he has become the 4th Kazekage in his 20s. It was a pleasure to break the wrists with the various shinobu villages who were complacent. But the sudden appearance of Bai Yu directly shattered his self-satisfied heart. However, when he was only 14, he and the 2 elders were driven into a desperate situation. If it weren't for Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi's intervention, I'm afraid he would have been buried in the battlefield of the grassland. At the moment, the combination of Bai Yu and Namikaze Minato makes Onoki feel jealous, let alone him. In his opinion, even Sand Shinobi at the moment, plus the 3 of them, may not be able to beat Bai Yu and Namikaze Minato. Konoha of this era is too powerful. Then shall we agree to this matter? At this time, Chiyo suddenly asked with some unknown reason. Judging from the words of Luosha and Ebizo, the present situation is very serious. But he couldn't hear the slightest decision. Luo Sha frowned slightly when he heard the words, he was weighing the pros and cons of this matter. On the side, Ebizo winked at Chiyo, and then looked at Luosha. The implication is obvious, everything obeys Luo Sha's orders. If they give up revenge, they will naturally agree, because war is often the most variable. No one can say which side will win a war. All strategic policies are nothing more than the will of the top person. Luo Sha naturally noticed the eyes of Chiyo and Ebizo. At this time, he was very entangled. The hatred between Bai Yu and Bai Yu is irreconcilable on anyone's body. But right now, he is the shadow of a village. He cannot make decisions with his temper. After thinking for a long time, the small office is very quiet. Neither Chiyo nor Ebizo urged Luo Sha. They all know that this kind of decision is really difficult to make. As time passed bit by bit, suddenly, the blue veins on Luosha's forehead burst. Fight. Must fight. If this kind of bloody and deep hatred can be given up, then this village, this country will be over. Upon hearing this, Chiyo and Ebizo glanced at each other, did not say anything, just nodded silently. Although in their opinion, sitting on the mountain and watching tigers fight is the best move. But they also understand that this is what they think at their age. Old people tend to be more than conservative, but not enterprising. Perhaps Luo Sha's decision was the last straw to crush the camel. If they could see Konoha, the 127 behemoth, collapse in their lifetime, it wouldn't be useless for them to participate in this war. Now that it has been decided, it is necessary to communicate with Rock Shinobi. This meeting also ended. Back in his office, Luo Sha immediately repaired a book and sent it out. On the other side, Rock Shinobi camp. Is there any reply from Sand Shinobi? Onoki asked the Akazu beside him. Hearing the question about his own movie, Kaito shook his head and said, at this time, the letter may still have just arrived. Onoki nodded when he heard the words and said nothing. Sand Shinobi will not agree to this condition, in fact, he knows very well. If Ebizo is in power, I am afraid there will be variables. But the ruling one is a young shadow, if given the opportunity, he will certainly not be able to let it go. As long as the letter is delivered safely, Sand Shinobi will definitely participate in this battle. After thinking about it for a while, Onogi lifted a pen to repair a book. There was no long story, but after a few pens, Onoki handed the letter to Akato. Send this to Cloud Shinobi. Hearing this, Kaito couldn't help her pupils shrinking. Even if he didn't see the content of the letter, he could guess what was in his heart. After all, After following Onoki for so long, he also knows something about Onoki's character. It is impossible for him to make a move before being foolproof. After receiving the letter in Onoki's hand, Akatsuki turned and left. When I left, there was still a smile on the corner of his mouth. In his opinion, Onoki has assembled the power of Sand Shinobi, Cloud Shinobi, and Konoha's army on the front of the grass country will inevitably be uprooted. Shaking his head, Akato murmured, "Why do you have to provoke us, Rock Shinobi?" Looking at the back of Akatsuki leaving, Onoki fell into deep thought. The letter just now is indeed a letter from Cloud Shinobi. It's just that he didn't know whether he would agree to Cloud Shinobi. It's really because he knows too much about the character of Third Raikage. If you can watch a play, Third Raikage will definitely watch it on the sidelines. Originally for Bai Yu, Onogi had not thought of taking the initiative to attack and kill him. It was really what Bai Yu said when he left that made him feel bad. The 14-year-old Bai Yu already has the strength close to his own. If he is allowed to grow up, the situation may be completely different if he takes another shot in a few years. As a shadow that comes up step by step, he knows how powerful a person will burst out if he is diligent. That was unexpected by no one. 14-year-old Bai Yu plunged into his flesh like a thorn. If he doesn't get rid of it, he might end up with himself. After sighing, Onoki didn't think about it anymore. Pick up those files and start correcting them one by one. There was no reply from Cloud Shinobi, and he thought it would be useless no matter how much. At this time, the Cloud Shinobi camp on the other side. Third Raikage was looking at the light in front of him with his chin in his hands. Obviously, he was also in deep thought. What Toshiro said not long ago gave him a sense of urgency. The front that Cloud Shinobi has laid out is too long. A ninja village faces 4 ninja villages to fight together. This war did not annihilate everything as he imagined. Instead, he dragged Cloud Shinobi into the quagmire and couldn't get out. If the war is ended now, the resources and manpower invested in the war will all become a joke. This is something he cannot accept. But now Konoha has a genius who can contend against him. This genius is only 14 years old, and one can imagine how strong he should be when he is an adult. He wanted to get rid of this threat, but he was held up by various forces and could not move. If he moved his whole body by pulling it, other Shinobu villages would certainly not stand on the sidelines. This is where he made trouble. Are you really just waiting for the flames to burn out? Third Raikage sighed. Don't look at his usual careless appearance. In fact, his heart is like a hair, everything is under his control. Those superficial performances are just for others to see. Tuck tuck tuck. Just then, there was a knock on the door. This made Third Raikage frown. If it is normal, no one will bother him naturally. At the moment he will knock on the door if he doesn't hesitate to interrupt his work. Obviously this news is very important. Come in. Third Raikage said lightly. The Tudai at the door nodded and said, yes. Then he opened the door and entered. What's the matter? Third Raikage asked, frowning. Tudai did not talk nonsense, and directly handed out the letter in his hand. I heard that this is a letter from Onoki's oral confession to be delivered to you. Toshiro said to Third Raikage. Oh, hearing this, Third Raikage couldn't help raising his brows. After receiving the letter, Third Raikage opened the letter. With the help of the light, Third Raikage read the letter word by word. What a great opportunity. Third Raikage's mouth twitched. The local representative could not help showing curiosity when he heard the words. When Third Raikage saw this, he didn't mean anything, and directly handed the letter in his hand to Toshiro. Look at it, too. Third Raikage said lightly. Hearing this, Toshiro nodded, and then he also got a panoramic view of the content of the letter. Not long after, Toshiro also sneered at the corner of his mouth. It looks like Onoki is in a hurry. Toshiro shook his head and said. Third Raikage on the side nodded and said, it's time to be anxious. He and Bai Yu have played against each other, and naturally he understands how threatening this kind of genius is to war. Even Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara did not have such a strong strength at the age of Bai Yu. Don't say it's Onogi, I'm also considering whether to shoot Bai Yu these days. Tudai couldn't help but shrink his pupils. Does this Bai Yu really have such a big threat? For Toshiro, he has watched the battle of Bai Yu, and he has watched the battle of Third Raikage. Although Bai Yu's destructive power was more powerful, he didn't think he could hit his own Raikage with the move that fell from the sky. Raikage's speed has reached a limit. The kind of attack that requires extreme conditions to form, in the eyes of Toshiro, is not to be feared. He believes that in the fight, his own Third Raikage must be won. This is no surprise. Third Raikage heard the words and smiled and said, you don't know the truth. Bai Yu's threat in this war is probably greater than Senju Hashirama's rebirth. With Senju Hashirama's character, it will naturally leave a ray of life to Cloud Shinobi. But based on the current situation, if Bai Yu possesses the power of Senju Hashirama, he will certainly not let anyone go. Don't say anything else, you can tell from the fact that he killed one-tail Jinchuriki. He is a very serious, very vengeful person. Speaking of this, Third Raikage's eyes suddenly became cold. Although the Tudai heard that he still didn't understand Bai Yu's threat, he nodded vaguely. When Third Raikage saw this, it was natural to understand that Toshiro did not understand the meaning of his words. Shaking his head slightly, Third Raikage continued. Of course, the reason I want to kill him is more than that. I can still remember what happened with Wooden Golem. That Namikaze Minato is now the commander-in-chief of the Grassland Front. Now Onoki wants to work with us, and Bai Yu is already second. The one I want to kill most is Namikaze Minato. After saying this, Third Raikage's eyes couldn't help but a very strong anger appeared. To say that in this war, the person he hates most is Namikaze Minato. The two were captured alive by Wooden Golem, and then the two were threatened by Wooden Golem. He has never suffered such insults in his life. If it were not for the war, he would have killed Namikaze Minato. Right now, Onoki's cooperation is equivalent to giving him a chance for revenge. This made him feel a little delighted. I see. Hearing this, Toshiro realized why the third Raikage in front of him seemed so excited. The vengeance is about to be paid, and everyone will be excited. Then you mean to cooperate with Onoki? Toshiro asked. Third Raikage heard the words and nodded with a smile. How can you give up such a good opportunity? After speaking, he put up a pen to revise a book, and ordered Tudai to send it to Onoki. On this day, the delivery of letters made the entire battlefield form a huge, invisible web. And this net is aimed at Bai Yu and Namikaze Minato. It's just that these two people don't know at this time. As a day passes, the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, never stopping. Bai Yu walked out of his tent, looked at Weishi's morning light, and stretched fiercely. For Bai Yu, a new day has begun. At the same time, on the border of the country of grass, a man wearing a hat and a robe with a red cloud and black bottom stepped on this battlefield. Looking at the green grassland, Nagato couldn't help but feel a little happy. The idea of inviting Bai Yu to join Akatsuki has not faded over time. On the contrary, it became stronger. For Konoha, although Nagato has no good feelings, he does not have any hatred. Although in his memory, his parents were killed by Konoha Shinobi. But in the years following Jiraiya, he understood that it is not Konoha Shinobi who is evil, but that people divide good and evil. This has nothing to do with what camp. What? Nagato's figure flickered, and directly rushed towards the depths of the country of grass. He wants to find Bai Yu as soon as possible. The current situation in Rain Shinobi village is not optimistic. As their deterrence grew, Hanzo of the Salamander had noticed them. While Nagato was looking for Bai Yu's killing of one-tailed Jinchuriki was also known to Uchiha Madara. Sitting on his throne, Uchiha Madara, who was lingering on his throne, heard Bai Yu kill one tail, and a trace of anger flashed in those eyes. The tail beast can indeed be resurrected, but this time will be very long. If Bai Yu kills one tail to divide his blessings and makes him unable to gather the tail beasts when he is resurrected, then it's really G. Can this man kill one of the Jinchuriki with one enemy and two? Uchiha Madara was a little surprised. Since the time between him and Senju Hashirama passed, there has not been a genius like this in decades. And Bai Yu is only 14 years old. When he was 14 years old, he didn't dare to say that he could beat the tail beast. Bai Yu's existence is far beyond his control. This is very unfavorable for his next layout. Frowning, Uchiha Madara lost his thoughts. At this moment, Alfie stood up. Madara, don't worry. That Onogi has already started to work with Sand Shinobi Cloud Shinobi to get rid of Bai Yu. Afei calmly said to Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but frowned and said with some doubts, Onogi. Is that the kid with Libra? 2 Libras. Who is that? Afei couldn't help but wonder. Point 0. Uchiha Madara shook her head when she saw this. He didn't ask Afei what he said. He still has some impressions of Onoki. A 13-year-old boy dared to do something on himself, which made him remember Onogi. Since the 3 people in Ninamura have decided to take action, the chance of Bai Yu surviving is unlikely. Uchiha Madara murmured. After thinking for a while, he asked Afei, have you found a suitable candidate? Hearing what Uchiha Madara said, Alfie nodded and said, I have a clue, but there are still a few candidates to compare. Uchiha Madara frowned upon hearing the words, no, please sort out their information and show it to me. Hearing this, Afei nodded and then left. Looking at the figure of Afei going away, Uchiha Madara muttered to himself, the stage is already there, and there is no protagonist. Then, the whole cave fell into silence again. As the sun sets, the afterglow of the setting sun shines on the Hokage building in Konoha village. The huge fire character was shining brightly in the sunshine, and it was very beautiful. Sarutobi Hiruzen in the Hokage building looked at the information in his hand with an incredible look in his eyes. Kill one-tail Jinchuriki. Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked. Bai Yu's methods are more amazing every time, but no one thought that Bai Yu would actually kill Jinchuriki. Although it is a bit immoral, if this matter is known by the Konoha Shinobi, it will definitely increase morale. After thinking for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen made a decision. Come on. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice sounded. Not long after, a figure of Konoha Anbu appeared beside Sarutobi Hiruzen. Pass the letter in your hand to Anbu Ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen said seriously. 30 copies of this letter and spread to various battlefields. The Anbu Ninja was slightly taken aback when he heard the words, but Zan even took the letter in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand, nodded and said, yes. Looking out the window, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help sighing. He didn't know if his move was right. With this news, Bai Yu's limelight must have overshadowed Namikaze Minato. And Namikaze Minato is his next Hokage. If someone's limelight overshadows Namikaze Minato, then the road to Hokage must not be so easy. But if Bai Yu's move did not spread the news, it would be a shame. The current war has reached a deadlock, and the competition is nothing more than willpower and persistence. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen has great trust in the Konoha shinobi people, the war is changing rapidly. You may have a chance to win in the first second, but you will lose in the next moment. Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't want to let go of everything that can increase the winning chip. This is a decision made by Sarutobi Hiruzen after repeated thinking. It's just that his decision caught Danzo's attention. In the base camp at the route, Danzo frowned as he looked at the information in his hand. Although he has no idea about Bai Yu. But this does not mean that he did not take Bai Yu into consideration. It is not yet known who will be the next Hokage. Naturally, he would not give up so early. He even had a series of plans in his mind. If you want to subvert the final result, you must use extraordinary means. Trouble, Danzo murmured, putting away the information. Bai Yu can face two tail beasts alone and kill one of them directly. Danzo prides himself that if he faced Bai Yu, he might not be able to do anything. This made him even more eager for Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. After touching his eyes with bandages, Danzo muttered to himself, "Mirror, your eyes are not strong enough." If anyone who knows the name Uchiha Kagami hears Danzo, they will inevitably be horrified. At that time, second Hokage Senju Tobarama received a total of 6 disciples. They are called Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Akamaiki Ku Feng, Udatane Kaharu, Mitokado Homura, and Uchiha Kagami. The 6 people grew up together. It can be said that siblings are better than siblings. Nowadays, in addition to the Konoha high-rise launched by Akamaiki, there are 3 elders of Konoha 2.6, plus the Hokage of Sarutobi Hiruzen, a total of 4 people. The teaching power of second Hokage Senju Tobarama is extremely powerful. Of the 6 people, only one Uchiha Kagami died at the age of 25. No one knows the reason, and no one has seen his body. Only in Danzo's mouth, Uchiha Kagami died because of the mission. Danzo looks like this. It can be seen that Uchiha Kagami's death was not that simple. Just when Danzo was dissatisfied with his right eye, suddenly the figure of a root ninja appeared. Master Danzo. The visitor knelt on the ground respectfully. Hearing the sound, Danzo frowned and said, "What's the matter?" The root ninja didn't stop when he heard the words. He opened his mouth and said, "There is news from Anbu that Master Hokage is going to spread the story of Bai Yu's killing of one-tailed Jinchuriki to the ninja world." Hearing this, Danzo couldn't help but shrink his pupils. He could probably guess what Sarutobi Hiruzen thought. After squeezing his fist, Danzo was a little angry. He has always been dissatisfied with how Senju Tobarama rashly decided Hokage's ownership. In his opinion, the position of Hokage is naturally someone who has a clever means can go up. But just because he hesitated whether to use his life to delay time for everyone, this Hokage fell into the hands of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen has always known that he wants to be Konoha's Hokage. He has also been waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen to step down. In his opinion, after Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped down, this Hokage is none other than him. Only halfway through, a civilian genius named Namikaze Minato suddenly appeared. This person is all-dazzling as soon as he appears, and his record is proud. Sarutobi Hiruzen made a decisive decision and directly regarded Namikaze Minato as the next Hokage training. During this period, Danzo used countless methods, but they were all resolved by Namikaze Minato. Knowing that Namikaze Minato has grown up, his reputation has gradually risen. Danzo knew it was overwhelming, so he didn't care too much. Turned to thinking of another method. As long as Namikaze Minato stepped down, the position of Hokage would be taken away. It's just that he didn't expect that, before the idea in his heart matured, Bai Yu appeared again. If this continues and Namikaze Minato becomes Hokage, he still has a chance. But if Bai Yu's limelight overwhelms Namikaze Minato, then 5th Hokage must be Bai Yu's possession. And he Danzo is just a jumping clown. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo said the name viciously. Chapter 95 joined the Akatsuki organization. Danzo couldn't control Bai Yu's name, but Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't notify him of this plan as a promoter, which made him a little unacceptable. Without much thought, Danzo walked directly out of the root base camp and went directly to the Hokage building. Pushing open the door of Sarutobi Hiruzen's office, Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen coldly and asked, "Why didn't this matter inform me?" The Anbu ninja on the side turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen with some embarrassment. "Master Hokage, I really can't stop Elder Danzo." The movements of Danzo and Anbu ninja at the door just now, Sarutobi Hiruzen, are all heard. Naturally, I knew that this was not Anbu ninja's fault. Waved his hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen let Anbu ninja go down. Upon seeing this, the Anbu ninja nodded respectfully and walked out of the door of Sarutobi Hiruzen's office. He also took the door easily. At this time, only Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo were left in the office. Looking at Danzo's cold face, Sarutobi Hiruzen was calm and breezy. How did he not know Danzo's purpose? It's just that his wife knows Danzo. If he becomes this Hokage, it will not only be a disaster for other Shinobu villages. It is also a disaster for Konoha village. He and Danzo are both apprentices of second Hokage Senju Tobarama. Senju Tobarama can be called a hero. If it weren't for his means, all kinds of clans would have been out of control in the village. The 2 words of kindness and cruelty are vividly reflected in Senju Tobarama's body. For his own people, Senju Tobarama has always been generous and kind, but for his enemies, he is extremely cold and cruel. Sarutobi Hiruzen learned Senju Tobarama's generosity and kindness, but Danzo learned Senju Tobarama's cold cruelty. Konoha today cannot do without Sarutobi Hiruzen or Danzo. Only the two of them can conquer the powerful families in Konoha. This matter must be decisive. If you get past this limelight, the effect will be greatly reduced. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not answer Danzo's question directly, but stated his own considerations. Hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Danzo couldn't help getting angry. The answer he wanted to hear was not this. Having been an elder for so many years, how can he fail to see the political intention of Sarutobi Hiruzen's move? What he is questioning is Sarutobi Hiruzen's prejudice against him. Do you really have to do it this way? Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo asked angrily. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help sighing. Then he shook his head and said, if you really fit this position, I won't train Namikaze Minato. Wake up, Danzo. You can't help it. This is cruel, but when he said this, there was no ripple in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. Danzo's expression became even colder when he heard the words. In his opinion, Doran, Sarutobi Hiruzen is just for his own benefit. Those who become Hokage are all cultivated by him. Even if he steps down, his authority can still be maintained. And Danzo can only continue to hide in the dark for 20, becoming a lion majesty. You are fine, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo said viciously. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face remained as usual. This kind of confrontation often occurs between him and Danzo. When this matter is over, how should Konoha behave or how should it behave? In many cases, some things cannot be changed according to the will of people. Go back, Danzo. This matter has been executed, and 30 letters have been scattered. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of him, Danzo knew in his heart that he was late. When Sarutobi Hiruzen bypassed him and issued an order directly, this matter had already become a conclusion. Even if he was angry, it would not help. After a cold snort, Danzo turned around and pushed the door to leave. The Konoha Anbu ninja at the door bowed respectfully. At the moment Danzo's heart is already unspeakable, and watching this scene as naturally as if he hadn't seen it. When we got to the first floor, two old people came to face each other. At this time, Uchiha Kaharu and Mitokado Homura were late. Seeing Danzo's face sinking, both of them were a little confused. What, Danzo, is there anything to call us? Uchiha Kaharu asked Danzo. Hearing this question, Danzo still looked cold. It's okay, let's leave. Danzo said lightly. When he came, he was sent to notify Uchiha Kaharu and Mitokado Homura. The purpose is to force the palace to make Sarutobi Hiruzen withdraw this order. But it was too late now, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders were already carried out. It's useless to say more. After saying this, Danzo left the Hokage building straight away. Looking at the back of Danzo leaving, both Uchiha Kaharu and Mitokado Homura were puzzled. A Konoha's Anbu ninja was brought in casually, and his doubts and questions were revealed. After hearing that Bayou's news was issued by Sarutobi Hiruzen in the form of an order, the two suddenly realized. Danzo is nothing more than to suppress Bayou's reputation. This made the two dumbfounded. At their age, they no longer covet the position of Hokage. But they know that Danzo is still obsessed with this position, which has become a lifelong obsession. It is normal to call them for such a thing. Without thinking, the two looked at each other, then smiled and shook their heads. Now that they are here, the two went straight upstairs, talked with Sarutobi Hiruzen for a while, and then left. In the meantime, Bayou didn't mention anything about Bayou. The news of Bayou spread throughout Konoha. Then as the news radiated, the entire ninja world also learned that Konoha had a lunatic who killed Jinchuriki. And this also makes Bayou's Konoha Madman title directly become Konoha's Violent Kun. Of course, Bayou at this time did not know this matter. He was looking at Nagato who was brought to him by the Konoha Anbu ninja. When Konoha Anbu said that there was a ninja from Rain Shinobi village who asked for a meeting, Bayou had a guess in his heart. But he never thought that it was Nagato who came to look for him in person. This makes Bayou look a little weird. Nagato looked at Bayou in front of him with his pair of Rinnegan, and couldn't help showing a look of surprise. At this time, he finally believed in his instincts. The Bayou in front of him has a breath of the same origin as him. Although Nagato doesn't know what's going on, he believes it must be more than a coincidence. What do you want me to do? Bayou looked at Nagato in front of him and said lightly. If it is not before Rinnegan, I am afraid that Bayou will have plans for Nagato. But right now, he looked at Nagato's eyes very flat. Nagato has nothing worth planning. Hearing Bayou's words, Nagato secretly suppressed his excitement. Turning his head and looking at the Anbu ninja standing next to him, he seemed hesitant to talk. Bayou understood naturally when he saw it. You leave first. Bayou said lightly to the Konoha Anbu ninja on the side. Yes. Hearing Bayou's words, the Konoha Anbu ninja bowed respectfully and left. Nagato saw that even Anbu ninja obeyed Bayou's words so much, and naturally knew that Bayou was considered a high-level figure among Konoha. At this time, he felt that his decision to invite Bayou to join the Akatsuki organization was really wise. I'm here to invite you to join our Akatsuki organization. Nagato said to Bayou Chungchuan. It's just that he didn't know that his pair of Rinnegan looked really evil. It doesn't seem sincere at all. But Bayou doesn't care about these. Frowning, Bai Yu asked Nagato, does it mean Yahiko? Bai Yu was very curious about why Nagato came to this dangerous battlefield to invite himself to join Akatsuki. In his impression, Nagato's character is not very assertive. This action is not like a decision made by Nagato himself. When Bai Yu wanted to come, it was only Yahiko who instructed him to come. Nagato couldn't help but shrink his pupils. How do you know Yahiko? He didn't even say his name, how could Bai Yu know Yahiko? Bai Yu couldn't help but shook his head. Jiraiya once told me about you. He used to teach 3 children in the country of rain. One of the children has Rinnegan and is called Nagato, the other 2 are called Yahiko, and the other is Konan. Bai Yu said lightly. This is just a nonsense by Bai Yu, Jiraiya has never told him about it. When Nagato heard this, he firmly believed. Deep down in his heart, he missed Jiraiya very much. Unexpectedly, Mrs. Jiraiya mentioned us to you. Nagato said with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Then Mr. Jiraiya is here. Suddenly Nagato asked expectantly. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu smiled and said, he has left and is going to learn fairy skills. But this trip should go smoothly. Nagato couldn't help but regretfully said, it's a pity. If he could see Jiraiya again here, he would naturally be happy. And back to the country of rain, there are talks to talk to Yahiko and Konan. You haven't answered me yet, is it Yahiko's idea or yours? Bai Yu asked Nagato lightly. Upon hearing this, Nagato came back to his senses. I decided on this matter. My instinct told me that I must come and find you, or I will regret it. Nagato said seriously to Bai Yu. Although nothing can be seen in his eyes, the expression of the body is indeed very sincere. Bai Yu frowned when he heard this. He didn't expect this matter to be Nagato's own decision. If it was Yahiko's decision, he might still feel quite normal. Although Yahiko is not a hero, he can still see the right path. Together with him, maybe we can quell the war in the Kingdom of Rain in one fell swoop. For Bai Yu, Hanzo of the Salamander in the Land of Rain is nothing more than a clown who raises his hand to kill. In the original book, facing Nagato who has not yet fully grown up, there is nothing to fight back. Not to mention facing him. In front of Bai Yu, he is not much better than the kindergarten children. Intuition. Where does your intuition come from? Bai Yu shook his head. If everyone comes to him like Nagato and directly asks for it, and Bai Yu still agrees, then Bai Yu shouldn't be exhausted. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Nagato couldn't help being stunned. Although he had already prepared in his heart, Bai Yu might not agree so easily. But it was a Waterloo in front of him that he didn't expect. Seeing Nagato who was a little confused in front of him, Bai Yu was not in a hurry, waiting for him to figure out his own words. For Akatsuki, Bai Yu can join or not. However, if Yahiko is willing to surrender his command, it doesn't matter if Bai Yu joins. The people in Akatsuki's organization in the future are all elites in the ninja world. If these people were trained by Bai Yu again, it would be easy to return to the ninja world with a clear sky. Nagato thought about it for a long time, and finally sighed. When I came, I already thought about you not joining, but I was not reconciled. My intuition was very strong, so strong that I knew I must do this. Otherwise, I will have trouble sleeping and eating all my life. Hearing this, Bai Yu couldn't help but raised his brow. Nagato didn't seem to lie at all when he said this. If this matter is true, it is worth pondering. When did you develop this intuition? Bai Yu asked Nagato. Regarding Nagato's intuition, Bai Yu's first guess was that he turned on Rinnegan, so he attracted Nagato, who also owns Rinnegan, to come to him. If this intuition appeared before he played Rinnegan, it would make Bai Yu a little creepy. About a month ago, it was one afternoon, I learned about you from intelligence, and then that kind of intuition suddenly appeared. Nagato recalled the words very seriously. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu couldn't help but shrink his pupils. He hadn't played Rinnegan a month ago. If it was the intuition that came out at that time, it has nothing to do with Rinnegan. Combined with his own fragmented memory, Bai Yu suddenly felt that there was a huge mystery behind it, waiting for him to uncover it. If all this is arranged, Bai Yu must refuse to join Akatsuki in the next moment. This is the firm idea in his heart. The Akatsuki organization sounds very powerful, but the people in the Akatsuki organization in the future are actually perverts. Transform yourself into a puppet and live in this world as a puppet. Thinking about this is not something that humans can do. There are also people who believe in evil gods and those who take the hearts of others to achieve the goal of immortality. None of them are normal people. He had decided from the beginning that he would not join the Akatsuki organization. But if all this is arranged, then Bai Yu will start to struggle. If it refuses to join the Akatsuki organization, I am afraid that Akatsuki will follow its original history. Maybe the Fourth Ninja World War will start. But if Bai Yu joins the Akatsuki organization, the variables will be huge. What is possible will not happen. Even Bai Yu can subdue the entire ninja world through Akatsuki organization without being known. Then the style of painting in this world collapsed. He doesn't know which road is the current arrangement, or that both roads have been doomed. Frowning in thought, Bai Yu is a little confused. Nagato on the side was somewhat delighted when he saw this. Bai Yu is thinking, it means that the final result of this matter is not yet certain. Without urging Bai Yu, Nagato was very quiet, standing aside, waiting for Bai Yu's final decision. After thinking about it for a long time, Bai Yu didn't figure it out. Whether to join the Akatsuki organization is one thing, and whether you can know some clues from it is another matter. This is really difficult. After recovering, Bai Yu suddenly thought of a way. Nagato, let me see your eyes. Bai Yu said lightly. Hearing this request, Nagato couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. You may not know Rinnegan, my Rinnegan is very powerful, I am afraid it will hurt you. Nagato said with some worry. When Bai Yu heard the words, he smiled and said, don't worry. As soon as the voice fell, an extremely evil and cold breath emerged. Bai Yu's black and white eyes directly rippled and turned into a pair of Rinnegan. Seeing this scene, Nagato couldn't help being stunned. Bai Yu actually owns Rinnegan. Nagato's heart was shocked. A long time ago, Jiraiya said that he owns this pair of Rinnegan and is probably the son of destiny that Toad Sage said, but now Bai Yu also has such a pair of eyes. This made him doubt his identity. But soon, he corrected his mentality. Maybe Bai Yu is the real son of destiny, but I only existed to discover him. Nagato told himself in his heart. If Bai Yu heard this, he might laugh out loud. Nagato's brain supplement ability is actually top-notch. Why do you own Rinnegan? The shock in Nagato's heart has not faded. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu smiled and asked, then how did your Rinnegan come from? My Rinnegan is born and has it from below. Nagato answered Bai Yu very seriously when he heard the words. Hearing this, Bai Yu couldn't help but shook his head. He naturally knew how Nagato's Rinnegan came from. From the time he was a baby, Uchiha Madara transplanted his pair of Rinnegan to Nagato. If it weren't for Nagato's physique of the Uzumaki clan, Rinnegan would have sucked up chakra and died of vitality long ago. How the adoptive parents who adopted Nagato were killed by the Konoha shinobi is obviously the work of Uchiha Madara. The civilians who insisted not to leave in the 127 war zone had no other reason except for the great benefits. Bai Yu can even think of Uchiha Madara's plan to impress Nagato's adoptive parents with a wealth of money. Thinking of this, Bai Yu couldn't help but shook his head and said, yours is born, then mine is born naturally. Did not tell Nagato his life experience. This kind of life experience, which has been under the control of others all his life, doesn't matter if I don't know it. When Nagato heard Bai Yu's words, his eyes lit up. He felt that he was special from the bottom up. If it hadn't been for Yahiko and Konan to melt the ice in his heart, I'm afraid he would have become a revenge machine for revenge against Konoha shinobi. Of course, Jiraiya also has a great contribution. Without Jiraiya, I'm afraid Nagato still hates Konoha's ninja. At this time, when I heard that I had the same kind, a feeling that the world suddenly became brighter came to my heart. A great move echoed in his heart. Bai Yu couldn't help but smile when he saw Nagato's happy smile. A sincere smile is often contagious. Bai Yu prides himself on being a human, and isn't stingy with his smile and happiness. Seeing Bai Yu's smile, Nagato couldn't help but feel a little surprised. But he did not invite Bai Yu again in such a short time. Instead, he smiled and said to Bai Yu, if you want to see it, just take a look. Bai Yu smiled immediately after hearing the words, stretched out his hands and pressed them on Nagato's temples. As Bai Yu Rinnegan's pupils surged, a boundless sense of fear surged into Nagato's heart. There was only a pair of cold Rinnegan before his eyes. Bai Yu's Rinnegan directly suppressed Nagato's Rinnegan, making him unable to move a finger. Bai Yu didn't care too much about Nagato's feelings. In his mind, Nagato used a lot of black sticks to penetrate other people's bodies to make others feel this boundless fear. This time also let Nagato taste this taste. The pupil power surged, directly pouring down Nagato's pupil power deep into his Rinnegan. But there was a circle around the park, but Bai Yu didn't find anything. Taking his hand down, Bai Yu couldn't help frowning. He is very strange, if he didn't do anything in Rinnegan, where would he do it? Bai Yu was lost in thought, while Nagato aside was a little skeptical of life. At this moment, he was panting heavily, sweating coldly. He originally thought that Bai Yu had such a big name only because of using Rinnegan. It seems that it is not that simple now. If you just use Rinnegan to make such a big name, Nagato can still do it. But if this is the case, Bai Yu's Rinnegan feels that he is fighting against his Rinnegan. It is absolutely impossible to crush one's own existence so much. At this time, he realized that even if a genius had the same power, he could use this power to completely crush the opponent. Nagato can feel that Bai Yu's pupil power is at least dozens of times stronger than himself in order to suppress himself in this way. His pupil power is like water, and Bai Yu's pupil power is like iron body. There is no comparison between the two. Bai Yu stood by and thought for a long time, and Nagato also recovered from the side for a long time. It wasn't until Nagato recovered completely that Bai Yu came back to his senses. Muttered to himself. Oh, forget it, don't waste brain cells if you don't figure it out. Nagato on the side heard the words and didn't know what Bai Yu meant, and couldn't help but feel a little confused. At this time, Bai Yu turned to Nagato and said, your invitation, I agreed, but you only have the right to suggest, not the right to command. You should be able to make a decision on this matter. Bai Yu said to Nagato. When Bai Yu agreed to join, Nagato almost didn't jump up. But when he heard the words behind Bai Yu, he couldn't help frowning again. Bai Yu's request is really strange. 5 Chapter 96 Konoha Storm-kun. Right to suggest and command? Nagato couldn't understand Bai Yu. When Bai Yu saw Nagato's confused face, he knew that Nagato didn't understand him. Shaking his head, Bai Yu continued. I mean, I can join you, but for all your action plans, I will only pick the ones I am interested in to implement, understand? Hearing this, Nagato looked clear. Nagato immediately smiled and said, this matter is not a major event. We know that the organization does not usually have any actions or tasks. Yahiko's idea is to use force and strategy to influence the world with love, so we usually do it. Do what you can to help others. Hearing this, Bai Yu couldn't help but his face froze. He was shocked by Yahiko's innocence. He never thought that there would be such a fool in this world. So, now Akatsuki's organization is full of rain shinobi? Bai Yu asked Nagato. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Nagato couldn't help but nodded in confusion. Yes, is there any problem? Bai Yu naturally understood after hearing the words. The current Shao organization did not look like what he had remembered. Nodded, Bai Yu said lightly. I see. Having said that, Nagato still asked a little worriedly. Then you are now a member of Akatsuki? Hearing this, Bai Yu nodded confidently and said, yes, I am now a member of the men's Shao organization. Great. Nagato couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. Bai Yu's promise was really a surprise. Judging from the attitude of Bai Yu just now, Nagato is still ready to fight for a long time. Unexpectedly, Bai Yu agreed to his invitation so easily. Then if it's okay, I'll go back and tell the news to Yahiko and the others. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Nagato immediately couldn't wait to get back and share the news. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu said politely, is it so urgent? If there is nothing wrong, you can stay here for a few more days. Nagato shook his head when he heard the words. He was already at home now. He has never been separated from Yahiko and Konan for so long. Although he was a little fresh at the beginning, he has successfully invited Bai Yu, and his longing for Yahiko and Konan gradually rose. The organization needs me. Since I have successfully invited you to join, I can't stay too much, Nagato said seriously to Bai Yu. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu nodded and said, well, let's go back. I will visit Rain Shinobi village when I have time. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Nagato couldn't help but shine. Then he smiled and said, okay, we are waiting for you. After speaking, he waved to Bai Yu and left. Bai Yu looked at Nagato's back and shook his head. The current Akatsuki organization is basically built by a few children with their own beautiful fantasy. As long as reality gives a heavy blow, it will disappear immediately. If there is nothing wrong, he is also going to have a look. Yahiko's character is very similar to Naruto's character, but he doesn't have the powerful talent and blood of Naruto. Otherwise, when he and Nagato both grow up, maybe Rain Shinobi village will really be built into a utopian existence by them. On the other side, in Konoha village. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen is working at the desk. Although the amount of daily work is not large, each decision requires Sarutobi Hiruzen to think twice. Today is as usual, working late into the night. Bai Yu's news was fueled by him, and the effect was remarkable. The Konoha shinobi who had been dragged into the quagmire of the war all saw a light. The former light came from Namikaze Minato, now it has become Bai Yu. This also made Bai Yu's reputation extremely loud in Konoha. Uchiha Shisui appears in the Starry Night flower shop in Konoha Square Street. Seeing Uchiha who is constantly processing flowers, Uchiha Shisui said very happily, Mom, Bai Yu has a new title again. Hearing Uchiha Shisui's voice, Uchiha Kyoka recovered. Oh, what new title does Bai Yu have? Uchiha Jinchuriki smiled at Uchiha Shisui. Regarding Bai Yu's news, she actually didn't care that much, but Uchiha Shisui in front of her seemed to be Bai Yu's little brother. Every time there's news of Bai Yu, she will come to her ears and say. This made her not deliberately paying attention and still very clear about Bai Yu's news. Hearing his mother's question, Uchiha Shisui smiled brightly and said, I heard that now the Quan Ninja world has begun to call Bai Yu brother Bai Yu Bao-kun. What a handsome name. If one day, I can also have your title is just fine. As Uchiha Shisui spoke, an envy appeared on his face. When Uchiha Jinchuriki heard this title, she couldn't help frowning slightly. Violence-kun is not a kind of good name. Huh, what did your Bai Yu brother do? People start calling him Violent-kun? Uchiha Jinchuriki asked very curiously. This title sounds difficult. As a former ninja, Uchiha is naturally curious. Hearing what his mother said, Uchiha Shisui smiled, and then said with a mysterious face, Bai Yu went to the battlefield of Grassland this time. Then he killed a Jinchuriki. What? Uchiha couldn't help but shrink his pupils, she was very shocked. How could she who had been on the battlefield not know how powerful Jinchuriki was? Every Jinchuriki is cage level strength, and if it can be completely tailed, it is also extremely powerful in cage level. Bai Yu can kill Jinchuriki, which means that he has been promoted to cage level, and he is still the most powerful kind of cage level. How can this be called Uchiha? Can he not be shocked? Uchiha Shisui on the side saw his mother showing a look of shock and couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Seeing that his idol can shock his mother, Uchiha Shisui is naturally with Urangan. Is Bai Yu really good? Uchiha Shisui smiled and said to Uchiha. There was pride in that tone. Seeing the cute appearance of her son, Uchiha couldn't help but pull out of shock. Gently pinched Uchiha Shisui's small face, Uchiha Byungshiang smiled and said, You Bai Yu brother is not that you are good, so why are you proud? Uchiha Shisui was stunned when he heard the words, and then Akimbo said, I don't care. Anyway, Bai Yu is great. I am great. In fact, who has never felt like Uchiha Shisui before? It's like you have been listening to a person's song, no matter how you are, but there is no one around you listening with you. You are very disappointed. But soon after, this man suddenly became popular, and his songs spread all over the streets. The feeling of being proud of you naturally rose from the bottom of my heart. Seeing his son's appearance, Uchiha Minaxiong couldn't help but rubbing his hair into a mess. Ha ha ha. Uchiha couldn't help laughing when he saw this. The sound is as clear as an oriole, very pleasant. It looks the same as usual, but it is a little different. Although I have only seen Bai Yu once, Uchiha Minaxiong is really curious about Bai Yu this time. At the same time, in the Konoha building, Sarutobi Hiruzen has just finished all the matters of today. Stretching slightly, Sarutobi Hiruzen can obviously feel a little sleepy, which makes him feel that he is really old. In his prime of life, not only was he not so sleepy to deal with these things, but it was also fast. Without choosing to go home immediately, Sarutobi Hiruzen put his hands on the table and fell into contemplation. He has finished his campaign for Bai Yu, but then, he had another trouble. Bai Yu's limelight has gradually overshadowed Namikaze Minato. Originally, the title of Namikaze Minato's golden glitter was the highest in the village. Now everyone is touting Konoha-kun. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen had anticipated this situation a long time ago, he never expected it to come so quickly. Although it is refreshing to use people's hearts, Sarutobi Hiruzen is also a little afraid of people's hearts. Obviously, if the people are so obedient, then what he said Hokage said, even if it is not a fact, it will become a fact. This is the terrible aspect of Hokage's authority. After thinking for a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally made up his mind. Oh, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply. Then he picked up a pen, wrote a few pens on the letter paper, and then put it in an envelope. If it is not a last resort, he does not want Bai Yu to come back. But Bai Yu stays on the battlefield, and sooner or later he will encounter another fight. For Bai Yu's strength, Sarutobi Hiruzen is also very clear. Bai Yu is much stronger than Namikaze Minato. If there is a fight again, Bai Yu will be the most dazzling. Although Bai Yu will bring this war to an end earlier, the head of a country must consider all aspects of things. If anything happens to the front, it is not too late to send Bai Yu. On the grassland front, except for Tsunade and Namikaze Minato, Sarutobi Hiruzen does not care about the lives of other people. This era belongs to Namikaze Minato. You will bloom in the next era, Bai Yu. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Under the light of Madara, Sarutobi Hiruzen's back was already a little curved. After sitting still for a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally said, "Come here." Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice, Konoha Anbu Ninja in the dark immediately appeared in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Hokage-sama," Konoha Anbu said respectfully, half kneeling on the ground. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded when he heard the words, then picked up the letter on the desktop and handed it to the Anbu Ninja, saying, "Give this letter to the intelligence department and let them send it out in Starry Night. It must be handed over to Namikaze Minato." Konoha Anbu Ninja nodded respectfully and said, "Yes." Then he turned around and re-entered the darkness. Seeing where Konoha Anbu turned and left, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat there for a long time. It was not until late at night that he turned off the office lights and left. In an instant, a few days passed. Sarutobi Hiruzen's letter reached Namikaze Minato smoothly. Looking at the mark belonging to Sarutobi Hiruzen on the letter, Namikaze Minato couldn't help but shrink his pupils. First put down the other documents, Namikaze Minato quickly opened the letter. Seeing the content of the letter, Namikaze Minato couldn't help but smile. Sarutobi Hiruzen's meaning, how can he not know? It has been 4 or 5 years since the beginning of government affairs. Regarding the pros, cons and goals of politics, Namikaze Minato is naturally very thorough. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in the letter that he called Bai Yu back. The reason was that other battlefields needed manpower. He hoped that Bai Yu would obey the command and return to Konoha first. If you are an ordinary person, you will naturally think it is reasonable to read such a letter. But Namikaze Minato understands that Sarutobi Hiruzen called Bai Yu back for him. At the moment, Bai Yu is gaining momentum, which is not a good thing for Namikaze Minato. For Sarutobi Hiruzen, Namikaze Minato is naturally very respectful, but this matter has a direct relationship with him. When he saw this letter, Namikaze Minato tried to hide it from Bai Yu for the first time. It's just that when he thought about it from Bai Yu's perspective, he realized that this approach was wrong. Sighing, Namikaze Minato took the letter into his pocket and walked straight out of the room. "Where is Bai Yu now?" Namikaze Minato asked Konoha Anbu at the door. Upon hearing this question, Anbu Ninja bowed respectfully and said, "Wait a minute." Then he turned around and disappeared. Obviously, he went to ask about Bai Yu's news. Not long after, Anbu Ninja appeared again. "Master Minato. Bai Yu is in the medical department now," Anbu Ninja respectfully said to Namikaze Minato. Upon hearing the exact location of Bai Yu, Namikaze Minato nodded, and then leapt towards the medical department. When Anbu Ninja saw this, he naturally followed Namikaze Minato. But he found that Namikaze Minato disappeared in front of him within a few flashes. This made him a little stunned. Only then did he understand why Namikaze Minato was called Golden Glitter. "It's too fast." No worries, Anbu Ninja knew where Namikaze Minato had gone. Without staying, Anbu Ninja also leapt straight towards the medical department. At this time, Bai Yu was studying medical knowledge with Yakushi Nanoyu in the medical department. Although Tsunade's medical knowledge is huge, some aspects still require practical operations to fully understand. Tsunade was suffering from panacemia, so naturally it was impossible to carry Bai Yu for the experiment. And Shizun's level is too bad. Bai Yu's level has long surpassed Shizun's level. In the grassland front, besides Tsunade, the strongest medical ninjutsu is Yakushi Nanoyu. So Tsunade asked Yakushi Nanoyu to take Bai Yu to conduct human experiments. Of course, this human body is not Konoha's ninja. These corpses that became the subject were all people from other shinobu villages. Bai Yu looked at Yakushi, who was teaching herself seriously, and couldn't help but smile. It is rare for a girl to look serious. Yakushi Nanoyu was also used to Bai Yu by his side. I still remember that when Tsunade asked him to teach Bai Yu, she was looking forward to it, but she was shy, but she refused. But right now the entire medical department belongs to her at the highest level. Bai Yu's level has reached a certain level, and no one else can teach it. In the end, it was decided that she would teach Bai Yu. This also has the current situation. The two are undergoing a very delicate operation at this time. Even if Yakushi Nanoyu is a medical ninja, it will inevitably consume energy. A drop of sweat slipped from Yakushi Nanoyu's forehead and condensed on her chin. It was about to drip, but Yakushi Nanoyu didn't notice it. Bai Yu was stunned when he saw this, and then stretched out his hand to help Yakushi Nanoyu wipe it. The touch feels very good at the moment of touch, which is comparable to the texture of evening red skin. This made Bai Yu couldn't help feeling stunned. The flame in my heart seemed to be on. Forcibly suppressing those mixed thoughts, Bai Yu naturally watched Yakushi Nanoyu continue the operation. But at this time, how can Yakushi no continue? When Bai Yu stretched out her hand to wipe the sweat, she didn't even notice it. It is the basic operation to have a companion to wipe sweat when performing surgery. She even said that she was used to someone helping her wipe her sweat. This is why she didn't notice when the sweat gathered on her chin. But when she came back to her senses, she thought that it was Bai Yu who wiped her sweat, and Bai Yu wiped her with her hands instead of a towel. A wave of shame came up. The movement in his hands could not help but be a little deformed. Taking a deep breath, Yakushi Nanoyu suppressed the shame in his heart and continued his operation. Bai Yu saw all these changes in his eyes, and naturally knew why Yakushi Nanoyu blushed. Seeing Yakushi's sweat condensed again, Bai Yu did not hesitate to reach out his hand to help her wipe it. The warm palm made Yakushi Nono's face flushed immediately. It's just that this time she forcibly suppressed the shame, and the movement in her hand did not deform. Bai Yu couldn't help but tick the corner of his mouth when he saw this, and thought this scene was very interesting in his heart. So next, Bai Yu kept reaching out his hand to help Yakushi Nanoyu wipe his sweat. The towel was just aside, and it was never used, but they both tacitly didn't care about the towel. Bai Yu does not take advantage of it, but Yakushi Nanoyu feels very sweet. She is not blind, the towel is at Bai Yu's hand, but Bai Yu just doesn't use it. This is obviously that Bai Yu wants to get in touch with her. For Bai Yu, she has always had a good feeling in her heart. This kind of action not only did not make her disgusted, but a kind of sweetness was surging in her heart. With this kind of game, if no one is bothered, it is estimated that Yakushi Nanoyu and Bai Yu can play for a whole day. It's just a coincidence. Bai Yu, before the Namikaze Minato people arrived, the voice rang. Hearing Namikaze Minato's voice, Bai Yu couldn't help being stunned. He quickly put his hands soaked in the sweat of Yakushi Nanoyu on the towel and wiped it several times. After Namikaze Minato came to the medical department, he opened up his senses. But Bai Yu's breath hiding is the passiveness brought by the Luku immortal thief. Naturally there is no breath gushing out all the time. Without thinking about it, Namikaze Minato directly pulled someone over and asked where Bai Yu was. Seeing the tent pointed by the medical ninja, Namikaze Minato stepped closer and called Bai Yu's name. If Bai Yu were not immersed in the molestation of Yakushi Nanoyu, he would have discovered Namikaze Minato's approach long ago. In Bai Yu's perception, Namikaze Minato's breath is too obvious. Come on, Zhao. Except for Tsunade's breath, his breath is the strongest. What's the matter, Minato? Bai Yu walked out of the tent and asked Namikaze Minato who was oncoming. Namikaze Minato shook his head when he heard the words and did not choose to say it here. Come with me. Namikaze Minato left after speaking. Bai Yu couldn't help frowning when he saw this, then turned to Yakushi Nanoyu who was curious inside and said, I'll go out for a while. Yakushi Nanoyu nodded obediently. Bai Yu smiled upon seeing this, then turned and left. Yakushi Neu couldn't help being a little stunned when he saw the smile left by Bai Yu before he left. Her heartbeat was beating like an engine at this moment. After a long time, she calmed down. After Bai Yu got out of the tent, he went straight to a small forest. Namikaze Minato is here. Within 10 kilometers, as long as Bai Yu's familiar breath can be easily distinguished. What's the matter, Minato? Bai Yu asked when he came to Namikaze Minato. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Namikaze Minato frowned and said, This matter is about your future path, you can see for yourself. Namikaze Minato handed the letter to Bai Yu's hand while speaking. After opening the letter, Bai Yu frowned. He never expected Sarutobi Hiruzen to call him back at this time. The most unstable battlefield at the moment is the grassland battlefield. Obviously he is a very powerful combat force, but Sarutobi Hiruzen let him return to Konoha at this time. Frowning and thinking about it, Bai Yu suddenly let go of his brows. He probably understood the purpose of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shaking his head and smiling, Bai Yu didn't care too much. In other words, he doesn't care about this position at all. After being the commander-in-chief for a few days before, he was tossed enough, but when he was Hokage, isn't it still in the deep water every day? Although looking at those documents is not a headache, it is really annoying. Namikaze Minato watched Bai Yu's expression change in front of him, and couldn't guess anything at all. I wanted to hide this from you, but I thought about it carefully. The decision is still in your hands. Namikaze Minato said seriously to Bai Yu. Hearing Namikaze Minato's words, Bai Yu couldn't help being stunned. Obviously this matter is a good thing for Namikaze Minato. But Namikaze Minato would actually want to suppress this matter. Isn't this equivalent to a stumbling block on his Hokage road? This move was silly, but it was heartwarming enough. I'm interested, Minato. Bai Yu smiled and said to Namikaze Minato, Chapter 97 The Country of Rain. Upon hearing this, Namikaze Minato was taken aback. Then he smiled and said, Don't care. Although his dream is to become Hokage, he is unwilling to become this Hokage by means. He hopes to be upright, everyone will support him as a Hokage. To him, this is more important than anything else. Bai Yu didn't have a trace of doubt, and there was no need to doubt. Even if Namikaze Minato didn't think so in his heart, he did. A person, no matter how evil the thoughts in his heart are. But if he has done good things for a lifetime, then he is a good person. What you did is right. Actually, I wanted to go back to Konoha recently, but the situation is not right now, so I didn't tell you. It happened that Master Hokage's order gave me a return to Konoha. Reason. Bai Yu said to Namikaze Minato with a smile on his face. After hearing Bai Yu's words, Namikaze Minato naturally understood Bai Yu's choice. Yiji Doran, Namikaze Minato is only half believing what Bai Yu said. Frowning slightly, Namikaze Minato opened his mouth to Bai Yu. If you don't want to go back to the village, I can refuse this matter for you. When he said this, Namikaze Minato's face was very sincere, without a trace of unpleasantness. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu smiled and shook his head and said, You think too much, Minato, you don't know my character. If this thing goes against my own wishes, I will definitely not be able to agree. For Bai Yu, it doesn't matter whether he is on the battlefield or not. He has the Flying Thunder God technique. If he wants to harvest a wave of deduction points, he can directly use the Flying Thunder God technique to come to the battlefield. And I have finished watching the nearby scenery, so it's good to go back to Konoha to enjoy it. Namikaze Minato couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when Bai Yu said surely. Although he is on Bai Yu's side, he will naturally not be happy if he sees Bai Yu and Sarutobi Hiruzen having any dissatisfaction because of this incident. Okay, then I'll help you reply. Namikaze Minato's face reappeared with the iconic smile. Bai Yu smiled and nodded when he heard the words, okay. Namikaze Minato waved to Bai Yu when he saw it, then turned and left. There are still many things waiting for him to deal with right now, and his time is precious. Back at his office, Namikaze Minato immediately repaired a book for Konoha Anbu to send it out. From the country of grass to Konoha village, the journey takes at least 3 days. In the past 3 days, Bai Yu and Tsunade and others had parted one by one. Hearing the news that Bai Yu was leaving, everyone was a little unbelievable. At the moment, Bai Yu's combat power is obviously the highest combat power of the grassland front. But Sarutobi Hiruzen recalled Bai Yu at this time. This intention is something that everyone can't figure out. Seeing the doubts of these people, Bai Yu did not explain to them too much. After all, this kind of political method is too far away for them. At night, the moon in the night sky of the country of grass is very bright, and the earth is full of Madara's cold moonlight. Seeing Bai Yu's handsome face in front of her, Qi Rihong's heart was a little bit reluctant. Ta Rihong is close at hand, how could Bai Yu not notice her emotional changes? Gently embracing Qi Rihong in her arms, Bai Yu whispered in her ear, Follow me back, Hong. Hearing this, Qi Rihong couldn't help but shook her head and said, What am I going back now? A deserter? 127 Looking at Qi Rihong's stubborn appearance, Bai Yu couldn't help but sighed slightly. You come back with me, no one dares to say anything about you. Ta Rihong shook his head when he heard this. My strength still has a lot of room for growth. The battlefield is the best way to hone people. I want to improve myself more. Bai Yu couldn't say anything after hearing this. Everyone has everyone's thoughts, and Qi Rihong does not live for him alone. He actually understood Ta Rihong's thoughts, it's just that I'm afraid that he will fall too far, and I can't even see his back. But this situation is now a foregone conclusion. Even if Bai Yu is no longer practicing now, Ta Rihong can't catch up. The growth of Rinnegan and Lan Dun is uninterrupted, strengthening Bai Yu's body every day. The amount of chakra is also constantly increasing. If it continues at such an unabated speed, within a year, Bai Yu will be able to directly own the body of the fairy. Without thinking too much, Bai Yu just stayed with Qi Rihong until late at night, and the two were separated in the early hours of the morning. Although Bai Yu doesn't need sleep, Qi Rihong can't bear it. Time passed quickly, and 3 days passed in a flash. Outside Konoha's command camp, Bai Yu is saying goodbye to familiar people one by one. Be careful on the road, Bai Yu, Tsunade said to Bai Yu. Although I feel a little bit dissatisfied with Bai Yu in my heart, Tsunade has seen too many partings and didn't feel too much. But Shizune looked at Bai Yu in front of him but was very disappointed. Although she has not had much contact with Bai Yu recently, her admiration for Bai Yu has not diminished in the slightest. Likes will not disappear with the passage of time, but will ferment and become stronger and stronger. Although reluctant to give up, Shizune did not show it. The love affair between Bai Yu and Shi Rihong has never been concealed, so that everyone knows that Ta Rihong is Bai Yu's girlfriend. This is my bento, you can eat it on the road. Shizune handed a scroll to Bai Yu. Obviously this is a seal reel. Bai Yu nodded when he saw this and took the scroll. Take care of yourself, Bai Yu whispered to Shizune. Hearing this, Shizune almost couldn't hold back. If it weren't for Rihong, she might have pounced on it. Shi Rihong on the side could not help showing a suspicious look at this scene. Shizune's appearance was too suspicious. When Bai Yu saw this, he smiled, and directly stepped forward to embrace Shi Rihong. He held her in his arms and whispered softly, remember to pay attention to your safety. Also, put this on your body and don't put it down at any time. Bai Yu smiled and said to Shi Rihong. Ta Rihong nodded obediently when he heard the words. The thought just now has no idea which Java country he went to. Looking at the kunai in his hand, Shi Rihong naturally understood what it was. These kunai are the flying thunder god imprints that she and Bai Yu posted together. Seeing that Bai Yu had already explained to Ta Rihong, Morino Ibixi walked up and said solemnly, Bai Yu, don't worry, as long as I am not dead, Hong will not be injured. While speaking, he looked sincere and attentive, but Bai Yu couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Morino Ibixi in front of him was not even as strong as Rihong, and he didn't know where he had the courage to say such a thing. But this doesn't matter to Bai Yu. He smiled and nodded, then I will trouble you. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Morino Ibixi suddenly felt as if he was beaten up with blood, his expression was awe-inspiring, and his body was standing straight. People on the side looked a little weird when they saw Morino Ibixi's appearance. Namikaze Minato couldn't help but shook his head. Just in time, it was his turn to say goodbye to Bai Yu. Remember to be careful along the way. I know the character of Onoki very well, he won't let you off easily, Namikaze Minato said to Bai Yu with a serious look. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu couldn't help but froze for a moment. Does Onoki know about my return to Konoha? Bai Yu was a little puzzled. Namikaze Minato nodded cautiously when he heard the words. It has been several days, and Rock Shinobi's intelligence department is not a vegetarian, and some things are actually difficult to hide. Hearing this, Bai Yu couldn't help but raised his eyebrows. He didn't know much about the ninja's intelligence. At the moment, the speed of the ninja's intelligence transmission far exceeds his imagination. Nodded, Bai Yu signaled that he knew. Then he waved to the people present and said, then I will go back first, don't miss me, maybe I will be back soon. Everyone had smiles on their faces when they heard the words. What Bai Yu said is indeed easy to become a reality. Although it is still calm at the moment, once the battle begins, Bai Yu will naturally return to the battlefield immediately. At present, Konoha is recognized as the strongest person in Bai Yu. As long as Sarutobi Hiruzen is not, Bai Yu will be sent to fight. Well, be careful on the road. Everyone waved at Bai Yu. Seeing this scene, Bai Yu grinned. Then he waved to a bush in the distance, and finally turned and left. In the distant bushes, Yakushi Nanoyu couldn't help but his eyes widened, but then a smile appeared on his face, and he waved in the direction of Bai Yu's disappearance silently. Bai Yu can find that she is also expected. After all, Bai Yu is strong enough to deal with Jinchuriki, and can kill one person with one enemy and two. Although this kind of strength can't be called the number one person in the ninja world, it's not much worse anymore. After seeing Bai Yu leave, everyone turned around and returned to the Konoha command post. Izumi Arima and Izumi Yujiro were supposed to be here to give away Bai Yu. It's just that the two of them happened to be on a mission today. This is too late. In the camp, everyone who knows Bai Yu knows that Bai Yu has left the battlefield of grassland. And the news gradually spread. People who understand will naturally understand, and those who do not understand will naturally not. In Konoha village, the root base camp. When Danzo heard that Bai Yu was recalled by Sarutobi Hiruzen, he couldn't help but grinned, showing a somewhat ugly smile. Originally, Danzo was really one-tail Sarutobi Hiruzen and wanted to create momentum for Bai Yu. Now it seems that Bai Yu is nothing more than a pawn. Use Bai Yu's news to boost the morale of Konoha, and then directly recall Shui Zhang. Really a means that fits your Hokage status. Danzo smiled. When Bai Yu was recalled, Danzo was the happiest. As long as Bai Yu has no chance to perform again, he will be able to control the fishing vessel and suppress Bai Yu's reputation. He has done this kind of thing more than once. Now that Bai Yu's matter has come to an end, Danzo naturally didn't think about it anymore. Looking at the information about Rain Shinobi village in his hand, Danzo showed a cold smile. What a group of innocent children. Danzo murmured. He knows the affairs of Akatsuki very well, which is also because he is constantly watching the trends of various countries. As a battlefield during World War II, the geographical location of the Land of Rain is very special. Had it not been for the birth of Hanzo of the Salamander, I am afraid that the country of Rain would have been destroyed long ago. Seeing Hanzo of the Salamander's tough methods, other countries are reluctant to use the power of their own villages to waste. Except for Danzo, who also keeps in touch with Hanzo, the other villages have long abandoned Rain Shinobi village. Danzo sat upright, thinking for a long time, and finally got up, called a group of men and horses and hurried directly towards the country of Rain. The news naturally reached Sarutobi Hiruzen's ears. Because of Bai Yu's affairs, Sarutobi Hiruzen has had a messenger staring at Danzo these days. To the country of Rain. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but wonder when he heard Konoha Anbu's ninja. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into contemplation. Not long after, he remembered that Danzo and Hanzo of the Salamander have always been connected. This made him probably understand what Danzo wanted to do. This time Bai Yu and Sarutobi Hiruzen were recalled partly because of Danzo. With Danzo's character, if Bai Yu's momentum is allowed to flourish, Danzo will definitely find a way to move Bai Yu. This is unacceptable to Sarutobi Hiruzen. CACG, when Danzo started with Hitaki Tsukumo, Sarutobi Hiruzen found out that it was already too late. He would never allow this to happen again. Let the spies next to Danzo send news on time. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to face Konoha Anbu in front of him and said. Konoha Anbu ninja nodded and said, yes. Then he turned and left, obviously to convey orders. For Rain Shinobi village, Sarutobi Hiruzen is also concerned. After all, it is too close to Konoha, and Hanzo of the Salamander has always been a thorn in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. There were many Konoha shinobi who died in the hands of Hanzo of the Salamander during World War II. Sarutobi Hiruzen was surprised at the appearance of Akatsuki, but he did not pay attention. Because he knew that the organization formed with this ambition would soon be overthrown. Hanzo of the Salamander is not a good crop. Just as Danzo was heading for the country of Rain, Bai Yu was also heading for the country of Rain. The only difference is that Danzo travels to the Starry Night, while Bai Yu travels all the way to the past. There are several scrolls in his kabuto, all of which are made by Yurihong and Shizune. These bento are all Big Mac type. Even for Bai Yu, it is a box that can be completely eaten. Can you imagine how much weight is a lunch box? Just when Bai Yu was on the road, Danzo had already arrived in the country of Rain. Although it did not rain in the land of Rain at this time, the sky was still gloomy. Looking at the equally ferocious Hanzo of the Salamander in front of him, Danzo opened his mouth lightly. Let's settle this matter. The more you drag, the more nights you will dream. Hanzo of the Salamander did not refute the words, nodded and said, this kind of organization does not need to exist. Then he let himself go to the Shao organization to convey the news. At this time, the Akatsuki organization had grown to a certain extent. It is also famous in Rain Shinobi village. Recently, the development of Akatsuki's organization has faintly exceeded his control. It just so happened that Danzo came to look for him at this time. For Danzo's purpose, he is very clear, nothing more than his support. The advantages of working with Danzo outweigh the disadvantages, which is why he agreed to this matter without saying a word. At the other end, Rain Shinobi, who was delivering the message, had already found Yahiko. Master Hanzo said to discuss cooperation with you, tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock, meet on time at Aguchi Mountain. The Rain Shinobi said to Yahiko flatly. Hearing this, Yahiko couldn't help but brighten up. Okay, I see, I will go. Yahiko nodded. After hearing the definite answer, Rain Shinobi turned and left. For Yahiko, this news is a great surprise. Although he has now achieved initial results in liberating Rain Shinobi village. But Hanzo of the Salamander was still a mountain he couldn't climb. As a ninja demigod, Hanzo of the Salamander is already a belief in the kingdom of Rain. No matter how bright their light is, it can't replace it. So after hearing this news, Yahiko was naturally overjoyed. He wanted to make an appointment with Hanzo of the Salamander a long time ago, but he didn't expect that he hadn't acted yet, and Hanzo of the Salamander took the initiative to invite him. It really surprised him. At this time, Nagato, who saw Rain Shinobi had left, said hesitantly to Yahiko, should I inform Bai Yu about this matter? Yahiko frowned upon hearing this. Ever since Nagato invited Bai Yu to join, the name has been whispering in his ears all day long. It made him a little irritable. He hasn't even seen Bai Yu, how can he admit that he is a member of the Akatsuki organization? But in the face of Nagato, Yahiko will always have a good temper. We inform him now, I'm afraid the news has arrived, we have all formed an alliance. It is really unnecessary, Yahiko said to Nagato happily. Hearing this, Nagato was slightly startled, and then he thought, Yahiko was right. Although the country of Rain is very close to the country of Grass, it will take at least one day for the news to reach the country of Grass, and they will discuss cooperation with Hanzo of the Salamander tomorrow. Bai Yu is naturally too late. So he nodded and said, okay. Seeing Nagato let go of the thought, Yahiko's face reemerged with a smile. He is looking forward to meeting Hanzo of the Salamander tomorrow. If he can get the support of Hanzo of the Salamander, he is confident that Rain Shinobi village will be completely liberated. It is equivalent to taking a big step on the road to annihilating the war. As long as he can have the power of a whole country, then he is qualified to speak up to those big countries. This is his always dream. Although Nagato and Konan felt that there was something wrong with Hanzo of the Salamander meeting them suddenly, but seeing Yahiko's happy appearance, they didn't say anything. In their view, even if the talks are not successful tomorrow, at best they will just leave unhappy. There is no sense of crisis in their minds at all. This is also because Hanzo of the Salamander's name is too big. How can a man called a ninja demigod attack them? This is also the source of a series of tragedies. Innocent. At this time, Bai Yu has quietly entered the border of the Rain country. Looking at the magnificent scenery along the way, Bai Yu was a little nostalgic to go back and forth. Fortunately, he hasn't forgotten his purpose of coming here. Feishan came to a small town and saw that everyone in the town had a smile on their faces. Bai Yu couldn't help being a little curious. Under the side knock, Bai Yu figured out the reason. This town is under the protection of Akatsuki. Everyone can live and work in peace and contentment, without clothing, eating without changing children, without burning, killing, and looting. Not bad. Bai Yu smiled at the scene in front of him. At this time, it was a bit late. Bai Yu didn't have this point to find Yahiko and the others, so he stayed in the only hotel in the town. In the early morning of the next day, Bai Yu watched the dawn shining on the roof tiles, and the smoke came back. After smiling, Bai Yu went to the breakfast shop on the side of the road after checking out. Although it may not be considered as a crowd of people, it is also an endless stream of guests. After eating breakfast for about 6 people, Bai Yu put down the bowl and chopsticks. Regardless of the horrified eyes of the boss and other guests, Bai Yu began to walk slowly along the fan way radiated by Akatsuki. Yesterday he had already inquired about the gathering place of Akatsuki. In the country of rain, it rains all year round. It hasn't been long before, and the originally sunny weather suddenly became gloomy. Boom. With a thunderbolt, the downpour fell on Bai Yu's head. Wei stretched some distance with her mind, and none of these raindrops could get close to Bai Yu's body. Walking leisurely in the rain, Bai Yu couldn't help smiling. The heavy rain in front of me is really beautiful. It's like washing all the dirt between heaven and earth. Following the same step, he did not arrive at the base camp of Akatsuki until noon. This is also a town, but it is bigger than the towns that Bai Yu passes by along the way. Even if it was raining heavily, the streets were full of pedestrians. Everyone seemed to be free from worries. After lunch, Bai Yu started walking around. Shopping malls, flower shops, parks, small alleys. Only this time he was holding an umbrella. There are too many people. If it is too obvious, it will inevitably be watched. Seeing that it was almost time to go shopping, Bai Yu just stepped towards the base camp of Akatsuki. In this town, everyone knows where Akatsuki is, so it's not hard to find. Coming to the gate of Akatsuki's organization, Bai Yu slightly expanded his perception, but did not notice the breath of Nagato. This made Bai Yu frown slightly. Isn't this the base camp of Akatsuki? Bai Yu was a little puzzled. At the door, Bai Yu was about to step in. A ninja wearing Rain Shinobi village forehead protector suddenly appeared. He stretched out his hand to stop Bai Yu and said, "Here the tourists stop." When Bai Yu, a stranger, stepped into this town, someone had already followed him. It's just that when Bai Yu is seen as a normal tourist wandering around, no one cares about him. At the moment Bai Yu wants to enter the base camp of Akatsuki, this person just thinks that Bai Yu just wants to go in and take a look. For this Rain Shinobi, Bai Yu has always known his existence. This kind of vigilance was normal in Bai Yu's view, and he ignored it. Looking at the solemn ninja in front of him, Bai Yu couldn't help but smile. "I am a member of the Akatsuki organization," Bai Yu said lightly. Chapter 98 Save Yahiko. Hearing Bai Yu's words, the Rain Shinobi couldn't help but his eyes widened. He has never seen Bai Yu in the organization. And Bai Yu in front of him doesn't look like a ninja either. From the temperament, it looks more like a teacher. "Are you a member of our organization? Why have I never met you?" the Rain Shinobi asked, frowning slightly. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu shook his head and didn't answer his question directly. "You only need to call Yahiko and the others," Bai Yu said lightly. This Rain Shinobi couldn't help but said with a cold expression, "What on earth do you have? Chief Yahiko, they are not in the base camp at all now." "Huh, not here. Where did they go?" Bai Yu couldn't help but wonder. "They," Rain Shinobi almost blurted out. Fortunately, at the last minute, he withdrew the conversation. "What do you care about so much? Make it clear about your identity. Otherwise, I'm not welcome," the Rain Shinobi asked with a very serious face. Seeing this scene, Bai Yu couldn't help but shook his head and sighed. Isn't the answer good? Rain Shinobi couldn't help but shrink his pupils when he saw this scene, screaming from the bottom of his heart. It's just too late. Mangekyo Sharingan. Bai Yu suddenly raised his head and looked into his eyes. An extremely powerful mental power emerged, and this Rain Shinobi was completely controlled by Bai Yu without even struggling. Looking at Bai Yu blankly, both hands naturally hung on the sides, like a puppet. "Yahiko, where did they go?" At this time, Bai Yu asked again. Hearing this, the Rain Shinobi stretched out his finger and said, "They are now discussing cooperation with Hanzo of the Salamander in Aguchiyama." Bai Yu raised his brows involuntarily. Cooperate with Hanzo of the Salamander. At this time, the scene in the depths of memory emerged. Isn't it so coincidental? Bai Yu's expression was a little weird. Without thinking too much, Bai Yu directly opened up his perception. Then a powerful spiritual force emerged, and the perceptual power beyond the limit directly enveloped the entire kingdom of rain. Since I don't know where the Jonko mountain is, I just need to know the breath of Nagato. Tens of kilometers away, on Jongluo mountain, dozens of Rain Shinobi stand behind Hanzo of the Salamander. On the other side, dozens of rooted ninjas also stood behind Danzo. Hanzo of the Salamander looked at Yahiko, Nagato and Konan condescendingly with his hands. Danzo also stood aside, looking at the three Yahiko coldly. There was no trace of emotion in those eyes. Seeing this scene in front of me, where does Yahiko still don't know what's going on? It's just too late to regret now. Because Hanzo of the Salamander's figure flickered, Konan had been captured by him. Konan. Both Yahiko and Nagato couldn't help exclaiming. The members of Akatsuki's organization standing behind them also showed a worried look in their eyes. The captured Konan was also struggling constantly, and panic appeared in her eyes. At this time, Bai Yu, who sensed the breath of Nagato, flew directly from the spot, very fast. Bai Yu's body was like bouncing in place, completely inconsistent with mechanics. Into the sky of 100 meters high, Bai Yu flew straight towards dozens of kilometers away. Boom. With a clear sound, a white sound barrier appeared around Bai Yu's body for an instant. The member of Akatsuki who stayed in the same place also recovered at this moment. Looking at Bai Yu who had disappeared, he couldn't help being stunned. He can't remember what happened just now. At the same time, Hanzo of the Salamander held Kuma on Konan's neck, and said faintly, "Now let's make an exchange. As long as one of you dies, then I will let this little girl go. It's fair to change your life for another life." Even a 3-year-old child would not believe this. But it shattered Yahiko's firm heart. He didn't know why the world would still treat him so coldly in the end. Obviously he has tried his best to warm up the world. At this moment, his faith was shattered. With a wry smile, he turned his head to look at Nagato. At this time, Nagato was already stunned. He had never experienced such a situation. He didn't know what to do. Fear and avoidance appeared in his heart at the same time. The handle in his hand was also stunned. Yahiko looked at Nagato who was at a loss and smiled. Then he ran into Nagato's kunai without hesitation. The sharp kunai pierced Yahiko's heart and esophagus with precision. A lot of blood poured out frantically. The warm and sticky feeling made Nagato stunned. An extremely cold feeling appeared in his heart. Konan and seeing this were also stunned. Those members of the Akatsuki organization who came with them also widened their eyes and looked unbelievable. Danzo sneered when he saw this scene, and then he wanted to turn around and leave. The current situation is already obvious. The Akatsuki organization was already destroyed. "You and Konan will both live well," Yahiko whispered in Nagato's ear. The voice was already extremely weak. At this moment, a continuous roar came from high in the sky. At first, everyone thought it was just the roar of thunder and lightning in the sky. But the voice gradually got closer and closer. Everyone couldn't help but look up at the sound source. "What's that?" said a ninja in the crowd blankly. Doubts arose in everyone's hearts. They didn't see Bai Yu's figure clearly until it was visible to the naked eye. Is it alone? The group of people behind Hanzo of the Salamander couldn't help being stunned. Both Hanzo of the Salamander and Danzo had their pupils shrunk. They have all seen Onogi's flight, but they have never seen such a fast and powerful flight. Nagato and Konan were also stunned to see this scene. I don't know what happened. Knowing that Bai Yu had stopped on top of their heads, everyone could see clearly. As Bai Yu hovered, the accumulated huge energy behind him directly threw out the raindrops. The big raindrops hit everyone's skin with pain, and even some bad luck skins were bruised. Bai Yu. At this moment, Nagato, Danzo and the dozens of Anbu ninjas behind him could not help but cried out. Hanzo of the Salamander frowned when he heard the name. Bai Yu's name is already in the ninja world. Everyone is touting Bai Yu. Hanzo of the Salamander originally thought it was just Sarutobi Hiruzen's method. But from the perspective of Bai Yu's flight, Bai Yu has real skills. This also made him unconsciously vigilant. But he didn't feel that he couldn't beat the Bai Yu in front of him, even if he had such an unknown flying ability. Bai Yu turned his gaze to Nagato and Yahiko and frowned when he saw blood spilling from Nagato's mouth. After shaking his body, Bai Yu appeared directly beside Nagato. At this time, Bai Yu's expression was extremely cold. Although he hasn't met Yahiko before, but what he saw along the way made him sincerely admire Yahiko. This is a warrior fighting against the times. Bai Yu asked himself if he changed positions, he would definitely not be able to do so. Although Yahiko's actions seemed silly in his eyes, it did not prevent him from admiring Yahiko. Let go, Bai Yu said to the dazed Nagato. Hearing what Bai Yu said, Nagato came back to his senses. He quickly let go of his hand. But Yahiko looked at Bai Yu in front of him but couldn't say anything. With a thought, Bai Yu directly cut off the rainwater above his head. Then Yahiko's body floated in the air. Seeing this scene, everyone could not help being shocked. They have no idea what power this is. At this time, Bai Yu didn't have time to care about them. Sizzle. There was a sound of torn clothes. Yahiko's upper body clothes were directly torn apart by Bai Yu. The sharp ignorance pierced Yahiko's heart. Without hesitation, Bai Yu pulled out the handle directly. A burst of blood shot out. Ah! Nagato couldn't help but cried out when he saw this scene. Bai Yu couldn't help but give him a glance. The power of mind crawled all over Yahiko's body and penetrated into his body. The broken atrium and esophagus have all appeared in Bai Yu's mind. It's just that a lot of blood has accumulated in Yahiko's lungs. This is why Yahiko will die so soon. With a thought, a large group of blood was taken out by Bai Yu from Yahiko's lungs. Then those broken organs gathered together instantly under Bai Yu's thought power. Then a group of gentle light radiated from Bai Yu's hands. Healing jutsu began to play its role. Invisible to the naked eye, Yahiko's organs are healing crazily. At this time, Yahiko had already fainted. Nagato on the side and the members of the Akatsuki organization all watched this scene eagerly, but they didn't dare to disturb Bai Yu. If it was because they asked and Yahiko died because of it, then they deserved to die. Konan, who was captured by Hanzo of the Salamander, couldn't help holding his breath. But Hanzo of the Salamander, who was standing on a high place, snorted coldly when he saw this scene. Hearing this voice, Nagato, even members of the same public knowledge organization, couldn't help but glared at Hanzo of the Salamander. On the side, Danzo and the many Konoha root ninjas looked strangely at Hanzo of the Salamander. Others don't know, but as a member of Konoha, they know the detailed strength of Bai Yu. Bai Yu can severely injure the completely tailed Jinchuriki with a single blow. The completely tailed Jinchuriki is actually not Jinchuriki fighting anymore. In fact, Bai Yu would seriously hurt the tail beast if he went down with a knife. They really can't figure out where Hanzo of the Salamander is confident and dare to provoke Bai Yu. But Bai Yu heard Hanzo of the Salamander's provocative sound but didn't realize it. Because Hanzo of the Salamander is nothing more than an ant to him. Originally, there was still a trace of caution in his heart. After all, Hanzo of the Salamander was the existence who had defeated Sannin by himself. It may not be as simple as explained in the animation. But from the breath of Hanzo of the Salamander, Jiraiya and the three of them were too weak. Nagato, Danzo, and Konoha's root ninjas didn't find it strange to see that Bai Yu ignored Hanzo of the Salamander. In their opinion, Hanzo of the Salamander is indeed unworthy of Bai Yu to be cautious. But those members of the Akatsuki organization don't know Bai Yu's strength. Seeing Bai Yu treat Hanzo of the Salamander so lightly, they couldn't help frowning slightly. Of course, they would not be foolish to remind Bai Yu of Hanzo of the Salamander. And Hanzo of the Salamander couldn't help feeling a little angry when he saw Bai Yu's posture. He directly raised the 7 poems in his hand and pierced directly at Konan, who was kneeling in front of him. Konan looked at the kunai in front of her, and the shadow of death was directly over her heart. A great horror between life and death made her feel goosebumps. Konan. The people of Akatsuki couldn't help screaming when they saw this scene. Nagato's pupils shrank when he saw this scene. On the side, Danzo's mouth twitched when he saw this scene. You're not looking for death like that. Danzo couldn't help but vomit in his heart. Although he is not very welcome to Bai Yu, he respects Bai Yu's strength very much. As far as he knows, Bai Yu's strength has surpassed everyone in Konoha. Among Konoha, no one is stronger than Bai Yu. Hanzo of the Salamander is just a way of death. Sure enough, Bai Yu directly raised his eyes to look at Hanzo of the Salamander. But for an instant, a ripple appeared in the center of the pupil, and circles of marks appeared directly in Bai Yu's eyes. Rinnegan is already on. Boom. An extremely powerful force squeezed Hanzo of the Salamander from all directions. This force directly made Hanzo of the Salamander unable to move even a finger. The sharp kunai hovered in front of Konan's eyes, but couldn't make an inch. What's going on? Everyone couldn't help but be stunned. They can't understand the situation. At this time, Danzo saw Bai Yu's eyes. Rinnegan. Danzo couldn't help screaming. Originally, he was surprised enough by Nagato's Rinnegan. He never thought that Bai Yu would also own Rinnegan. It's right now. Danzo seemed to understand where Bai Yu's powerful strength came from at this moment. I didn't expect Rinnegan's power to be so weird. A cold light flashed under Danzo's eyes. Originally, he had a bit of guy-coveted Nagato's Rinnegan. But seeing that Nagato didn't show any ability, he thought Rinnegan was just a display. At the moment Bai Yu makes Hanzo of the Salamander unable to move, which is obviously Rinnegan's power. Hearing Danzo's words, everyone couldn't help but look at Bai Yu's face. A pair of cold and evil eyes are embedded in Bai Yu's eye sockets. Amazingly, Rinnegan is as unique as Nagato. It's just that Bai Yu's Rinnegan looks brighter and more beautiful. The group of rain shinobi behind Hanzo of the Salamander all looked solemn when they saw it. Although I want to wait for my leader to give orders, anyone with a discerning eye can see that Hanzo of the Salamander is already unable to move or speak. At this time, Hanzo of the Salamander couldn't help but feel a panic in his heart. His body flicker technique is excellent. In the past, no matter what enemy he fought against, even if he was invincible, he could escape instantly with a pinch of the body flicker technique in his hand. But let alone Jain right now, he couldn't do it even in the blink of an eye. You are actually dominated by this kind of trash. Nagato, is your Rinnegan displayed? Contrary to everyone's expectations, Bai Yu's first words were not addressed to Hanzo of the Salamander. Instead, he said to Nagato. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Nagato couldn't help being stunned. For a moment he was a little speechless. Because Yahiko often confessed to him, everything must be treated with tenderness first. Cannot use force without using force. He has always kept this in his heart, and it is also the cause of the tragedy. Seeing Nagato speechless, Bai Yu couldn't help but snorted. Then he threw Yahiko directly to Nagato. Unprepared, Nagato almost never fell. But at this time he didn't care about this anymore. Is it cured? Nagato asked Bai Yu with surprise on his face. The members of the Shao organization on the side looked at Bai Yu eagerly. Konan from the heights also looked at Bai Yu expectantly. Seeing this group of people so worried about Yahiko, Bai Yu's impression of Yahiko became more specific. Those positive things were not made by Yahiko. Shaking his head insignificantly, Bai Yu nodded to Nagato and said, "It has been cured, and there are no sequelae." After 10 days and a half months of cultivation, he recovered. Hearing Bai Yu's confirmation, everyone couldn't help showing a look of joy. But Bai Yu did not share the joy with the people. Taking a step forward, Bai Yu frowned and asked Danzo, "Why are you here?" There is no politeness in the words. Seeing this scene, Nagato, Konan, and the members of the awareness organization all showed an incredible look. They know that Bai Yu is Konoha's ninja, and Danzo is Konoha's elder, they also know it in their hearts. Bai Yu actually communicated with Danzo in an equal tone. No, he even talked to Danzo in an aggressive tone. This seems to them somewhat incomprehensible. But Danzo and the root ninjas behind him didn't have any different colors. Sometimes, the gap in strength can make up for everything. Bai Yu's attitude is taken for granted in their eyes. The location of Rain Shinobi village is very special, Konoha should control it. Danzo said to Bai Yu with a cold face. Hearing this reason, Bai Yu frowned slightly. Okay, then you can go. Akatsuki is my organization in Rain Shinobi village. Rain Shinobi village should also be controlled by this organization in the future. Bai Yu said lightly to Danzo. Such words made Rain Shinobi behind Hanzo of the Salamander finally couldn't help the anger in his heart. They all glared and said, "What are you talking about? Can you say that again? You are too arrogant." Words like this popped up in the mouths of dozens of people. The scene was noisy for a while. Bai Yu frowned when he saw such a chaotic scene and said in a low voice, "Noisy." A whispered word directly overwhelmed the voice of this group of people. But although Bai Yu's methods were amazing, they couldn't stop their anger. Seeing that Bai Yu was still aloof, everyone got out of Kuwu and directly turned to Bai Yu. "Die to me, Konoha's violence kun, shoo, shoo." Countless kunai and shuriken all rushed towards Bai Yu. Seeing this scene, Bai Yu's face sank involuntarily. He didn't really want to care about these people. "If you are looking for death, you can't blame me," Bai Yu said coldly. The pupil force surging slightly, a gravitational force as heavy as a mountain appeared. Those kunai and shurikens fell directly into the muddy water as if attracted by something. Even splashes of water tens of centimeters high were splashed. It can be seen how powerful this is. Seeing this scene, these Rain Shinobi couldn't help but shrink their pupils. My heart suddenly felt bad. It's just too late. Boom. With a loud noise, the entire hill was directly crushed. Those Rain Shinobi were directly pressed into the mud in an instant. Both flesh and bones were crushed into a pool of mud. Dozens of Rain Shinobi died at the same time. Seeing this scene, everyone was a little bit shy from ear to ear. They thought that Bai Yu could destroy these people. But he never thought that Bai Yu would actually kill the group of Rain Shinobi with this unpredictable method. Seeing the tragic death, everyone couldn't help but swallow. Because the mountain collapsed, Konan and Hanzo of the Salamander both fell freely in the air. But after the two fell for a while, they were directly suspended in the air as if caught by some power. Then he drifted slowly towards Bai Yu. Seeing Konan approaching, Nagato hurriedly stepped forward to support Konan, and then helped her untie the rope. Hanzo of the Salamander couldn't move at this time, and could only look at Bai Yu in front of him with horrified eyes. He was almost scared to pee. Bai Yu in front of him is not the same creature at all. Bai Yu did not look at Hanzo of the Salamander, because in his eyes, Hanzo of the Salamander was already a corpse. Turning his head to look at Danzo and those root ninjas who were a little embarrassed, Bai Yu said lightly, "What are you still doing here?" If Bai Yu hadn't crushed the mountain, maybe Danzo would still break with Bai Yu. But now Danzo understands how terrifying Bai Yu is. The best thing to say is to get back a bit of face. For a person like him who doesn't want face, doing this kind of thing is simply a waste of time. Taking a cold look at Bai Yu, Danzo waved his hand at the root ninja behind him. Retreat. Then he left immediately. The root ninjas couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They are really afraid that Danzo will give orders to attack Bai Yu. Although they are not afraid of death, death must be worthwhile. When they rushed up like this, it was obvious that they were giving away their heads. On the way back to Konoha, Danzo's face didn't look good on the road. Bai Yu's sudden appearance of Hu was something he really didn't expect. Moreover, Bai Yu's strength is also a big rock in his heart. It can be known from the information that Bai Yu was good at swordsmanship, ninjutsu and physique. But this time Bai Yu was useless. After just a few glances, I showed those Rain Shinobi to death. It's really too outrageous. For him, Bai Yu's existence is no less than the existence in horror movies, and he cannot compete. Chapter 99 Yahiko's Thoughts. After seeing Danzo leave, Bai Yu looked at Hanzo of the Salamander with a cold expression. "What do you think should be done with this person?" Bai Yu said lightly to everyone. Everyone was slightly startled when they heard Bai Yu's question. "It's better to wait for Yahiko to wake up before making a decision." One of them said hesitantly. It is their habit to follow Yahiko's commands. When Hanzo of the Salamander heard this, he couldn't help feeling happy. If Yahiko decides his life or death, he might still have a chance. Bai Yu sneered when he heard the words, "Wait for Yahiko to wake up to make a decision." Don't you know Yahiko's character? After all this, are you still so naive? Bai Yu was very dissatisfied with this answer. Everyone was stunned when they heard Bai Yu's words. Can they really guess Yahiko's final decision? Naturally not, it's just that they have never had this kind of experience and don't know how to deal with it. Even if Hanzo of the Salamander stood in front of them like a sculpture, the name of the demigod was firmly pressed into their hearts. Seeing how weak these people looked, Bai Yu couldn't help sighing. At this moment, Bai Yu suddenly felt that he was too sloppy to join such an organization. At this moment, an unexpected scene happened. Conan suddenly took out a handle of Kuwu directly flying in front of him, and inserted Kuwu into the heart of Hanzo of the Salamander. Blood gushed out immediately, but it was strange that after the blood emerged, it continued to burrow into Hanzo of the Salamander's body. That amazing toxin cannot escape and spread under Bai Yu's gravity. Hanzo of the Salamander felt the pain in his chest and couldn't help staring at Conan with his eyes widened. But at this moment Conan looked at him without fear, and the hatred in his eyes even made Hanzo of the Salamander cold at this moment. For Conan, she has never hated a person so much in her life. When she saw Yahiko hit the kunai in Nagato's hand, she felt that her world had collapsed. Of course, this is not love, but family affection. The three grew up together and never separated. Yahiko is like an older brother. He has always been assertive since childhood, leading her and Nagato straight forward. Nagato is like a younger brother, always warming her when she is alone. Yahiko was forced to death in front of her, how can she not hate it? The people around couldn't help being a little shocked when they saw this scene. They didn't think 127, to Conan, who usually looks docile, would have such a grumpy side. Conan. Upon seeing this, Nagato whispered Conan's name in a worried voice. Hearing Nagato's voice, Conan eased up. The hatred on his face gradually dissipated, and he turned his head and squeezed a smile at Nagato and said, I'm fine. Bai Yu's mouth twitched when he saw this scene. If these people in front of him didn't even do revenge, Bai Yu would inevitably quit this so-called Akatsuki organization. Although joining Akatsuki is a whim, Bai Yu is not someone who gives up easily. Now that he has joined the Xiao organization, Bai Yu naturally has ideas for the development of this organization. But if this organization is rotten at its roots, then Bai Yu doesn't have the kind of fatherly mentality. It's okay. Bai Yu smiled. As soon as the voice fell, Bai Yu quickly sealed his hands, and stretched out his hand to Hanzo of the Salamander in midair. Fire-style dragon fire technique. The form of this ninjutsu itself is a linear flame column. Even the power released by Uchiha Sasuke while taking the Chunin exam can interrupt the tree. What about Bai Yu now? When performing this ninjutsu, Bai Yu had an oversight, and his Rinnegan hadn't turned off yet. So the increase of ninjutsu reached its peak in an instant. The power of this dragon fire technique surpassed Bai Yu's imagination. The extremely condensed flame shot out from Bai Yu's hand like a laser beam. Hanzo of the Salamander was shrouded in it in an instant. The flame that was about 1 meter in diameter instantly widened to tens of meters wide. The raindrops on everyone's heads were evaporated at this moment. Because the flame was too bright, the naked eye rejected the surrounding light. So in everyone's eyes, only the sky-reaching flame pillar could be seen. The flame column with a diameter of tens of meters directly rushed into the air at a height of 2,000 meters, directly piercing the clouds. When the flame dissipated, Hanzo of the Salamander had been completely reduced to ashes. A ray of sunlight hit everyone's faces through the clouds. Nagato, Conan and the members of Akatsuki all stayed where they were. Bai Yu's fire style almost didn't pierce their Tianling cap. Gudong. A very obvious sound of swallowing saliva sounded, and I don't know who made it. Bai Yu silently retracted his hand, and then shut down Rinnegan. Okay, let's go, Bai Yu said lightly to everyone. Although the power of this ninjutsu is unexpected, it is reasonable. Bai Yu didn't think it was weird. The great fireball technique he used casually could be the same as a nuclear bomb. Not to mention the dragon fire technique. Now Bai Yu is a little bit afraid to release the ninjutsu of violent fire extinguishing and violent fire extinguishing. He could completely imagine the power of the extinguishing and extinguishing of the fierce fire he released. It must be the level of destruction. After hearing Bai Yu's words, everyone came back to their senses. At this moment, everyone was quiet. For Bai Yu's strength, they finally had an intuitive impression. 2 words. That is, invincible. Everyone is a ninja, and they all go high and high, and the speed is naturally fast. Not long after, everyone returned to the base camp of Akatsuki. Seeing everyone returning, the many ninjas who stayed behind in the base camp all went out to greet them. Seeing Yahiko being supported by Nagato, everyone couldn't help but look awkward. What's wrong? What happened? One of the ninjas asked solemnly. Nagato frowned upon hearing this. Hanzo of the Salamander's treatment talk this time as a trap. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but shrink their pupils. As Yahiko injured, the ninja asked. The ninjas standing behind him also showed a worried look. Nagato is very happy to hear that they care about Yahiko. So he smiled and said, don't worry, Yahiko is fine. At this time, Nagato's trust in Bai Yu has reached its peak. Since Bai Yu said it was okay, then Yahiko would naturally be fine. Hearing Nagato's words, this group of people was relieved. Then he turned his attention to Bai Yu, who was clearly surrounded. This is? The ninja asked with some confusion. Hearing this question, Nagato smiled and said, go ahead and talk about it. The ninja nodded when he heard the words, and now is not a good time to speak. Waved, a few people stood behind him and took Yahiko from Nagato's hand. Then Yahiko was returned to the room to rest. The rest of the people all came to the Parliament Hall. In the Parliament Hall is a long table, enough to seat a dozen people. Nagato led the way, and after arriving at the Assembly Hall, he directly led Bai Yu to the first seat. Neither Conan nor those involved in the incident said anything. Bai Yu was qualified to sit in that position. But the ninjas who didn't go with it all frowned when they saw this scene. It's just that Nagato and Conan didn't say anything, and they are not good to speak because of this. After seeing that the seats were full, Conan and Nagato looked at each other. Then Nagato stood up and said to the people in front of him, I will introduce you to everyone. This is the Konoha storm that has recently gained fame Kun, Bai Yu. Upon hearing this, the ninjas who hadn't gone together couldn't help but shrink their pupils. Konoha Storm Kun is the name although they haven't learned about it in detail. But recently, it has been like a thunderbolt. Their Rain Shinobi village is a small village, and the wars between those shinobi villages are like international news. The gap between Bai Yu and them is like the gap between a high school student and a scientist. For Bai Yu, they naturally have a sense of gap. At the same time, he is also a member of our Akatsuki organization. Nagato continued. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but their eyes widened. This news is indeed somewhat shocking. It's like your company suddenly joined a member, and this member is the boss of Ma. This is too dreamy. But for Nagato's words, they have no doubts. Although Nagato seldom speaks, this kind of lies will naturally not be ridiculed. Looking at Bai Yu sitting in the first seat, the embarrassment in my heart naturally disappeared. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu waved his hand to indicate that Nagato could sit down. Nagato obviously has to say some welcome words, but Bai Yu doesn't care about those formalisms. Seeing Bai Yu's movements, Nagato suffocated what he had almost blurted out, and then sat down obediently. Before I came here, I had a lot of ideas about the organization, but these ideas were not as good as what I actually saw. You have done a good job. At least you have implemented it thoroughly in terms of purpose. Bai Yu said to everyone in front of him. Hearing Bai Yu's praise, everyone couldn't help but laugh. If it is praised by others, they will not feel it. But they are praised by Konoha-kun, which is in full swing. This feeling is completely different. These are all led by Yahiko leader. One of them said so. This is very smooth, and there is nothing wrong with it. But Bai Yu is not a person who likes to listen to beautiful words. Smiling and shook his head, Bai Yu said again, some things can't be done by one person, don't be too humble. Hey, the man smiled embarrassedly when he heard the words. The scene was once harmonious. But at this moment, Bai Yu began to pick something wrong. For the people's livelihood, you are doing a good job, but in terms of making progress, you are really like a big fool. Bai Yu's words were not polite. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but change their expressions. Some even filled with outrage. As Bai Yu said, their results are obviously more than a dozen towns under their governance. But Bai Yu said they were fools. Even the most modest people will feel uncomfortable in their hearts. Seeing the faces of these people, Bai Yu naturally knew their mood changes. But he did not stop talking. Seriously continued. Don't be convinced, this time facing the trap of Hanzo of the Salamander, if I hadn't arrived, I'm afraid the organization would have been destroyed. Hearing this, Nagato, Conan and all the Akatsuki members who went to Jonko Mountain all bowed their heads. Those members who did not go to Zhongluoshan frowned, not knowing what Bai Yu was talking about. Seeing this scene, Bai Yu did not explain too much. Hanzo of the Salamander is dead, and the entire Rain Shinobi village is now without a leader. If you are still so conservative, I am afraid Rain Shinobi village will fall into war again. Bai Yu said calmly. Upon hearing this, Nagato, Conan and the Akatsuki members who knew the situation were all lost in thought. The expressions of Akatsuki members who were clearly aware of the situation changed drastically. Hanzo of the Salamander is dead. How did he die? Didn't you guys go to talk about cooperation with Hanzo of the Salamander this time? Bai Yu said that Hanzo of the Salamander is dead, which makes it difficult for these people to accept. Hearing this, Nagato smiled bitterly and shook his head. This cooperation is just a trap. Trap. The members who did not go to Jonko Mountain all looked a little dignified. Upon seeing this, Nagato slowly told them what happened in Jonkoshan. At the end of hearing, these people couldn't help but gnash their teeth. Belief in Hanzo of the Salamander also collapsed at this moment. I didn't expect him to be this kind of person. If the Violence-kun didn't arrive, I'm afraid we would be punished by him directly. These people are not fools, it's just that they look weak because they follow Yahiko's gentle policy. If they were all fools, they wouldn't be able to liberate more than a dozen towns. Bai Yu saw that everyone already knew, so he nodded and said, well, now that you all know, naturally understand the seriousness of the matter. Although Yahiko is not awake yet, I still have to say something to you. Quote. If you want peace in the ninja world, then you shouldn't be so naive. If Rain Shinobi village is in chaos this time, let alone Konoha, other shinobi villages will certainly not miss the opportunity to intervene in Rain Shinobi village. It has been a battlefield during World War II. Do you want this village to repeat what it was back then? Bai Yu asked these people seriously. Hearing this, everyone looked solemn. Nagato even shook his head and said, I don't want to. Bai Yu snorted coldly when he saw this. just your state, even if you don't want to, these conjectures will become reality. Everyone frowned when they heard this, and one of them asked, then what are we going to do? Hearing this, Bai Yu's expression became a little slower. These people are not hopeless. For the enemy, the means must be vicious. There are too many things to kill a snake and get bitten back, and you know it in your heart. 0 inches. Yahiko's ambition is indeed great, but this is not a reason for you to follow blindly. I actually can't figure it out. Yahiko is so stupid, no one of you actually said that he was wrong. Bai Yu unceremoniously began to point to their question. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Bai Yu's words really hit their hearts. Yahiko's decision, it was not that they had no thoughts in their minds, but they didn't say anything. They really hope that Yahiko's Wairo can succeed, but on the other hand, they clearly know that this is just a way to die. If the territory is small, there is no problem. But when they threatened those so-called high levels, the butcher knife would naturally not hesitate to cut it down. This is a matter of no doubt. It's just that every time they want to say something in their hearts, they always think, wait, maybe it really works. This is the most fundamental reason for this incident. Yahiko is dreaming, and you are dreaming too. But if one of you dares to stand up and say that he is wrong, the current situation will not go to this point. Bai Yu said lightly. At this moment, everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Bai Yu's words exposed all their problems. Seeing this scene, Bai Yu couldn't help but shook his head. Okay, I don't care what it used to be. But now I join the organization, I don't want to see it die before it stands up. Now, what I want to ask is, for the enemy, are you still reluctant to bear the karma in your hands? Bai Yu asked loudly. Shocking and concealed words sounded in my ears, thinking of the ruthlessness of Hanzo of the Salamander in my heart. Everyone was violent, and finally let out an angry roar, no way. Seeing this scene, Bai Yu couldn't help but tick the corner of his mouth. He knew that this organization could still be saved. Turning his head to look at the door, Bai Yu said calmly, did you hear it? Yahiko. Everyone couldn't help but be stunned when they saw this. Then Yahiko, who was a little pale, walked in from the door, his footsteps were vacant, and he was a symptom of anemia. Yahiko. Nagato and Konan hurriedly stepped forward to support him when they saw this. At this time, there was a wry smile on Yahiko's mouth. In fact, his heart was also uncertain about his purpose. It's just that this is his original dream, to bring peace to the country of rain without relying on a single soldier. But the appearance of Hanzo of the Salamander and Danzo broke his last illusion. My thoughts are too naive. Yahiko shook his head. This made everyone slightly stunned. In their opinion, Yahiko should be yelling at Bai Yu to stop him from such dangerous thoughts. Even some people are ready to stop the two from quarreling. But they never thought that Yahiko would let go of their obsessions so easily. In their view, this is basically impossible. Nagato and Konan also looked incredible. What are you talking about? Isn't this your dream? Nagato frowned and asked Yahiko. Hearing this question, Yahiko smiled bitterly and shook his head. It turns out that this is just a dream. You have never given me an opinion, so I will always take you down this road. In fact, how much I hope you will tell me what you think from the bottom of your heart, but no one has an opinion. Fortunately, it is not too late to discover the problem. And we are very lucky to have Bai Yu to join. In my opinion, our organization really needs to be reformed. Yahiko spoke very sincerely to everyone in front of him. Hearing Yahiko's heart-wrenching words, everyone's heart couldn't help but feel moved. This shows that they did not follow the wrong person, and Yahiko is still a master. At least it will not stop others' opinions. And this change, or the breaking of this barrier, was brought about by Bai Yu. Everyone looked at Bai Yu with completely different gazes, and a sense of identity rose in their hearts. For Yahiko, Bai Yu is the most surprised. He said so much to these members in order to be able to act even if Yahiko disagrees. 2.6 broke Yahiko's golden body with words, and then it was convenient for him to operate. It's just that Bai Yu didn't expect Yahiko to be someone who can hear other people's words. If he is not on the verge of death, Yahiko may still stubbornly believe that his path is right. But when he really felt that he was going to die, the memories of his life flashed in his mind. A feeling of regret appeared deep in his heart. If he is not so weak, if he does not believe in Hanzo of the Salamander, so all tragedies may not happen. At that moment, he knew he was wrong. This is why he said these words. Now I am not worthy of being your leader, so I have a proposal. Yahiko smiled and said to these eagerly anticipated faces in front of him. Huh, how come? Everyone couldn't help but look surprised. Yahiko's words caught everyone off guard. However, Yahiko did not stop talking, and continued, with Bai Yu's talents, I think it will definitely lead us to peacefully reunify Rain Shinobi village. Therefore, I propose that Bai Yu be the new leader of our Akatsuki organization. Yahiko's tone was full of sincerity. If he saw Hanzo of the Salamander set a trap, Yahiko's heart was quite shaken, then seeing Danzo's figure, all the goodness in his mind was shattered. He understands that Rain Shinobi village looks calm because of the title of Hanzo of the Salamander. If there is not a famous strong man right now, I am afraid that the National Council of Rain will be invaded by the major ninja villages again, and will eventually become a hell on earth. People like them can't stop the overwhelming power of the great powers. The Bai Yu in front of me happens to be the best brand. As long as the Bai Yu brand stands here, it means that Konoha is also on the side of the country of rain. Moreover, Bai Yu can easily kill Hanzo of the Salamander, which shows that Bai Yu is better than the so-called ninja demigod. Rain Shinobi Village can also avoid the tragic fate of becoming a battlefield. When everyone heard Yahiko's words, they couldn't help showing shocked expressions. Yahiko made Bai Yu the leader, which they never expected. He even filled up some conspiracy theories. Maybe Bai Yu came here to become the leader of Akatsuki's organization. It's just that Bai Yu's words shattered all these thoughts. Bai Yu hooked the corner of his mouth and smiled at Yahiko. The position of this leader belongs to you. If you want me to be a banner, that's okay. I can also help you regain the Kingdom of Rain, but I hope yours. The government can be unified with Konoha. Chapter 100. Back to Konoha. Everyone was relieved when they heard Bai Yu's refusal, but when they heard that they wanted to reunify with the Konoha regime, their expressions changed drastically. What do you mean? Are you here to seek our country of rain? One of them couldn't help but said with an ugly expression. At this time, Yahiko, Nagato and Konan also looked a little unhappy. Bai Yu's words are too malicious. Seeing the looks of everyone, Bai Yu couldn't help but patted his head. There is no concept of so-called autonomous regions in this world. Shaking his head, Bai Yu smiled and said, maybe you have misunderstood. I mean, Rain Shinobi Village is still managed by the people of Rain Country, that is, you. This unified regime means that the general political goals need to listen to Konoha's orders. If you can't even do this, I'm afraid Hokage will not admit your existence. Although Bai Yu has explained something, the people here still can't understand the meaning of Bai Yu's words. Yahiko couldn't help asking, then what's the difference between this and unconditional surrender to Konoha? Bai Yu frowned when he heard this, and from Yahiko asking this sentence, he could conclude that Yahiko did not have the most basic political understanding. My idea is that Rain Shinobi Village becomes an autonomous region. Everything is usually decided by the head of Rain Shinobi Village. Only when Konoha really needs it, Rain Shinobi Village can support it unconditionally. It doesn't need to pay anything, nor need to hand over authority. This leader is also decided by the people in Rain Shinobi Village, understand? Bai Yu looked into Yahiko's eyes and said slowly. As soon as I said this, everyone in the room couldn't help but shine. If this matter is just like what Bai Yu said, they only need to stand on a united front with Konoha, and they can get Konoha's shelter and raise Konoha's banner. In this way, all crises can be temporarily lifted. As the plan you mentioned Konoha's own plan? Yahiko asked cautiously. This decision does not only represent himself, but also represents the future development of the entire Kingdom of Rain. Hearing Yahiko's words, Bai Yu nodded in satisfaction. Although Yahiko knows less about politics, he doesn't seem to be a fool. I personally proposed this plan. Bai Yu said lightly. This time I return to Konoha, I will naturally share this plan with Hokage. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help frowning. If this plan was originally there, maybe they would not have any hesitation in their hearts. But at the moment, Bai Yu hasn't even talked to Konoha's Hokage about this plan, and it is not certain whether it will pass. They are not clear about Bai Yu's position in Konoha. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu naturally knew what they were worried about. Shaking his head, Bai Yu said lightly, the decision of this plan is actually Rain Shinobi Village, not Konoha. The tone was already a little impatient. After saying this, Bai Yu leaned against the chair behind him and stopped speaking. This is the end of his words. If these people are still so short-sighted, Bai Yu won't bother to get involved with them. Seeing Bai Yu's posture, Yahiko couldn't help falling into thought. After a long time, Yahiko gritted his teeth and said, I agree with this plan. Seeing that Yahiko agreed, everyone was taken aback, and then they saw that Nagato and Konan raised their hands in agreement, and everyone raised their hands in agreement one by one. Seeing this scene in front of him, Bai Yu nodded with satisfaction, and these things he did were not useless. At this time, ding, host drastically changed the plot. Reward 100,000 deduction points. Hearing the voice of the system, Bai Yu was startled slightly, then he smiled. He was actually testing the system by doing this. Since changing the famous scenes of Namikaze Minato, Killer Bee and 4th Raikage in the battlefield of Tanokuni, Bai Yu has been thinking about this. At the moment, changing the plot really allows the system to give rewards. While he was still immersed in the joy of gaining inferential points, Yahiko spoke again. Since you don't want to be the leader, then our Akatsuki organization should set up an elder position. After all, every ninja village has an elder group, and our Akatsuki organization should also have one. Yahiko said sincerely to Bai Yu. Seeing Yahiko's expectant look in front of him, Bai Yu smiled and said, okay. Upon hearing this, Yahiko burst into a smile. Nagato on the side also showed a smile. Bai Yu was invited to join the Akatsuki organization. He was also a little surprised to be the elder of the Akatsuki organization right now. Konan also smiled upon seeing this. Bai Yu's power still echoed in her mind. It is naturally very reassuring to have such a strong figure in the organization. The other members also burst into bright smiles. Bai Yu's sense of security is too great. Looking at the smiles of these people in front of him, Bai Yu is actually very clear in his heart, these are all because of his strength that welcomes him so much. And why Yahiko gave him the status of an elder is also for this reason. The mentality of holding the thigh, anyone will have this kind of thought in their heart. After all, Everyone is not a fool, why do you have to be rigid if you can hold your thighs? Now that Akatsuki's nature has been determined, the next step is to completely control the Rain country. Sit down. Bai Yu said lightly. No one got off the first seat, and no one asked Bai Yu to change positions. Someone brought a chair to Yahiko and sat down with Bai Yu's deputy. Although Yahiko is the leader, in the current situation, Bai Yu's words may be more useful than Yahiko's words. This is a psychological change. Just now Bai Yu was an outsider, now Bai Yu is his own. Among my own people, it is natural to pick someone with great ability to listen to him. Don't worry about Konoha, Danzo will help us spread the news. Bai Yu said lightly. Hearing Bai Yu's words, everyone who went to Jonko Mountain couldn't help but laugh. The scene where Bai Yu scolded Danzo is still vivid. That's Konoha's elder, but there is nothing to do with Bai Yu. When I left, his appearance seemed almost to be blown up. The immediate task at the moment is to eliminate all hostile forces and completely unify the country of Rain. Bai Yu said word for word to everyone. I will not intervene in this matter, it is the time to show your talents. Of course, I will list this aspect of the plan for you. Bai Yu smiled. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Hearing that there are a dozen people here alone is like clearing Rain Shinobi village, it's harder than going to the sky. Okay, let's end this meeting. Bai Yu said lightly to these people in front of him. Yes, everyone nodded seriously after hearing this. One by one got up, and soon, these people all walked out of the conference hall. Only Bai Yu, Nagato, Yahiko and Konan are left. Looking at the three people looking at him eagerly, Bai Yu couldn't help but look weird. Why are you looking at me? The meeting is over. The three of them couldn't help but stare at each other. Isn't there a plan? Nagato couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu couldn't help being a little speechless. I have to make a plan too. Bai Yu said silently. Oh, the three of them understood what Bai Yu meant. Then he got up and left. Bai Yu directs the members of the Akatsuki organization to start collecting information. But the plan was made overnight. After distributing the plan to each member, Bai Yu left a flying thunder god kunai to Yahiko. Don't leave, I can find you through this kunai moment. If there is anything, I can send someone to Konoha to find me. Bai Yu said to Yahiko who had sent him in front of him. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Yahiko nodded, and then took the suffering into his arms. He naturally knows the flying thunder god technique. Senju Tobarama and Namikaze Minato are both famous for this ninjutsu. Senju Tobarama is called Ninja God Speed, and Namikaze Minato is called Golden Glitter. Although I don't know the reason for this ninjutsu, but I know it. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu waved to all Akatsuki members in front of him, then turned and left. All of these people waved to Bai Yu a little bit reluctantly, and then began the cleanup operation of Rain Shinobi village. Nagato has been able to use Rinnegan's abilities proficiently under the guidance of Bai Yu, and can already execute this plan perfectly. As long as there is no major change, good news will reach Bai Yu's ears soon. And Bai Yu is the same way, flying directly towards Konoha village. This time Bai Yu did not stop to see the scenery. He has stayed enough where there is no firework. When he came to Konoha gate, Bai Yu did not specialize, and went directly up and down from the sky. Under the enthusiastic greeting of the gatekeeper ninja, Bai Yu registered. Then he went straight to the Hokage building. He has to tell Sarutobi Hiruzen about the plan of the Rain country. After several greetings, Bai Yu finally came to the door of Sarutobi Hiruzen's office. Tuck, tuck. There were two crisp knocks on the door, and Sarutobi Hiruzen twitched at the corner of his mouth. Anbu Ninja has reported that Bai Yu is coming straight to the Hokage building. Come in, Sarutobi Hiruzen said loudly. Bai Yu naturally pushed in when he heard this. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a smile at the corner of his mouth, Bai Yu also showed a slight smile. Master Hokage. Bai Yu greeted Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and nodded when he heard the words, thank you. It's not hard. Bai Yu shook his head. Seeing Bai Yu's spirited look, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and said, sit down. While speaking, he pointed to the chair in front of him and said. Bai Yu was not polite when he saw it, and directly sat in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Thanks for your hard work these days. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with concern. This way is easy for me, not hard. Bai Yu smiled at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded when he heard this. Then he began to ask. I heard, you seem to have gone to the country of Rain. For Sarutobi Hiruzen to know this, Bai Yu is not surprised at all. It is naturally impossible for Danzo to conceal this kind of national event from Sarutobi Hiruzen. I came to you for this too. Bai Yu nodded. Oh, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but shine upon hearing this. According to Danzo, Bai Yu has his own power in the country of Rain. And Bai Yu said that for this matter, it also shows that the influence of this force is very strong. I have a force in the country called Akatsuki, and Hanzo has already been killed by me. Soon the country of Rain will be under my control. This time I came to let Konoha establish the country of Rain. Unity of power. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen patted the table and called out. You really gave me a surprise, Bai Yu. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile on his face. For Sarutobi Hiruzen, this is equivalent to a white inspection of a huge territory. Moreover, there is a reunification of political power in Bai Yu's words, which surprised Sarutobi Hiruzen even more. But who knows? Bai Yu suddenly shook his head and said, Master Hokage, this political unification may not be what you think. The reunification of the regime I mentioned refers to the general direction. Everything is usually controlled by Rain Shinobi village, and the election of the leader cannot be determined by Konoha. Bai Yu said lightly. After hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen realized that he seemed to be thinking too much. But this is also right. Bai Yu worked so hard to cultivate the forces and turned his head to make wedding dresses and give it to Konoha. Even his son is not so respectful. After thinking for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and asked, does Rain Shinobi village need Konoha's help? Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't delve into this matter, Bai Yu couldn't help but smile. Right now this thing has been done. When the regime of Rain Shinobi village is unified, it will be a waste of time. It only needs Konoha to send some craftsmen and businessmen to help develop it. The rest does not matter. Bai Yu smiled and said to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Oh, that's the only way. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help being a little surprised. He originally thought that Bai Yu still wanted to ask for some manpower in order to better control Rain Shinobi village. It now appears that he was wrong. Okay, I agree. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and agreed without thinking for long. Hearing this, Bai Yu smiled, stood up and said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, thank you, Mr. Hokage, then. Bai Yu really didn't expect this thing to go so smoothly. He originally thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen would choose to discuss this matter with the elders. It's just that he didn't take his identity into consideration. He is now Konoha's great hero and the object of adoration by the whole people. The strength is also Konoha's strongest. Certain privileges are naturally there. Being able to easily kill Hanzo makes Bai Yu's weight heavier in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. After explaining this matter, Bai Yu returned to his home in Konoha. After a long time, a thick layer of dust appeared in the house. Fortunately, this time, Bai Yu's strength is completely different from his previous strength. Mind the power, directly remove all the dust in the house. In the end, only one mud pill was thrown into the vegetable garden by Bai Yu. Those vegetables are already blooming without anyone taking care of them. It's almost as long as Bai Yu's waist. When I thought about it, these uneatable dishes were all smashed in an instant. He even turned over the soil with it. The pulpy vegetables and the soil are mixed together, and this vegetable garden is naturally rich in nutrients in some days. Then plant the seeds again, and the things that will grow are bound to be excellent. After wandering around the house a few times, I cleaned everything that I cleaned. Then Bai Yu went straight out. At this time, there are no people in the village. Basically they are on the battlefield of all parties. Bai Yu just wants to stroll around the village. The country of grass and the country of rain are all younger brothers in front of the country of fire, let alone the village. Although the commercial center of Konoha village is not well known, it has everything. In Bai Yu's view, if there is a so-called GDP, then Konoha village is definitely a great ride. Everyone in the village lives and works in peace and contentment. I'm not afraid to go out in the early hours of the night. Konoha's Anbu ninja can be said to be seen everywhere. It's just that this kind of patrol is really boring. If Bai Yu becomes Anbu, he definitely refuses. For Bai Yu, nothing is more important than fun. It's like now. Looking at the small theater that resembled a shadow play in front of him, Bai Yu couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth. A group of children are staying here. When the protagonist in the play was in crisis, these children couldn't help showing a nervous look. When the protagonist feels happiness, the children also smile and are happy for him. When moved, do not forget to shed tears. This kind of sincere empathy is what Bai Yu wants to see most. Smiling, Bai Yu turned and left. Children are always full of vitality, and everything is vivid for them. Without thinking, Bai Yu didn't hesitate to see some interesting snacks along the way. While walking, eating and playing. After strolling to the back, Bai Yu gradually became a little tired. Because a person is really boring. But the familiar ones are not there. After thinking about it, Bai Yu went home anyway. It's boring to play right now. Rain Shinobi village will have to wait a while. I can only watch TV while lying at home. Yes, watch TV in the Hokage world where the tech tree thief is crooked, there is now a TV. This is really what Bai Yu didn't expect. This TV set was just bought by him. Along with the gift, there is something like a pot. Even when he was a child in the previous life, Bai Yu had never seen this thing. I've only seen this kind of pot on some materials. The higher you put it, the better the signal. Putting the pot directly on the roof, Bai Yu began to watch it on TV for the first time in this world. For the TV show 127, Bai Yu did not hold much expectation. After all, he hadn't watched any programs in his previous life. It's just beyond his expectation. It seems that the entertainment industry in this world is developing really well. It was just a talk show, and several very beautiful girls appeared. In terms of beauty, she doesn't lose the female stars that Bai Yu saw in her previous life. Watching the talk show with great interest, Bai Yu began to eat the snacks he bought. That familiar feeling is back again. There was even a touch of emotion in Bai Yu's heart. It wasn't until late at night that Bai Yu was sure that the familiar feeling was really back. Because it was broadcast on TV that a man and a woman were stripping naked and fighting. This scene almost didn't let Bai Yu do it manually. But what is his status now? This is too low. Directly into the extremely calm mode. Watching the intense pictures on TV, Bai Yu's heart is like Shisui, and his face is as usual. True sage mode. But for a moment, Bai Yu felt bored, turned off the TV directly, lay on the sofa, and fell asleep silently chanting Bing Shinju in his heart. In the early morning of the second day, Bai Yu began to imitate the lives of normal people. I want to make myself an exquisite breakfast. But walking around in my own home is nothing. For Bai Yu, it's a meal that can't be hungry. There is no way, the normal life of the first day is broken. I went straight to the street and found a breakfast shop casually. He ate all the buns in the shop, and then Bai Yu left. Today, Bai Yu chose another route and started wandering around the village. He wanted to see where the village was off the beaten track. Along the way through countless training grounds, there are a few people who are cultivating sparsely. Obviously, these people are all people who have just returned from the mission. Bai Yu walked all the way to watch. These people who are constantly practicing do not pay much attention to Bai Yu. After all, they can't feel the breath of Bai Yu at all, and naturally they think that Bai Yu is just an ordinary person. Hey, ha, just when Bai Yu was about to leave this place, some familiar voices resounded in Bai Yu's ears. Looking up, Bai Yu couldn't help but his eyes lit up. I saw an acquaintance. Might Guy. Bai Yu went straight to the edge of the field. Hearing someone calling his name, Might Guy stopped his actions. Bai Yu. Might Guy looked at Bai Yu with surprise. He came back from the end of the mission yesterday. He couldn't be idle early this morning, so he ran here to practice. The appearance of Bai Yu really surprised him. Why are you here? Why are you here? The two voices sounded one after another. This situation made both of them smile. You speak first. Bai Yu smiled and said to Might Guy. Hearing this, Might Guy nodded and said, I returned to Konoha yesterday. On the West Blue Shore, the number of missed shinobi's ninjas suddenly decreased a lot, and the front line was also retreated dozens of miles. After I finished the mission, the commander informed me that I could come back. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu couldn't help frowning. Missed shinobi suddenly showed weakness. What does this mean in this era? Bai Yu couldn't figure it out. He is missing some clues. Since Bai Yu couldn't figure it out, Bai Yu didn't continue to think about it. Where are Ebisu and Shiranui Genma? Bai Yu asked Might Guy. The three came back together, and it was strange for Bai Yu not to see these two. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Might Guy couldn't help scratching his head and said, they too should still be asleep. Bai Yu couldn't help but look weird. If Yiji Doran, Bai Yu naturally cannot understand their laziness. But not everyone is the same as him. Both Ebisu and Shiranui Genma had no blood air limits, and neither had extremely high talents. Being in the developmental period naturally requires adequate sleep. Chapter 101 Tianxiang, is this your boyfriend? What about you? Why didn't you sleep? Thinking of this, Bai Yu couldn't help but joked. Hearing this, Might Guy scratched his head embarrassedly and said, can't sleep. This is pure nonsense. Bai Yu knows exactly what Might Guy's purpose is. Shaking his head, Bai Yu said to Might Guy, it's good to work hard, but remember to let your body have a long rest, otherwise, your strength will stagnate and increase. Might Guy couldn't help being shocked when he heard this. These days, he found that his strength was growing more and more slowly. What should I do then? Might Guy looked at Bai Yu in front of him as if he saw a straw. Seeing Might Guy listen to what he said, Bai Yu couldn't help but smile. Didn't I say that? Rest is very important, Bai Yu said seriously to Might Guy. Hearing this, Might Guy couldn't help but startled slightly. Is it really that simple? Might Guy couldn't believe it. Of course. Bai Yu nodded firmly. At the moment Bai Yu is very clear about the structure of the human body, combined with his own practice, he can see at a glance what Might Guy lacks. During sleep, the human body's circulation is the most perfect. Elimination of toxins and recovery of wounds will all proceed at this time. If you don't get enough sleep, everything in your body will be disrupted. Practice and study will get twice the result with half the effort. Okay, Might Guy said hesitantly. If Bai Yu said that he didn't understand at all, he might still believe it. But right now Bai Yu just told him to sleep well, which naturally made Might Guy a little bit unbelievable. When Bai Yu saw this, he knew that Might Guy didn't fully believe his own words. Smiling, Bai Yu said to Might Guy, take a good night's sleep tonight, and you will understand tomorrow. After speaking, he turned and left. Most people need to see it with their own eyes to truly understand it. Might Guy stared at the back of Bai Yu leaving for a moment. Then it seemed to have thought of something. Raised his hand to Bai Yu and said, that Bai Yu-kun, can you compare it with me? When saying this, Might Guy's tone was very embarrassing. If Chunin doesn't make it after the exam, I'm afraid he won't hesitate. But the identity of Bai Yu is completely different now. Now Bai Yu is the idol of everyone in Konoha's younger generation. Even Might Guy faintly felt that he was not worthy to play against Bai Yu. Bai Yu heard Might Guy's voice and couldn't help stopping. A smile was raised at the corner of his mouth, and he said indifferently, here. Might Guy's invitation to the battle seemed quite normal in Bai Yu's eyes. After all, from the beginning, Might Guy looked at his eyes with a strange kind of enthusiasm. As Konoha's blue beast, Might Guy won't shrink back because of Bai Yu's strength. For Might Guy, Bai Yu has always been interested. He wants to know how much Might Guy has grown up now. Turning around, Bai Yu looked at Might Guy quietly, without saying anything. Might Guy looked at Bai Yu's calm face and couldn't help but said dejectedly, okay, I get it. He didn't see a trace of warfare in Bai Yu's eyes. In his opinion, Bai Yu obviously rejected his invitation to fight. Bai Yu couldn't help looking weird when he saw this. If he knew what Might Guy was thinking, he would definitely complain. The gap between Might Guy and him is so big, it's impossible for him to rise to war. What do you know? Bai Yu said flatly to Might Guy. Huh. Hearing this, Might Guy couldn't help raising his head and looking at Bai Yu. Seeing the look Might Guy expected, Bai Yu nodded helplessly. Really? There was surprise in Might Guy's eyes. Without saying much, Bai Yu said directly, let me see how much you have grown in a year. After speaking, he stood still, without any movement. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Might Guy's face immediately put on a bright smile. The neat teeth are dazzling and a little dazzling. Seeing the classic scene, Bai Yu shook his head slightly. Flaw. At this moment, Might Guy started to move immediately. Boom. A very small voice sounded, and the figure of Might Guy was rushing towards Bai Yu at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this scene, Bai Yu couldn't help but shine. He was not surprised by the speed of Might Guy, he was surprised by the way Might Guy moved. This is shaved. Bai Yu was surprised. Might Guy's movements have obvious shaved marks. Kick the ground quickly to burst out extremely fast. It's just that Might Guy's shave hasn't reached home, and it's not enough to make him move invisible to the naked eye. Raising his hand gently, Bai Yu blocked Might Guy's kick at will. Might Guy retreated directly with the help of the reaction force. Hearing Bai Yu's words, he couldn't help but tick the corner of his mouth. This is the way of movement I developed by seeing your movement. Might Guy looked complacent. Bai Yu smiled when he saw it, he didn't know whether it was a genius to call the Might Guy crane tail. But only after seeing his shave, he discovered the principle, and even developed his own technique based on it. In Bai Yu's opinion, if Might Guy is given enough time, I am afraid that he will be able to shave it out in the end. This scene also made Bai Yu an idea that had long been present in his heart. How fierce would it be if Might Guy had learned 6 poses? 6 king spears, life return plus 8 inner gates. I'm afraid that the last kick was not Yi Guy. Thinking of this, Bai Yu beckoned to Might Guy, beckoning him to continue attacking. Might Guy didn't have any politeness when he saw this. Directly rushed towards Bai Yu with an imperfect shave. Snapped. Bai Yu directly caught Might Guy's foot with his palm. He found that Might Guy likes to attack with his feet. Maybe for Might Guy, the power of the feet is much stronger than the power of his fists. Is that the only way? Bai Yu frowned and said to Might Guy. The attack method of Might Guy right now is no different from that of Chunin during the exam. This is a bit unsatisfactory for Bai Yu. If it is Bai Yu, losing to the opponent once will inevitably find a means of restraining the opponent, instead of eating his own way. Might Guy heard Bai Yu's voice without any color. Instead, a happy smile appeared. Haha, I knew it. After speaking, Might Guy jumped directly back and landed 10 meters away. Untie the bandages on his feet. 2 rows of lead blocks were removed by Might Guy. Seeing this scene, Bai Yu couldn't help flipping Byakugan. This scene is too similar to Shaoli facing Gaara. Looking at the arms he was holding, Bai Yu couldn't help but look a little weird. It seems that Gaara is holding her arms like this. A little embarrassed, he put down his hand and hung down next to him naturally. Is it just like this? Bai Yu was speechless. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Might Guy twitched the corner of his mouth and threw the 2 rows of lead cubes in his hand behind him. Bang, bang. 2 loud noises sounded, and there was also a tremor on the ground. Might Guy raised his head confidently and looked at Bai Yu. He couldn't wait to see Bai Yu's shocked look. It's just that he is destined to be disappointed. Because Bai Yu's complexion has not changed at all. Even a little bored in his expression. Bored. Thinking of this, Might Guy suddenly became a little angry. After gritting his teeth, Might Guy said seriously towards Bai Yu, my next strength is very strong, don't be careless. It sounds like it's for Bai Yu's sake, but doesn't it mean, don't underestimate me? Upon seeing this, Bai Yu couldn't help but smiled and said, come on, it's okay, I'm invincible. This was said lightly, as if there was no strength at all. But in Might Guy's ears, there is more power than anything. I'm invincible. That's too handsome, right? Might Guy almost didn't see the stars. Only soon he came back to his senses, he is now fighting Bai Yu. Be careful. As soon as Might Guy's voice fell, the whole person disappeared in front of Bai Yu. The speed of Might Guy right now is beyond the naked eye. It's just that this is clear to Bai Yu. Bai Yu, who owns Rinnegan, even if his eyes do not open Rinnegan's power, the power of those eyes is stronger than ordinary eyes, so I don't know where it is. Boom. There was a loud noise. Bai Yu directly stretched out his hand to press on the top of Might Guy's head, and lifted him directly above the ground. The strong force caused the ground to crack directly. A mouthful of blood was spit out directly from Might Guy's mouth. His forward strength was already very strong. Not to mention that the power of Bai Yu raising his hand interacted with his power. The pain made him completely unable to move at this moment. Looking at the miserable Might Guy in front of him, Bai Yu was a little surprised in his heart. Because the speed at which Might Guy just kicked the ground has reached the conditions for shaving. It's just that Might Guy doesn't know how to shave, so he can't reach that level at all. Might Guy, who was lying on the ground, reacted at this time. He seemed to be overpowered by Bai Yu. And he was directly injured and unable to move. This discovery made Might Guy a little bit eager to cry. With such a severe injury, he would have to fix it for at least 1 month before he could practice again. This is something he cannot bear. A line of tears flowed from the corner of Might Guy's eyes. This made Bai Yu's mouth twitch a little. Bai Yu couldn't understand Might Guy's performance. In his impression, Might Guy is not someone who shed tears because of injuries. Kneeling down beside Might Guy, Bai Yu asked curiously, "Why are you crying? Is it because of pain?" Hearing Bai Yu's words, Might Guy also showed a silent expression. The expression is like saying, "Are you kidding me?" Cough. Bai Yu coughed twice. "Then why are you crying?" Bai Yu asked Might Guy, who was lying on the ground. Although the injury was serious, Might Guy was able to speak. Hearing Bai Yu's question, tears fell from the corner of his eyes. "I have been injured in bed for at least a month, and I can't practice for a month. It's too painful," Might Guy said very sadly. Bai Yu couldn't help but cast a blank look. Might Guy said, "You are a little prosperous, okay." Hearing Bai Yu's words, Might Guy also gave a blank look. Bai Yu said, "My name is not promising. Put it on your head. I can't practice for a month. Can you stand it?" These words made Bai Yu almost give up the idea of teaching him the 6 styles. He hasn't noticed that Might Guy is also stunned. What Might Guy said is also right, calling Bai Yu to be unable to practice for a month, and he can't stand it either. Although Bai Yu doesn't practice every day, he can practice his body twice in 3 days. "Okay. Don't cry, I will definitely not stop you from practicing for a month," Bai Yu said a little irritably. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Might Guy couldn't help but shine. "Can you cure me?" Might Guy asked directly. Bai Yu couldn't help being stunned. He didn't expect Might Guy to ask the key at once. If I were a normal person, I would never ask this question. But with Might Guy's brain circuit, I thought of this. Bai Yu nodded helplessly and said, "Yes. Great." Might Guy couldn't help but yell. Because of his excitement, Might Guy coughed up a mouthful of blood. Bai Yu couldn't help but shook his head when he saw this. "Okay, concentrate." Hearing Bai Yu's words, Might Guy nodded quickly, and then closed his eyes. Bai Yu didn't talk nonsense when he saw this, and directly stretched out his hand. Healing Jutsu. A glowing light appeared in Bai Yu's palm. Feeling a warmth appearing in his body, Might Guy couldn't help but opened his eyes. Then there was some comfortable groan. "Oh." Upon seeing this, Bai Yu quickly looked around. Now this situation is really easy to be suspicious. Fortunately, there are no people around. Bai Yu just breathed a sigh of relief. If this scene is seen, the image of the wise Shenwu will collapse in an instant. After a long time, Bai Yu checked Might Guy's physical condition with the power of mind, and after confirming that he was healed, Bai Yu retracted his hand. "Okay. Get up," Bai Yu said to Might Guy. Hearing this, Might Guy got up a little dumbfounded. The feeling just now made him feel a little bit unfulfilled. After 2 light jumps, Might Guy found that his body was completely healed. This made him a little surprised. It is not that he has not been injured, and he has been injured more severely than this time. But not once has healed so quickly. This healing speed is too exaggerated. At this moment, Might Guy looked at Bai Yu's eyes with a little admiration. He also wanted to learn medical ninjutsu. After all, if the ninja can learn medical ninjutsu, it is very useful. It's just that chakra, the most basic of medical ninjutsu, directly shut him out. Not to mention the information, for him it is a heavenly book. The Bai Yu in front of him is physique, ninjutsu, swordsmanship, and even medical ninjutsu is pervert. This kind of person can no longer be said to be a genius, just a pervert. Upon discovering this fact, Might Guy's idea of chasing Bai Yu disappeared. Even in his eyes, Bai Yu is already the kind of pervert that can't be chased. "You continue to practice, tomorrow is still this time, I will come to you, don't be late." Bai Yu smiled at Might Guy. Might Guy nodded subconsciously when he heard the words, indicating that he knew. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu turned around and left. This time, Might Guy looked at Bai Yu's back and left without saying anything to leave Bai Yu. Although his 8 inner gates hasn't opened yet, he also knows that even if his strength is now fully exploded, he cannot be Bai Yu's opponent. Judging from the fact that Bai Yu subdued him with one hand just now, Bai Yu's physical strength has already broken through the sky. Even if it is the ceiling of the ninja body technique's 3rd Raikage, whether Bai Yu is strong or not, it has to be a question mark. Shaking his head, Might Guy continued his practice. But at this moment, he suddenly remembered that Bai Yu said that he would be waiting here for him tomorrow. What do you mean? Might Guy came back to his senses. Could it be that? Thinking that Bai Yu might teach him to practice physical skills, Might Guy suddenly showed a look of extreme surprise on his face. He really didn't think of this just now. "I will be there on time." Might Guy shouted in the direction Bai Yu had left. Bai Yu, who had come to the far end, couldn't help but smile. This is also because Might Guy's enthusiasm for practice touched Bai Yu, which made Bai Yu teach him 6 ideas. After visiting the area near the back mountain of the village, Bai Yu also has a concrete image in his mind for the whole picture of Konoha village. When the goal was achieved, Bai Yu started to return. When Bai Yu walked back to the prosperous area, the time had come to noon. Although Bai Yu was walking and stopping along the way, it was enough to measure the size of Konoha's area. Randomly found a restaurant, Bai Yu started his own lunch. It's not that Bai Yu doesn't want to go to Yil Ramen. It's just that a big bowl of Yulaku ramen seems to be very generous. Naturally enough for ordinary people, there is even more. But for Bai Yu, it was just stuffing his teeth. The nutrient content of rice is still high, and rice should be cheaper. After eating lunch, Bai Yu walked out under everyone's shocked eyes. After a long time, someone suddenly hesitated and said, "Is that G G-kun?" Hearing this, everyone couldn't help thinking about Bai Yu's face. In the end, everyone's tone was unified. Yes, it's definitely him. I didn't believe it when I heard that he would eat. It doesn't seem to be able to eat it now. Nonsense. My pigs are not so edible. Quote question mark question mark question mark. Quote. If Bai Yu hears this analogy, I am afraid it will be full of question marks. Looking at the bustling street in front of him, Bai Yu strolled around comfortably. But soon, Bai Yu didn't know why he was recognized. The men along the road looked at Bai Yu respectfully. But the eyes of the woman looking at Bai Yu are all hot. That kind of enthusiasm, everyone knows it. Turning the corner, something more exaggerated happened. A teenage girl, accompanied by her companion, bowed to Bai Yu. Then he turned to Bai Yu and said with a flushed face, "Senior Bai Yu. My name is Lizzie, please be sure to accept this letter." Looking at the girl in front of her, Bai Yu couldn't help but look a little weird. He had never encountered such a situation in his previous life. There is no face as a girl in the street. Bai Yu reached out and took the letter, and said to the girl faintly, "Well, I'm glad to meet you, classmate Lizzie." Hearing Bai Yu's voice, the girl's cheeks were flushed, and she turned around and ran away with her friend. While running, he said to his friend, "Senior Bai Yu's voice is so good." Seeing Mime's departure, Bai Yu couldn't help but hook his mouth. He really didn't expect to have a fangirl one day. This classmate Lizzie looks pretty good. The skin is white and beautiful, and a pair of tasted double ponytails looks good in control. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Classmate Bai Yu's Yanfu is not shallow. Come on Zhao. Hearing this voice, a sense of familiarity came to my heart, but Bai Yu couldn't remember whose voice it was for a while. Turned his head to look at the person making the sound. Sister Shang. Bai Yu's eyes lit up. Uchiha is pushing a small cart full of flowers. Obviously this is dealing with goods. When Uchiha Minaxiong heard Bai Yu's name so naturally, his face turned red. It's just that this red is just a flash. Although Bai Yu's eyesight is very good, he did not notice that he was not an old driver yet. A few steps forward, Bai Yu naturally took over the cart in Uchiha's hands. "I'll come on, Sister Shang," Bai Yu said with a smile. Bai Yu stepped forward, and a good smell spread over the face. This smell is something Uchiha has never smelled before. Different from anyone. Seeing Bai Yu who was already a little higher than herself, Uchiha's heartbeat suddenly accelerated a little. She naturally knew how it felt. It's just that she is as stubborn as her and doesn't admit it at all. All right, come on. Uchiha let go of her hand. Bai Yu smiled in satisfaction. Seeing this smile, Uchiha's heart tightened, and that feeling reappeared. What's the matter with you? Uchiha Jinchuriki scolded herself in her heart. She doesn't understand science. Bai Yu's body is extremely excellent among humans. As long as normal women can get close to Bai Yu, the level of hormone secretion will inevitably increase rapidly. The stimulation of love and all senses comes from the level of hormones. At this time, Uchiha secreted fragrant dopamine frantically. This is what Bai Yu brings to her. Seeing Uchiha who is already ripe by his side, Bai Yu doesn't know why, and feels a little happy in his heart. In fact, this is the same as Uchiha's attraction to him. Uchiha is already a fully mature woman. Facing Uchiha, Bai Yu's feeling is naturally stronger. This kind of attraction cannot be given to Bai Yu by peers. The two didn't say anything along the way, but it was surprising that neither of them felt embarrassed. This situation made the feeling in the two people's hearts more obvious. When I arrived at the Starry Night flower shop, Bai Yu pushed the small cart to send the flowers in. He also helped Uchiha unload the flowers. At this moment, an ant in the next shop saw this scene and couldn't help but joked. "Oh, Dixiong, is this your boyfriend?" Bai Yu is already taller than Uchiha at this time. The contours of the face have also become obvious, and it looks like an adult. Hearing this ant's joking words, Uchiha's small face immediately turned red. Still. Chapter 102 Become an advisor to the Ministry of Intelligence. Bai Yu just smiled when he heard this, but did not refute it. Instead, Uchiha Jinchuriki said shyly, "Sister Shaxi, what are you talking about? This is classmate Bai Yu, who happened to meet him, so I came to help." Hearing this, the eldest sister Shahi slightly opened her eyes and covered her mouth. She just said something like this, which was a joke. Looking at Uchiha's appearance, the relationship between Shahi and her should be good. Student Bai Yu, Shaxi said hesitantly. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu naturally understood that the eldest sister should have guessed in her heart. Stepping forward, Bai Yu smiled and said to Shaxi, "Hello, my name is Bai Yu, I am a Jonin." Looking at Bai Yu's youthful appearance, coupled with the Jonin level he said, it is not clear to Shahi that Bai Yu is the Konoha-kun. For Bai Yu's name, there are actually polarizations. One is to worship Bai Yu and feel that Bai Yu is the leader in this era. And the other is that Bai Yu is too cruel, and he got this title after killing Jinchuriki, because it means to stay away from him. Shahi has heard of both kinds of rumors. Even leaned towards the second one. But from the first impression Bai Yu gave her, she knew she wanted something wrong. Bai Yu is clearly the leader of the times, a strong and gentle person. The dead Jinchuriki must have provoked Bai Yu, otherwise Bai Yu would not be able to kill the killer. Hello, Bai Yu classmate. When Shaxi saw this, he politely greeted Bai Yu. No more hilarious. How did you meet? The eldest sister Shahi was very curious. In her opinion, Uchiha and Bai Yu should never have an intersection in a lifetime. It was a bit weird for the two to get together. Hearing this, Bai Yu did not wait for Uchiha to give Shang to speak, but explained to the eldest sister, I bought flowers here before, and sister Shang didn't take my money back then. The eldest sister in front of me knew that it belonged to that kind of big mouth. If Bai Yu doesn't explain clearly, I'm afraid the rumors about him and Uchiha will fly all over the sky. He doesn't care, but Uchiha is a widow with a child. If there are rumors that happen to him, all the pressure will be on Uchiha's head. At that time, it is impossible for Bai Yu to contain the verbal violence. The ugliness of people's hearts, Bai Yu has seen countless on the internet in another world. Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Sister Shaxi couldn't help showing a dazed look. Then there was a hint of appreciation in Bai Yu's eyes. The free gift of flowers is nothing more than a trivial matter, but Bai Yu is now respected as Konoha-kun. Actually remembering this incident is enough to show Bai Yu's character. Shaxi couldn't wait to squeeze her mouth at this time, she would actually think that Bai Yu is that kind of cruel and unreasonable person. It turned out to be like this, it's really a good fate. She smiled. Bai Yu just smiled upon hearing this. When Uchiha Hinxiong heard this description, there was a slight blush on his cheeks, but it quickly faded. Okay. Then you are busy, I won't bother you. Sister Shaxi smiled. Yeah, Bai Yu nodded. When Shahi saw this, he turned and walked into his shop. Looking up, Shahi was already talking to her husband at this time. 127. Obviously they are talking about them. Hearing what his wife said, Shaxi's husband sitting at the table couldn't help but looked up at Bai Yu. Bai Yu smiled upon seeing this and waved to Shahi's husband. Seeing Bai Yu's smile, Shaxi's husband was taken aback for a moment, and then he waved at Bai Yu, which was considered hello. Okay. Go ahead, Bai Yu said to Uchiha who was close at hand. Yeah, Uchiha nodded to Shang. Under the serious fiddling of the two, the flowers were sorted and placed soon. Seeing the blooming flowers in front of him, Bai Yu nodded in satisfaction. He didn't expect that just playing with the flowers and plants would make him feel some satisfaction. Only then did he truly believe in the truth that mankind finally yearns for peace. Isn't real life just looking for taste in the ordinary? At this moment, Uchiha Minato suddenly held a glass of water and handed it to Bai Yu. Thirst. Drink some water, Uchiha Jinchuriki said softly to Bai Yu. Hearing this, Bai Yu was taken aback first, then reached out his hand to wipe the cup. Wiped it together with Uchiha's hand. This is not Bai Yu's intention, but Uchiha is a woman, so the cup she uses is naturally small. And Bai Yu's hands are wider than the palms of ordinary people. So this time, he wiped Uchiha's hand directly. Feeling the warmth, Uchiha can feel like an electric shock. Looking up at Bai Yu's perfect face, Uchiha couldn't help but be stunned. When Bai Yu saw Uchiha's eyes looking at her, she was startled slightly, and then he unceremoniously began to admire Uchiha's face. The white, tender skin was flawless, and the eyelashes were long and flickering. A pair of eyes seems to be a little different, very bright, black and white, and can't even see a trace of blood. The small nose wings and the upright nose have an exotic look. But what attracts Bai Yu the most is those red lips that are neither thin nor thick. They are moist and rich. Just looking at them, Bai Yu can imagine the softness. Gudong gently swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This made Uchiha return to Shang. He quickly withdrew his hand, turned his back, and didn't know what to say for a while. When Bai Yu saw this, he quickly raised his cup and took 2 sips of water. Bai Yu has never experienced this kind of situation. He has no experience in love at all. After tactically drinking water, Bai Yu coughed twice. Then, if there is nothing wrong, I will go back first. If Bai Yu could see Uchiha's face at this time, I'm afraid he could see that beautiful face flushed red and looked very attractive. Uchiha Jishang heard what Bai Yu said, and quickly nodded and said softly, okay. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu scratched his head and prepared to leave. This time I met Uchiha, but it just happened to happen. Hearing Bai Yu's footsteps away, Uchiha Minato did not leave Bai Yu's thoughts. At this time, she no longer knew how to face Bai Yu. At that moment, she really had evil thoughts about Bai Yu. At this moment, a surprise sound rang. Brother Bai Yu. Uchiha Shisui looked at Bai Yu in surprise. Seeing Uchiha Shisui who has grown a lot taller, Bai Yu was taken aback at first. Then he smiled and said, it's Shisui. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Uchiha Shisui naturally knew that he did not admit the wrong person. Hurry up to trot in front of Bai Yu. Why are you here, brother Bai Yu? Uchiha Shisui asked Bai Yu. For children, Bai Yu still has his own method. Of course I came to see you. Bai Yu looked at Uchiha Shisui and smiled. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Uchiha Shisui couldn't help showing a look of surprise. You came to see me. These words made Uchiha Shisui almost jumped up unhappy. Looking to the side of Uchiha Shisui said loudly, "Mom. Did you hear that? Brother Bai Yu came to see me." Uchiha's mouth twitched when he heard the conversation between the two of them. When Bai Yu talked about coaxing children, it was easy to come by. But this interruption made her shame dissipate. Turning his head, Uchiha Jishong said with a smile on his face, I heard it. Bai Yu couldn't help but put a smile on his face when he watched the scene in front of him. Then Uchiha Shisui took Bai Yu's hand and found the bench to sit down. Bai Yu and Uchiha couldn't help but feel helpless when seeing Shang. Without thinking about it, Bai Yu talked with Uchiha Shisui just like coaxing a child. Uchiha Shisui, who was next to him, kept his voice from time to time, which made Uchiha Shisui exuberant. He hasn't been so happy for a long time. From Uchiha Shisui's words, Bai Yu learned that he is about to graduate. I want to come. When he graduates, I'm afraid he will be on the battlefield right away. The three chatted for a long time before Bai Yu left. The two wanted to keep Bai Yu for dinner, but Uchiha made the meal. With Bai Yu's appetite, the food cooked at home may not be enough to stuff his teeth. When Bai Yu left, Uchiha Shisui waved to Bai Yu very reluctantly. Although Uchiha Hinxiong didn't show it, she was also reluctant to Bai Yu. Without thinking too much, Bai Yu found another restaurant and ate his fill. But when I went home, I ran into Anbu Ninja. Master Bai Yu, Master Hokage, please. Konoha Anbu Ninja respectfully said to Bai Yu. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen actually looked for him. With doubts, Bai Yu came to the Hokage building at a very fast speed. No one stopped him along the way. It seems that he should have said hello. Tuk tuk, Bai Yu knocked on the door of Sarutobi Hiruzen's office. Come in, Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Bai Yu pushed the door directly after hearing the words. Seeing Bai Yu's face, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile on his face, sit down. Sitting down as usual, Bai Yu asked directly, Master Hokage, what's the matter in such a hurry? Hearing Bai Yu's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and said, I heard that you have been walking around Konoha these past 2 days. How about? The scenery in the village is not bad, right? Hearing this, Bai Yu was a little speechless, which was obviously going to be a joke. Nodded, Bai Yu said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, the scenery in the village is very good. I have seen many scenery that I haven't seen before. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded when he heard the words. The scenery in the village is indeed good, but the best is the scenery on the back mountain. At a glance, the whole Konoha can be seen. If you have time, you can go and see. Look. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu couldn't help but sighed secretly. Sarutobi Hiruzen is really good at chatting. Hokage-sama, if you have anything, you can tell it directly. Bai Yu did not continue to take Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that Bai Yu was straight to the point, so naturally he didn't gossip. I want to invite you to join Anbu this time. If you join Anbu, this minister's position can be given to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen said very sincerely. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu couldn't help being a little surprised. Then I thought of Sarutobi Hiruzen's ultimate goal. Obviously, this is telling Bai Yu that he cannot become Hokage. At least the next Hokage has no place for him. Let Bai Yu become the minister of Anbu Ninja, which can make Bai Yu become Hokage less likely. Secondly, it is to pave the way for Namikaze Minato. If Bai Yu becomes Anbu's minister, it is natural to listen to Namikaze Minato's orders. This is equivalent to Namikaze Minato holding a tremendous amount of authority in his hands. Thinking of this, Bai Yu directly shook his head and said, I don't have any ideas about work for the time being, I want to rest for a while. This is actually quite an obvious rejection. Sarutobi Hiruzen is not a fool, and naturally knows what Bai Yu means. With a slight sigh, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that the success of this event was unlikely. After thinking about it for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Bai Yu again, I want to rest for a while. Let's do this, you have a job in the Hokage building. You don't need to do anything at ordinary times, but you can get a salary. Bai Yu was a little surprised. He didn't expect such a good thing. It's just that he still doesn't know what kind of position this temporary post is. I don't know what the power of this position is. Bai Yu asked curiously. After hearing Bai Yu's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally knew what Bai Yu was worried about. It's just a consultant of the intelligence department. You can know some information firsthand through this position, and no one can command you in this position. And the salary is pretty good. When he said this, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled at Bai Yu. Seeing this smile, Bai Yu couldn't help but smile. This vacant job is still Sarutobi Hiruzen's conscience. Okay, then I will take up a job here. Bai Yu smiled and said to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Good. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded when he heard the words. Then a staff member was found. You take Bai Yu to the intelligence department. Sarutobi Hiruzen said to the ninja in front of him. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's order, he naturally did not dare to disobey. Nodded and bowed to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and then took Bai Yu to the intelligence department. For this, Bai Yu is actually looking forward to it. After all, his understanding of the entire ninja world is actually more based on the plots he saw in his previous life. But how can a real world be detailed in a film and television work? The journey went smoothly. Following this ninja, Bai Yu came to the intelligence department. A lot of people. There are really many people. People who are coming and going are lining up. There are so many people but no one makes a sound. Bai Yu is not an unqualified person either. Followed behind the person who brought me here without saying a word. When I came to a huge office, there were only a few people sitting in office. The ninja who came with Bai Yu just pointed at one of them and motioned Bai Yu to find him. When Bai Yu saw this, he nodded. After seeing Bai Yu signal to understand, the ninja left directly. Bai Yu turned his gaze to the one pointed by the ninja. This person was beyond Bai Yu's expectation. He was a girl. Coming in front of this person, Bai Yu tapped on the desktop. The small movement caused the girl to withdraw from the serious state. The girl looked at Bai Yu angrily. Just when she was about to lose her temper, Bai Yu's face caught her eyes. He swallowed the words that were about to be cursed by him. What's the matter? The girl asked Bai Yu. Upon hearing this question, Bai Yu said softly, my name is Bai Yu, you should know what I'm here for. The girl's eyes widened when she heard this, and the look in Bai Yu's eyes was a little unbelievable. In her imagination, Bai Yu must be a cold and difficult person. But Bai Yu in front of him didn't touch a single point. The smile is very sunny, the words and deeds are also very decent. There is no trace of violent kun appearance at all. Standing up, the girl bowed directly to Bai Yu. My name is Oda Yamaka, and I welcome the consultant. These words made everyone around who were immersed in work couldn't help but stop the action in their hands. Then, learning the way of introducing girls, Bai Yu bowed to introduce herself one by one. When Bai Yu saw this, the corners of his mouth twitched. He really didn't expect this girl to be so exaggerated. It was a bit beyond his expectation. Okay, all sit down, I'm here to apply for entry. Bai Yu waved his hand. Hearing this, everyone sat down obediently. It's just that the back is obviously much straighter than when Bai Yu hadn't revealed his strength. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Oda Shanwa directly took out a few forms, and then began to fill them out. Asking Bai Yu's information from time to time, Bai Yu also talked to the girl in every detail. Not long after, Bai Yu's entry was successful. After shaking hands with Oda Yamaka amicably, Bai Yu left. All that was left and some blushes, Oda Yamaka resumed work. After walking out of the intelligence department, the sky was gradually getting darker. Thinking of the hot drama that started yesterday, Bai Yu couldn't wait to return home and began to watch TV. Then, the entire Konoha village gradually became deserted from the excitement of the day. At this time, Danzo, the base camp of the Roots, was listening to what his subordinates reported. Shopping. Flower shop. Intelligence department consultant. What's this all about? Danzo's face was almost tangled together. If these matters are one alone, they can be sorted out very quickly. But put it together, then there is no clue. With a sigh, Danzo really couldn't figure it out. Continue to inquire about his news, don't be discovered by him. Danzo said to the root ninja in front of him. Hearing Danzo's order, the ninja nodded and said, yes. Then it disappeared no longer. Danzo picked up his teacup and took a sip of tea. What on earth do you want to do? Bai Yu. Danzo murmured. For Danzo, Bai Yu must not have been unintentional. People who reach this level must have their own goals. Bai Yu was only 14 years old this year, and he didn't expect that Bai Yu went to Starry Night Flower Shop for the proprietress inside. If the starting point is wrong, then everything is wrong. Danzo doesn't know that even if his guess is logical, it is impossible to guess what motivated Bai Yu to do something. Because he eliminated the correct answer at the start. At this time, Bai Yu didn't know that he was still thinking about watching TV shows. Bai Yu relaxed and spread out on the sofa, very comfortable. In fact, for the root ninja, Bai Yu has always known that they are following him. It's just that the aura of these root ninjas is too weak, and Bai Yu naturally doesn't care too much. Early the next morning, Bai Yu did not forget the appointment with Might Guy. Go straight to the training ground yesterday. Bai Yu arrived at the time. When he came to the training ground, he found that Might Guy was already sweating. Obviously, before Bai Yu arrived, Might Guy had already started his own training. Without thinking, Bai Yu came to Might Guy's side in a flash. Suddenly Bai Yu almost didn't scare Might Guy to death. His dynamic vision has always been very good, and few people can suddenly appear in front of him like this. It's normal for Bai Yu to startle him in such a fascinating way. Okay, let's rest for a while. Bai Yu said lightly to the Might Guy in front of him. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Might Guy was slightly unhappy. He wanted to start practicing physical exercises right away. Bai Yu saw him eager to try, and naturally knew what he thought. Don't think so much, there is a reason for you to rest. Bai Yu frowned. Seeing Bai Yu getting serious, Might Guy quickly straightened his body and said seriously to Bai Yu, yes. Bai Yu nodded in satisfaction when he saw this. From now on, regarding cultivation matters, you don't hesitate to trust me like this. You know. Got it. Might Guy stood as straight as a tree. Bai Yu couldn't help but smile upon seeing this. Not long after, Bai Yu can clearly feel that Might Guy's physical strength has returned to its peak. The way you observed my movement before was called shave. It is not wrong to say that I developed it. There are 5 other moves that can cooperate with it. Bai Yu's tone was calm, with no emotions. But the content made Might Guy a little excited. There are still 6 kinds of such powerful moves. Might Guy's eyes were full of desire. Bai Yu smiled when he saw Might Guy's appearance, because he knew that the next teaching was easy. Might Guy's diligence is probably better than anyone in this world. Bai Yu is not worried that Might Guy will not be able to practice the 6 forms. Well, let's start practicing from shaving. Bai Yu said lightly to Might Guy. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Might Guy nodded vigorously just like a good baby. The watermelon head was shaking very smoothly. This scene is indeed a bit funny. Shaking his head, Bai Yu said straightforwardly, the most important technique of this trick is kicking. Chapter 103 Uchiha Jinxiong's Love. If you can kick and hit the ground dozens of times in 0.36 seconds, your shave is a good start. Bai Yu said lightly to the Might Guy in front of him. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Might Guy finally understood the difference between his imitating Bai Yu. He has no idea about shaving at all. From Bai Yu's actions, he can see that this move is indeed a burst of power in an instant. It's just how short it takes to erupt, and how many kicks it takes for this eruption, he doesn't have a standard at all. Seeing Might Guy's Mingwu look, Bai Yu smiled. Although this move has a great relationship with physical fitness, but more important is the skill, how to really form an effective kick within this time. Even if you are a little weaker than your physical fitness, if the skills reach the peak, they can still explode the original power of shave. Bai Yu slowly said to Might Guy. The words made Might Guy startled slightly, and then a little panic rose in his heart. If it is really like what Bai Yu said, then it is not difficult to shave this technique. If this technique is promoted in the ninja world, then the battle at the Chunin level in the future must be a huge change. The look of Might Guy, Bai Yu is naturally in his eyes. What he was worried about, Bai Yu also guessed some. Shaking his head and smiling, Bai Yu said to Might Guy, your idea is too naive. These words made Might Guy stunned, a little unclear. The shaving technique is superb. If the physical fitness does not reach a certain standard, the foot will be severely damaged in the middle of the practice, ranging from limping to severe necrosis of the entire foot. The situation you are worried about is impossible. Bai Yu smiled at the Might Guy in front of him. Bai Yu vaguely remembered that when he was shaved, his physical fitness was only better than that of ordinary people. If there is no skill in his mind, I am afraid he can't make a shave at all. And he almost lost his feet because of practicing shaving. If he hadn't deduced the basic training method, I'm afraid he would have disabled his legs now. Might Guy heard the risk mentioned by Bai Yu and couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. He understood how terrifying it would be if a ninja could casually have the invisible movement speed that the naked eye could shave. In that case, every battle must end quickly, but the winner can be divided between a few flashes. The dead naturally rose exponentially. It seems that there is no simple ability in the world. Might Guy couldn't help but sigh. Upon hearing Might Guy's words, Bai Yu couldn't help but startled slightly. He wanted to say that this world really has abilities that are particularly easy to obtain. Of course, Bai Yu would not tell Might Guy this. Might Guy is a hardworking genius, he has always believed that every effort is rewarded. This idea may seem silly in the early stage of strength development, but after it has accumulated to a certain degree, it will inevitably usher in a big explosion. He shook his head and did not continue the topic. Well, I will teach you this technique now. Bai Yu said to Might Guy. Hearing this, Might Guy was naturally excited. With a smile on his face, he said, yeah. Taking a step, Bai Yu squatted slightly and moved his right foot slightly, but in an instant, Bai Yu kicked the ground with his right foot 30 times. Although the power of each kick is not very large, they burst out together within 0.36 seconds, and these forces exceed one leg extension. Bai Yu's figure disappeared in front of Might Guy in an instant. It is already 100 meters away when it reappears. Although Might Guy did not see Bai Yu's movements clearly, this effect also made his eyes shine. He could see that Bai Yu used very little power, basically relying on skill to complete the shave. The interval between each kick must be exactly the same, and it is best to control the number of kicks at 30 times. If the interval is long or short, then the burst of strength will inevitably be uneven, which will make the body shape a little difficult to stabilize. 30 times is the most suitable number. You can best show the power of shaving, and you won't let yourself lose control of your speed. Bai Yu told Might Guy 2 key points. Seeing the power of shaving, the Might Guy at this time took Bai Yu's words as a Bible and kept it in his heart. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu smiled and said, as long as you can achieve these 2 points, then your shave has been successfully practiced. Let's start practicing now, Bai Yu said with a face to the Might Guy. Hearing this, Might Guy's body suddenly became straight and he said loudly to Bai Yu, yes. Then he turned around and began to practice shave. It's just that some things are simple to say, but they take time to polish. Looking at Might Guy who was immersed in the practice, Bai Yu smiled, then turned and left. At the moment, Bai Yu's schedule is very clear. Walking along the road in Konoha, Bai Yu came to the busiest street again. The purpose is very clear, is to find Uchiha ticket incense. It's just that he needs to eat a meal before going there. If Bai Yu eats food at Uchiha's home, I am afraid that Uchiha's usual money won't be enough for him. I chose a restaurant again, and after a big meal, I left in the eyes of everyone's horror. But this time there was an unexpected result that Bai Yu hadn't expected. I saw the restaurant owner dragged out a huge banner after Bai Yu left and hung it directly at the door of the store. It says, Konoha storm kun eat it and say it's good, in a few big characters. Just a few words made this humble meal business directly skyrocket. Of course, Bai Yu naturally didn't know this. Even if Bai Yu knew it, he wouldn't care about such trivial matters. When you're full, you will naturally want to go shopping for digestion. But today, even more exaggerated things have appeared. A group of girls blocked Bai Yu's path and handed out the letters in their hands one by one. Some people even gave it out with gifts in between. Seeing the enthusiasm of these girls, Bai Yu secretly couldn't help it. Without putting their faces in person, these love letters and gifts are accepted by Bai Yu whoever comes. After chatting with these girls, Bai Yu left. The destination is Uchiha's flower shop. When he came to the store, Uchiha Jinxiong was already busy. Generally, flowers are bought once every 2 days. Although the shelf life of flowers is not long, it is not as short as fruit. Entering once every 2 days is a very fast update rate. On the basis of controlling costs, Uchiha did not do any bad business. Seeing Bai Yu's figure reappearing, Uchiha couldn't help being stunned. What does he mean? Uchiha couldn't understand Bai Yu's thoughts. Seeing Uchiha who was stunned in front of him, Bai Yu naturally knew what was going on. He smiled and said, I have nowhere to go back to Konoha, do you want to take me in? Hearing this, Uchiha Tianxiong naturally knew that it was nonsense, but some things needed a reason. After thinking about it for a while, Uchiha Jinxiong nodded hesitantly. Seeing that Uchiha did not refuse, Bai Yu smiled and walked into the flower shop. After flirting with flowers, Bai Yu opened his mouth and chatted with Uchiha. Where is Shisui? Still at school? Bai Yu asked Uchiha. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Uchiha Shisui seemed to think of Uchiha Shisui's cute face. With a smile on the corner of his mouth, Uchiha nodded and said, it's not the weekend. The implication is obvious. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu also smiled and nodded. Then there was a silence. The two actually have nothing in common. The living environment is fundamentally different, so where does the common discourse come from? Bai Yu naturally didn't want to see this situation continue. After smiling, he said, the battlefield is full of children as old as Shisui, and I don't know when this war will end. Bai Yu's words are actually nonsense at all. But it seemed to touch Uchiha's heart. Her husband died on the battlefield. Right now Uchiha Shisui is about to graduate. In this era, Uchiha Shisui will naturally go to the battlefield as soon as he graduates. If Uchiha Shisui died because of this, she really didn't know how to face this world. Yes, I don't know when this war will end. Uchiha Jinxiong's face was full of bitterness. Seeing this scene, Bai Yu still doesn't know that he should have said something wrong. Quickly smiled and said, it should be soon, I will end this war with my own hands. Uchiha turned his head and looked at Bai Yu when he heard this. She is not very clear about Bai Yu's strength, but from the rumors, Bai Yu should already be at the level of Hokage's strength. Reminiscing that Bai Yu was only 14 years old, Uchiha Bingxiong suddenly had an idea that she herself felt a little absurd. Maybe Bai Yu in front of him can really end this war. But then she shook her head, feeling that her thoughts were too naive. Everything in this world is not that simple, even Senju Hashirama, the strongest in the ninja world, can't bring long-lasting peace to the entire ninja world. But she didn't know that sometimes, as long as the gap in strength is large enough, peace can be brought about. Seeing Uchiha Bingxiong shook her head, Bai Yu only thought she didn't believe in herself. Smiled, Bai Yu didn't refute her because of this topic. After all, a lot of things are only known to him. Even if he couldn't go further, Bai Yu could bring peace to the ninja world with his current strength. It's just going to be very difficult. But his strength is still growing. When the accumulation is enough, it will be easy to bring peace to the ninja world. By the way, where did you buy these flowers? Bai Yu suddenly asked Uchiha. Hearing this question, Uchiha couldn't help but stunned. She did not expect that Bai Yu would actually ask this question. The flowers in our street are purchased from florists in the back mountain. There is a large flower field there. The florists plant flowers there. Uchiha Jinxiong answered Bai Yu's question. When Bai Yu heard the words, his eyes lit up. Is there still such a place? Sister Shangshang, when can you take me to see it when you are free? Uchiha shook his head after hearing this. If you go to the flower field, you only need to go to the back mountain and find the flower farmers there to know. Speaking of this, Uchiha Bingxiong was stunned. Because Bai Yu was looking at himself eagerly. This is actually an obvious date invitation. If it is in other places, there are indeed some sudden changes, but the reason Bai Yu said to see the flower fields is really valid. After hesitating for a while, Uchiha Jinxiong nodded and said, I see. After speaking, she lowered her head slightly, because she could feel her face burning like fire. Obviously, it must have blushed. Bai Yu couldn't help but smile upon seeing this. Uchiha Jishang's flushed face was seen by him with a stunned glance. It's really too beautiful. Bai Yu couldn't help but want to hold Uchiha in his arms. Of course, Bai Yu could not make such abrupt movements. Then the two began to talk about everything, talking about everything. After this chat, Uchiha Jishang's impression of Bai Yu has changed directly. Originally, Bai Yu was just a powerful genius in her heart, plus a touch of handsome. Now Bai Yu is like an omniscient mature man in her heart. The view of things, the view of the world, and the view of people's hearts all make Uchiha's eyes shine. A perfect image was directly established in her heart. The feeling of heartbeat finally turned into a liking at this moment. This made her really at a loss. Looking up at Bai Yu, who was talking slowly, Uchiha Jinxiang sighed softly in his heart, and said in secret, "Forget it, take one step and take one step." Naturally, Bai Yu didn't know that his image in Uchiha Piaoshang's heart was changed directly in the chat. Just when Bai Yu and Uchiha thought they were going to sit like this for an afternoon, suddenly a girl walked to the door of the flower shop, looking around as if she was looking for something. After seeing Bai Yu's handsome face, he couldn't help but surprise, then turned around and ran away. Seeing this scene, Bai Yu couldn't help but look weird, not knowing what this girl is doing. Seeing her look just now, she must know herself. If it's a love letter, it must have come directly. But he turned around and ran away, which was really puzzling. Uchiha, who was on the side, naturally saw this scene. Frowning, Uchiha Jinxiang couldn't help turning her head to look at Bai Yu and asking, "Do you know that girl?" Upon hearing this, Bai Yu shook his head decisively and said, "I haven't seen it." Uchiha felt relieved after hearing this. Naturally, Bai Yu didn't know Uchiha's psychological activities. Throwing behind the scenes that just happened, Bai Yu continued to chat with Uchiha. But not long after, the girl who just ran away brought a group of girls to the flower shop. Seeing this scene, Bai Yu still doesn't know what's going on. Silently patted his head. Bai Yu, who was originally very happy about having a fangirl, suddenly felt that this was not a good thing at this moment. Thinking of those B********** D meals in previous lives, Bai Yu couldn't help but feel a little headache. It can only be that the girl who was hoping for the ninja world from the bottom of my heart is not so crazy. Welcome. Bai Yu squeezed a smile at the girls in front of him. Seeing Bai Yu's handsome smile, these girls couldn't help but flush. Uchiha on the side sees Shang, where can I not know what is going on? He sighed and stood up to entertain the girls. What flowers do you all want? Uchiha asked, smiling at the girls. Hearing Uchiha's words, these girls all started talking about the flowers they wanted one by one. It's just that one is more shy than the other. If it weren't for Uchiha's ear power, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to hear what these girls said. Bai Yu also followed behind to introduce the flowers to these girls, and also helped them pack flowers. After a long time, the girls left with satisfaction. After seeing these girls leave, Bai Yu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Uchiha, who was about to mock Bai Yu, shook his head when he saw it, dispelling his thoughts. Obviously, Bai Yu did not enjoy this feeling. With a glass of water, Uchiha handed it to Bai Yu. It was inevitable to rub between his fingers, but this time Uchiha's fragrance just turned red and disappeared in a flash. Bai Yu also pretended to be unconscious. After 2 mouthfuls, Bai Yu drank the water. I'm sorry, Jishang's sister. I have caused you trouble. Bai Yu scratched his head. I won't come tomorrow, I'm sorry. Bai Yu expressed his apologies to Uchiha. This incident, Bai Yu knew from the bottom of his heart, that it might have caused some bad effects on Uchiha. Although somewhat reluctant, this kind of decision still needs to be made. And when Uchiha Bingshong heard that Bai Yu would not be coming tomorrow, he couldn't help but stare. A feeling of fear of losing came up. Why is it troublesome? You are here, and business has improved a lot. Look at how many flowers were sold today, Uchiha said with a strong smile. Bai Yu's expression became stiff when he heard the words. Feelings themselves are money-making machines. Seeing Bai Yu's expression, Uchiha Tianxiang naturally knew that he had said the wrong thing. She is not a girl, she will naturally not tsundere, after all, she is past that age. That's not what I meant. Uchiha Jishang hesitated. Bai Yu naturally knew that Uchiha might just say something wrong. He didn't show any expressions, just stared at Uchiha's incense. See what she can say. Uchiha Hinxiang was stared at by Bai Yu, and her complexion was a little ruddy. Although it was a little shame to say what she was saying, in order to continue to see Bai Yu, she finally let go of that little face. I also want to meet Bai Yu and chat with Bai Yu. Uchiha Jinxiang said this sentence timidly. After speaking, the whole person stayed in place like a stone statue. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu couldn't help but burst into a smile. After reaching out his hand and touching the top of Uchiha's head, Bai Yu said softly, I also want to see Sister Bianxiang every day and chat with Sister Bianxiang every day. This action is the most intimate action between the two people ever. Coupled with Bai Yu's words of love, Uchiha's whole face was completely red, even spreading to the roots of his ears and neck. Where did Bai Yu see it and don't know what's going on? Obviously, Uchiha's heart actually has a good impression of him. This made Bai Yu burst into a bright smile. Seeing Bai Yu's smile, Uchiha Jinxiang couldn't help but smile at Bai Yu. An inexplicable emotion reverberated between the two. It's subtle and sweet. Sitting down again, there was no gap between the two. Both of them are tacitly aware of this feeling. Talking about Uchiha Shisui after school, Bai Yu returned to his home. It's just that he doesn't even know that he smiles more frequently than usual. To enter the dreamland with the good, no dream for a night. Early the next morning, I came to the training ground and found Might Guy. It's just that Might Guy's state is really miserable. The right foot is obviously a bit stumped. But he was still practicing shave with his left foot. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu couldn't help but patted his forehead. Yesterday he wanted to treat Might Guy's feet when he went home at night. He has practiced shaving. Naturally, I know the harm of this technique to the body. If he hadn't had the help of Qi and blood in the first place, he might have been abandoned a long time ago. The might guy in front of him knew that such training would not work, but he still trained like this. It's not that he is stupid, but that he can only do this. He has no talent, so he can only work hard, and work hard even when others feel that he shouldn't work hard. Okay, stop, Bai Yu said to might guy not far away. Hearing Bai Yu's voice, might guy couldn't help stopping his practice and turned his head to look at Bai Yu. Bai Yu. There was a surprised smile on that face. Let's take a look, how about my shave? As soon as the voice fell, might guy quickly kicked the ground with his left foot, and appeared in front of Bai Yu in an instant. Seeing this scene, Bai Yu couldn't help but shrink his pupils. He can clearly see might guy's left foot kicking against the ground 30 times in an instant, but the details of the interval have not been the best. It's really scary to be able to do this in just one day. But Bai Yu did not praise might guy, because hard work is a good thing, but the might guy in front of him is still developing rapidly. This way of cultivation does not bring him higher profits, but will curb his future development. Naughty. Bai Yu frowned directly and yelled. Seeing Bai Yu's angry look, might guy couldn't help but shrink his shoulders. He doesn't know why Bai Yu is angry. If you practice this way, within 3 days, don't want your feet. Bai Yu said coldly. Hearing this, might guy couldn't help his pupils shrink. Then hesitated. Is it that serious? Looking at the unbelieving might guy in front of him, Bai Yu couldn't help sighing. Sit down. Bai Yu ordered. Might guy sat on the ground obediently. When Bai Yu saw this, he pulled his right foot. Then he stretched out his finger and lightly tapped the tendon on might guy's right foot. What? A terrible cry sounded. Deficit, Chapter 104 Akatsuki is here. Bai Yu just used chakra to gently test might guy's muscles. That's all already made might guy couldn't help but scream. Lifting his eyes to look at might guy's face, might guy is already covered with cold sweat. Even people like might guy who are extremely resistant to pain suffer from cold sweats. One can imagine how strong the pain is. Frowning slightly, might guy's right foot injury was more serious than he thought. You are really reckless. Bai Yu sighed and shook his head. Might guy asked Bai Yu in a panic, what happened to my right foot? If you lose a foot, might guy's ninja road will definitely come to an end. This is unacceptable to him. This is why he asked Bai Yu in such anxiousness about the situation. It's okay, it's just that there are too many muscle fibers broken, so it should be useless. Bai Yu said lightly. Hearing this, might guy was suddenly struck by lightning, and he was stunned. Suddenly, tears rolled in his eyes again. Bai Yu couldn't help being speechless. But he seems to have forgotten that the might guy in front of him is only 14 years old, about the age of his body. This kind of blow is indeed cruel to a child of this age. Okay, I can heal you. Bai Yu said helplessly. Hearing Bai Yu's words, might guy's tears stopped immediately. Really? Might guy's eyes were bright. Bai Yu didn't speak, but nodded slightly. Then he stretched out his hand, and a fluorescent light appeared in Bai Yu's hand. Healing jutsu. A familiar warmth appeared in might guy's footsteps. The comfortable feeling made might guy groan. Bai Yu couldn't help but patted might guy on the chest. This caused might guy to cough twice, and the moan disappeared. Seeing Bai Yu's unpleasant expression, might guy naturally knew that his reaction was a bit exaggerated. He quickly closed his mouth and let Bai Yu do it. Not long after, Bai Yu moved his palm to the other foot. Might guy's left foot is also slightly damaged. After checking with Nianmo, Bai Yu left healing jutsu and stood up after confirming that he was basically cured. Okay, get up, Bai Yu said to might guy. Hearing Bai Yu's voice, might guy, who was about to fall asleep, came back to his senses. Okay, might guy stood up while speaking. Feeling his feet, the light reappeared in might guy's eyes. Shave. Might guy's feet moved slightly under, 127, and the whole person disappeared directly in front of Bai Yu's eyes. It was more than 10 meters away when it reappeared. Seeing this scene, Bai Yu couldn't help but flip through Byakugan. He understood it, even if he said something serious, might guy would not give up working hard for this reason. Might guy's pursuit of strength is more determined than him. But without Bai Yu by his side, might guy can only find a medical ninja who knows healing jutsu to treat him every time he gets injured. Healing jutsu looks simple, but most medical ninjas do not know this panacea medical ninjutsu. If it is on the battlefield, might guy will inevitably suffer as a result of practicing shave. Thinking of this, Bai Yu couldn't help sighing. Come here, Bai Yu said to the might guy in the distance. Might guy shrinks his neck when he sees Bai Yu's unsightly face. Walking in front of Bai Yu, might guy is ready to be scolded by Bai Yu. What he didn't expect was that Bai Yu did not scold him. Sit down, Bai Yu said lightly. Oh, might guy sat down opposite Bai Yu obediently. Stretch out your hand, Bai Yu said to might guy. Hearing this, might guy stretched out his hands very obediently. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu shook his hand, right hand. Oh, might guy quickly retracted his left hand upon hearing this. Seeing might guy's unidentified appearance, Bai Yu stretched out his hand to cover the back of his hand. Remember this feeling, you will practice every day from now on. Bai Yu said lightly. As soon as the voice fell, a burst of fluorescence appeared in Bai Yu's hand, and then spread to might guy's palm. This is, might guy was stunned. He didn't expect Bai Yu to actually teach him healing jutsu. After a bitter laugh, Might Guy said, "It's useless, my control over chakra is really bad." Bai Yu couldn't help frowning when he heard such frustrated words. You can practice physique with 100% effort, so why can't you put 100% effort to practice healing jutsu? If you learn healing jutsu, your physical training can reach an unprecedented level, don't you want to try it? Bai Yu's idea of Might Guy is a little hard to understand. You can do physical exercises without giving orders, why can't you try healing jutsu without giving orders? Hearing Bai Yu's words, Might Guy was taken aback. He began to think about why he would separate ninjutsu from physique. Not long after, he got the answer. Because at the same time, the income of his ninjutsu practice is far less than that of physical exercises. But right now he has Bai Yu's hand-in-hand teaching, and his own practice of ninjutsu is completely two concepts. Thinking of this, Might Guy couldn't help showing a firm look. I see, Might Guy said to Bai Yu seriously. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu finally nodded in satisfaction. Okay, feel the flow of my chakra, this flow rate is constant, so that healing jutsu can stabilize. Bai Yu let Might Guy feel the release of healing jutsu while explaining the principle of healing jutsu. In this way, after a long time, Bai Yu couldn't help but look dark. Because the Might Guy in front of him hasn't improved at all. This also made Bai Yu understand why Might Guy would give up ninjutsu altogether. It was really like this ninjutsu to him, it was difficult to step past a hurdle. After wasting all morning, Bai Yu couldn't stand it anymore. Well, you can just think about it. Bai Yu said silently. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Might Guy couldn't help but ask, how am I learning? Bai Yu looked at Might Guy's expectant eyes and naturally wouldn't say anything against him. Nodded, Bai Yu said to Might Guy, it's okay, although the progress is slow, it is still possible to learn. Might Guy couldn't help but his eyes lit up. In his opinion, Bai Yu would definitely not lie to him. I'll do it. Might Guy squeezed his fist. Seeing the confident appearance of Might Guy, Bai Yu shook his head, then turned and left. In fact, Bai Yu didn't tell a lie, it is indeed as he said, it is possible to learn. It is more likely to not learn. Come to Konoha Square, find a restaurant for dinner as usual. It's just different today, because Bai Yu saw a store that actually raised a banner, Konoha Bo-kun said it's delicious. With a tick at the corner of his mouth, Bai Yu walked directly into the store. When the boss saw Bai Yu's figure, he was taken aback for a moment, and then some cold sweat broke out on his forehead. His use of Bai Yu's name is actually a bit of infringement. Isn't it because Master Lakesing asked the crime? The boss was a little worried. But it turns out that he thought too much. Bai Yu came to the window, waved to the boss, smiled and said hello. Upon seeing this, the boss also smiled and greeted Bai Yu. Bai Yu ordered a bunch of dishes with a face as usual. Seeing this scene, the hotel owner couldn't help but breathe out. Bai Yu's appearance is obviously that he doesn't have the idea of asking the teacher. I breathed a sigh of relief here, but I felt tight again later. Because Bai Yu's eating speed is not reduced at all. Hurry up is to direct everyone to get busy. The rice has been steamed a few more barrels than usual, and the raw materials of the dishes are more than doubled. But it was almost too late to supply it. Bai Yu ate and drank enough, and after paying the money, he walked out of the restaurant. Today is the day when Uchiha Table Fragrance purchases goods. Yesterday, it was arranged to meet at the door of the flower shop. Along the way, the number of girls sending love letters and gifts has not decreased but increased. When Bai Yu appeared in front of Uchiha, the gifts were already stacked high. One time, Uchiha is jealous of Xiong. But soon she adjusted her mood, and now her identity is not enough to make her eat this jealousy. She is not a little girl, she knows very well in her heart that sometimes her actions will only push the other party farther. Seeing Bai Yu putting those things at the entrance of the store, looking indifferently, Uchiha Table Xiong was inexplicably relieved. What? Are you jealous? At this moment, Bai Yu suddenly came behind her unknowingly and whispered in her ear. The hot air from Bai Yu's mouth hit Uchiha's ears, and a strange feeling came to his heart. Uchiha Jishong almost didn't call out. The blush directly covered her entire face, and her ears were also red to pink. Seeing this scene, Bai Yu couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth, and blew directly into Uchiha's ears. Uchiha couldn't help but snorted. Then he quickly distanced himself from Bai Yu. You, respect it. Uchiha pointed at Bai Yu. Seeing the appearance of Uchiha's table incense, Bai Yu's mouth twitched. Why am I disrespectful? The appearance of Bai Yu's rascal is too obvious, and Uchiha's Tianxiong is naturally the same, and he can see that Bai Yu is deliberately teasing her. With a snort, Uchiha Zuoxiong turned directly and left. Hey! Bai Yu hurriedly followed her when she saw this. 3 steps and 2 steps, Bai Yu came directly to Uchiha Zuoxiong's side. What's the matter? Angry? Bai Yu asked Uchiha. At this time, the Uchiha table is too happy to be happy, where can I be angry? Seeing Bai Yu's worried look, Uchiha gave Xiong a glance at Bai Yu. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu naturally understood. The corner of his mouth hooked, and he followed Uchiha Qishong behind. The two came all the way to the foot of the back mountain. At this time, flower farmers had already transported large quantities of flowers to the foot of the mountain. Most florists buy flowers here. When Uchiha saw the fragrance of the table, he started to pick flowers. When Bai Yu saw it, he learned something. With the help of Bai Yu, the work that originally took an hour was completed in half an hour. Bai Yu was pushing the trolley, while Uchiha table incense follows Bai Yu. Looking at Bai Yu's broad shoulders, where is the slightest childishness? This is a reliable man. Just as usual, trim the flowers and fiddle with the flowers. After busying for a while, a group of girls suddenly appeared at the door of the store. Obviously, the girls who came to the store yesterday spread the news of Bai Yu. Helplessly, the two were busy in the afternoon, and it was not until Uchiha Shisui finished school that the day's work was over. Today Bai Yu did not forget Might Guy when he came home. Coming to the training ground, sure enough, Might Guy was doing extreme training again. Helped Might Guy recover from strain, and then taught Might Guy healing jutsu. The end of the day is to watch TV. So back and forth, a week later. Bai Yu, look, Might Guy's voice was very excited. Bai Yu was stunned when he heard the words, and cast his gaze on Might Guy's palm. A very faint light appeared in Might Guy's palm. This made Bai Yu couldn't help showing a look of surprise. After a week, Bai Yu didn't even know whether to continue teaching Might Guy. He taught healing jutsu hand in hand like him, even if it is a stone, he should know it. And every time Might Guy seems to be learning healing jutsu for the first time, Bai Yu is speechless. Now seeing this as impossible thing suddenly appear to dawn, Bai Yu was naturally very happy. It seems that some initial results have been achieved. Bai Yu smiled and said to Might Guy. Am I learning this? Might Guy asked excitedly. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu's face turned black. The healing jutsu in the hands of Might Guy in front of him is like a light bulb with unstable voltage, which is flickering and dimming. Let alone learn it, even a little treatment has no effect. And Might Guy thought he had learned it. You think too much, you are too early to learn. Bai Yu couldn't help but shook his head. Oh, Might Guy nodded when he heard the words. But he didn't see a trace of loss. Because this sense of gain has overshadowed everything. Okay, let's continue practicing. Bai Yu smiled and said to Might Guy. After speaking, he turned and left. And Might Guy continued his practice. Start a day's life as usual. While Bai Yu was busy with his life, his news kept passing on. People who don't follow Bai Yu naturally don't know. But everyone who follows Bai Yu is a little confused. Did he come here these days? Danzo frowned when he heard the reports from his men. The root ninja nodded confidently after hearing the words. These days, our people are following him, every day, without interruption. Hearing this, Danzo couldn't help but shook his head. Is this Uchiha's charm so great? Danzo couldn't help but sneered. The root ninja was slightly taken aback when he heard the words, then nodded and said, it is indeed very beautiful, normal men should be heartbeat, 0. Danzo couldn't help but tick the corner of his mouth, because he seemed to have discovered Bai Yu's weakness. Of course, it's not Uchiha. He is not a fool, he wants to use a woman to contain a man, that is the most stupid way. But countless women are easy. A somewhat crude plan appeared in Danzo's heart. At the other end, Sarutobi Hiruzen also knew Bai Yu's whereabouts these days. Hearing that Bai Yu goes to a widow's house every day to help, Sarutobi Hiruzen can't help but look a little weird. It's really costly to play. Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth evokes a smile that a man understands. He didn't have any surprises about this matter, he naturally understood the man's mind. Even he would use the telescope technique to look at the scenery from time to time. Bai Yu didn't know that his careful thoughts had always been obvious. At sunset, it was the end of another day. After seeing Might Guy, Bai Yu was ready to go home. At this moment, Bai Yu frowned suddenly. Not long after, an Anbu ninja fell in front of Bai Yu. Master Bai Yu, this Anbu ninja is very respectful. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu nodded and said, what's the matter? Master Hokage, please. Anbu ninja lowered his head to Bai Yu. Hearing this, Bai Yu couldn't help but raised his brow. Seeing himself at this time, he really couldn't think of anything about Sarutobi Hiruzen. Okay. Bai Yu nodded and said. As soon as the voice fell, the whole person disappeared. This Anbu ninja heard Bai Yu's answer and was about to lead the way. Unexpectedly, when he looked up, Bai Yu disappeared. Those Anbu in the dark, the root ninja couldn't help being shocked. They did not see how Bai Yu disappeared at all. Bai Yu naturally knows the existence of these people. It's just that these people are generally 100 meters away, and they will not affect his life, nor do they peep into his privacy. So Bai Yu didn't care. And what he really wants to do, these people simply can't keep up with his speed. For now, Bai Yu is no longer a creature with humans. Coming to the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen's breath is like a beacon in the night, Bai Yu doesn't need to feel it in detail. What's the matter? Hokage-sama. Bai Yu came to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was in deep thought at the desk, couldn't help but shrink his pupils when he heard Bai Yu's voice. There was no sign of Bai Yu's appearance. Even if Bai Yu stood in front of him, he couldn't feel the breath of Bai Yu. This is something he didn't expect at all. Of course, as a movie, his performance naturally needs to be calmer. Bai Yu. There was a smile on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. Come, sit down. Sarutobi Hiruzen stretched out his hand to signal Bai Yu to sit down. Although it is a little unclear, Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of me looks like a long talk. Bai Yu just sat down indifferently. Go get someone over. After seeing Bai Yu sitting down, Sarutobi Hiruzen said to the Anbu ninja at the door. Yes, the Anbu ninja at the door said respectfully. Then he turned and left. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Opening up his perception ability, Bai Yu felt a familiar breath. It's just that the faces in my mind didn't match up at all for a while. Feeling that breath follows Anbu ninja all the way towards the office, Bai Yu didn't think much about it. After seeing me, I can naturally know who it is. When this person came in front of Bai Yu couldn't help but froze for a moment. There is a face in my mind that corresponds to this person. This person is impressively a member of Akatsuki's organization. Elder Bai Yu, Lord Hokage. As soon as this person entered the office, he saluted Bai Yu and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Bai Yu and Sarutobi Hiruzen both nodded when they saw this. The Anbu ninja led the man and left the office. The door was also closed easily. Well, what's your name? Bai Yu asked the member of Shao organization. Hearing this, the members of the Akatsuki organization didn't have any unusual colors on their faces. 2.6 It is normal for Bai Yu to be unfamiliar with the people in Akatsuki's organization. After all, they never passed the name. But Sarutobi Hiruzen on the side looked a little weird. He was a little worried whether this Shao organization was really under Bai Yu's control. Why don't you even know what the members of the organization are called? Elder Bai Yu, my name is Hiran Ito. The Akatsuki member said respectfully. Hearing the name, Bai Yu nodded. A typical dragon name. Ito Hihito, did you come to Konoha because of the organization's troubles? Bai Yu asked the thin and tall Ito Hihito in front of him. Bai Yu vaguely remembered that he had asked Nagato and the others, if they encountered any tricky things, they could come to him. If it is a big victory, it must be just a letter. But now that someone is sent alone, it is naturally something troublesome. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Hihito Ito nodded quickly and said, we regained most of the territory very smoothly. Blocked. The leader of Yahiko has fought him several times. If it weren't for Nagato-sama, I'm afraid it would be too bad for you. Hihito Ito said while feeling a little lingering. Seeing Ito Hihito's undecided look, Bai Yu couldn't help but raise his brows. Sarutobi Hiruzen on the side can't help but show curiosity. A powerful ninja who can block an organization by one person is naturally curious. Do you know his name? Bai Yu asked Ito Hihito in front of him. Hearing Bai Yu's question, Hihito Ito thought for a while and said, it seems to be called Kakuzu. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned when he heard the name. He seemed to have heard the name somewhere. But Bai Yu looked strange when he heard the words. He really didn't think of the name Kakuzu. But when you think about it carefully, it fits Kakuzu's personality. People die for money and birds die for food, let alone people like Kakuzu who demand money but don't want life. As long as Rain Shinobi's executives can afford to pay, Kakuzu will naturally agree. Thinking of this, Bai Yu smiled and said, I understand. Both Ito Hiruzen and Sarutobi Hiruzen were surprised when they saw this. Bai Yu's appearance is obviously saying, I know this person, so I don't need to be afraid. Do you know this person? Bai Yu? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked curiously. Hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Bai Yu smiled and said, this is the ninja from Takigakura who assassinated first Hokage. Chapter 105 Conquer Kakuzu. Hearing this, Ito Hihito couldn't help but change his face. The whole person's complexion became pale. I have assassinated first Hokage before and haven't died yet. How terrifying is this kind of character? But Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but look a little weird. Because he thought of this man. Sarutobi Hiruzen was still a child. Kakuzu threw a kunai while practicing first Hokage and turned and ran away. Was caught up by first Hokage and beaten hard. Then he knelt down and begged for mercy, and the one who cried was called a miserable one. First Hokage's nerves are relatively thick. Seeing such a sincerity, begging for mercy, he just let go of Kakuzu with a smile. But soon, the whole ninja world began to hear that Kakuzu could retreat completely after the assassination of first Hokage failed. Just when the Konoha shinobi wanted to find Kakuzu and kill him, he seemed to have evaporated, and no one saw him again. Unexpectedly, after a few decades, this Kakuzu appeared again. Bai Yu saw Ito Hihito's panic and couldn't help but smiled and said, don't worry, he is not a powerful enemy. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Ito Hiruzen couldn't help but look up at Bai Yu and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Finding that Bai Yu and Sarutobi Hiruzen looked as usual, not as if they were facing an enemy at all, Ito Hiruzen felt a little settled. Okay, I'll go take a look with you tomorrow morning. Bai Yu said to Ito Hihito in front of him. Hearing this, Ito Hihito couldn't help but shine. With Bai Yu's strength, Kakuzu can be removed in a crushing manner. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help frowning. Bai Yu, I can send Anbu Ninja to solve this matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen is not very in favor of Bai Yu going there in person. This time it was at least 1 week, and I don't know how big the waves will be. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Bai Yu smiled. Kakuzu's abilities are a little weird. Sending Anbu ninjas is nothing but sending them to death. Bai Yu said to Sarutobi Hiruzen. But, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but hesitate. Bai Yu's identity is very sensitive. If you go to Rain Shinobi village now, a series of unknowable variables will occur. This is what Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want to see. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu stood up and took out a handle of Kuwu from his arms and placed it in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Don't worry, this matter will be over soon. Bai Yu said lightly. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the handle on the table and was stunned. Because the handle of Kuwu was wrapped in a seal. Flying Thunder God Technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened. Have you learned Flying Thunder God Technique? Sarutobi Hiruzen said in disbelief. Bai Yu smiled and nodded. I asked Minato for some advice and successfully learned this ninjutsu. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but smiled and said, okay, since you have learned this ninjutsu, then I have no reason to stop you. Let's solve this matter as soon as possible. Bai Yu nodded 20. Hihito Ito on the side was confused when he heard the words. He didn't know why Bai Yu just put a kunai in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Sarutobi Hiruzen changed his words directly. He didn't know what ninjutsu it was. But the situation at the moment must be difficult to ask, and he can only suppress the doubts in his heart. Help him arrange a place to live. Bai Yu pointed to Ito Hiruzen and said to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded when he heard the words, okay. Then the three people broke up. Bai Yu stretched back home and fell asleep with the TV. Early the next morning, Bai Yu only talked to Might Guy, and then he found Ito Hihito. Bai Yu sama. Hihito Ito saw Bai Yu's figure and bowed respectfully. Bai Yu didn't talk nonsense when he saw this, and came directly behind him and said, okay, let's go to Rain Shinobi Village now. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Hihito Ito nodded and said, yes. Then he was ready to set off with Bai Yu. But he didn't expect Bai Yu to reach out and put his hand directly on his shoulder. I haven't waited for him to finish. Ito Hihito only felt that a flower in front of his eyes came directly to a familiar place. In the meeting room, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan are discussing how to deal with Kakuzu. Unexpectedly, Bai Yu and Ito Hihito appeared directly in front of them. Bai Yu. Everyone couldn't help but their eyes widened. And Hihito Ito saw this scene in front of him, but he didn't know that Bai Yu directly took him across hundreds of kilometers to Rain Shinobi Village. For a time, this mighty force shocked him hard to add. At this time, Bai Yu couldn't help frowning slightly, because even with his massive amount of chakra, across such a long distance, he could clearly feel a large amount of chakra consumption. All right, Bai Yu asked, tapping Ito Hihito on the shoulder. Hearing Bai Yu's voice, Hihito Ito came back to his senses. Nodded, showing a stiff smile, Ito Hihito said nonchalantly, it's okay. Yeah, Bai Yu nodded when he saw this. Then I found an empty chair and sat down. Let's talk about it. What's the matter with this Kakuzu? Bai Yu asked Yahiko. Yahiko nodded when he heard the words, and did not hesitate to directly talk about how Kakuzu blocked them. The current Kakuzu strength information was told to Bai Yu one by one. After listening to Yahiko's information, Bai Yu nodded calmly. Kakuzu's abilities are no different from the memory in his mind. All 5 escape techniques are grandmasters. Okay, I see, do you know where he is now? Bai Yu raised his hand and interrupted Yahiko's chatter. Yahiko frowned upon hearing this. Let's collect some more information. Yahiko felt that Bai Yu was a bit reckless. As the leader, Yahiko's move is not surprising. And he didn't see Bai Yu's shot at the beginning, so he should be cautious. Nagato and Konan on the side couldn't help but smile upon hearing this. It's okay, Yahiko, just tell Bai Yu where Kakuzu is. Nagato smiled and said to Yahiko. For Bai Yu's strength, he is quite trustworthy. From Nagato's point of view, there is probably no one in the entire ninja world stronger than Bai Yu. Hearing what Nagato said, Yahiko couldn't help being a little suspicious. Nagato seemed to know something he didn't know. At this moment, he caught a glimpse of Konan, and Konan nodded at him. Seeing this scene, Yahiko couldn't help but look weird. Yahiko is not a self-serving person. After thinking for a while, he spoke to Bai Yu and said, Kakuzu is now in the government building in Rain Shinobi Village. If you really want to kill him, I'm afraid you need to plan a lot and draw him out. Yahiko said with a serious face. Upon hearing this, both Nagato and Konan smiled. Bai Yu's expression is a little weird. He understood, Yahiko didn't know his strength at all. Now that you know his position, that's fine, you are waiting for me here. Bai Yu said lightly to everyone in front of him. After speaking, he walked directly out of the door of the meeting room. Yahiko frowned upon seeing this. He didn't expect Bai Yu to be such a reckless person. Turning his head to look at Nagato and Konan beside him, Yahiko hopes they can speak. But what caught the eye was only the small faces of the two of them. This made Yahiko's face froze. At the moment, it is obvious that he can't stop Bai Yu. Oh, Yahiko sighed slightly. The next few people could only sit in the conference room and wait for Bai Yu's news. At this time, Bai Yu has already entered the sky. Flew to the center of Rain Shinobi Village at a very fast speed. It's hard for me to deal with your money. Kakuzu looked at the box in front of him and said faintly. Although the face is light and windy, but the heart is actually full of enthusiasm. If the money is so much in the money exchange, Kakuzu will need to perform at least 10 missions. But at the moment it was just a few times that Akatsuki's attacks had been repelled, and the money he got was so huge. This made him start thinking about whether to participate in the struggle between Shinobu Village. Kakuzu-sama, this is already our greatest sincerity, and our remaining money still needs to maintain the operation of Shinobu Village. One of the old people, Shingsu said respectfully to Kakuzu. This respect is Kakuzu's exchange of strength. They have never seen a ninja that can't be killed, and all the 5 types of escape techniques are very powerful, and they don't need seals. This is a disaster for large-scale battles. Now the entire Rain country is what the people want for Akatsuki. If it weren't for Kakuzu, they would have been replaced by Akatsuki. Kakuzu heard this elder's words, although his heart was a little greedy, but he also understood that Rain Shinobi village is just a small village. To be able to come up with this money is already doing my best. After a long time, Kakuzu nodded and said, forget it, come to me next time if you have this kind of thing. After speaking, he waved his hand, indicating that the group of people in front of him quickly disappeared in front of him. Everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If Kakuzu insists on asking for this money, they may not really be able to get it out. Just as everyone left one by one, Bai Yu's voice suddenly sounded high in the sky. Kakuzu, come out and die. The voice is loud, Bai Yu can be sure that the entire Rain Shinobi village can hear his voice. Kakuzu couldn't help but feel a little angry. Not long after he repelled the Shao organization, he hadn't enjoyed the pleasure of counting money after he just got the money, and the Shao organization came back again. With a raging anger, Kakuzu pushed the door straight out, leaping from place to place following the sound. Only when he saw Bai Yu in the sky, his pupils suddenly shrank. Others don't know Bai Yu, don't he know yet? When these people in Rain Shinobi village saw the Kakuzu in front of them stop, they all stopped in their tracks for some unknown reasons. Following Kakuzu's sight, everyone saw Bai Yu hovering in the air, and everyone's complexion changed drastically. Can actually fly. Is this the foreign aide hired by Akatsuki? Can Master Kakuzu beat him? At this time, all kinds of thoughts are coming. Bai Yu's arrival is like throwing a stone into a calm water pool, and circles of ripples are rippling away. Who are you? The old man in Rain Shinobi village stepped up and asked Bai Yu. But Bai Yu just glanced at him and then placed his gaze on Kakuzu's head. The old man saw that Bai Yu ignored him so much, he couldn't help being angry. When he was about to speak madly at Bai Yu, Kakuzu spoke. Konoha-kun, why are you here? Does Konoha have plans for Rain Shinobi village? Kakuzu looked at Bai Yu solemnly. Hearing this, both the old man and the ninjas of Rain Shinobi village couldn't help but shrink. Konoha Storm-kun, isn't it? Konoha is also involved in our internal affairs. What a cunning village. Bai Yu sneered after hearing the words. If you want to escape, then as early as possible. For Kakuzu's small movements, Bai Yu is all in his eyes. When Kakuzu saw Bai Yu, he was ready to escape. His grievance is strong, but he can live up to now without relying on the strength of grievance. He can live till now because of his keen sense of smell. Who can provoke, who can't provoke, he knows everything in his heart. The Bai Yu in front of him is definitely the top 3 among the unprovoked people in his heart. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Kakuzu didn't hesitate at all, turned around and started to escape. Everyone in Rain Shinobi village's eyes widened when they saw it. Kakuzu, who was so powerful in their hearts, turned and ran away without even touching his hands in front of Bai Yu. At this moment, they still don't understand, the power of Bai Yu may have exceeded their imagination. Suddenly, a feeling of coldness appeared in their hearts. Looking at Bai Yu in the sky, everyone didn't even dare to move. Bai Yu didn't have time to pay attention to them. Seeing Kakuzu who was leaving quickly, Bai Yu chuckled lightly. He is actually very surprised that Kakuzu is so grandmaster for getting good and avoiding evil. If you think about it carefully, this is not surprising. It can be seen from Kakuzu's assassination of first Hokage. 800 meters away, he threw a kunai, then turned his head and ran. Kakuzu's caution is evident from this matter. It's just that Kakuzu at this time is doomed to escape Bai Yu's control. Not to mention that Bai Yu is flying in the air, even if it is the same on the ground, there are few people in the world that can be faster than Bai Yu. Boom. With a roar, Bai Yu was like a jet plane, not accelerating at all, and a sound barrier suddenly appeared around his body. This is the convenience of flying with gravity. There is no such thing as initial speed. Hearing the loud noise, Kakuzu, who was fleeing, couldn't help but look back. It's just that he only felt a flower in front of him, and Bai Yu appeared directly in front of him. His right hand, as hard as cast iron, rubbed his neck tightly. The pupils shrank suddenly, and countless tentacles burst out of the stitched places under Kakuzu's body. But the next moment, he instantly despaired. Because those tentacles seemed to encounter a barrier made of gold and iron, which could not be shaken by his power. An unspeakable sense of powerlessness emerged in Kakuzu's heart. This also confirmed his guess. Bai Yu in front of him has reached the height of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. For ordinary ninjas, this is unmatched. Can you let me go? I have a lot of money. Kakuzu said decisively. Bai Yu couldn't help but look a little weird. His knowledge of Kakuzu is only one picture he has seen in anime. It is really hard to believe that a cage-level powerhouse has such lack of integrity. But Kakuzu's soft service also gave Bai Yu an idea. He wanted to kill Kakuzu is really simple, Kakuzu's power can be said to be completely restrained by him. Wanting to kill Kakuzu was only in his thoughts. Although Kakuzu is killed, he will feel refreshed, and the system may also receive a huge amount of deduction points. But is this the only role of Kakuzu? With a tick at the corner of his mouth, Bai Yu directly let go of his hand. This made Kakuzu smile with joy. I became more convinced of the power of money in my heart. Even a strong like Bai Yu has no resistance to money, which is enough to explain some problems. After smirking, Kakuzu said to Bai Yu, my money is hidden by me. If you want it, I will take you to dig it now. Bai Yu looked at Kakuzu's ingratiating appearance, and said with a cold expression, I let you go because of your money. Hearing this, Kakuzu couldn't help but stunned, then nodded and said, yeah, I understand, isn't such a wealth of money in front of you like dung. Although he said so on the surface, he sneered in his heart. If I didn't say money, would you let me go? Kakuzu secretly asked. Only in the next moment, he understood that Bai Yu was really not for money. A huge pressure from all directions will be directly fixed on the spot. Even breathing started to be difficult. Bai Yu faintly said, now I say, you listen. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Kakuzu subconsciously wanted to nod, but he was horrified to find that he could not nod at all. I want to vibrate my vocal cords hard to make a sound, but it's just the same, unable to move. If it weren't for the fact that his body was different from ordinary people, I'm afraid he is now completely broken and has lost his vital signs. A feeling of extreme horror appeared in Kakuzu's heart. Unable to move, he could only wink his eyes at Bai Yu. Bai Yu raised his eyebrows and slowly said, if it is according to my temper, then I will definitely not let you go. But at the moment I have an organization. If you are willing to serve this organization for 10 years, I can give you a way out. If you don't want to. Speaking of this, Bai Yu didn't speak anymore. Kakuzu in front of him was not a fool, and he blinked wildly as soon as he heard the words. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu slightly loosened the gravitational restraint of 127. This allowed Kakuzu to finally make a sound. I do. Kakuzu said to Bai Yu quickly. I'm afraid that Bai Yu will kill him in the next moment. After feeling Bai Yu's weird ability, those traces of fortunately in his heart have long been thrown out of the sky. In the face of Bai Yu, he cannot escape. Can't beat, then join. Bai Yu smiled upon seeing this and said, okay. Then if you want to join the organization, kill those people first. Reaching out, Bai Yu pointed to those rain shinobi in the distance and said. The distance between the two parties was far enough, so they did not hear what Bai Yu and Kakuzu were talking about. But fools can also see that Bai Yu was talking about them. Although fear in their hearts, the instinct for survival drove them to start running away. When Kakuzu saw this, his expression became cold. If these people run, he will not be so easy to kill. Yes, Kakuzu did not hesitate and decided to join Akatsuki. You can't beat, and you can't run away. Kakuzu is not a stunner, he has seen too many deaths. If he died, there would be nothing. He didn't want to welcome death. With a flickering figure, Kakuzu disappeared directly in front of Bai Yu's eyes. In the next moment, he directly swung his butcher knife at those rain shinobi. No, Lord Kakuzu. Seeing Kakuzu attacking him, this rain shinobi still held a trace of fortune in his heart. Only in the next moment, he lost his life forever. What's wrong with you, Lord Kakuzu? The other person couldn't help showing a shocked look. When the old man saw this, he didn't say a word, just ran away. After living for so long, he has a clear view of the situation. Kakuzu-sama, I have money. I have a lot of money. Another rain shinobi. Hearing this, Kakuzu couldn't help stopping his movements. It's just that the next moment he wakes up, or the money is called money, and when he is dead, why do you need money? It's like this person in front of you. Puff. The tentacles broke through his body directly, blood splattered, and it was uneasy. From a distance, Bai Yu couldn't help but shook his head as he watched this scene. Kakuzu's acting style is really ruthless. Just now they were on the same front, turning their heads would turn their faces relentlessly and start the massacre. It didn't take long, but about 10 minutes, these rain shinobi were directly killed by Kakuzu. Kakuzu, covered in blood, came to Bai Yu. The corpse of the old man was lying on the cold ground at the moment. Blood gushed from his heart, and he could feel his vitality being pulled away a little bit. Not bad, Bai Yu said lightly to Kakuzu in front of him. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Kakuzu couldn't help but feel relieved. He knew that his life was saved. Come with me, Bai Yu said lightly to Kakuzu. Then he left here first. Upon seeing this, Kakuzu obediently followed Bai Yu. With a sense of ambition, Kakuzu didn't know what the next day would be like. Galloping all the way, if it is Bai Yu alone, it will only take 10 seconds to return to the Akatsuki organization. It's just that Kakuzu still needs to lead the way, so Bai Yu's speed naturally slows down. Kakuzu saw Bai Yu waiting for himself and couldn't help but start trying his best to keep up with Bai Yu's pace. It was a good one. Before arriving at Akatsuki's base camp, Kakuzu was almost exhausted to death. Take Kakuzu back to the base camp of Akatsuki. Yahiko crossed the crowd and saw Kakuzu who was following Bai Yu, his pupils suddenly shrank. He knew how dangerous Kakuzu was. He was almost killed by Kakuzu several times. Faced with people who can threaten their own lives, there will naturally be some fear in their hearts. Seeing Kakuzu standing beside Bai Yu like a well-behaved student, Yahiko seemed to understand something. The people around seemed to understand something, and their eyes widened. An unspeakable shocking emotion appeared in everyone's hearts. Chapter 106 Visit Might Guy. Watching Kakuzu stand beside Bai Yu like a kid who made a mistake. Everyone was surprised, especially Yahiko.
He played against Kakuzu many times, and it was him who failed each time, and he was almost killed by Kakuzu many times. Now Kakuzu is standing quietly beside Bai Yu, which makes his whole worldview about to collapse. Yahiko quietly pulled Bai Yu aside and leaned to his ear. The corner of his eyes warned Kakuzu's direction. After confirming that he had not heard him, he asked in a low voice. Why did Kakuzu come back with you, and see him like this? What did you do to him? There are no small tricks. Kakuzu will be a member of your Akatsuki organization from today. This sentence did not lower the voice, and the scene was very quiet. Bai Yu's voice naturally reached everyone's ears, which made them even more shocked. They all know what Kakuzu is. Fights against Yahiko many times and wins. The legend also fought with first Hokage Hashirama and retreated. What's more, he also mastered the escape technique of 5 attributes, and his strength was at least Kage level. Will such characters really join them? As if seeing everyone's doubts, Bai Yu walked to the angle, pushed his back and took a step forward. Facing everyone, Bai Yu announced loudly, from now on, I will be a member of Akatsuki's organization. In addition, all the senior members of Rain Shinobi Village have been wiped out, and they can take over now. Said Bai Yu and turned his eyes to Kakuzu. Kakuzu knew immediately, now he naturally knows what he should do. As Mr. Bai Yu said, I will be one of you from now on. The previous conflicts, I hope we can resolve them peacefully. Hearing Kakuzu's personal confession, everyone opened their mouths slightly, wondering if they were dreaming. When everyone was shocked, there was only one exception, and that was Conan. Conan blinked his eyes at Bai Yu, full of admiration. Bai Yu noticed Conan's eyes and smiled slightly at her. Kakuzu, after you get along with them, Yahiko will be your chief. I still have something to do, so I won't stay more. It's Mr. Bai Yu, then you can go ahead. Kakuzu hurriedly lowered his head slightly, his face was respectful, and his heart was excited. This violent coon is going to leave at last, he never wants to see Bai Yu again, wishing to let him disappear in front of his eyes immediately. If you dare to do some small actions, then you should know the consequences. With that, Bai Yu quietly carved a flying thunder god technique on Kakuzu's back. As long as he knows that Kakuzu has a betrayal mind, he can use flying thunder god to solve Kakuzu instantly. Clear. A drop of cold sweat fell on Kakuzu's forehead. Just now, he clearly felt the fluctuation of chakra on Bai Yu. Incomparable, and seemingly endless, you can't see where the limit is, and fighting against such an opponent is simply looking for death. Yahiko still wanted to keep Bai Yu, but Bai Yu had already used Flying Thunder God and quickly disappeared in front of everyone. It only took a moment to rush back to Konoha. Seeing Bai Yu disappear in front of him, Kakuzu sighed with relief. Unknowingly, his back was already wet with sweat. At this moment Conan walked up to Kakuzu, with a slight smile on his face. She stretched out her hand, rubbing her index finger and thumb together. Huh, what do you mean? As a miser, Kakuzu is familiar with this gesture, but he usually makes this gesture to others, and no one has ever done it to him. Since you have joined our Akatsuki organization, you have to contribute your own strength to our organization. Give money. I want to buy explosive charms. Kakuzu. Bai Yu told Conan about buying the explosive charm. In the original book, Conan used 30 million detonating talisman to kill Obito. Unfortunately, Obito used a Sharingan to show Izanami at the expense of it, which led to Conan's plan to fail. It also led to Conan squandering all the money Kakuzu had made for decades. I don't know what kind of expression Kakuzu will show after knowing this. When Bai Yu returned to Konoha, he rushed to Hokage's office and found Sarutobi Hiruzen. The mission is complete, Kakuzu has been subdued. Quote. As soon as Bai Yu came in, he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen who was making tea and drinking. Hearing Bai Yu's voice, Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand holding the water glass trembled slightly and almost dropped the glass to the ground. So fast. How long has it passed before Bai Yu solved Kakuzu? Isn't Kakuzu a Kage-level ninja? Just like him, the master has changed 5 attributes. It seems that Bai Yu's actual strength needs to be re-examined. After all, I am old, and I have not reached the strength when I was young, and I have also been restricted a lot. Now I can only sit in this office drinking tea and chatting. You did a great job. Go back and have a good rest. You have worked hard. It's okay, not particularly tired. Bai Yu smiled faintly, showing that it is very relaxed. In addition, you can go to the country of rain to establish a plus, there has been updated, and the current leader should be Yahiko. I hope that Konoha can establish a good friendship with Rain Country, not just use it. In the last 2 words, Bai Yu emphasized the pronunciation. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly raised his head, a strange color flashed in his eyes. Don't get me wrong, I just made a suggestion. After all, it is the place for my stomach. I still hope that they can become Konoha's strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said, yes, the king will mention it with them later. Although the promise was refreshing on the surface, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but frown slightly, and a trace of solemnity passed under his eyes. Bai Yu smiled imperceptibly, and didn't say much. Turned around and said goodbye to Sarutobi Hiruzen. He could also guess what was thinking in Third Hokage's mind. But what does it have to do with him? Sarutobi Hiruzen can never kill him just because of his small request. And Sarutobi Hiruzen may not be able to kill him now, let alone Sarutobi Hiruzen being older, can he still play his full strength? Even if it can be used, Bayou also has Flying Thunder God, the strongest space-time ninjutsu. Otherwise, second Hokage Tobirama would not have been able to rely on this trick to crush the genius of the Uchiha family. It is also impossible for fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato to rely on this trick to solve the second ninja war alone. Now he will also Flying Thunder God, wanting to tease Sarutobi Hiruzen, isn't it like Haruka? Looking at Bai Yu's back, Yuan Fei Hiruzen's eyes flashed an undetectable chill. Bai Yu, who left Hokage's office, suddenly thought of Might Guy. I don't know how he is recovering from his injury now. Thinking of this, Bai Yu decided to go to the training ground first, check Might Guy's situation first, and by the way, if you need help, you can help him again. Coming to the training ground, I saw Mad Guy was still continuing his daily training, such as running for 30,000 miles, doing push-ups with one finger, 10,000 hits, and hitting the stakes. Seeing Michael Jackson's excitement, he seems to be recovering pretty well. At this moment, Might Guy looked towards Bai Yu's direction, a bright light flashed in front of his eyes, his face was happy, and he rushed over. Bai Yu, why would you think of coming to me? It's nothing, I just accepted Hokage's mission and went to the Rain country to conquer the Angle, and came back to report the status of the mission. I'll be back when I'm done. I'll come back by the way to see how you're recovering. Bai Yu replied indifferently, it seemed that he had only done a trivial thing. Go to the country of Rain and solve Kakuzu. Might Guy opened his mouth slightly, looked at Bai Yu in amazement, and even reached out his hand and patted his cheek. Suspect that I was still dreaming. You can take the Angle by yourself, isn't the Angle a legendary ninja? How did you do it? It's very simple, a crackling mess, maybe because of my personal charm, he just surrendered. Bai Yu smiled faintly, didn't take this matter to heart, and didn't think it was anything to show off. Let's talk about me, how is your injury? Did you learn all the healing jutsu I taught you? It's almost done, look. Speaking of this matter, Might Guy's face turned a few times in front of Bai Yu, and he jumped twice. Look, now I don't have any problems at all. Thanks to you, if it weren't for your help, I might still be in the hospital bed. At this time, Might Guy thanked him from the bottom of his heart. After all, without Bai Yu's help, he would have died a long time ago. It can be said that Bai Yu saved his life. It's okay, they are all ninjas from Ninja Village. It's okay to help each other. Bai Yu smiled and waved. By the way, look, I also learned healing jutsu. Said Might Guy stretched out his hands, in his palm, slowly revealing a trace of emerald green light. Very warm. This is. Bai Yu opened his mouth slightly and was surprised secretly. Originally taught Might Guy to learn healing jutsu, he didn't hold any hope. After all, Might Guy is a ninja, and it is recognized that he cannot learn ninjutsu. The reason for teaching him healing jutsu is just to make his recovery faster. I didn't talk about the armor really learned healing jutsu, so I can be a medical person. Might Guy doesn't know how to ninjutsu. Without chakra, he just doesn't know how to do ninjutsu. The amount of chakra in his body is still sufficient for 10 points. At least the Kakashi chakra is more than the flag that claims to be 55 open. Seeing that your injuries have recovered, then I am relieved, but I still can't exercise vigorously. Your real injury cannot be recovered in 10 days and a half month. Quote. Remember to recuperate more every day, and use healing jutsu to restore your life on your own. If you have any questions, you can ask the ninja in the medical class. The same is true for me. Of course, I will target you in the future and strive to surpass you. Might Guy squeezed his hands, his face excited. Starting today, his opponent is not only Hitachi Kakashi alone, but also Bai Yu. In this regard, Bai Yu can only smile without talking. With Might Guy's current strength, he is definitely not his opponent. And Might Guy hasn't learned the last one of 8 inner gates yet, even Jingmun hasn't learned it. But when Might Guy opens the last gate of the 8 inner gates, after 4th gate, use Night Guy. Then he was still a little jealous. I have said that Namikaze Minato used Flying Thunder God's ninjutsu to surpass the speed of Might Guy after opening the dead door. I also said that after Guy opens the dead door, Flying Thunder God and Might Guy will take time forever. This is one way, but the effect is not very obvious. The feasibility is not particularly great. When Namikaze Minato used to fly and Thor dodged the Death Gate, the Might Guy at that time hadn't used Yi Guy. The last blow, when Might Guy used Yi Guy's time to give Uchiha Madara a fatal blow, even the space was distorted. Flying Thunder God belongs to space ninjutsu. Once the space is distorted, space ninjutsu naturally loses its meaning. Relying only on time and space ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God to avoid Yi Guy's attack, obviously is not very effective. But this is just a conceptual view. After all, Bai Yu doesn't believe that Might Guy will use Yi Guy to kick him. They are not enemies, he himself is not Uchiha Madara, and it is not when the Third Ninja World War begins. It's impossible for them to play with Matt and Guy suddenly walks away and opens the dead door directly, and Guy kicks him to death. Then you need to work harder. You can specialize in cultivating the 8-door Dunjia, but you can't completely rely on the power of 8 inner gates. It's good if you have time to learn ninjutsu. From what you have learned about summoning and healing jutsu, you don't know how to use numbers at all, but you don't have the best way to teach you. Bai Yu patted Might Guy on the shoulder and encouraged him to cheer. Don't worry, I will definitely become that stronger man than anyone else. Hearing this, Bai Yu's mind moved slightly, and then the corners of his mouth floated upward. I will stay soon if I have something to do. I hope you can become stronger when I meet next time. Bai Yu waved his hand and bid farewell to Might Guy. When Bai Yu left, Might Guy started hard training every year. But he did not forget what Bai Yu said to him before he left, learning ninjutsu. Can I really have a number of students? I only know physical skills. No, since I have learned summoning and healing jutsu, I should be able to learn ninjutsu. What Bai Yu said is not wrong. Since you have learned these two types of ninjutsu, why can't you learn to do other ninjutsu? Thinking of this, Might Guy practiced harder. First practice physical skills, and then consider the number of people. After all, his favorite is physical skills. At the same time, he also has his own beliefs. He wants to prove to everyone that even if he can't endure in blood, relying on his own efforts to practice, physical skills can become stronger than everyone. Still. Chapter 107 Crazy Fans. After Bai Yu left the training ground, he went straight to the Starry Night Flower Shop. At this time, the Starry Night Flower Shop was a bit miserable, and there was an endless stream of people passing by, but very few people came in to buy flowers. Uchiha Rinnegan sat on the counter, propped his head with his hands, and looked at the people around him boredly. She rolled her eyes and saw Bai Yu coming in, she couldn't help but her eyes lit up, and a smile appeared on her mouth involuntarily. Bai Yu. Uchiha waved his arms excitedly. I am coming. Bai Yu also waved his hand and walked straight to Uchiha Rinnegan's side and sat down next to him. Why did you come to me suddenly? There are no more tasks. As soon as Bai Yu sat down, Uchiha Table Incense grabbed him to ask questions. I just finished the task, just came back from the country of rain and finished the task, I came to you. What's wrong? Why is your business here today a bit bad? Yeah, it's not a holiday now. Only those few people buy flowers. I'm worried about how to sell these flowers. Uchiha Jishong shook his head slightly, the smile on his face was a bit bitter, and he felt like there was nowhere to start.
That's right, let me help you sell flowers together, it just happens that I don't have anything wrong now. Speaking of Bai Yu, he began to look at the surrounding flowers. Today's flowers are still pretty, and there is a light fragrance, but I don't know if the fragrance is the fragrance of the flowers around me or the body fragrance of Uchiha's body. In order to find out the truth, Bai Yu quietly approached Yu, and Ziba Zushong sniffed his neck in silence. Bai Yu's small movements were watched by Uchiha's his eyes shrank slightly, his face rose with two blushes, and he tapped Bai Yu lightly. A little shyly said, What are you doing? You see that I'm too close. Ah, is there? I just want to see what's on your side, right here on your neck. Bai Yu's face is not red and heartbeats, and his face is serious and nonsense. Something? Anything? Then you can get it for me? Uchiha Jishong still cares about his appearance, especially when Bai Yu is by his side, it will make him straighten his chest involuntarily. I want to show my best and most beautiful side, don't move 127, right here. Bai Yu got close to Uchiha's incense, a smile of unknown meaning slipped over the corner of his mouth, his left hand quietly tore off a petal, and when Uchiha's table incense was not paying attention, it placed it on his neck. When Bai Yu got in Yu, Zibo took a deep breath again. Damn Uchiha, who trembles slightly in the suburbs of Shangshang, is even thinner, and does not dare to lift his head slightly lower. Bai Yu knew that he would accept it as soon as he saw it, so he quickly picked up the petals with his left hand and placed it in front of Uchiha's table incense. Look, it's this petal. Is it this petal? I didn't feel it just now. Although he was puzzled, Uchiha Table Shang didn't mean to doubt Bai Yu, and nodded suspiciously. Bai Yu faintly reopened the distance, so that Uchiha Table Shang didn't notice anything abnormal? Take it when you see it, he still knows how to score. Just take advantage of it a little bit, not too obvious, otherwise it will not be good to be discovered. At this moment, several girls passing by the door suddenly saw Bai Yu in the flower shop. When their eyes lit up, they rushed in impatiently. There are little stars in his eyes. Senior Bai Yu, it turns out that you are here, but we have been looking for you. Gosh, Bai Yu has become handsome again without seeing you for a long time, I miss you so much. Senior Bai Yu, can you sign us? Senior Bai Yu, you are my idol. Please accept this gift. Thank you for your contribution to Konoha. Looking at the flower shop of so many schoolgirls Yongjun, Bai Yu's mouth twitched and turned over by Kugan helplessly. It's a good thing to bother him and Uchiha. If these people don't come, he still has the next move and hasn't done it yet. Now that so many people come, all his plans are ruined, and he can only wait for the next chance. Uchiha next to you. The table fragrance frowned slightly, the shyness just disappeared in an instant, and even a hint of sourness was revealed. So many girls ran over to find Bai Yu, and they also liked a mouthful of a senior, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Although he didn't know why he was like this, he was very resistant next time. Even want to drive all these people away. Bai Yu noticed the change in Uchiha's expression and was a little bit distressed, and didn't know what to do. But immediately he thought of a slap with both palms, and said with joy, Thank you for supporting me so much. Do you want to buy some flowers? The flowers here are still very beautiful today, and they are especially suitable for you. Originally, you are just as bright and beautiful girls as flowers. Wouldn't it be even more beautiful if you buy another flower to set off this temperament on you? Hearing Bai Yu's praise, the schoolgirls in front of them instantly became happy. Unexpectedly, Bai Yu, who is so powerful, praised them for being beautiful. Doesn't it mean that Bai Yu likes them this type? And after listening to Bai Yu's suggestion and smelling the fragrance of these flowers, they also had a feeling of throbbing, and they nodded quickly. Okay, Senior Bai Yu, since you like flowers, we'll buy some. Senior Bai Yu, I don't know what flowers look good, why don't you pick one for me? Senior Bai Yu, you can pick one for me first. No, I want 3, right? I want 5. Bai Yu Senior. Bai Yu twitched the corner of his mouth and almost vomited out. How can these people buy a flower to involve him, and ask him to help select the flower? Wouldn't it be his life? You know that Uchiha's table incense is still aside, does he dare to pick flowers with these people? But the guests all came to ask for it, and it was a bit uncomfortable for him not to act, and he had promised to help Uchiha Nanxiong sell flowers. However, he must first ensure his life safety before doing so. Immediately, there was a flash of inspiration in his mind, and he quietly touched the bracelet once when he came, his eyes motioned. The guests have come to buy flowers, how come they meet? Go and help, let's be together. Sure enough, when Uchiha Lin's eyes heard these words, a smile broke out and he nodded happily. The smoke just disappeared, and it also drifted away with the wind. He noticed the 2 words that Bai Yu said together. Let him have a subtle feeling of being with Bai Yu. Bai Yu stepped forward and picked up a bunch of flowers and took a closer look. In his aesthetic, the flowers were not among them. But it can also be seen that the color and shape of this flower belonged to the upper middle level. He picked up the flower and handed it to the girl closest to him with a smile and said, this flower suits you well. You will definitely feel more beautiful after you buy it. What do you think? The girl who held the flowers nodded with excitement in her eyes. Regardless of the money I took, I paid it, not even the price was asked. As long as it is the flowers selected by Senior Bai Yu for me, I like them all. Seeing that one girl received Bai Yu's flowers, the other girls jealous, and stepped forward to pull the corners of Bai Yu's clothes, praying that she could pick a bunch of flowers for herself. Senior Bai Yu, you can help me pick one, as long as it is a flower picked by Senior Bai Yu, I like it. Senior Bai Yu, I want 5 flowers, I want 5, CACG, flowers. Senior Bai Yu, I don't know how to look at flowers, but I think the flowers chosen by Senior Bai Yu are very beautiful. Senior Bai Yu, can you pick a flower for me? For these requirements, Bai Yu readily accepted, and began to pick flowers for the schoolgirls everywhere. Even if it is the selected flowers, the schoolgirls are not satisfied or feel that it is not the most ideal one in their hearts. But since this is the flower that Bai Yu chose for them, they all liked it very much. No matter what the price is, I don't care about the price, I just took the money in Kabuto and paid. Uchiha Jishong only needs to sit at the counter and slowly receive the money. Although he felt that he would be very happy if he sold it, he felt awkward when he saw a large group of schoolgirls pulling Bai Yu non-stop. There is no sense of comfort in doing business. Soon half of the flowers in the shop were sold, but there are still many people coming in continuously. Most people who come to buy flowers know that Bai Yu is here to take a look. And more than 90% of them are girls. There are only a few boys, but they also come here because of the name Bai Yu. Even they were even crazier than those schoolgirls. As soon as they came in, they held Bai Yu and refused to let go, which made the girls around them angry and kicked out all the boys one by one. This scene made Bai Yu dumbfounded, a little helpless, but still very happy. It's so cool to be surrounded by girls. 1 year old in the afternoon, Bai Yu helped Uchiha Table Shong successfully clean up all the inventory, and all the flowers were sold out. Even after a few leaves took the fish, the girls would be willing to pay the bill. This made Bai Yu no longer start to think, is his charm really so great? Why hasn't he noticed it before? Sure enough. This world is where he should stay, he didn't want to go back in his life. After all the flowers in the flower shop were sold out, the Uchiha Table incense was also naturally closed, ready to buy more flowers tomorrow. Looking at this proud achievement today, Uchiha's mouth is slightly open. It was the only time he had sold all these flowers since the flower shop, and there were not even a few leaves left. This made Uchiha Table Shong looked at Bai Yu gratefully, and whispered softly. Thank you, Bai Yu, if it weren't for you, my flowers would definitely not be sold out. How would you like me to repay you? Let's talk about it, should I go to eat delicious food or have fun together? Clerk Bai Yu's eyes lit up, and he quietly drew in front of the mirror of Uchiha's table incense, and whispered in his ear. If you are going to play, where do you want to go? I know that there is a place in the back mountain that has a nice view, and the most important thing is that there is no one person very quiet. Of course it would be nice to find a place with a bed. Uchiha Jishong's face turned ruddy all at once, as if he knew what Bai Yu meant, and couldn't help but push him slightly. His face was like a red apple, and he was so red and shy that it made people salivate, and he couldn't help but want to step forward and squeeze it gently. Hate. What are you talking about? Don't say it, it won't be nice if you are heard by others. Bai Yu glanced around in the shops at this time, because the flowers had been sold out, the schoolgirls seemed to want to come in without a reason. They can only wait until the next time the flower shop opens. At this time, there was no one in the shop except Uchiha Table Incense and Bai Yu. As long as they hide under the counter, almost no one can spot the two of them or know what they are doing. Immediately, Bai Yu's eyes lit up, and he quietly tapped the ground with his finger. Actually, I think it's pretty good here, very exciting. You? Uchiha's eyes were twinkling, and a shy light didn't dare to look up at Bai Yu. Bai Yu's favorite is Uchiha's shy look. However, before Bai Yu had the next move and idea, he walked in from the flower shop as soon as he arrived. Is there anyone? Didn't the door open today? Why didn't you see a flower in the shop? Hearing the sound, Bai Yu felt a little familiar, and poked his head out of the counter in confusion. Is there anyone coming to buy flowers at this time? And listening to the voice, I feel like a man. Could it be the few people who were kicked out just now? Bai Yu is familiar, but Uchiha is very familiar. After hearing the man's voice, Uchiha Table fragrantly poked his head from under the counter and looked at the man who walked in surprise. Uchiha on the water, why do you think about coming to me today? Speaking of Uchiha, Zhoujiang's expression was still a little flustered. It seemed like a child who had done something wrong, and was usually found by an adult. Uchiha Shisui. Bai Yu was slightly surprised, but he didn't expect Uchiha Shisui to come here. It's just that it's normal for Uchiha Shisui to come here, after all, this is his mother's flower shop. But it was a bit too unlucky to choose at this time. Before he had time to make the next move, Uchiha Shisui just came in. All of his original plans were disrupted and ruined. Fortunately, Bai Yu didn't act too close to Uchiha Rinnegan just now, and buried his figure under the counter in advance. Otherwise, as soon as Uchiha Shisui comes in, you can see what he and Uchiha Rinnegan are doing. Just think about it and quickly get a cold back, but there is an indescribable irritation. Chapter 108 Going to the battlefield. Uchiha Shisui lights up, obviously not expecting Bai Yu to be here. A gleam of light appeared on his face immediately, and he was a little happy. Bai Yu didn't expect you to be here, I happen to have something to tell you. Ah, what's the matter? Bai Yu scratched his head suspiciously, while quietly moving away from Uchiha Rinnegan. After all, Uchiha Table Incense is the original match of Uchiha Shisui. He is so close to Uchiha Lin now that it will inevitably make Uchiha Shisui suspicious. Although these two people have not yet developed to that level before being cut off by Bai Yu always feels a little guilty in his heart. There is a feeling of robbing someone's wife. Uchiha Table Incense was also a little nervous, clenching his palms and sweating. Bai Yu noticed this little movement, and suddenly there was a kind of bad taste. Slightly lowered the body and extended the handle to the maximum. When Uchiha Shisui couldn't see it, he quietly grabbed the palm of Uchiha Table Incense. Feeling the strange woo coming from the palm of his hand, Ziba filled with fragrance, he seemed to understand what. Bai Yu stared a little shyly. The two of them flirted and cursed under Uchiha Shisui's eyelids, but Uchiha Shisui hadn't noticed yet, but still had a look of joy. Uchiha Shisui said, I will be able to graduate in a few days, and then I will enter the battlefield directly. So I want to take advantage of this time to talk to you, exchange genin skills, and combat skills. Going to the battlefield. Bai Yu was taken aback for a moment. I didn't expect that time flies so fast, even Uchiha Shisui will be on stage in the blink of an eye. Immediately he also withdrew his hand, his face became solemn. After all, going to the battlefield is a very dangerous thing, he will lose his life if he doesn't pay attention. Although Uchiha Shisui is very powerful now, he will inevitably not make mistakes, in case he is attacked by others or is framed by others. That was a devastating blow for Uchiha Shisui. Bai Yu doesn't want to watch a genius like you fall in front of him. If he can help, he will definitely lend a helping hand. There is also a little reason, maybe because Bai Yu feels guilty for robbing Uchiha Shisui's wife, and wants to repay him a little. But these things Uchiha Shisui, apparently still unaware, is in an attitude of being kept in the dark. Are you going to be on the battlefield so soon? Well, you should be very dangerous. You have just graduated. Can you tell Master Hokage not to send you to the battlefield? Uchiha gave the fragrance, clenched his hands, and his eyes were full of worry. He didn't want Uchiha Shisui to be on the battlefield like this, and he was still so young, and the battlefield was so dangerous and perilous. In the ninja village, they lived a very safe and peaceful life, and could not feel the coming of war at all. But in fact, when they didn't know it, they had already arrived here quietly. Nowadays, even Shisui will be sent to the battlefield. One can imagine how serious the current situation is. Uchiha Shisui looked at Uchiha. Dianxiang showed a faint smile on his face, believing, don't worry, my strength is very strong, and I shouldn't encounter any danger yet. And even if I can't beat me, I can still run, don't forget that I still have distinguished heavenly gods. There are not many ninjas who can beat me on the court. However, Uchiha, Zhou Shang still did not let go of his worry and continued to speak. I know your strength is very strong, but the battlefield is unpredictable and dangerous, and you may also overturn. Can't you apply for not going to the battlefield? Seeing Uchiha, the worry on Zhou Zhang's face, Uchiha Shisui's 10-point happiness was also very moved. But this is an order, and he can't disobey it. Bai Yu naturally knows this too, and there may be others in it. After all, Uchiha Shisui had just graduated from the class, and he was directly drawn to the battlefield to be superior. This is indeed counterintuitive. Even if Uchiha Shisui's talent is high, he shouldn't have been sent so early. Moreover, the higher the talent and the faster the cultivation speed, TNA should be protected most in order to take care of the overall situation. In case their genius falls in this war, it will be the high level of Shinobu village who is sad. Behind this incident, Bai Yu smelled the shadow of Danzo. I will definitely come back safely, don't worry about being true, and besides telling you this time, I have to ask Bai Yu for another thing. After speaking, Uchiha Shisui looked at Bai Yu with sincere feelings in his eyes. Suddenly Bai Yu trembled slightly, 2 drops of cold sweat dripped on his forehead, for fear that the matter between him and Uchiha Table Incense would be discovered by Uchiha Shisui. Although it was really discovered, it didn't matter much, but that was not good at all, and he actually liked the feeling of stealing people behind others. It's quite exciting. Uchiha Shisui took a deep breath, slowly spit out his hands, clasped his fists slightly, and lowered his body. Bai Yu, I hope you can teach me the skills of ninjutsu and fighting. Puritan to me. Bai Yu was stunned for a moment. Some doubts did not understand. Uchiha Shisui, what does this mean? Uchiha Shisui is a genius-level character. If he grows up, he will be no less than the Hitaki White Fang before. Such a genius still needs him to ask for leave. He just takes a few glances. Other ninjutsu can be learned with Sharingan. As for fighting skills, even the former god of Itachi needs to ask Uchiha Shisui about these things, but now Uchiha Shisui has turned to him for advice. I thought it was something that was exposed, but I didn't expect it to be so. Immediately Bai Yu didn't think much, nodded vigorously. No problem, but do you really want to ask me to ask for leave? Do you believe in my strength? I think you are not slow in cultivating by yourself, and the progress in cultivating is not necessarily lower than mine. No, don't be humble. We all know your strength, and we all approve of it. We know that you are usually hiding yourself. Others may not know, but I know you, and I know if you still have the power to show, so it is the quickest and most convenient to ask you for advice. It's going to be normal soon, and I want to learn more before entering the battlefield, in order to improve my survival rate. No one is not afraid of death, and I am afraid too. Uchiha Shisui, with a sincere expression on his face, and his face was serious, he almost knelt on the ground and gave a big gift. How could Bai Yu be embarrassed to refuse such a look? And he originally wanted to help Uchiha Shisui, after all, other people's wives are still scratching their palms. Bai Yu nodded vigorously and said seriously, no problem, then when shall we start? Now, I'm afraid there is not enough time. Uchiha Shisui was impatient. Let's go to the training ground you usually go to. Bai Yu nodded and agreed. Hearing that Bai Yu was willing to help himself, Uchiha Shisui, with his expression on his face, thanked him again, and quickly walked towards the direction of his training ground. Watching Uchiha Shisui walk out of the shop, walking towards the training ground with excitement, the evil taste in Bai Yu's heart struck again, quietly holding Uchiha Minaxiong's waist with his hands. Seeing Bai Yu's bold action, Uchiha Zhojiang's face turned red, and he quickly pushed with his hand to block Bai Yu, shy. What are you doing again? Uchiha Shisui has just gone out, what if he looks back again? It's okay, let's go. If he can't find out, let's be together. With that said, Bai Yu was infected with Uchiha again, and his waist led him to the door of the shop, following behind Uchiha Shisui. Seeing Uchiha Shisui in front of them with their backs, Uchiha Zhuanzhang's heart was beating. For fear of Uchiha Shisui, suddenly he turned his head and noticed their intimate actions. But at the same time, there is also a strange emotional anger in his heart, and most of this feeling should be a stimulus. Excitement. Why would Wang think so? Suddenly, Uchiha Zhojiang shook his head vigorously and put all this strange idea behind him. At the same time, he blushed with his own thoughts. He would actually find this kind of behavior irritating, and it is not very disgusting. Why is this? Is it Bai Yu on the side? It just so happened that at this time, Bai Yu and his head slightly lowered, and they looked next to the live broadcast, and the two looked at each other, and there seemed to be a strange feeling in their eyes. The next moment Uchiha Zhojiang quickly turned his head, looking at Uchiha Shisui, not daring to touch Bai Yu's gaze. His face was abnormally ruddy, and he was even shyer than he was in the shop just now. Just like two ripe red apples, people can't help but want to kiss Fangzhe. Bai Yu thought the same way. He quietly moved his mouth to Uchiha, taking advantage of Uchiha's cheek to stop in front of him. Before the water turned his head, he quietly pecked on Uchiha's cheek. You. Looking at Bai Yu, who behaved so boldly, Uchiha couldn't believe it, her eyes widened. At the next moment, Bai Yu suddenly released, grabbing the hand on his waist, and at the same time stepped back 2 steps to the right. Just as Uchiha was at the table and was puzzled, he saw Uchiha in front of him. Chiba stopped, and Shui turned his head, still looking at the two with a smile on his face. Most of his eyes were focused on Bai Yu, and he didn't seem to notice the change just now. This made Uchiha Zhuanzhang couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, while quietly staring at Bai Yu. Fortunately, Bai Yu reacted quickly and left him. Otherwise, Uchiha Shisui, you can definitely see the movements of the two people just now, and you will be in trouble. Uchiha Shisui stopped, looked at the woods ahead, and said with a smile, this is where I usually train. Let's train here, how about? Bai Yu stepped forward, glanced at it, and nodded in satisfaction. As he saw, Uchiha Shisui's training ground here is also full of woods, with many small wooden discs hanging on the woods. 2 circles are drawn with black pens above, which are the positions that Uchiha Shisui used to train Duke Wuwu. This place is great, and looking at the diamond on it, you should have come here to practice more than once or twice. Bai Yu looked at the many drums stuck on the wood, most of which were stuck in the center, which proved Uchiha Shisui's suffering in the precision of investment technology. Yes, in fact, I have been practicing here these few days, and by the way, I am also asking for your news, and want you to help me train. But I heard them say that you went to the country of rain to do a mission, and I don't know when you will come back, so I just gave up. But I didn't expect that when I only thought about training by myself in the morning, I saw you in the afternoon. This is really a coincidence. You are right. Uchiha Shisui smiled and looked at Bai Yu. Yeah, isn't it a coincidence? The time is just right. An unexplained smile appeared on Bai Yu's cheek, and the corner of his eye warned the position of Uchiha's table fragrance. This smile may only be understood by him and Uchiha Joseon. Uchiha Jisong noticed Bai Yu's eyes, rolled by Kugan, and snorted quietly. Only Uchiha Shisui thought that Bai Yu was talking about them, and the timing was too coincidental. Hearing Bai Yu's approval, Uchiha Shisui was also very happy. Then where do we start training now? Speaking of this matter, Bai Yu began to be serious and serious. After all, this is something related to Uchiha Shisui's life and safety. He thought about it in his mind, then clapped his palm and said, "Why don't the two of us have a brief discussion? Just click and stop, let me see where your current strength has reached. I will give it to you after thinking carefully about what is missing and fighting skills in the middle." Good. Uchiha Shisui's eyes lit up and he became more excited in an instant. He had long wanted to learn from Bai Yu, but unfortunately he never found a chance. They don't even have the chance to meet each other, let alone to discuss together. Now is this good opportunity. He will not give up, nor can he give up, let alone give up. Bring it on. Uchiha Shisui jumped back 10 meters away from Bai Yu, opened the shelf, and took out 4 bitter fingers in his hand. Seeing that he was ready to fight, Bai Yu looked at Uchiha Minaxiong and said softly, "You stand a little farther and watch, I'm worried that I'll hurt you later." Uchiha blushed and nodded. This scene made Uchiha Shisui a little confused. Shouldn't he and Uchiha Joseon say this sentence? Why is it now said by Bai Yu and Uchiha Joseon? And since he first went to the flower shop today, he felt a little strange inexplicably, and the atmosphere was a little subtle. It seems that Bai Yu and Uchiha have a good relationship. It's even a little bit too good. Was it what Bai Yu and Uchiha Linxiong did when he was away? Or maybe they have known each other a long time ago. Deficit. Chapter 109 Terrifying Strength. Bai Yu naturally noticed the change in the micro-expression on Uchiha Shisui's face. His face changed and he hurriedly said loudly to Uchiha Shisui to disrupt his thoughts. In case Uchiha Shisui thinks more and more and discovers the truth at that time, then there is nothing to play. He still hopes to keep this feeling of Uchiha Shisui being kept in the dark by him. Once discovered, the game can only be declared over. And with Uchiha Shisui's IQ, he can easily find the clues in the wrong place. Let's start fighting, now your time is running out. We can play as many games as we can in the final time. I can also teach you as much as I can teach you. Rest assured that I will teach you all the simplest and most powerful ninjutsu and techniques I have learned. I hope I can watch you slaughter the prestigious Haki on the battlefield, but don't make me sad alone. Hearing Bai Yu's concerned words, Uchiha Shisui also put aside those previous thoughts and was deeply moved. Unexpectedly, Bai Yu thought about him so much and would always worry about his safety. And he was thinking about something indiscriminately just now, which made him want to slap himself and scolded himself. Okay, then come on. Uchiha Shisui stopped hesitating for a moment and turned on the 3-Go Jade Rinnegan, staring at Bai Yu's movements. The bitterness in the hand was thrown out in an instant, and every hit was aimed at Bai Yu's body, but it avoided the point. Although aiming at Bai Yu's vital part, Bai Yu will not be hit with a high probability, but for the sake of caution, he still focuses on safety. Seeing 140, throws out Uchiha Shisui's karma, Uchiha on the side. Xuanshang can't help but frown, wanting to remind Bai Yu. But the thought of doing so was a bit too deliberate, and there was too much exposure, so he abruptly stopped this idea. And he also felt that Bai Yu could not be hit by such an attack. Although he hadn't seen Bai Yu's power with his own eyes, it was certainly not too bad. From the perspective of Uchiha Shisui all asking Bai Yu for advice, from this point of view, Bai Yu's strength will not be too weak, even much stronger than he imagined. The facts are exactly the same as the two thoughts. Facing Uchiha Shisui's mouth, Bai Yu gently turned sideways and avoided. It looks very easy and easy to do. Seeing this, Uchiha Shisui did not hesitate anymore, drew out one of his short swords and rushed towards Bai Yu quickly. Bai Yu took out a handful of kunai from his pocket, turned it around on the index finger of his right hand, and then tightly held 2 steps forward, fighting Uchiha Shisui at close range. Uchiha Shisui relies on Sharingan's advantage, every hit is just right, and every hit is very precise. They are all directed at the side of Bai Yu's vital parts, but they will not pierce Bai Yu's body, let alone cause him much harm. However, Uchiha Shisui's fast and precise attacks seemed to Bai Yu to be slowed down. Generally, he not only took them down one by one without slowing down, but was also able to counterattack. Sharingan is the bloodline power that can see through the enemy's ninjutsu, physique magic. When Sharingan ninjas are fighting, the rest are in the eyes of Sharingan ninjas. The speed of those hostile ninjas is like being trafficked 20 times. They can clearly observe every movement of their opponents. But Uchiha Shisui was surprised to find that he was completely unable to predict what Bai Yu's next move would be. Even when Bai Yu attacked him, the extremely fast speed surpassed the limit that Sharingan could bear. It made him feel that Bai Yu's attack had already arrived in front of him in a moment. Every time he was able to beat him by surprise, he could only retreat continuously to avoid being stabbed by Bai Yu. In terms of the actual combat operation of this martial arts, Bai Yu is not like what he can show at his age. The Uchiha table incense on the side was also very surprised. He basically hadn't seen Bai Yu take a shot, but Bai Yu's current terrifying strength told him that his fame and reputation were accumulated through battles. Even once he thought that Uchiha Shisui was already a figure on the ceiling of genius, but now in front of Bai Yu, Uchiha stopped, the water was actually crushed. Even retreating in a losing streak had to distance themselves. Bai Yu saw the timing, and when Uchiha Shisui hadn't reacted, he kicked Uchiha Shisui's abdomen, kicked him onto a big tree, and fell violently. Uchiha Zushang's eyes narrowed, his hands clasped together, a little worried. But now he didn't know how to comfort one of the two. If he comforts Uchiha Shisui, then Bai Yu will certainly not be very happy when he hears it. But if he comforts Bai Yu, Uchiha Shisui will be unhappy, and even wonder if he and Bai Yu have any secrets. And now that Bai Yu has the upper hand, it seems that there is no need for comfort and encouragement. In Uchiha, when Zhou Shang didn't know what to say, Bai Yu turned his head and showed him a smile. He also rolled his eyes in the direction of Uchiha Shisui and motioned. This look Uchiha Dianxiang received it, the signal was slightly widened and his mouth hesitated. He opened his mouth and made no sound, but judging by the shape of his mouth, Bai Yu understood what he meant. Do you really want to do that? Bai Yu nodded affirmatively, and also conveyed the meaning to Uchiha table incense with his mouth. If you don't do this now, Uchiha Shisui will calm down afterwards, and you will definitely find the clues. In order to prevent our affairs from being discovered, it is better for you to do this. Do you want to be discovered? Nothing is perfect, but we can hide him forever. Uchiha Joseon nodded his head to understand what Bai Yu meant, and at the same time felt a little guilty towards Bai Yu in his heart. Shisui, there is nothing wrong with you, do you want to take a break first? Hearing the comforting voice of Uchiha table incense, Uchiha Shisui stood up again, patted the dust on his body and felt confident. Of course I don't have any problems. Bai Yu didn't kick me very hard just now, it just seemed to hurt. Just like this, I can still bear it, and I haven't suffered any damage. Speaking, Uchiha Shisui jumped back, seeming to prove that there is really nothing wrong with him. Seeing this scene, Uchiha table fragrance, he sighed slightly, glanced at Bai Yu's direction from the corner of his eyes, and noticed the changes in his face at any time. I'm afraid he is angry because of his words. Although Bai Yu asked him to talk about this, in fact, Bai Yu would definitely feel uncomfortable in his heart when he said it like this. He just chose to give it a try for the sake of the overall situation. Uchiha Joseon felt that he had to compensate Bai Yu afterwards. Uchiha Joseon would think so, and it happened to be caught by Bai Yu's trap. After all, Bai Yu doesn't do anything insignificant. Every move he makes is the next move. Either they are digging holes for others, or they are digging holes for others on the way. Anyway, Uchiha told Shang that he must be squeamish. Since there is nothing serious, let's continue. Shisui, you have to use a little bit this time, don't worry about my safety, you can't move me. Just let go of your hands and feet to fight, so that you can improve your strength, otherwise such a fight is meaningless. Your strength is more than this. It's rare to compete against each other, don't you want to try your full strength? Hearing Bai Yu's confession, Uchiha stopped, and Shui's eyes lit up. Then I am offended, please be careful next. A faint smile appeared on Bai Yu's face. He knew that Uchiha Shisui would be serious next, and he was about to fight a battle with the most talented ninja in Konoha village. This is also the true thought in his own heart. The next moment Yuzebo Shisui quickly formed seals in his hands, made a deep circle with his hands, took a breath and spit out against Bai Yu fiercely. At the same time, he quickly took out dozens of panes from his backpack, and threw it out at the fireball spit out in front. In an instant, there was no flame surrounded by fire, shooting at Bai Yu from all directions together. During the period, Kawuwu also kept changing positions and colliding with each other. Phoenix Fire Technique. Bai Yu's eyes lit up a little surprised, but more excited. He knows this one. This move is Uchiha Shisui's masterpiece. Through constant collisions between kunai, it can change the position where all kunai finally shoots. In other words, no matter where Bai Yu runs, Uchiha Shisui only needs to throw a handful of firefox to change all the terrifying positions. This method requires the distance and speed of oral administration, as well as the accuracy to be ultimate. The most important point needs to be added, that is the cooperation of Sharingan, a few of which are indispensable. 0. In addition to its great power, this trick will also make people overwhelmed. After all, you thought you avoided it, but you didn't actually avoid it. Dodged, but not completely. Uchiha Shisui can defeat many powerful opponents with this unexpected victory. This is also proof that Uchiha Shisui is a genius. After all, I have never seen a ninja who can use kunai to this degree, just like his third hand. Uchiha Table Incense is really a little nervous now. He grew up with Uchiha Shisui since he was a child, and Uchiha Shisui has been practicing the way of nature for many years. The maximum accuracy can reach 0.01 mm. A jonin that Uchiha Shisui could use this trick when he was in Genin was caught off guard and was almost sent to be buried. The power and accuracy, as well as the level of unpreparedness, are all top-notch. Uchiha Joseon almost subconsciously opened his mouth and said in Bai Yu's direction, Bai Yu, be careful, get away. Bai Yu adjusted his brows slightly, a little helpless. Although this blow is indeed very powerful, it is quite difficult for Uchiha Shisui to subdue him and even hit him with this trick. And he's not bad. Uchiha Joseon doesn't trust him too much, so he reminded him so quickly. Just finished warming up just now. The first bite also comforted Uchiha Shisui, reminding him to be careful and not to be careless, and in the next second, he reminded himself that this is nothing. Isn't it afraid that Uchiha Shisui will find that the startup is the same? Soon Bai Yu knew that he was thinking too much, and Uchiha Shisui had no doubt at all, and even his face was serious. He also opened his mouth and said to Bai Yu, my level of injury is a bit strong, so be careful. I know that this round can be blocked with your strength, but I am also worried that you did not dodge carelessly. He twitched the corners of the fish's mouth, looking at the worried eyes of the two, he sighed helplessly. That's all, if that's the case, let you know a little bit about my strength. After speaking, in Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Table Incense, the two people's horrified and panicked eyes, Bai Yu gently stretched out his hand and clenched his fist. At this time, Feng Shen Huo technique had reached his front, and the high temperature of the flame shining on his face, turning it into a golden yellow. Although the attack had reached his face, Bai Yu still did not panic at all. Standing still on the spot, he seemed to have given up resistance. At least in the eyes of the two, Bai Yu is indeed like this. Uchiha, Zhou Shang covered her mouth in surprise, a little afraid to watch this scene. I'm afraid that he has seen things that he didn't want to see happen, and he has no strength to stop it. Uchiha stopped 2.6 water and exclaimed, run. At the next moment, Bai Yu's eyes moved slightly, and his outstretched fists slammed out vigorously. In the horrified eyes of the two, Uchiha Shisui's powerful Feng Xian Huo technique was smashed with a punch by Bai Yu. Sparks flew everywhere, and the suffering in it also fell to the ground, losing its original strength. How can this be? Isn't it hurt? This is the end of the matter. Bai Yu retracted his fist, a smile appeared on his face, and an undetectable breeze slowly dissipated. Although he is very powerful, if he wants to use his flesh to carry Uchiha Shisui's Feng Xian Huo technique, it is definitely unwise. Even if he won't be seriously injured, he will be injured, he doesn't want to be injured. So he wrapped his palm with wind style, and used the power of the wind segment to forcibly separate the fire shield. According to the change of attributes, fire style restrains wind style. Wind shield will not only defeat fire shield, but will also make fire shield stronger. But it didn't seem to be the case in front of Bai Yu. Wind shield successfully restrained the fire shield and blasted the fire shield with a punch. This scene is something that no one thought of, except for Bai Yu. He must know his own strength to do this, otherwise, whoever is full will have nothing to do with the fire shield, not to mention the activities of Uchiha Shisui. If Uchiha Shisui is given enough time to develop, it can definitely cultivate to a higher level of existence than Uchiha Itachi. The single-eyed Suzuo, as long as he cares, can wipe out all the Anbu elites who came to kill him. Then if it is a double-eyed Yu, how can Shisui fly into the sky? Chapter 110 Instant Shisui. I am afraid that even Susanoo, who has become Uchiha Obito of Sage of Six Paths, is not as strong as Uchiha Shisui. Looking at the Phoenix Fire technique that had been destroyed by a punch, Uchiha Shisui was shocked. He never thought that his ninjutsu, which he had never missed, would be broken so easily. This simply ruined his three views. Now that I know a little bit of my strength, then please let go of the battle with open arms and legs, and use all the spells and techniques. There is no need to worry about my injury. As long as you dare to let go, I will dare to follow, and finally I can quickly help you develop a set of skills that are most suitable for your cultivation and learning. Fighting with me will not die, but if you go to the battlefield, then your life is in the hands of the enemy. The battlefield is unpredictable and everything can happen. This is what you have to do in order to guarantee your life. For your efforts now, you will thank yourself in the future. Come on, fight with me once and use your strongest ninjutsu. Hearing this, Uchiha Shisui nodded firmly and understood what Bai Yu meant. At the same time, I also saw the power of Bai Yu. Such a person is indeed not something he can deal with. But being unable to deal with it does not mean that he can't deal with it in the future. As long as he works hard, he won't be able to surpass Bai Yu in the future, but there is definitely no problem in keeping up with him. He believes in his talent for cultivation. The next moment Uchiha Shisui was in the next quick seal. The movements in his hands were about to turn into a big road, and the afterimages were hard to see. Unless you have Sharingan, you will definitely not be able to keep up with the speed of Uchiha Shisui. However, Bai Yu can see very clearly, and he can also accurately know which type of ninjutsu will be used to attack Uchiha Shisui next time. The next moment a fireball rushed towards Bai Yu fiercely. The flame was in the sky, and the hot temperature ignited the ground, forming a burnt mark. Great fireball technique. The temperature and speed of the fireball did not decrease, and it continued to fly towards Bai Yu. 20 Seeing that he was about to come in front of Bai Yu did not hurriedly stretch out his fist again, wrapped the power of wind style in his hand, and slammed his fist into the fireball. This trick is a masterpiece of the Uchiha family. Although it is a C-level book, it is only in the hands of ordinary people. If Uchiha Madara uses the train technique, then the power is equivalent to an S level. Most of the ninjas in the ninja allied forces, who have the attributes of the water point Huishui system in the nourishment village, work together to counteract it. That level of fire style is the true fire style. And Uchiha Shisui obviously hasn't reached the height of Uchiha Madara, at least not yet. But its good fireball technique, its power must have reached grade B. In the face of this blow, Bai Yu chose to use his fist to add richness and shake it abruptly. Like the risky fire technique just now, the good fireball technique was also smashed and cremated by Bai Yun with one punch. However, before waiting for the Uchiha table incense on the side in the next moment, after slowing down, I saw the shadow of Uchiha Shisui violently attacking from the great fireball technique. Leaping high, he squeezed towards Bai Yu in the air. Bai Yu smiled and didn't feel surprised. If you change to another ninja, you will definitely not have the same idea as Uchiha Shisui. After all, if they use the ninjutsu themselves, they must know the power. Naturally, it is impossible to follow his own ninjutsu to find a way to sneak attacks on the enemy. In case the enemy does not break open, this ninjutsu or some other stronger method is used to obtain the ninjutsu seal, then he will definitely be injured if he follows behind the ninjutsu. But Uchiha Shisui seems to have known that Bai Yu will break this ninjutsu and still use his fists. So he followed his great fireball technique without hesitation. When Bai Yu broke through this good fireball technique, it was when he attacked. Timing and speed are still powerful, just a little better, and there is no deviation. This kind of courage and carefulness is far superior. The other ninjas counted 10 streets, and he was one of the strongest among his peers. Watching Uchiha Shisui's feet kick quickly, Bai Yu took a step back, and then stepped forward to attack Jia Shisui. Don't look at this small step, but the result is ever-changing. The move to push back this step with Bai Yu was beyond the strength of Uchiha Shisui, and he did not react for a moment, but Bai Yu knew it. After he pushed back a step, Uchiha Shisui kicked to the ground where he was originally. When he wanted to pick up the usual counterattack in his hand, Bai Yu had already kicked him. This time, Uchiha Shisui was caught off guard, and Rufei was smashed more than 10 meters away and hit the big tree again. This time, the strength was obviously stronger than the last time. Uchiha Shisui smashed the big tree with his body and stopped. Shisui was not seriously injured, but the drums were beaten loudly and as small as rain. This is just a competition, Bai Yu. I don't want to use all his strength, let alone use too much force. He was here to teach Uchiha Shisui to learn the skills, but he didn't come here specifically to abuse Uchiha Shisui. In order to prevent Uchiha Shisui from being too severely injured and unable to continue training, he took pains to fight out more and more strength. He didn't let him down in Uchiha water. Bai Yu could clearly feel Uchiha Shisui's power, and there was a slight improvement in the collision. These improvements may not be visible in the eyes of others, but in Bai Yu's eyes, they are very clear. Shisui stood up again with this wave, patted the dust on his body, and looked at the position of Bai Yu seriously. At the same time, Sharingan in his eyes has also changed. 3 Tomo Sharingan changed its shape again and became Mangekyo Sharingan. A gleam of excitement flashed through Bai Yu's eyes and started to get excited. He knows Uchiha Shisui very well. What kind of spells will he use next? And this time Uchiha's number of people who died will be stronger than the previous few times, even to the extent that it is infinite. It is also the fame of Uchiha Shisui, who once scared Rain Shinobi village and fled as soon as he heard his name. After Uchiha Itachi got an eye from Uchiha Shisui, he used it to cover the suppression of impure world reincarnation. Let him successfully restore his sanity, and also found a place to successfully defeat Yakushi Kabuto and successfully crack impure world reincarnation. Made great contributions. His fame is only under the golden glitter of Namikaze Minato. Similar to the name of Hitaki White Fang. They are all existences that can make people feel frightened, and run away without daring to look back. Now he can finally feel it once. Legend. The strongest illusion distinguished heavenly gods. Uchiha Jinxiang's hands clasped him again and he didn't understand. Why is it just a competition? Shisui, Chiba, must use distinguished heavenly gods, a powerful and dangerous ninjutsu. Such ninjutsu usually doesn't show up, right? Could it be that Uchiha Shisui found out about him and Bai Yu, and became so embarrassed that he wanted revenge? Sure enough, I shouldn't have said so much just now, it was all because of him. Now Bai Yu must be in great trouble. I don't know if Bai Yu can handle the power of distinguished heavenly gods. Looking at Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan, Bai Yu felt confident and calm, not nervous at all. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his eyes had become Rinnegan. A bloodline ability that is more powerful than Sharingan's power in the legend, from the eyes of Sage of Six Paths. Uchiha Shisui's eyes moved slightly, and he couldn't help but step back slightly. He saw the abnormal condition of Bai Yu's eyes, and there was a kind of oppressive force from the blood. Obviously, Bai Yu's eye grade is at least above him. Except for Sharingan and Byakugan, he has never seen any pair of eyes with bloodline boundaries. This made him think that there were only Sharingan and Byakugan in the ninja world, and there were no other glasses. But now looking at Bai Yu's eyes, he seems to have discovered another kind of bloodline power that he has never seen before, but is very powerful. What are your eyes? Why do I feel that my power has been suppressed so much, and I have never met these eyes? You shouldn't be from the Uchiha family, nor from the Hyuga family. Well, what's the origin of these eyes? You said this. Bai Yu smiled and explained. These eyes are called Rinnegan, the power of the 6 immortals. It's just that the way to turn on Rinnegan is very special, and there are many restrictions, such as the blood of Sage of Six Paths. Secondly, it must be the reincarnation of Indra, the son of Sage of Six Paths. But you obviously don't meet these 2 points, and I don't. Actually, I got it by chance. Uchiha Shisui nodded in a daze. It's a little understanding, after all, he doesn't know what kind of character the 6 Paths star in Bai Yu's mouth is, but listening to what Bai Yu said, this 6 Paths star must be very powerful, right? Maybe they were their ancestors. If Bai Yu knew the inner thoughts in Uchiha Shisui's mind, he would definitely give him a thumbs up in agreement and be impressed by his IQ. I can even think of this, should I say, is it really a genius? Let me try it with Rinnegan now. Yu Mangekyo writes about the power of Longan. I've heard it a long time ago. Your Sharingan master has the strongest illusion, distinguished heavenly gods. I also want to PK with your strongest illusion, to see if my reincarnation can be defeated. Bai Yu said with a smile. No problem. A stream of blood flowed from Uchiha Shisui's left eye and slowly dripped down his cheek. At the same time, the situation in Bai Yu's eyes was slightly distorted. Distinguished heavenly gods. Is this the power of the strongest illusion in the legend? It is amazing. Bai Yu couldn't help but feel that he was interested and also a little more cautious at the same time. In the face of the strongest illusion, he still has to give a little face. Right now his Rinnegan also started to launch the evil Kido and began to absorb the power of distinguished heavenly gods. Uchiha Shisui sensed this abnormal situation, and his eyes flashed solemnly, but he did not give up. His right eye also began to leave a line of blood. 2 pairs of Sharingan launched together, distinguished heavenly gods is his limit and 140 his strongest state. In front of Bai Yu, Uchiha Shisui suddenly transformed into a few 10 clones, each of which appeared illusory, but each of them carried chakra. These 10 avatars held the daggers and rushed towards Bai Yu and swung them quickly in the air. Bai Yu took out the next clone of Kuwu and threw it vigorously, trying to break it. I wanted to break this clone, but something strange happened. Bai Yu's horror went straight through the clone, stabbing a big tree behind. Not shadow clone. A wind rushed towards Bai Yu's short sword, and slammed into Bai Yu's arm. Bai Yu quickly took out a dagger to block this attack, and the sound of metal collision sounded. During this contact, Bai Yu felt the heaviness from his hands, as if Uchiha Shisui really rushed over and cut him. But when he took out his first stab at the Dao clone, he went straight through the clone again without hitting the entity. At this moment Bai Yu suddenly understood something, and there was a trace of interest in his eyes. He thought that this was Uchiha Shisui, the most powerful and terrifying place of the gods. Every clone is fake, but every clone is an entity. Yes, this is the horror of Uchiha Shisui, distinguished heavenly gods. These clones are all like fake clones, but they all have chakra-like shadow clone attached to them. But when the CK touches them, it will pass through them directly, and will not hit them, let alone impossible. When these clones attacked him, he could feel the strength again, and the powerful chakra rushed towards him. This is Uchiha Shisui's strongest illusion. Distinguished heavenly gods is also the essence of his later massacre and fame. If it hadn't been for an eye to be taken away by the team battle design, his transfiguration god and Susanoo would be able to sweep a village in the ninja world. Interesting, this is interesting. The collision between the strongest illusion, distinguished heavenly gods and the strongest bloodline Sharingan, what kind of sparks will it spark? I really look forward to it. At the moment, Bai Yu did not hesitate, and activated Rinnegan's power with both hands outward. Universal pull. In an instant, the movements of the 10 avatars in front of them were all slightly consistent, as if they were stopped by something. However, there is a figure in the clone, which is not like the other clones, but is directly sucked by Bai Yu. What kind of ninjutsu is this? And the body of this clone is Uchiha Shisui's problem. Uchiha Shisui, who was sucked at this time, was surprised. Chapter 111 The Power of 6 Paths. Since she distinguished heavenly gods, he has never seen such a situation. Obviously his body has been integrated with distinguished heavenly gods, why can he still be caught by Bai Yu? Even if the body is hidden in the distinguished heavenly gods, will it be broken open by Bai Yu? This was the first time that Shisui met this situation, and I couldn't help but feel a little nervous. The strongest illusion distinguished heavenly gods is his biggest battle, and now this trick is broken by the fish Bai Yu. He could no longer calm down, and his expression began to panic. He found that no matter how he resisted, it seemed that Bai Yu could not break away from Bai Yu's control. His body still flew straight to Bai Yu, unable to stop. A smile flashed across Bai Yu's face, stretched out his hand, and opened to Uchiha Shisui's position, and universal pull became stronger. Sure enough, the Vientiane Sky Eye could perfectly avoid the clone of distinguished heavenly gods and suck his body over, which he imagined was no problem. This method can work. Seeing Uchiha Shisui mud Bai Yu, there is still a distance of 5 meters, Uchiha Shisui instantly wakes up in a crisis. He came up with several coping methods in his mind, almost without hesitation, he just wanted to use them. Phoenix Fire Technique, Great Fireball Technique, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, Wind Demon Shuriken, Detonating Talisman. 5 attack methods fly to Bai Yu together. Due to Bai Yu's use of universal pull, these ninjutsu Uchiha Shisui almost didn't aim, and they were automatically sucked by Bai Yu. This is taking advantage of Bai Yu and forcibly turning his advantage into a disadvantage. If Bai Yu doesn't stop using Wanxiang Sky Shadow, then he will be hit by these attacks. But if it stops, Uchiha Shisui will be able to escape smoothly. Either way, Uchiha Shisui is not at a loss, it just costs a little chakra. I have to say that Uchiha Shisui is the most talented and powerful genius of the contemporary Uchiha family. In such a short period of time, when his strongest ninjutsu was cracked, he came up with so many ways to deal with it. Except for Uchiha Shisui, Bai Yu recalled a few people in his mind, but found that those seemingly talented people, in fact, did not have the minds of Uchiha Shisui. What a pity, Uchiha Shisui died young, and even God was jealous of his talent and forced him to die. Otherwise, there may not be the outbreak of the Third Man-Machine War, and even he can stop Uchiha Obito's plan. At that time, Uchiha Obito was not the only person who wanted to build the embankment. Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Shisui. Seeing Uchiha Shisui's attack was attracted by him, Bai Yu let go of his hand, aimed at Uchiha Shisui's position, and threw a kunai fiercely. Kunai bypassed the ninjutsu attacked by Uchiha Shisui and flew straight to him. As soon as the Vientiane Sky Silver was over, Uchiha Shisui instantly gained control of the body, and he hurried back to hide. At the same time, he opened the shuriken thrown by Bai Yu with the software P. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, otherwise he would really be sucked by Bai Yu with a universal pull, and then he would get fattened. Then he would have no more fun. However, before he was completely relieved, Bai Yu's figure suddenly disappeared in front of him, behind him who had appeared in the blink of an eye. How can it be? Uchiha Shisui's eyes were full of shock. He didn't understand how Bai Yu was still in front of him just now, so it only took a moment for Bai Yu to run behind him. How can such a speed be so fast, unless it is what ninjutsu is used? Could it be? Uchiha Shisui suddenly came up with a kind of ninjutsu in his mind, which can have such speed and restrain them from the Uchiha clan. Even this ninjutsu was developed for the purpose of dealing with them Uchiha. And this number is the fastest number in the legend and one of the spacetime numbers. Flying Thunder God Part 2. You guessed it, congratulations, but there is no reward. Bai Yu smiled and stretched out his hand, grabbed the back of Uchiha Shisui's head, and pressed him heavily on the ground. Uchiha Shisui was a little dazed for a while. He hadn't reacted from the rapid speed that Bai Yu just now. Even if he is talented and intelligent, but at such a fast speed, coupled with this as the first time he has encountered such a situation, it is inevitable that he will be a little bit powerless. At this moment, Bai Yu patted his back lightly, and disappeared in front of him again. It seemed that he was going to let him go just like that. Uchiha Shisui stood up again with a little surprise, his eyes filled with doubts. He had already thought of 2 ways to deal with this situation in an instant. But now he slipped directly with Bai Yu, which made all his thoughts drain. Are you trying to let me go and continue fighting? It's almost what I mean. I want to see when the distinguished heavenly gods are the most powerful. Hearing Bai Yu's words like this, Uchiha Shisui understood instantly, and a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. It looks like you are very interested in my distinguished heavenly gods. I am still very happy to be worthy of your concern. Of course, isn't the strongest illusion technique that has gained a reputation? I know you haven't fully used the full strength of distinguished heavenly gods just now. Now let's do it again. Bai Yu has returned to the place 10 years away from your Uchiha Shisui, with a confident smile on his face, relaxed and freehand. The 10 avatars around have not disappeared. It was only because Uchiha Shisui was suppressed that they stopped their actions. Now that Uchiha Shisui has regained their freedom, they can continue to fight. Distinguished heavenly gods. 2 lines of clear tears were left in Uchiha Shisui's eyes again, which looked terrifying, and an extremely large amount of chakra radiated from his body. The dozens of avatars in front also started to move, each holding a dagger and slashing towards Bai Yu. When Bai Yu used the Vientiane Sky just now, Uchiha Shisui hadn't reacted yet and didn't use all his strength. Now Uchiha's assistant is ready. He will use all his power to attack Bai Yu as soon as he comes, without hesitation. This time the battle will be more fierce and stronger than the last time. Even Bai Yu saw a terrifying scene in it. In addition to the use of short sword, there are a few people who have used ninjutsu. Great Fireball Technique, Phoenix Fire Technique. The spell of the fire attribute flew towards Bai Yu. Bai Yu didn't know whether the ninjutsu in front of him was real or fake. He only knows that the attacks of these clones are indeed true if they are directly touched, but if all the people fly out, is it still true? Isn't that too buggy? He was thinking, if he had the ability of other people and was using Shadow Clone to go out, wouldn't the group of Shadow Clone be attacked by that time? Not only will you not be attacked, but you can also use ninjutsu on your own. This is a bit of the combined power of Shadow Clone and Uchiha Obito's Kamui. Sure enough, the more talented the character, the stronger the power of awakening. Such ability makes Bai Yu a little envious, but he has Rinnegan and Blue Shield, and there are many other ninjutsu that he didn't use, but he can comfort himself. Seeing the 2 flames flying towards him, Bai Yu didn't dare to be careless, let alone carry it arrogantly. What's more, now that he has used Rinnegan, does he still need to use his body to carry it hard? That would be too hard. Shenluo Tianzheng. When the sound of wind and flames were about to hit Bai Yu, Shenluo Tianzheng's repulsive power was revealed, and the 2 fireballs were smashed and disappeared. This scene surprised Uchiha Shisui with his mouth slightly open. Unexpectedly, it was just Bai Yu that could drag it out of countless hollow clones, even if it was able to break the ninjutsu released by its clones. This was a situation he had never encountered before, and he had never thought that someone could have such power. If Bai Yu is his enemy, he may have been beheaded underground by Bai Yu now. The power of Shenluo Tianzheng had not completely dissipated, he continued to spread around, and he had spread a distance of 7 meters in just a second. Uchiha Shisui's clones are all shrouded in it, but it is magical. The ninjutsu used by these clones was interrupted, but these clones of them were not hit, but went straight through, as if they were just an ordinary clone. Yeah, that's interesting. Bai Yu was not nervous, but smiled. He knew that the power of distinguished heavenly gods had not yet been fully used. It seems that this is the true face of other people, and he likes to fight against such opponents. Dozens of people in front, the clone attacked again. Bai Yu was not nervous, but did not care. He spread his hands out and used Rinnegan's power again. But this time he did not use the Shenluo Tianzheng, nor the universal pull, but the power of the 6 Dao. Hungry Kido. Hungry Kido can absorb all the ninjutsu magic, except for body skills. The clone created by distinguished heavenly gods suddenly dissipated when it hit the evil spirit on the body, as if it was about to disappear. This scene stunned Uchiha Shisui again. Before universal pull and Shinra Tianzheng, if he drank a pot, now finally Bai Yu no longer uses such bug ninjutsu. But now Bai Yu uses another ninjutsu, and this ninjutsu seems to be able to affect his clone. But this is impossible. After all, his clone has no entity, but each one is an entity. It can be said that as long as he wants, he can let these clones go into the enemy's body and start attacking from within the enemy. This kind of ninjutsu shouldn't be broken by many people, but now Bai Yu taught him a lesson. Let Uchiha Shisui clearly know that his distinguished heavenly gods are not invincible. Although strong is powerful, there is no doubt about this, but he is not invincible after all. Bai Yu used 3 methods, and these 3 methods forcefully suppressed his distinguished heavenly gods, and even affected his clone. This is beyond the scope of Uchiha Shisui's abilities, making him feel a deep sense of powerlessness, and he is also the first time he feels such a difficult opponent. Fortunately, they are not the enemy of life and death, otherwise he must have been subdued by Bai Yu in the first chapter, and there is even no chance to use distinguished heavenly gods. Dozens of clones slammed into Bai Yu, and in an instant they were absorbed by most of his evil Kido's ability, leaving only 2 or 3 clones, one of which was the body of Uchiha Shisui. It's just Bai Yu's guess. After all, Rinnegan can't see which one is the entity, just as he can't see which shadow clone's body is. It is also possible that the body of Uchiha Shisui is not here, it may be a stone and a leaf around it. One is possible, after all, this is Uchiha Shisui's difference, and it is not the most real world in the illusion of the gods. The current scene is just what Uchiha Shisui wants Bai Yu to see. But Bai Yu doesn't need to see it, he just needs to defeat all of them. Looking at the surrounding environment, Bai Yu once again released a huge chakra swept across, and the ability to move to the surrounding 2 orbits was further improved, spreading towards the surroundings. Soon the few remaining clones that the second orbit began to collide, absorbed them all into smoke. When the evil Kido's force moved forward 2 meters, he suddenly hit an object. His body was not a tree or stone, but a living ninja. Bai Yu felt that that was the body of Uchiha Shisui, and he turned into a small grass standing on the ground. It seems that this is the first time I have eaten it, and universal pull has suffered a loss, so I changed my strategy and chose to hide my body shape. I have to say that this method is very effective, others may not think of it, but Uchiha uses this method. Bai Yu actually does not feel it. On the contrary, if Uchiha Shisui did not use such a method, Bai Yu would feel a little difference. With Uchiha Shisui's IQ, it's easy to think of these solutions. His IQ can be called Konoha's White Fang Yahi and Namikaze Minato. These 3 people are at least strong in the same realm, but because they are too strong, they have to be blocked, otherwise the future plot will not be able to develop. The arrival of Bai Yu is to break this limit. After sensing the location of Uchiha Shisui, Bai Yu directly used the Flying Thunder God Warlock, flashing his body and tore off the small one. After Xiaosao was torn up, Uchiha Shisui's horrified appearance also appeared in front of Bai Yu. Asterisk. Hey, I found you. Uchiha Shisui was shocked, he never thought of his own goodbye. The gods would be perfectly suppressed and bullied by a person without the power to fight back. The opponent can crush him with any kind of power, reach his position, or even hurt him, and this is still in the world of his distinguished heavenly gods. In the past, if others said that he could suppress his own distinguished heavenly gods or even crush it, Uchiha Shisui might not take it seriously. 6a Chapter 112 learned the 5 attributes, but now Bai Yu taught him a lesson, letting him clearly understand that Jinchuriki is not invincible. With only 3 people, he was able to crush Uchiha Shisui, who uses distinguished heavenly gods, to the ground and cannot afford to hurt him. There are also reasons why Uchiha Shisui has not grown up, and this reason accounts for the majority. But another part of the reason is because of Bai Yu's strength and Rinnegan's strength. If these 2 forces lack one of Bai Yu, it may be impossible to defeat Uchiha Shisui. However, it is a pity that he has both of these powers. Even he has many other methods that are not available. Seeing Bai Yu confided to him again Uchiha Shisui, I knew that he had completely lost this time. But there was no regret or helplessness on his face, instead, there was only excitement on his face. The stronger Bai Yu's strength is, the better he can teach himself to practice. The main reason why he came to Bai Yu this time is not to let Bai Yu teach him to practice. Now that Bai Yu is so strong, if he can teach him a little bit, then his chances of surviving on the battlefield will be unlimited. Magnified. I lost. Uchiha Shisui simply admitted the result without any chagrin. Is this a loss? I want to fight again. Bai Yu felt a little regretful, but let go. Uchiha Shisui took 2 steps back. Seeing that the battle was completely over, Uchiha on the side, Xuanshang also rushed over, a little worried. There is nothing wrong with the 2 of you. I didn't see your battle very clearly just now. Your speed is so fast. Did the points win? Who won? Uchiha Shisui looked at Bai Yu and said with a smile. Of course it is in white voice. I am not his opponent at all. In this battle I was almost crushed on the ground. The abilities he showed are completely different from those of his age. I feel like I was fighting a cage-level powerhouse just now. Cage level. Uchiha's pupils shrank slightly, and she covered her mouth in surprise. He knows that Bai Yu is very powerful, but he can't think of him at the Jonin level at the most. But from Uchiha Shisui's mouth, he clearly understood the real result of these 140 things. Is Bai Yu's strength really close to cage level? That's too strong, right? How can you cultivate to be so strong? Bai Yu scratched his cheeks embarrassedly and said, it should be the same, but it's better to keep a low profile. Don't be too ostentatious. Uchiha Shisui knew what Bai Yu was talking about and nodded firmly. Don't worry, I will keep your business secret. That would be great. Come, I will teach you how to practice now and some of the small mistakes you just made. Said Bai Yu sat down, and the opposite Uchiha table Shang also sat down. He didn't know what the two people were talking about, but he was also very curious. And watching the two people talk so happily, he also felt very happy in his heart. When you use the Phoenix Fire technique just now, reduce the power a little bit, so that it can be maximized with the attack of Qi Mu. Otherwise, the power of your flame is too strong, but it is also a metal product that can easily be burned. That will affect its lethality, and the remaining small flame can't cause any substantial damage. Uchiha Shisui nodded, sitting upright in front of Bai Yu like a primary school student, listening to him without blinking. It seems that I missed some of the most important news for fear of being distracted. The second point is that your attack is a bit too single. I suggest you learn more about other ninjutsu. What kind of soil attribute ninjutsu is more suitable for you? And I observed that the clone in your distinguished heavenly gods can also release ninjutsu. Those ninjutsu are still harmful, right? Bai Yu asked seriously. Yes. Speaking of this matter, a trace of pride appeared on Uchiha Shisui's face. After all, distinguished heavenly gods was his strongest trump card and his strongest self-defense ninjutsu. When other businessmen met him with this trick, he would be beaten to find teeth. Even the Anbu members trained in team battles would be beaten by him. It can be said that the reason why he is so strong, the most important point is that he has learned distinguished heavenly gods. Being able to use ninjutsu and harm, CACG, I envy you this. I hope that the number of ninjutsu is too single. In addition to the number of activities, you need to learn other ninjutsu. With your talent, I think you have grown tremendously. Although your attribute is not the attribute of the 5 elements, I think if you are willing to learn and work hard, you can achieve the 5 attributes of nature transformation. 5 attributes of nature transformation. Uchiha Shisui looked at Bai Yu in amazement, thinking he was joking, but looking at the serious expression on Bai Yu's face, he suddenly felt a little excited. As far as he knows, there are only 2 ninjas who have learned the 5 types of attribute changes. The legendary character Kakuzu who has fought against the gods. Well, of course the second thing is really a rumor, but it is true that his master changed 5 attributes. Most of a ninja has 2 attributes of the master. The more drastic changes are the changes of the 3 attributes of the master, as well as the bloodline boundary and bloodline elimination. With the exception of Sarutobi Nikke and Kakuzu, he has never heard of a third ninja, the master of nature transformation with 5 attributes. Now Bai Yu tells him that let him go to the nature transformation of the 5 attributes of master, which is like a fantasy. Can I really? Although I think my talent is justified, the change of the 5 attributes of nature transformation requires a certain amount of talent. And this kind of talent, I think I don't have it. Uchiha Shisui is not the kind of person who is easy to be proud, nor is he who likes to exaggerate facts, he just seeks truth from facts. This is also very correct. After all, there are so many people in the entire human world, and the master has changed 5 attributes, only 2. How dare he say that he can change the 5 attributes of the master? Being able to master 3 or even 4, he is already very happy. However, Bai Yu said to him very firmly, don't worry, you can do it, I believe you, because I can help you master the 5 attributes of nature transformation. What? Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Shisui both stared in astonishment. Uchiha Henxiang, although he doesn't quite understand the dialogue between them, he is also a ninja, and he naturally knows how difficult nature transformation of the 5 attributes is. Uchiha Shisui is even more clear. Now Bai Yu tells them that with his help, they can master the nature transformation of the 5 attributes, so it is hard to say that Bai Yu has already mastered the nature transformation of the 5 attributes. The news made the two of them pale in shock, and their astonishment could not be added. In addition to third Hokage and Angle, is Bai Yu the third ninja who has mastered 5 types of nature transformation. It seems that they have seen the doubts in their hearts, and nodded with a smile, which is regarded as an acknowledgement of this matter. Yes, as you think, I am indeed the master with 5 attributes of nature transformation. After speaking, Bai Yu stretched out his palm, and the change of the 5 attributes power emerged in his heart. Fire style, wind style, water style, earth style, thunder shield. There are also a lot of 5 attributes. How is this possible, Bai Yu? How did you learn it? How can we never know this? 5 attributes of nature transformation, Bai Yu, you really did it, you are too powerful. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Henxiang looked surprised, and were shocked to Bai Yu by his power. Now they feel that the two of them just don't understand anything, and Xiao Bai is just a baby who has just entered the ninja school. And Bai Yu is already the peak of combat effectiveness in the entire human world, standing at the top level. It's nothing short of a witch. Even Uchiha Shisui began to feel a little lost, feeling a huge gap, and it was still an insurmountable gap. Bai Yu is powerful and makes his back chill. Trust me now, don't worry, I can definitely let you master the nature transformation of the 5 attributes, but it takes a long time and the process is more difficult. Are you sure you want to learn? Bai Yu asked very seriously. After all, he said that he wanted the nature transformation of the 5 attributes of the master, but it does not mean that you, Uchiha Shisui, can also learn it. What Uchiha Shisui said is not wrong. The changes of the 5 attributes require a certain talent and a certain strength, and a little chance. Not everyone can be a master. This requires constant accumulation and constant attempts, and the changes in these 5 attributes are actually prone to conflicts. If you don't pay attention, the ninja itself will have a violent backlash due to these conflicts, and will be obliterated by his own power. This is also one of the main reasons why Bai Yu doesn't tell these things out of the ordinary. If it wasn't for Uchiha Shisui's upcoming landing, he would not tell Uchiha Shisui the news, let alone teach him personally and let him learn. Uchiha Shisui bit his lip slightly and began to quickly think about the pros and cons. The 5 attributes are indeed very tempting, but he also has the opportunity and strength to try, otherwise, if he fails, he will lose his own life. He is not a fool, now he is very smart, and the difficulty and benefits are still hard, he can understand 1 or 2. He naturally knew that Bai Yu hadn't said why he would change his 5 attributes before. If you go out and yell at others and cause others to die, Bai Yu is guilty. After hesitating for a minute or so, Uchiha Shisui raised his head again, his eyes had become very firm, without any hesitation. I am willing to learn. Hearing Uchiha Shisui's answer, Bai Yu smiled and nodded. He knew that Uchiha Shisui would agree to it, and he was also a little afraid of Uchiha Shisui taking a break, because Uchiha Shisui is the most likely and talented person he thinks now, and he can master the 5 attributes of nature transformation. He is still young, and there is still a lot of room for growth. The fire ninjutsu in his body has not yet fully taken root. If you study now, you still have a little chance. At the moment, Bai Yu took out 4 ninja books and handed them to Uchiha Shisui, exhorting them. This is the ninjutsu of water style, earth style, wind style, lightning style. You can check it out first, and then feel the property changes in your body by yourself. Remember that in the process of trying to learn, you must not be knocked down by outsiders, and you must not withdraw from that state, otherwise it will be easy to give up your previous efforts. It will even threaten your own life. This is not to be sloppy, you can watch for at least 5 hours a day to get results. After you slowly accumulate, it will take a long time to accumulate to be able to change. In the process of your cultivation, you have to find someone to keep an eye on your every move at any time to prevent your life from being in danger due to loss of control, so you can be regarded as your protector. It's best to find someone who is stronger than you. I can accompany you to train with you these days, but it may not work afterwards. After all, I also have a task, and your burden is not light. Uchiha stopped. Shui accepted the 4 books of forbearance, and nodded vigorously with firm eyes, full of gratitude. Thank you, Bai Yu. If it weren't for you, I might still be practicing slowly. And it was you who made me realize the shortcomings of my distinguished heavenly gods of ninjutsu. You taught me a good lesson this time. Otherwise, I would be really proud and complacent, and I finally tried to do this. As a result of. No thanks, there is no need to talk about this between us, you can start cultivating now, I happen to be here to help you watch a little. Bai Yu patted Uchiha Shisui on the shoulder, a faint smile appeared on his face. Good. Uchiha Shisui stopped talking nonsense and immediately began to look back. Looking at Uchiha Shisui, he began to practice. Bai Yu set up a barrier beside him, which can block outside sounds, enter and block the perception of people inside. He has no way of knowing what is happening outside, similar to an independent world, no one can break it open. Of course, people outside can clearly see the internal environment and appearance. Shisui should be fine, will he get hurt by learning the changes in the other 4 attributes? Uchiha's table fragrant, his hands clasped on his chest, his eyes filled with worry. Reassuring Uchiha Shisui's talent is so high, he can definitely learn quickly, and with me watching from the side, he won't have any problems. At least I haven't had any problems when I was studying like this, and even if Uchiha Shisui, snacks have any abnormal conditions, I can help him as soon as possible. Chapter 113 Worried Uchiha Rinnegan. Bai Yu stretched out his hand and swept over Uchiha's table incense, letting her sit on her lap. Uchiha Jishang's face flushed, a little caught off guard, and said in a panic. Shisui is right in front of our eyes, you are not afraid he sees it, let me go. How is it possible to see? What do you think is the purpose of setting this barrier? And I told him before that he can't be disturbed by others, and he can't easily withdraw from that state. I did not say anything nonsense about this, but it is not absolute. The fundamental reason is not to allow the 2 of us to spend more time alone. Speaking, Bai Yu provoked Uchiha Zhang's chin, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. This is the training ground of Uchiha Shisui, usually no one comes here at all, and no one passes by. And now Uchiha Shisui is sealed by him with a barrier. He can't see what's happening outside, and Ishin is immersed in the process of learning 5 kinds of attribute changes. Even if there is a big movement outside, even if a Chansam suit is put on top of my sister and exploded, Uchiha Shisui will not feel any. It is because of this that Bai Yu dares to T Uchiha Kami so boldly. Seeing the overwhelmingly shy expression on Uchiha Zhang's face, Bai Yu felt so cute, she couldn't help but drew Uchiha Lin Sha's face and took a bite. You hate it, don't be like this, I'm afraid Uchiha Zhang's eyes have been observing the surrounding environment, for fear that someone will suddenly come over and see the embarrassing appearance of the two of them at this time. If someone else sees it, it will inevitably be said. At that time, not only will he be implicated, but even Bai Yu will be labeled a bad label by others. This is not what he wants to see. What are you afraid of? I'm here, no one can come over, as long as I want to isolate the world for a short time. Even if someone passes by us, I can guarantee that he will not find the trace of the two of us and does not know what we are doing. Bai Yu took Uchiha's table incense into his arms, and gently stroked her back with his chin against the top of Uchiha's table incense. Looking at Uchiha Shisui, who was shy and ruddy in his arms, and Uchiha Shisui who was less than 2 meters away from them. The bad taste in Bai Yu's heart struck again, and a smile of unknown meaning crossed the corner of his mouth. You said that I was fighting with Uchiha Shisui so hard just now, and taught him so many things. Now that I am so tired, should you do something? What's more, I sold you the flowers for the afternoon in the afternoon, and there weren't any. The rest made you a good harvest today. Listening to Bai Yu's words, Uchiha's table turned white. Bai Yu gave a glance and whispered. I said I would invite you to dinner, treat you to delicious food, and accompany you to play, but you don't want to. Then what do you want in return? As long as it is within my tolerance. I don't want to eat, can you give it to me? A look flashed through Bai Yu's eyes. At the same time he said this, his hand was quietly put up. Do not want. Uchiha Jishang's face changed slightly, and the shy ones were about to heat up, and at the same time, his body was shaking slightly. What's wrong? Is this not within your tolerance? I think it's okay, it won't make you too embarrassed. Bai Yu smiled. Uchiha Table Shang became even more shy, and the corner of his eyes kept turning towards Uchiha Shisui in the barrier. A strange feeling was born in my heart. Looking at Uchiha's table fragrance, Bai Yu smiled faintly and spoke. Okay, stop teasing you, you can help me squeeze my legs. I ran to Rain Shinobi village to subdue Kakuzu, and spent the afternoon training with Uchiha Shisui here. I was tired. Such a reward is not excessive, it should be within your imagination. Uchiha was stunned for a moment, but there was a hint of disappointment in his eyes. But immediately this thought threw her out of the clouds, and she blushed at the thought of herself just now. Bai Yu noticed the slight change of expression on Uchiha's face, and a faint smile was wiped at the corner of his mouth. He knew that Uchiha must be thinking about messy things. But this kind of Uchiha Wangxiang made him like it more. He likes shy girls, and blushes when he is shy. For example, it is like Hinata, but now Hinata is still very young, it seems that he hasn't been born yet. Judging from this point in time, Hyuga Hinata should be a few years away from birth. It's a pity that I am already 14 years old. Hyuga Hinata has not been born yet. When he was in his 20s, Hinata was only a few years old. But it doesn't matter, as long as he has the opportunity, he will definitely not let it go. After all the characters of this generation are given to the raiders, then he will think about the next generation. In addition to Hinata and Ino, these two are both very beautiful characters, and he can't let go of either. Tenten is also considered one. There are many young and beautiful ninjas that he particularly likes. As long as the strength is strong enough, his wife has not yet gone to kindergarten. This is one of his favorite places. Uchiha Bingshang hesitated for a moment, and leaned down and hammered Bai Yu's legs gently. The movement range was relatively small and the movements were relatively unfamiliar. It was her first time. But her current thoughts were not put on pinching Bai Yu's feet at all, instead she asked earnestly on her face. Did you go to Rain Shinobi village to conquer Kakuzu? Isn't he Angle a legendary character who fought with first Hokage Hashirama? And like third Hokage, Master has 5 attribute changes. His strength is at least a hermit, right? You actually subdued him. The process must be very difficult, right? Have you been injured too badly for inspection? Seeing the slightly worried expression on Uchiha's face, Bai Yu rolled his eyes and suddenly had a wonderful idea. He clutched his chest and said with a painful expression. Of course, Kakuzu is also a cage-level character and first Hokage ninja god special line for a generation. I want to subdue his process is very difficult and arduous. During the period, my battle with him was very difficult, and I was almost beaten to death by him many times. His strength is always beyond my imagination. I wouldn't be able to come back if it wasn't for luck. Hearing Bai Yu's words, the worry on Uchiha's face became stronger. How could this happen? Didn't you be more careful? Are there any injuries on your body? I will treat ninjutsu a little bit. I will help you check it and check your body. If you hurt your internal organs and affect the inner sea, it won't work. Many injuries are caused by problems in the meridians, which leads to the bizarre death of the whole person. This method is the most difficult to see, especially if you are facing a cage-level legendary figure. Hurry up and tell me where you are hurt. Uchiha Jinchuriki stood up and looked nervously at various positions of Bai Yu's body, trying to find some injuries. Here, and here, I have all been injured. Bai Yu pointed to the abdomen, then to the chest, and to the part of the heart, and a trace of pain gradually appeared on his face. Although seemingly weak and small movements, according to the current Uchiha table fragrance, Bai Yu's current state is just holding on and not speaking out. Bai Yu's purpose for doing this is probably to prevent her from worrying and deliberately pretend to be strong. During the battle with Uchiha Shisui, he may have also been affected by some injuries, and he was certainly not as relaxed as it seemed on the surface. Knowing that Bai Yu is injured, he must prevent Uchiha Shisui from looking for him to discuss ideas. At the moment, Uchiha Joseon hurried to Bai Yu's side, wanting to check his condition, and stretched out Qianqianyu's hand. Looking at Uchiha's hands, Bai Yu quickly grabbed her with a quick eye, and at the same time stretched out her hand and pulled her into her arms vigorously. Suddenly, Uchiha's table fragrance was out of balance and fell on Bai Yu's body. Uchiha said in a daze and quickly said, "When is the time? You still have injuries. Let go of me. I will help you treat your injuries first. This kind of thing can't be dragged on, otherwise, the longer the time, the harder it will be to treat your injury, and it will really endanger your life at that time." She was talking about Uchiha Table Zhang's eyes and there was still a trace of tears, and she was about to cry anxiously. Seeing that the purpose has been achieved, and Uchiha's expression on the table is from the heart, Bai Yu is afraid that Uchiha's table is worried, so he hurries to explain. "I'm joking. I said that there was no injury, everything was not serious, it was easy when I regained the angle. He hadn't resisted much, so I stepped on my feet. My strength is very strong, even Uchiha Shisui's distinguished heavenly gods was stopped by me abruptly. What can I do from one angle? Don't worry, I just pretended to be. I just want to see how much you care about me, it seems that you still love me very much." Bai Yu lightly pecked Uchiha's face and smiled softly. But now Uchiha's table fragrance looks like Bai Yu's appearance is truly relaxed. At the moment, she ignored Bai Yu's reminder and continued to hurriedly said, "Quickly tell me where there is an injury on your body, I really want to help you treat it, otherwise the more you drag it, the more serious it will become. I don't want to see you hurt. I really don't have any problems. I'm asking me to fight with third Hokage now, I'm fine." As if afraid that Uchiha Fennel didn't believe it, Bai Yu quickly stood up and jumped on the spot twice, and then used the great fireball technique on the side of the woods. Zero of course, his move did not use too much force but suppressed most of his strength, and easily smashed 3 big trees. It's just that the trees here burn more easily than Bai Yu imagined. Just when they fell to flames, a raging fire followed the trees. Bai Yu hurriedly used the water dragon bomb technique to extinguish this flame. After the 2 ninjutsu, Bai Yu didn't have the slightest fatigue on his face, everything seemed extremely relaxed, it seemed that even chakra was not consumed. "Look at me and say I'm fine, I was joking with you just now. Forgive me, I was just kidding. I didn't expect your reaction to be so big, I knew that you love me and worry about me in your heart." With that, Bai Yu hugged Uchiha tightly, and Jinchuriki patted his back lightly. Uchiha Minato was already crying anxiously, 2 lines of clear tears falling down the corner of his eyes. "You big liar, you deceived me. Do you know how worried I was just now? I wanted to take you to the medical class. You must not lie to me next time, otherwise I will never ignore you." Uchiha gave shong, choked and struck Bai Yu's chest, but the force was very light, saying it was a beating rather than stroking. "Well, you still eat my tofu now," Bai Yu said with a smile. "I haven't, don't talk nonsense, I am not eating your tofu, I am just angry, and you are the one who eats tofu." Uchiha Joseon reacted and wanted to push Bai Yu away, but found that Bai Yu's current strength was surprisingly strong. Holding her tightly, she couldn't escape at all. But Uchiha Table Shong didn't feel so depressed, because Bai Yu just fixed her in a range, but he didn't hold her to death. "Just now you paid it back." Before she finished speaking, Uchiha stopped abruptly because she thought of what Bai Yu did to him just now. Now that she calmed down, she still felt a trace of temperature remaining at the corner of her mouth. This made Uchiha's table incredibly shy, and at the same time he looked in the direction of Uchiha Shisui. Being so close, the 2 of them made such a big noise, Uchiha Shisui still did not notice anything, still lowered his head, looking at the several ninjutsu books Bai Yu gave him. "What happened to me?" Bai Yu asked knowingly. "You said it, don't mention it anymore." Uchiha Zhuan Shongjin couldn't get rid of Bai Yu's shackles, so she turned her head aside and didn't look at him. And this look is exactly what Bai Yu hopes to see. He gently raised Uchiha's head and looked at her charming face. Well, feeling Bai Yu's deep affection, slowly, Uchiha Minato stopped struggling, and his hands slowly hugged Bai Yu's back. Deficit. Chapter 114. Danzo's perception. At this moment, the world seemed to be quiet. The heartbeats of 2 people are beating at the same frequency at the same time. The temperature of the body is also rising rapidly, as if 2 great fireballs are next to each other. Bai Yu smiled secretly in his heart, quietly opened his eyes and took a look at Uchiha Shisui's direction. "There was a hint of excitement in my heart. Others do such things quietly with their backs to others, but he is different. He is in front of Uchiha Shisui, and Uchiha Table Shong Qingqing me and me. Do not shy away from these. I don't know if Uchiha Shisui will jump out of the barrier after discovering what happened to the 2 of them, picking up a short sword and killing Bai Yu. Of course, let him find out, and it's no use wanting to kill Bai Yu, after all. Uchiha Shisui can't beat Bai Yu now." Just as Bai Yu and Uchiha were giving fragrance and kissing me, Danzo, who was hiding in the dark, opened his eyes sharply. There was a man kneeling in front of him, reporting something. "Sarutobi Hiruzen sent someone to the country of rain." "No way, the country of rain is where Kakuzu is. How could Sarutobi Hiruzen send someone there? And it's no use arranging people to go. If Kakuzu's cage-level powerhouse stops him, he will be blocked if he goes." Although it is rumored that Kakuzu and first Hokage Hashirama fought, it was only a shuriken that was thrown 800 miles away. This fact is not just nonsense. Even if this fact was not true at the beginning, it cannot be ruled out that his strength is very poor. Kakuzu and Sarutobi Hiruzen are both masters. 140. with 5 attribute changes, and the average person is not his opponent even if there are 10 Jonin. Send someone blindly, just to die. This was an Anbu ninja who belonged to him in front of him, whispered. Master Danzo, I heard rumors that Bai Yu went to the Land of Rain. I guess Mr. Sarutobi Hiruzen sent a ninja to the Land of Rain. It might be related to Bai Yu. Bai Yu again, and that violent coon. How much skill does he have? Every time he hides it deeply. How many secrets he still hides without revealing it? Such an enemy is too terrifying. If I can't solve it first, he will have a great impact on my future development. Obstacles. No, you must take a closer look. Go and check if Bai Yu has actually been to the Land of Rain. After receiving the order, the people under him immediately turned around and disappeared into the darkness, disappearing, as if they had never appeared at all. The teamfight was hidden in the darkness, and his eyes gradually became a little cold. He has already thought about it. If Bai Yu is not solved first, the biggest hidden danger, his future development will be slow by 10 points. Now in addition to Sarutobi's people, he has one more powerful competitor. I don't know when Sarutobi will take the place of this old guy. He has been sitting in Hokage's position. Is it possible that he wants to take care of the old age in this position? It's time to send a new Hokage candidate. Or that he already knows his plan. After letting him get who is the next Hokage candidate, he will definitely take action immediately. Therefore, O has not selected suitable candidates, but observed all this in secret. Judging from the way Yu Sarutobi hears and handles things, it is indeed possible for 10 points. If he sat in the position of Hokage, he might think the same way. Damn it, I must live in the position of Hokage. Why didn't second Hokage choose me to be Hokage? If I was elected the 3rd generation of Hokage, the 5 countries would have been unified by our Konoha village. The state of the country is fighting against each other. Yunfei Rizan's way of doing things is not good. I still have to look at myself. Mu Zhao's roots will never be broken. A conspiracy is being discussed quickly in the dark, and the others have no idea about it. At this time, Bai Yu didn't know that he had been quietly targeted by teamfights, but he knew that he would also say that it didn't matter. After all, transferring money in front of him was just a clown. As long as he wanted to make a team battle, he would have been pinched to death long ago, so that the scene would never reappear in the future. He is sure that he has this strength, and he has this confidence, and can solve these things perfectly. Looking at Uchiha Shisui, still practicing seriously, Bai Yu's face showed a strange smile. He reached out and hugged Uchiha table incense in his arms, and lightly pecked at her face. You seem to be very shy, it's not like you should be at your age. Uchiha is very fragrant, his face flushed, showing the shyness of a teenage girl, but in fact, he is already very old, but because he usually maintains better, and she herself looks younger, so there will be no it feels very old. If people who don't know outside see her walking with Bai Yu, many people may think that Uchiha Joseon is Bai Yu's older sister or cousin. Never thought that she was already Uchiha Shisui's mother. It's just that Uchiha Shisui's father died early, leaving only their mother and daughter to depend on each other. This makes Uchiha Joseon's life pressure relatively large. She almost raised Uchiha Shisui so much by her own strength. He has also become a character in the sky. If such a person is killed by Danzo in the future, it would be a shame. Not only Uchiha will feel very sad, but even Bai Yu will feel very sad. And now that Uchiha Dianxiang is lying in his arms, he has become his own woman. He still has an obligation to quietly help Uchiha Shisui and the like. Even as his father, I have to say that this feeling is the first time Bai Yu has experienced it, and it is still very exciting. Uchiha was so shy that he kept looking at Uchiha Shisui's direction from the corner of his eyes. He was afraid that he suddenly opened his eyes and saw this scene. Then he would not be able to explain clearly, and he didn't know how to face Uchiha Shisui. After all, Bai Yu is only 14 years old, and Uchiha Shisui has not graduated from the ninja academy. The age gap is too big, and it is really hard for him to explain clearly. Be careful, but don't be discovered by Uchiha Shisui. He is practicing on the side. If he opens his eyes and sees me, how can I explain it like this? No need to explain, he can't find out. Our barrier is specially made by me. Even Jonin can't break it, let alone Uchiha Shisui, who has not graduated from Ninja Academy. Even if we make a huge movement here, no one will notice it. How about trying something more exciting? An inexplicable smile slipped over Bai Yu's mouth, which seemed to imply something. Uchiha Jinchuriki wouldn't know Bai Yu's thoughts. His complexion became more ruddy for a while, even his heartbeat was rising rapidly, and his body temperature and adrenaline were about to reach their peaks. But reason forced her to calm down. She understood that she couldn't say that now, let alone do it in front of Uchiha Shisui, at such a close distance from him. Don't do this, even if Uchiha Shisui is really invisible, but I don't want to do something like that in front of him at such a close distance, and now it's almost time, we should go home. With that said, Uchiha Joseon wanted to get up and leave Bai Yu's body. After all, Uchiha Shisui was on the side, she still couldn't hold her face down, and I was here with Bai Yu. Uchiha Shisui's father passed away for a while. She was indeed very hard alone, and she felt the feeling of a long-lost love in Bai Yu. There is also the most important sense of dependence, but this is just a feeling, she still has the rationality she should have. Would you like to go home? Well, I will live in your home today. I just want to give some guidance on the Uchiha Shisui training station later, because he is too kind. Originally, Uchiha Dianxiang wanted to refuse, but when he thought of Uchiha Shisui, he would step into the battlefield as soon as he graduated from the ninja school, but in that case, if his fighting power is not qualified, he may be sacrificed. Now there is no one except Bai Yu who can help Uchiha Shisui, and the fast training has become stronger. In desperation, Uchiha Joseon nodded, with a shy expression on his face. Well then, let's go back together. Bai Yu smiled and kissed Uchiha's face, and then quickly moved away. Then I will break the barrier. After speaking, Bai Yu stretched out his hands at the position of Uchiha Shisui, and gently pulled out, and the barrier was broken. 0. Feeling the strangeness around him, Uchiha Shisui slowly opened his eyes, somewhat puzzled. Is it over? So fast, but I haven't felt a particularly noticeable improvement. Why don't we continue to practice for a while, just for a while? Uchiha Shisui has a trace of longing on his face. After all, there are not many opportunities to make himself more powerful. He must grasp it, especially to be able to practice with his idol Bai Yu, and the opportunity to be guided by his own hands is even greater. It's a little pitiful. I don't know how many people are walking outside, crying and begging to let Bai Yu teach them. The coach does not have this opportunity. He can have such a rare opportunity now, and he must take it well. Can't give up lightly, even if he is hard and tired, he must do it. Let's go home first and then practice. I will stay in your house temporarily tonight, and by the way guide you about your cultivation. You are about to step into the battlefield. The battlefield is very terrifying and severe. If you are not careful, you will lose your life. During this period of time, I will do my best to help you improve your cultivation level so that you will not be injured by some small means. I will be at home waiting for the news of your return. A kind smile appeared on Bai Yu's face. At this moment, Bai Yu suddenly felt like Uchiha Shisui's father. Uchiha Shisui's mind moved slightly, and suddenly there was a strange feeling, but he didn't think too much, but was lost in the dialect by the excitement. He nodded vigorously, without any doubt at all. Okay, let's go back to practice now. Thank you so much. Bai Yu has troubled you so much, I don't know how to repay you. You don't need to repay, your survival is the best result, so that your mother and I will be happy for 10 points. Bai Yu laughed secretly in his heart, but he must be happy. After teaching Uchiha Shisui to practice, he can sleep with his mother Uchiha. Poor Uchiha Shisui is still young and doesn't know this yet. Is he deceiving elementary school students? You can show us the way. You are more familiar here. We can't find you a bit. We walk straight ahead, and then remember the changes in the attributes of learning in our minds. Remember that when I added your study before, I was definitely not able to think about other things at will. Ishin always puts the attribute changes on, and if you have any questions, you should ask them after returning home. On the way home, you can follow your subconscious actions in Great Reaction 2.6 to lead us. Uchiha Shisui suddenly realized that he nodded quickly, then walked forward obediently, and walked straight towards the house without looking back. In my mind, I have always remembered some things that need attention in the way Bai Yu taught him today and the changes in his attributes. Seeing that if it wasn't so serious, Bai Yu smiled and stretched out his hand, holding Uchiha's spear in hand. Uchiha's face changed slightly, and he stared at Uchiha Shisui's position, for fear that he would suddenly turn his head. At the same time, he quietly gave Bai Yu a glance, revealing a bit of resentment in the eyes of a little woman. Uchiha Shisui is right in front, so you are not afraid of him suddenly turning around, so he can really make sense and we can't explain it clearly. And now there's no barrier like just now as a cover, he can easily spot our movements as soon as he turns around. Let's do something when we go home. Don't do this now, I'm really worried. Alright. Seeing the struggle of Uchiha, Bai Yu could only nod his head and chose to go along with his heart. He didn't want to make Uchiha angry. Otherwise, there will be no fun at that time, and there will be a lot of time tonight. Soon the three of them returned to Uchiha Shisui's house. His house was not very big, it was a 2-room house, very ordinary, 2-story attic. Uchiha Shisui lives on the lower floor, and Uchiha Shisui lives on the upper floor. There is a bed in both rooms. Seeing that he was at home, Bai Yu stepped forward and patted Uchiha Shisui on the shoulder, letting him speak out of that calm state. Chapter 115 Strange Feelings. You can take a break first. It is not a good thing to have a high level of concentration. You can't rush for this kind of thing. There are still 3 days for you to learn a change of attributes. I suggest you study the attribute changes of wind attributes. While it can help you enhance your Great Fireball and Activity Index, it can also help you understand the changes of attributes so that you can learn about the next level change. You can't be too eager to get things done. Everything must be done slowly, one step at a time, otherwise it will be difficult for you to persevere. That's it for today, let's go back and take a bath and rest. Uchiha Shisui withdrew from the immersive state just now, blinked and looked at Bai Yu. Hearing what he said, his eyes flickered slightly, and a trace of fatigue was revealed for an instant. After all, as a child, with such a high level of energy, concentrated study will inevitably be exhausted. This is also very normal. He nodded and rubbed his eyes lightly. Okay, then I will continue to practice tomorrow. Bai Yu brother, will you come to guide me tomorrow? Yeah, I will definitely come to guide you tomorrow. You can go to rest tonight. I have a little more work to do. Bai Yu rubbed Uchiha Shisui's little head and smiled excitedly. Uchiha Shisui nodded obediently, turned his head and ran to lie down on the bed. He was too tired and didn't want to take a bath at all. Now he just wanted to take a good rest and sleep. I will put Uchiha Shisui to sleep first, otherwise he will be scared at night. Uchiha shyly clicked on Uchiha Shisui's room and took a look, and the expression on his face was not angry with him. His face was slightly relieved, and he sneaked into Uchiha Shisui's room and closed it gently, closed the door. With a smile on Bai Yu's face, he quickly turned around and returned to the room on the second floor, lying on the bed and waiting quietly. As expected, there will be fun tonight. 20 It was the first time he experienced this feeling. He had heard of it before, but he had never done it. After waiting for about 20 minutes in silence, Bai Yu frowned slightly, but there was still no movement at the door. Isn't it coaxed to fall asleep? It's impossible. I saw Uchiha Shisui's expression just now. He was already very tired. Now with such a high concentration of energy, he must have fallen asleep as soon as he lay down. It's impossible that he hasn't fallen asleep yet. How can you show it to yourself? Bai Yu got up and put on his clothes, without showing a trace of footsteps, and walked straight to the room on the lower floor. I lay on the door and heard the movement inside, but no sound came out. The air is very quiet, which is the best time to sleep. After thinking about it carefully, Bai Yu quietly opened the door, hiding his breath, and ran to the bed silently. At this time, Uchiha Table Incense was lying next to Uchiha Shisui. One hand gently embraced Uchiha Shisui, slapped as if comforting him to sleep, making him feel his mother's presence. Watching this scene, Bai Yu's heartbeat speeded up quickly, and a bolder and more exciting idea emerged from his heart. Do whatever you think of, Bai Yu never inks. He quietly walked to Uchiha's back, rubbed against the bed, a little bit of air slipped onto the bed, and hugged Uchiha's back. Feeling a person behind her approaching her, Uchiha Table Zhang's body trembled slightly and began to be cautious, almost screaming out. Had Uchiha Shisui not been next to her, she might have stood up and screamed. Who? Don't be nervous, it's me. Bai Yu's gentle voice rang in Uchiha's ears, comforting him gently. Hearing Bai Yu's voice, Uchiha Table Zhang moved slightly, but soon he became nervous again. He probably guessed what Bai Yu's purpose was here. Don't stop. Here. Uchiha Shisui is still sleeping. I'm afraid of waking him up. I can't wait. You haven't come up for a long time? I just came down to look for you. How about it? Is Uchiha Shisui asleep? He just fell asleep. Let's go straight up. Speaking of Uchiha Joseon, he was about to get up, but was pressed by Bai Yu with one hand. Don't worry, I think it's good to be here, you say. Bai Yu smiled and touched the skin of Uchiha's table incense lightly, and goosebumps came up. You do not want. Uchiha's table fragrant was shy, and he didn't expect Bai Yu to be so bold. Uchiha Shisui is right beside him. Doesn't he really fear that Uchiha Shisui wakes up suddenly? Don't be like this. I really count it as I beg you. Let's go up, and then you can do whatever you want. Just now I waited for you for so long and you didn't come up. Now I don't want to wait any longer. I decided to stay here. Don't worry. Uchiha Shisui won't wake up. At least he won't wake up until we finish tonight. Bai Yu put a hand on Uchiha Shisui's brow. A wave of chakra came into his mind, and Uchiha Shisui instantly fell into Bai Yu's illusion. In Bai Yu's illusion, Uchiha Joseon hugged Uchiha Shisui and slept quietly on the bed. Nothing particularly strange happened. However, in reality, Bai Yu had already started his own actions, and the two quickly met frankly. Among Uchiha's horrified and shy expressions, Bai Yu started to act with an unexplained smile on the corner of his mouth. Although I knew that Uchiha Shisui was already in the illusion, Uchiha Table Zhang still didn't say a word and didn't dare to make a sound. At the same time, she also had a strange feeling in her heart. No one had been so close to her for several years. Even if she was walking on the road, she would silently keep a little distance from others. But just today, by his son's side, something like this happened, which subverted the so-called chastity, broken and blurred in her heart. Although my heart was agitated, a sense of guilt emerged. But soon this feeling disappeared, and what was left was endless sinking, a beautiful abyss. After a long time, the touch of reality made her feel some sense of dependence. It seems that Bai Yu can give him real happiness and let him be happy forever. Silent night. Looking at the ruddy woman in his arms, Bai Yu drew a faint smile across his mouth, and reached out to hold Uchiha's table a little tighter. Early the next morning, when Uchiha Shisui opened his eyes, there was nothing around him. There was still a strange smell in the air, but Uchiha Shisui was still relatively young at the time and didn't know what it was like, but it just felt strange. But Uchiha Shisui didn't feel too bad. After all, he is not a child anymore. Uchiha Joseon should have gone to sleep in her own room. It's just where Bai Yu sleeps at night. Is it the sofa he goes to sleep at night? Suspicious Uchiha Shisui got out of the bed and went outside the room. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Bai Yu who was practicing. At this time, Bai Yu exudes a faint breath of chakra, which is extremely huge, as if a pool of deep water is bottomless. This scene shocked Uchiha Shisui's heart. He couldn't help but sigh that he became more powerful and admired Bai Yu in his heart. In the past, Uchiha Shisui had always targeted Bai Yu, treating him as his idol and making him stronger by working hard to cultivate. Now seeing the rich breath of Bai Yu and the huge amount of chakra, Uchiha Shisui, I feel more excited. He is very determined in his heart. As long as he has been following Bai Yu, his strength will rise sharply many times, and it will certainly not be too far apart. At least it must be the number one existence among his peers. Uchiha Shisui came forward excitedly and came to Bai Yu's side. He wanted to say hello, but when he thought that Bai Yu was practicing now, the rash interruption seemed to affect him. As a result, Uchiha Shisui stopped abruptly, put down his palm, and stood quietly beside Bai Yu, motionless and even hiding his breath. It seems that Bai Yu will be upset for fear of disturbing Bai Yu. At this time, Bai Yu also felt an aura suddenly coming out of him, but he didn't react too much. He knew that Uchiha Shisui was flying over. This made the corners of his mouth float slightly, with some excitement and strange feelings. This child may never think that he and his mother were going through some ups and downs last night. Looking at Uchiha Shisui with an excited expression on his face, Bai Yu suddenly felt like a big liar, deceiving a minor. About 10 minutes later, Bai Yu slowly opened his eyes, and the breath on his body began to return to his body, and a golden light flashed in his eyes. He opened his eyes and saw Uchiha, who was standing next to him obediently. Shui reached out his hand and touched his little head. Are you awake? How did you do last night? Does it feel better today than yesterday? Do you feel that your strength has become a little stronger? I have it, of course. Looking at Bai Yu's opened eyes and talking to himself, Uchiha Shisui excitedly clenched his fists and nodded. Although this change is very weak, I still feel a hint of wind style in my body besides activities. It's just that this breath is too weak, because I can only feel a little bit of strength now, and I can't fully use the power of the square, but I think if I continue to practice like this, I will definitely be able to complete it. The power of the master kite. Am I right? Bai Yu. Uchiha Shisui, with a trace of doubt and excitement in his eyes, seemed to want Bai Yu to agree with him. Of course, you can feel the breath of wind style attributes in just one day, which is beyond the scope of ordinary people's understanding. It's okay to say that you are unique and a genius. Although it did not show too much excitement on the surface, Bai Yu was actually very shocked. He knows how difficult it is to practice ninjutsu with the 5 attributes. Normally ninjas can only have 2 masters, a slightly stronger person, and 2 masters, while the talented jonin can look forward to 3. But ordinary people are limited to 3 at most and can't go any further. Even those legendary powerhouses can only change the 3 attributes of master. During this period, it takes their continuous efforts and continuous attempts to be able to have a glimmer of hope and possibility of success. But Uchiha Shisui only practiced, and in another day, he felt the change of wind style power in his body, which is enough to prove that Uchiha Shisui has surpassed too many people. If Uchiha Shisui Master really has 5 types of phone calls, plus his Sharingan and farewell, Tenjin will definitely become one of the strongest combat powers in the ninja world, and at least it will grow into a cage level strong. This kind of talent is said to be beyond ordinary people, and there is no problem with understanding. I think that fate was naturally because of his super understanding ability and talent that the master changed the 5 attributes. No one can understand and no one can understand the various hard processes during this period. But Bai Yu knew that such a process would be very difficult. He never thought that Uchiha Shisui could only rely on one day to change the attribute of the master. He thought that it would take at least half a month to live stream Shisui. Can feel a trace of wind style power. After all, Uchiha Shisui is a genius of the Uchiha family, and the Uchiha family uses fire shield ninjutsu. Few have other attribute changes. The only thing that can increase the power of activity is the wind. Let Uchiha Shisui use the power of a wind drill to increase the power of his activity and increase his power. Then one will not be so strong that no one can match. Maybe more practice can even reach the height of Uchiha Madara. However, these things are just speculations. It takes a little bit of time to observe and practice before knowing what the specific growth will be. Uchiha Shisui became even more excited when hearing Bai Yu's praise of her little face flushing, and seemed to have heard some great news. Don't worry, Bai Yu brother, I will definitely practice very strong in the future, try to catch up with your footsteps, and aim at your goal. Thank you, Bai Yu, for your guidance. If it weren't for your father, I wouldn't be able to master such a powerful attribute change. Thanks to you, I really don't know how to repay you. Hearing that, Bai Yu couldn't help rubbing Uchiha Shisui's little head, smiling and patted his shoulder. Chapter 116 Best Reward. The silly boy didn't know what he had done, and he wanted to repay himself. What she didn't know was that she had actually repaid herself, and that she was still irreplaceable. At this time, Uchiha Desk Incense was lying on the 2nd floor, his eyes closed slightly. After all, it hasn't been like this for too long, although Bai Yu has collected a lot. Obviously, Uchiha Shisui did not know what happened last night. The battle started silently and ended silently. Thinking of this, Bai Yu couldn't help but smile, and he didn't know if Uchiha Nanxiong could still get pregnant. If you are pregnant, after the 12th lunar month, you will be his child. Maybe I can create a younger brother or younger sister for Uchiha Shisui. That would make Bai Yu so happy. Then Uchiha Shisui has to call himself father. Uchiha Shisui didn't know what Bai Yu was thinking about, or what happened last night. Looking at the involuntary smile on Bai Yu's face, he thought that Bai Yu was too talented. I am happy. This makes Uchiha Shisui more determined to follow Bai Yu's belief. He firmly believes that Bai Yu will be able to make him very strong. At least with Bai Yu, he might be able to reach the height of Sarutobi Hiruzen. No matter how bad it is, it has to be the same height as Danzo. Seeing the expression on Uchiha Shisui's face, Bai Yu turned his head, gently clenched his fist and coughed twice in his mouth, turning Uchiha Shisui's attention again. Don't be too happy too early. You are going to participate in the war in 2 days, and you have 2 days to practice. In these 2 days, I will do my best to know what I know, and the easy to learn power methods and techniques, and I'll ask him to give you, so that you can get out of trouble on the battlefield. These things in my family may be able to save your life, so you must not be careless, nor in the process of learning. If teachers and students cooperate, it will have very serious consequences for yourself. It's getting late. It's time for you to stay in school for class. By the way, during class, I will recall the method I taught you yesterday and practice on your own. With the teacher from the Ninja Academy watching by the side, you shouldn't have too many problems. If you have any questions, please contact me in time. I will come over as soon as possible. After speaking, Bai Yu lightly patted the Flying Thunder God mark on Uchiha Shisui's shoulder, and the dedication was engraved on Uchiha Shisui's body without noticing it silently. He only felt a faint shift from his shoulders, which could be a faint chakra. But he only regarded this as the strength Bai Yu used to slap him, and he would not feel that he was already marked by a split layer. Okay, then I'll go to another college first, and see you, Bai Yu brother. Uchiha Shisui waved his hands vigorously, and turned his head to look in Bai Yu's direction as he ran, with an uncontrollable smile on his face. The same is true for Bai Yu. His face also showed an unstoppable smile, but compared to Uchiha Shisui, his smile looked a little wicked. After confirming that Uchiha Shisui really left the Uchiha family site, Bai Yu turned his head slightly and looked in the direction of the second floor. A faint smile appeared on his face, and his footsteps lightly touched the second floor. Uchiha Shisui has gone to school, so don't be so depressed. Although Uchiha is 23 years old, there is no trace of time on her face. Those who don't know thought Uchiha Table Incense was only a teenager. It was exactly like the big sister next door. Take more rest, don't worry about these things. Uchiha Table Shangji flicked Bai Yu's forehead and said. Besides, I'm too tired. Are you sure you were just tired? Why did you forget the happiness of last night so quickly? But after a few breaths, the two quickly met frankly. This time, Uchiha's Table Incense was not in his own home, and there was no burden in his heart, and he was a little bolder. This is the most cola thing. Bai Yu seems to have found a toy that will never tire of playing. Just before noon, Bai Yu came to Might Guy's training ground. At this time, Mad Guy stood here as usual with sweat. His fists were printed on the wooden stakes in front again and again, and he shook violently while hitting the stakes, and there were 2 or 3 fist marks in the middle. This is the trace that is only revealed when the fist hits the same position. It is usually difficult to cut a trace of the weapon with a sword. In front of Might Guy, it is like tofu, and it can fly out a big hole with just one push. Even the ground shook slightly because of Might Guy's huge power, but this kind of battle was so weak that ordinary people couldn't feel it. But who is Bai Yu? He can even feel a leaf on the ground falling on the ground, and his face is shaking all the time. Such a walk is naturally not a problem. That's why he was even more surprised. Might Guy's injury recovered more quickly than he thought. This is not only the reason for his unique physique and great attention to physical training, but also the reason why he learned the ninjutsu of healing jutsu. Presumably Might Guy has also put a lot of effort in this area. Once a genius ninja who firmly believed that he could only propose, now masters a ninjutsu. Such a breakthrough is very impressive. Bai Yu can understand the ecstasy and excitement in Might Guy's mind. Maybe Might Guy didn't sleep all night and has been training here. By the way, he has been using healing jutsu to repair his injuries, and wants to make him recover faster. A little. Might Guy once famously said that he wanted to prove to everyone that even if he didn't mention ninjutsu, illusion, and only relying on physical skills, he could be more powerful than everyone. However, he didn't like ninjutsu or illusion. He just knew that he didn't have the talent for learning in this area, so he said this. After all, the number of people who can learn is what everyone hopes for, and Might Guy definitely likes it very much in his heart. It's just that because of his own physical reasons and talents, he can't learn the number of people. Now Might Kai has learned the first ninjutsu under Bai Yu's teaching. The ecstasy in his heart can be imagined. Maybe he has gone to Kakashi to compete. This is also very normal, and he can understand it. At the moment, he can slowly step forward and pat Might's open shoulder lightly. Might Guy is a violent spirit. His body trembles slightly, and a leaf hurricane subconsciously moves back. Bai Yu stretched out his hand lightly, and took the heavy blow very easily, but it was still suppressed inside. I know that it's not that Bai Yu can't bear Might Guy's physical strength, but that the ground can't bear it. This led to the collapse of the ground. But it also expresses from the side how powerful Mad Guy is. A ninja who has only learned physical skills for more than 10 years must be very powerful. In terms of speed-up power alone, Bai Yu feels that Might Guy's power has reached the level of Jonin. Even if he is not enough, at least it will not be too bad. Only then did Might Guy discover Bai Yu who came behind him. After rescuing Bai Yu's face, his face suddenly showed a trace of ecstasy, and he stepped forward with excitement and hugged Bai Yu vigorously. Bai Yu, you are here. Look at my current strength and recovery. Is it particularly good? I'm really sorry just now. I didn't know you were behind. I thought someone wanted to attack me sneakily, and killed me while I was injured. I'm really sorry. I'm sorry. I will apologize for you. It's okay. It's not a big deal. Don't be so polite. Bai Yu attended the meeting without taking his palms to heart. In his opinion, this soft foot did not cause any substantial harm to him at all. He only relied on one hand to hit it down. This was not pretending to be relaxed, but really relaxed. Regarding the power of the body, Bai Yu certainly does not need to move forward, otherwise he would be a traverser in vain. You seem to be learning ninjutsu very well now, and your injuries will heal a lot. Continue to recover like this. I think you may be able to completely repair it in less than half a month. I look forward to your complete recovery. Do you want to discuss it now? Compare. Mad Guy, who is a fanatical combat faction, was very energetic after hearing the 2 words, and his excitement reached its apex in an instant, and his renal hormones also soared in an instant. Okay, Let's come to discuss it right away. I can't bear it anymore. Don't worry about using your full strength in this funeral. I know that I am not your opponent yet, but if I keep believing, I will definitely be able to rely on my own efforts to become stronger than everyone else. It's impossible for me to admit defeat, no matter who it is. Bai Yu is very familiar with Mad Guy's emotions and mental state, so he is not half disgusted or uncomfortable. Instead, his face nodded seriously. Of course, I will definitely use all my strength when fighting with you, otherwise, what should I do if I am injured by you? I won't underestimate your strength. Although it is said that, Bai Yu will definitely not use all his power, otherwise, Might Guy will be beaten to ashes by him in an instant. And he can't use all his strength, only 5 achievements are enough. The current Might Guys are even less proficient, and naturally they can't play the kind of terrifying strength in the battle between man and machine. Not everyone can use a record like the power of 6 paths with a mortal body, and only Might Guy was able to do this in the man-machine wars back then. It's not that Might Guy was older at the time, and his strength was a little bit regressed. He might be able to kick Uchiha Madara, who has the power of 6 paths, to death with 1 kick. Yi Guy's power is very terrifying and powerful. Even the stone space can affect the interesting space. Anyone who uses the time space can't respond to the blow of Might Guy. Even with 2 Mangekyo, Sharingan's Uchiha Obito can't do this. He uses, get it, Kamui. Maybe he will be forced out of the environment where Might Guy uses Yi Kai to engage in space. This time, let's just use speed up to discuss it and be careful not to involve your previous injuries. We will stop there. After speaking, Bai Yu stepped back a few steps, and at the same time the huge chakra body began to leak a trace of breath. Although there is only a faint breath, but in the eyes of Mad Guy, it is like the sea, endless and at the same time, without bottoming out. As if there is no limit, it can never be used up. This amount of chakra is comparable to the combined power of 3-tailed beasts. It should be quite correct to say that Bai Yu is a person without the help of a tail beast. Such strength and chakra volume have been reached, cage level. I am afraid that even 3rd Hokage is not his opponent. If Bai Yu wants to grab the position of the 3 major demons, it should be easy to do, but he didn't do it, maybe because he didn't want to be a Hokage. Asterisk, it's just that this matter is not something Mad Guy needs to consider, he just wants to use his full strength to compete with Bai Yu right now. Then I will come directly. Might Guy pulled out more than 20 iron pillars from his legs and threw them down on both sides. The smoke immediately dispersed, and with a roar, 2 huge holes of 8 meters deep were blown out on the ground. Even the ground trembled exaggeratedly, as if it could not bear the huge weight. Seeing this scene, a golden light flashed in Bai Yu's eyes. He knew that it was very fast to withdraw the might card of this railway. Chapter 117 make him stronger, so even close to using the power of 8 inner gates. When Xiao Li and Gaara were fighting, Xiao Li retired these posts. The result was that Xiao Li seemed to be on the hook, pressing Gaara on the ground, and beating Gaara's absolute defenses unable to react. Even the armor of killing is thought to be broken by Yu time and time again and cannot be healed. If it weren't because Xiao Li was not strong enough at the time and also consumed too much power, he would certainly not be defeated so easily by Gaara. The weight of these steel bars is at least 1,000 catties by Bai Yu's visual inspection. Every day, carrying such heavy objects and running so far, he has been training hard like human beings all the time. This kind of training intensity, if the previous Bai Yu is allowed to do this, let alone a day, even if it is half a day, then it is reduced to 1/10, he may not be able to do it. I really don't know how Might Guy trains like this. Is this kind of body really something that humans can cultivate? It's too fake, right? Just like a dummy with no nerves, no matter how high intensity training is, it will not be effective for him. Sure enough, no one in this world is a normal person.
After all, can normal people cultivate chakra? I also learned the master spell formation. Give full play to the power to destroy the world. After dropping the steel bar, Might Guy rubbed his ankle and slammed his foot. Boom! A violent noise rose, and a large cloud of smoke rose on the ground. The ground kept shaking and shaking. Even the large trees in the distance collapsed because they couldn't bear the violent shaking. The trees fell to the ground, the dust was flying, and the realization was greatly hindered. Bai Yu didn't panic, and stood tightly on the spot, with a white glow flashing from the corner of his eyes and blue veins violently. In the next moment, Bai Yu's eyeballs quickly became white, and a force similar to perspective radiated out.
It is easy to see the situation inside the smoke through the smoke. Byakugan. Be able to see through everything, just look at the source, and observe all the changes in the surrounding environment at 360 degrees without dead ends. Including the magic technique of hiding the figure, as well as the transformation technique and the illusion technique, it can be seen through. Everything has no meaning in front of Byakugan. Under the power of the white clothes, the smoke in front of him seemed to be just a thick layer of objects. In any case, Bai Yu could see clearly, including the Mad Guy inside. Might Kai seemed to feel something, and 140 suddenly rushed out. A sharp kick to Bai Yu's door. The speed is extremely fast, the reaction is strong, like a flash of lightning. However, Bai Yu had long known that Might Guy would attack like this. He opened more easily just by turning sideways, and also grabbed Might Guy's feet and smashed him to the ground. There was a rumbling cracking sound on the ground, and a pit with a diameter of 1 meter was blown out. Might Guy's face was slightly painful. As soon as he reacted, he slammed Rui to the ground. The ground was smashed out of a pothole again. With the help of the reaction force, Might Ka punched Bai Yu's face door, trying to quickly defeat him with the advantage of speed. A red light flashed in Bai Yu's eyes again and it was easy to turn on. He predicted Might Guy's next move and avoided it in time. After successfully avoiding Mad Guy's game here, he came to the distance with 2 backflips. Mad Guy is not discouraged, he seems to have expected such a result a long time ago, and he doesn't think that just by taking off a few steel bars, he can face Bai Yu head-on. Bai Yu's eldest brother is very knowledgeable, and he has seen his terrifying power with his own eyes. If he is really hit by Bai Yu, then he may only be wiped out in an instant. The best way is to use speed and your own speed to quickly burn until Bai Yu breaks and exposes his flaws, so that the remaining attack may defeat him. Thinking of stepping away here, the footsteps flickered, and the figure suddenly disappeared in front of Bai Yu's eyes, as if a breeze had been drawn, and generally disappeared. However, there were a few more powerful forces out of thin air, and there were many sounds of stepping on the ground, and a few footprints suddenly appeared on the flat ground. However, although the footprints appeared, he still couldn't see Might Guy's figure. He seemed to have disappeared in this environment, and he was almost there, not even a residual image left. Bai Yu glanced around, finally locked a position, and followed this position, his eyes kept turning. Where his position has passed, there will be a footprint on the ground, and a strong force. Needless to say, they all know that it is Mad Guy's figure. My heart can always see through all ninjutsu and phantom physical arts. Although Mad Guy's speed up is very strong, he has not yet opened the 8 inner gates. He just retracted a few steel bars to lighten his own load. This kind of speed development can still be used on the cactus roots, unless Might Guy uses the door facing down now, and the last door uses Yaka to kick him. In that way, Bai Yu might still use a little bit of strength to avoid it. After all, the power of 8 gate against the family door is very powerful, and he dare not be hard-hearted at all. The power of Might Guy is not too bad now. In terms of the speed of Might Guy now, he should have learned to shave. It's just that the shave here is different from the pirate's shave. Mad Guy didn't use any skills, nor did he use any physical skills, he just relied on his own strength and fighting methods to move fast. If you let him master the way of shaving and the techniques used, then Might Guy's power will definitely increase. It's a pity for men, Might Guy hasn't learned it yet. It's just that Bai Yu knows shaving very well, so after the battle is over, he also has an idea in his mind. I gave Might Guy the use of T's methods and skills to improve his speed and skills and make him stronger. Bai Yu has never been stingy when it comes to increasing the cultivation of others. Naturally, he teaches whatever he knows. He is very familiar with the ninjas in this world, and he also knows the stories of each of them from childhood to large. Therefore, he will not be stingy, and he will not hide and tuck. He will say any method and explain it perfectly to everyone. Before teaching Uchiha Shisui to learn, the changes of the 5 attributes are also one of them. Now teaching them that they can all learn some questions, of course he is very willing. The stronger Mad Guy is, the happier he will be, so that when the Third Man-Machine War starts in the future, he won't have to use the dead door to open it. You can save him a life. It shouldn't be said to save a life, it should be said to save a leg. In the Third World War, the Lion Mad began to kick out his last house with the power of a dead man, seeing him about to be burned to ashes by his own power. Uzumaki Naruto took the shot, using the power of Sage of 6 Paths to successfully prevent the final ending of the division, forcibly saving Mad Guy's life. It's just that one of Might Guy's legs is completely lost, and it has no effect at all. If Bead Might starts to use one gate on the last day, maybe he can keep both legs, and he doesn't need to use 8 inner gates anymore. This possibility seems very small to others, but the person doing this job is Bai Yu. He is a man with all the plots in the world of Hokage. Now that I know what to do, I also know who to teach and who to instruct to act. For him, this kind of thing is actually very simple, but the timeline is still early. This is World War II, and World War III has not yet come. There is at least more than 20 years before the third battle between man and machine, and there is still plenty of time.
These are just some guesses that Bai Yu thought of in advance, CACG, and some things to do in the future.
As for whether he will actually do this in the future, it is unclear. Anyway, he will do it according to the most true thoughts in his practice. If he can't do whatever he wants, then what is the point of him coming into this world? Faintly Bai Yu suddenly knows that the cute attack he bought himself is coming, and he moves directly and quickly rises to Bai Yu's face. Stepping away into Bai Yu's air to face him, he kicked him fiercely. Leaf Hurricane. Seeing Mad Guy's rotating attack, Bai Yu did not choose to dodge, but reached out a hand and chose to carry it hard. This scene made Mad Guy frown slightly and felt a little hesitant. He was wondering if he should kick his kick. This is his own attack, and it is also the power he has practiced for many years. He is very clear about the power of it. No one wants to understand how powerful he is now. Even a piece of indestructible granite would fall apart under his own home, let alone Bai Yu's, one body turned over and one arm. If he kicks Bai Yu's arm directly by himself, Might Guy can't bear the responsibility. Now Bai Yu is Konoha village. Hope is the key ninja who can directly end the second ninja war. The only thing that Bai Yu was seriously injured in this contact was that the people above blamed him, and he might not apologize enough for death. This person turned out to be Med Guy thought too much. When Might Guy's foot hit Bai Yu's arm, it was unexpectedly caught by Bai Yu with the strength of one arm. Bai Yu stood still and didn't move at all. He didn't use any injuries on his body. He didn't even shake his body and didn't blink his eyebrows. It's just that the ground under his feet has cracked a lot. Other than that, there are no more injuries. This shocked Might Guy, suspecting that his eyes were about to pop out in life. If the power of this foot is replaced by a murderous hand to take it abruptly, it will definitely be severely injured by his kick. However, Bai Yu used only one arm, which seemed to be an understatement, and his face was not nervous at all. With one hand, he formed the vestiges of his near power, which made Might open fire and wonder if his cultivation skills are still useful. I really don't know how Bai Yu practices, but he can practice to be so strong. Is this still something a teenager can do? Anyway, he can't find it himself. Sure enough, there is still a lot of gap between genius and the tail of the crane. And this gap is a gap that cannot be filled by anyone with any strength or any means. Seeing the expression on Might Guy's face, Bai Yu showed a slight smile on his face. Suddenly he grabbed one of Might Guy's foot and smashed him to the ground fiercely. With a rumbling, his face changed suddenly, and he imagined a touch of pain. It seems that this blow caused a lot of injuries to him. In addition, there were zombies at the Might Guy station, and now the business school is a little tired with his selection. A green light flashed in Bai Yu's hand, using healing ninjutsu to help Might Guy recover a bit. This method is easy for Bai Yu, and he can do it without any effort, and he doesn't want Might to be injured again. He was going to recuperate for 10 days and a half, and now he is injured again. He doesn't know that he needs to recuperate. When will it be? In the unlikely event that his performance is too strong, their armor is lost, and the feeling of continuing to practice, it is even more not that Bai Yusha has seen it. In the later period, Can't Step is a big and important figure, which is related to the future development trend of the whole plot. And once it reaches the late stage, Mad Guy's strength is that the man and machine also touch your peak, but it has not been revealed. At the beginning, Uzumaki, Naruto and Pain learned the reality. During the interview in the Konoha village battle, Mad Guy was leading the 8th class to learn to perform tasks. If at that time, it was within a certain level, there might be no future plot development. The sun is really strong, and Rinnegan is also very terrifying, but it still looks a little bit worse in front of the purchase card that used the last gate of 8 inner gates. Even if someone else uses the subsistence star, it is impossible to stop the full kick of buying a special card. They are all able to move forward now. They haven't cultivated to that level yet, but they can also start the existence of 5th gate. Mad Guy, who was knocked to the ground, was not discouraged, but silently untied the bandages hidden on his hands. Seeing this scene, Bai Yu nodded lightly. He already knew what way Mad Guy would attack him next, even without writing the Analects, without reincarnation, he could know. Even with his eyes closed now, he can actually know what Might Guy wants to use. That is the technology that everyone knows best and is also the most understood. Table Lotus. Sure enough, he quickly disappeared when he stepped forward. The bandage on his hand was drifting in the air and was moved by him in a fast car. Beside Bai Yu, Might Guy ran frantically, except for the emergency footsteps exposed by the sudden collapse of the ground. He could not see where his body was now. And the bandage gradually drifted out in the process of running and running, punching and punching Bai Yu around. Bai Yu silently put his hands on his chest and lowered his head slightly. Chapter 118. I'm so moved to cry. Mad Guy's attack, he decided to choose to carry it hard. Eternal Love is not a particularly powerful move. Of course, this is only in the later stage. In the early stage, this move is very powerful. At the beginning, Xiao Li almost defeated my love with this blow. You must know that the happiness at that time was already a ninja at the level of Jonin, but Xiao Li Genin. This can blow all 3 armors to one person, a move. Seeing that Bai Yu actually chose to carry the mistake of buying it hard, and did not push the tower 1 tower, the armor bought from the previous attack has already known that Bai Yu is definitely not as easy to handle as it seems on the surface. Even if I use all my power, I still can't see enough in front of Bai Yu. Mad Guy had never thought of winning, he just wanted to compete with Bai Yu. Bai Yu was able to carry him an attack, which he couldn't ask for. By the way, let Bai Yu take a look at his current training results and the progress of his training, as well as his strength. I want others to prove that physique is not better than other illusions in ninjutsu, but it is not weaker than those methods. In the end, I bought it quickly for a while, and the white bandage around him rushed towards Bai Yu, trying to completely envelop him. And Mad Guy also flashed to the bottom of Bai Yu, showing his figure for the first time, kicking Bai's arm. Feeling a painful blow from his arm, he kicked and flew to a distance of 10 meters in the sky. This distance is completely slow enough to start using your own way. The surrounding blanks went to Bai Yu brilliantly, and it took only a moment to wrap Bai Yu tightly, leaving nothing behind. After the next Bai Yu was wrapped in a bandage, Might began to come and went into the air, and hugged Bai Yu's dead Bai Yu tightly. With their heads down, the two fell to the ground from a height of tens of meters. Superior. Boom. A violent explosion and collision sounded, and a terrifying hole was exploded on the ground. The shock wave caused by this season can even break the extremely fast and huge rocks around and the wooden stakes Might Guy used in previous training. The power of this blow is absolutely no less than the explosive power of an A- level ninjutsu, and it is even worse. 2 seconds later, in the smoke and dust, Might jumped out. The bandage on his body was wrapped around his hand again. He stared nervously at the smoke and the giant crater in front of him. He didn't dare to be careless at all, his eyes were still cautious. He knows that this round looks very strong, and the actual strength is not weak, but with Bai Yu's strength, he will definitely be able to follow. Maybe you haven't suffered any injuries yet. I won't be complacent just because I impressed Bai Yu. The real battle is only just beginning now. Bai Yu's voice was so horrible that he was impeccable. He even killed a Jinchuriki and won the title of a violent kun, paying attention to prove his own strength, Yamato courage. No one dared to kill a single person, let alone a person who perfectly controls the power of the tail beast. Pay attention, that is the strength of cage level.
In fact, it was not like Mike driving the moon. Bai Yu slowly stood up from the smoke and dust, lightly patted the smoke and dust on his body, and twisted his neck. There were no obvious scars on his body, nor any signs of fatigue or pain, but as indifferent as before.
It's not like having a big move. It is said that Bai Yu just came here, only a little dust has come on him, and some people will believe it. Anyway, now they are slowly beginning to believe it. The strength of this season is pretty good, but it's a pity that my opponent is me. If it's someone else, maybe it's already lying on the ground and can't get up. You have to open at least 2 doors with this trick to prevent yourself from being harmed. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a warrior who has wounded the enemy 1,800. You can try to learn other methods. After all, this method is not suitable for fighting, especially for yourself. The burden is very large. Your current body can't fully control this trick, nor can you fully use your maximum strength and train to be more perfect. Easily, I hope you don't use it, otherwise it's very easy for you to be counter-killed by the enemy because you can't kill the enemy at once. Michael Might is not surprised, but he still feels that this is justified. Hearing that Bai Yu's parents nodded seriously, he was the original of this trick, and naturally he also knew the advantages and disadvantages of this trick. Just like what Bai Yu said, this move is indeed a move that God had only 800 left in the past, and he would not use it for couples, but this time the opponent is to use all his strength and let Bai Yu left a good impression on him in his heart. I know that if my performance is too bad, my strength is not strong enough and I don't have any talent. I only know that I am learning to speed up a monster with 5 big and 3 rough, simple-minded and well-developed limbs. Then Bai Yu would never teach him so patiently, so he didn't hesitate to use this method. Bai Yu taught him, only to prove that he still has a little bit of suicide in Bayou district. Bai Yu will not easily give up his guidance. This is a good thing for Mad Guy, he has even forgotten, and he almost jumped up with excitement. I will pay attention to and develop other moves in the future. I won't use this one anymore. Might Guy answered firmly. It's just that I will use this issue when things are not right or there is no other way. Although the burden on myself is a bit heavy, I still have to do this in order to survive and defeat the opponent. Come on, let's continue. Bai Yu nodded. It's okay to continue to learn, but you have to be careful of your injuries, don't hurt them. Originally, you need to rest for another 10 days and a half month before you can recover. If all the fighting power with me is to defeat me once, it would be a bit of a loss. We are doing our best for everything. Don't force yourself, don't hurt yourself just because you want to beat me. That's not good for you, and you can't learn anything. After this discussion, I will teach you some other ways to improve your own strength. By the way, you will also reply to your boss. There was a bright light in Might Guy's eyes, very excited, the adrenaline in his body was rushing not to have children. Hearing Bai Yu's words, the enthusiasm in his heart ignited again in the sneak shot. He was about to force him to be unable to restrain the strength in his body. After Bai Yu's reminder, this attack with Mad Guy became more cautious. He is constantly looking for opportunities around Bai Yu, moving fast, wanting to give himself a high-intensity speed advantage, so that Bai Yu can't react. The imagination is ideal, but the reality is very skinny. Bai Yu's gaze has been on the position of Might Guy, has never shaken one, and has been following his movements in the actor. In front of his eyes, Might Guy was like a comfortable quilt after being released. There is no homework for any movement in front of Bai Yu, and it is no different from watching a 3-year-old baby running fast. It's just that these cards sold are not valuable. He still moves fast on his own, relying on his previous combat responses to make corresponding actions. But he didn't know that his actions had already been completely seen through in front of Bai Yu, and there was no privacy at all. The King Might Guy's Nanming worked hard. Bai Yu couldn't bear to go up and pierce him for a while, and could only let Might Guy move around to find a place. If you just tell Mad Guy directly and say that his attack is like a child, there are no rules at all, then it will be very sad to start school slowly. From time to withstand such a blow, just in Mad Guy, his mind was very incapable since he was a child, and he would shake his mind because of these words. This will have a great impact on the future. Hash plus hash equals. Bai Yu can't do such a stupid thing, and there is no need for him to taunt Mad Guy. It would be fine to describe it like this with a mic driving yourself. At that time, he only needs to reveal a flaw to lure Might Guy to come up and attack him. He can't react after pretending to be lost for a while, quietly perform a wave, slowly change, and regain his mood. You are almost moved by yourself and cried. You are such a great person, you think about everything else. When I waited for a special product, a golden light suddenly appeared in his eyes. After more than 2 minutes of high-speed rotation and escaped, he finally discovered Bai Yu's breakthrough. Since he was ecstatic in his heart, he knew that no matter how powerful a person was, there would inevitably be a little flaw, and he happened to be a person who would seize the opportunity very well. Might Ka almost didn't hesitate at all, and rushed forward, kicking to Bai Yu's face. A golden light flashed in Bai Yu's eyes, and his slightly sloppy mouth seemed a little surprised. As soon as he raised his hand to the position of his chest, Might Guy's foot had already hit his chest. The heavy blow hit Bai Yu severely, and a muffled noise erupted. There was also a little bit of pain on Bai Yu's face. This scene made Mad Guy's face change a little, so that he quickly took back home and hurriedly took Bai Yu's arm, worrying. Are you okay, Bai Yu? I thought you could avoid it. I didn't want to make such a heavy hand. It doesn't matter if you were physically. I suffered a little injury and the death was not particularly serious. Bai Yu rubbed his chest lightly, stood up again, and exclaimed. I underestimated you. Your speed is so fast, even I didn't react to this game. Before I had time to defend, your attack would have hit me. If it weren't for my body, I would have been kicked out by you. You don't look like a wounded person. Hearing Bai Yu's compliment to Bai open and embarrassed, it provokes the back of his head. The heart was in ecstasy, but there was no trace on the surface. The restlessness in the heart was forcibly pressed. Now Bai Yu was injured by him, and he laughed out loud. Come on, that would be too sorry. Bai Yu, he wouldn't do this kind of thing. He also wants to ask Bai Yu to practice the 3 ways and 4 classics. Now he thinks I was hit by a sneak attack. He stood by himself once, so we won't put Bai Yu in our eyes anymore. 0 at that time. If you get angry, you won't teach him anymore, and you will just give up on him in the future, then he won't have to play. In terms of his own talent for hard work, he wants to practice the sword, and the ranks of the strong still need a long period of hard work. Bai Yun is the only one who can help her shorten this period of time. It can be said that Bai Yu is the hope of Mad Guy. Might Guy, I don't want Bai Yu to hate him. Then do you want to take a break first? I should be almost fighting for today's training. Although I hope that Bai Yu will get up quickly and continue to liberate him, let him experience the feeling of the public Bai Yun again. But now that Bai Yu is injured, he won't be complacent. Maybe Bai Yu was injured a bit during the Second Man-Machine War. His words on the soles of his feet this time do not mean that he can beat him. If Bai Yu wants to kill him, he needs a look. Such a huge gap in strength Might Guy knows very well in his heart, so he won't watch Bai Yu all over. No need, continue to fight for a while. Do you think that I am really so weak? Will be kicked to death by you. A faint smile appeared on Bai Yu's face, and soon one of the fatigue and paleness on his face disappeared completely, as if he had never received an injury, exactly like an ordinary person. Seeing the expression on Bai Yu's face, Might Guy breathed a sigh of relief. The big rock he chose in his heart finally fell to the ground. He was worried that Bai Yu would be injured because of this foot. If that is the case, then he must slap himself hard and ask Bai Yu to forgive him. Fortunately, he underestimated Bai Yu's ability to fight and overestimated his own strength. Obviously, this blow did not cause any serious injuries to Bai Yu. At best, it can only be regarded as a little trouble. Soon someone started a new round of fighting again and criticized the speed and strength of both of them for an increase this time. The ground was hit by chakra, and dozens of terrifying pits were punched out. The trees were scattered, and even the might card flew out several times. Except at the beginning, Might Card was able to get close to Bai Yu and quit for a lap, but as time went by, he found that Bai Yu's power seemed not to be online, and the speed was getting faster and stronger. Even in the simplest fist competition, he is not actually Bai Yu's opponent. You must know that pure strength is his biggest advantage, but now Bai Yu's strength is actually on him. This undoubtedly caused serious psychological trauma to him, and he doubted that he would feel that Bai Yu would have a psychological shadow in the future. This is because of the battle between Tianyu and Bai Yu, who have crushed him on all fronts. It is said that an adult in his 20s can bully a 3-year-old child. All Might Guy ignited naturally and became one of the children's characters. Deficit. Chapter 119 The Power Vitals. I don't know how long it has been. Might Guy is hungry. His cold sweat is getting more and more, and he is getting paler. In the end, Might Guy was used by Bai Yu to speak of Flying Thunder God, and mentioned a big rock, smashed a hole and fell on the ground. A loud bang sounded, announcing the end of this discussion. Bai Yu stepped forward and pulled Might Guy up from the ground, used treatment punishment for him, and helped him recover from his injuries. Next, Might Guy will continue to practice, but he can't be injured too severely, otherwise it will affect his future training. Only when Might Guy gets better quickly can he cultivate stronger. Might Guy wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and panted heavily. His breath was a little unstable. I really underestimated you, Bai Yu. Your current strength may have surpassed most cage-level characters. I am so small in front of you. I feel that the moment you were hit by me at the beginning, is it because you made me? Otherwise, judging from your current strength and reaction speed, I will never be able to beat you. No, that's because you found my flaw yourself, and you hit me when I was sad and not relieved. What you see is your own true level, true strength, and it's not that I let the water go. You don't need to underestimate your own strength. Your strength is very strong. Come on, keep working hard and believe in your strength. Have you forgotten your vows? If you want all the proofs, even if you don't speed up ninjutsu, illusion only relies on the 1-4-0 technology. You can cultivate more powerful than anyone. Hearing these words, Might Guy's blood boiled. He clenched his fists vigorously, and his heart was high. Yes, this is my goal and my belief. I will prove to everyone in the world that I will be stronger than everyone. A technique that seems useless to them, in my opinion, is the ability to crush them. Try hard. I will always be there to help you. If you have any questions you don't understand, please feel free to ask me, and I will come to visit you tomorrow and take a good rest. Bai Yu patted Might Guy's shoulder and left the training ground with a smile. Looking at Bai Yu's back, Might Guy's eyes were moist, and his grateful voice was a little choked. There are too few people who can think of him like Ishin, and Bai Yu is one of them. It's a pity that my body is too poor and there is nothing important, otherwise I will give it all to Bai Yu, but his actions have silently sworn an oath. As long as there is any need for help for the remaining difficult problems, he will definitely arrive at the first time to give him the most powerful protection. This may be the only way he can think of to protect Bai Yu. In addition, he doesn't know how to repay him. Bai Yu's kindness to him can be said to be like a surging river, which is endless. Even if he sacrifices his own life, he will not hesitate. Bai Yu, who has been far away, doesn't know what Might Guy's thinking is like now, but just let him know it will not make any expressions. After all, Might Guy wants to help him and can't help it. Might Guy's current strength is still a little too weak, and maybe anyone who can help him will be able to open the door as long as he opens the dead door. However, once he opens the door of death, Might Guy will definitely die, unless there is the power of the disconnected person, or Bai Yu personally takes action, using the revolving heaven technique to save Might Guy's life. Otherwise, Med Guy's help can only have one chance, and it must be successful, otherwise there will be no chance again. When Bai Yu left Might Guy's training ground, it was already afternoon. After thinking about it for a while, Bai Yu went to Uchiha's flower shop. Now Uchiha Table Incense should sell flowers here. Thinking of this, Bai Yu went straight to the entrance of the flower shop. At this time, there was an endless stream of people. The two surrounding streets were full of people coming and going. People who didn't know thought that something big happened here. Bai Yu's hidden affectionate and curious ears listened, wanting to see what these people were doing here. Have you heard? Yesterday, Mr. Bai Yu bought flowers here, and also helped other students who wanted to buy flowers choose some flowers. Yes, Bai Yu's choice is very suitable for those classmates' appetite, and it is especially suitable for those classmates. Yesterday I saw many people holding a flower in their hands. Those smallpox seems to be bought in this flower shop. Let's go and buy some more together. Maybe if we are lucky, we can still meet Mr. Bai Yu here. Are you here to buy flowers? I want to call you, but my thoughts are the same as yours. Hurry up, let's go. If you're late, maybe Master Bai Yu will leave, and in case there are people here more and more, we can't squeeze in either. Just like this, a large group of girls, even some people, ran into the flower shop in an endless stream, wanting to buy 2 flowers. But in fact, everyone knows that buying flowers is only incidental, and the main purpose is to see Bai Yu with his own eyes. Although Bai Yu killed a person, Zhu Li was called Violent Kun, and his strength was very strong, but none of the ninjas of Konoha village would hate him. On the contrary, there are still many people who regard him as an idol and want to catch up with him. Might Guy is just one of these many people. If it weren't for the story behind it, Bai Yu would not go to Might Guy, and even slightly revealed that he was back on the market. It can be said that although Might Guy cannot learn ninjutsu, his luck has always been relatively good. Although rock paper scissors has always lost and never won, no one dares to say that his Jez is stronger than him. He just lost to Hitaki Kakashi. Against other people, his other missions have always been to declare the result of victory. Seeing so many people coming for him, Bai Yu was covered with cold sweat in an instant, and his heart felt cold. I knew yesterday that I shouldn't have been so fanatical. I sold all the flowers in this flower shop at once, which caused many people to know my news. It's troublesome now. I have to be cautious when I go out, for fear of being watched by others, and I'm thrown down all at once. You can't enter this door, so let's go through the back door and bypass these people. I don't want to be blocked here. I came to Uchiha, not to hold a fan meeting. Thinking of this, Bai Yu quietly hid the voice, used the voice change technique, transformed into another person's appearance, and sneaked into the back door of the flower shop. Few people at the back of the flower shop know about it, usually the staff and Uchiha at the flower shop know about it, but Bai Yu is one of many unsuspecting people. Pushing open the back door lightly, Bai Yu walked straight in. This is a closed cubicle filled with many flowers, which is very bright, and when the door is opened, a large fragrance of flowers will blow over your face. It makes people smell it, and suddenly feel refreshed, very comfortable, and even the body and mind will slowly relax. In addition to your many words, there is another person here. At first, someone came in facing the back, and the people in the flower shop suddenly raised their heads, slightly surprised. But when he saw Bai Yu's appearance, he frowned. He didn't know this person in his impression, but he meant to tell him that this person is deeply familiar, and he is so familiar, kind. There is a very close feeling inside. This feeling made people in the flower shop very puzzled. He didn't understand why this person who had never met brought such feelings. They don't seem to have met them at all. When did there be such a number 1 in Konoha village? Why did he not know? So you are here too. There are too many people at the door of the normal flower shop, so I just came in directly through the back door. After speaking, Bai Yu's figure slowly hollowed out, as if suddenly disappeared. At the next moment, Bai Yu's original appearance was revealed and displayed in front of Uchiha Table Shong. Seeing the stranger in front of me suddenly changed back to Bai Yu's appearance, with this wave of killing twice, I finally knew why I felt so softly just now. It turned out that this person turned out to be Bai Yu's transformation using transformation technique. He came in from the back door because there were too many people at the front door of the flower shop. He couldn't get in and worried that he would be blocked at the door, so he chose to go through the back door. There are very few people who can understand this, and Bai Yu is just one of them. How did you come? Although it is a sentence and a question, Uchiha's table fragrance, with a happy smile on his face, represents the most true thoughts in his heart. Point 0. Seeing Bai Yu isolated from the world in front of him yesterday, I believe you must be very happy. Of course I miss you, so I just came to take a look at you. It just happened to be called Might Guy just now. I came here after I said that, in fact I just miss you. Bai Yu glanced at it. Few people knew about the space around him, and no one would usually enter. Uchiha Jinxiong is the owner of this flower shop, so basically there is no one to bother you. Thinking of this, Bai Yu's courage was a little bit bolder, and he came to the front of Uchiha table incense generously and elegantly, stretched out his hand, and took Uchiha table incense into his arms. How? Did you miss me? Uchiha's desk fragrant, his face flushed slightly, and he nodded shyly. Originally, she wanted to maintain the image of a lady, and she refused after she wanted Yao, but Bai Yu suddenly stopped his waist, which left her mind blank and completely forgot what she wanted to do. Just subconsciously nodded, and directly admitted that there was hardly any thinking, it was just the subconscious behavior in the mind. Seeing Uchiha Dianxiang admit it, Bai Yu also showed a gentle smile. Before Uchiha hadn't reacted, he poked his red lips lightly. Uchiha suddenly felt a softer body and a more shy atmosphere. At the same time, the corners of his eyes turned to the surroundings, as if he was worried that someone would come in. Today the business of the flower shop is very good, and there is an endless stream of people coming. He also temporarily hired 3 employees to help sell flowers. Otherwise, she can't be too busy alone. At this time, there are at least 40 or 50 people in the flower shop. If someone accidentally breaks in and sees this scene, she still doesn't know how to explain it. I'm afraid she will be spit and slapped to death by fans of Bai Yu in the flower shop. Thinking of this, Uchiha gave Shangshang a little more of a sense of caution in my heart. What are you thinking about? Are you still thinking about what happened last night? Bai Yu leaned to Uchiha's ears. Uchiha Rinnegan shuddered slightly, and couldn't help Bai Yu giving a blank look. You're embarrassed to say that if you were so courageous last night, let's did it for so long. I feel a little unsteady now. Doesn't that mean that I am very good? This is normal operation. I haven't exerted my strength yet. If I use my full strength, you will probably be lying in bed for a month. This sentence Bai Yu doesn't mean anything to exaggerate. If he uses his full strength, Uchiha Rinnegan 2.6 is indispensable for a month. Let's stop talking, I'm going to do business today. There are a lot of people coming from outside, and I have to move all the flowers out here. If you are worried about being entangled by people outside, then do you want to hide here first? Uchiha Rinnegan asked tentatively, and at the same time, he kept watching the micro-expression on Bai Yu's face, for fear that he would show a hint of displeasure. However, it turns out that Uchiha Rinnegan thought too much. Not only did Bai Yu not have the slightest dissatisfaction on his face, but instead he nodded very seriously and agreed without hesitation. No problem, then you go ahead, but I suggest you hire 2 more people. After all, there are so many people here, even 3 people can't be busy. When I came just now, I saw many people on the side of the road waiting in a long queue to come in and buy flowers. Today you can make a lot of money again, how can you be unhappy? Bai Yu smiled softly. Uchiha Rinnegan naturally knew that those people did not come for buying flowers, but for Bai Yu's name. Yesterday afternoon, Bai Yu helped Uchiha Rinnegan sell flowers and help others choose flowers. It must have gone crazy. The ninjas of Konoha village all want to come and witness this superpower that arouses strength with their own eyes. By the way, let's take a look at what Bai Yu's true face looks like. Is it really the same as others say, so young? Then I'll go find 2 more people right away, and you will wait for me for a while. Saying that Uchiha Rinnegan wanted to turn her head and leave, but Bai Yu grabbed her hand. Chapter 120 The fragrance of flowers doesn't smell like you. What's wrong? What else? Uchiha Rinnegan glanced at Bai Yu curiously, not knowing what he wanted to do suddenly. Do you still need to ask about this kind of thing? What will happen to your party? There is a wicked smile on your face, and it looks a little bit nasty, as if you were playing tricks, just normal. Uchiha's ideal seemed to understand the meaning of Bayou in an instant, and he began to imagine a picture in his heart. His face was also very ruddy like 2 ripe red apples. It's just that he reacted immediately and waved his hands vigorously. No more. There are so many customers outside the flower shop. I have to go out first, please don't be here. When he said this, Uchiha Table Shang felt a little unbelievable. He did not reject Bai Yu, he was just delaying time. You can reject Bai Yu's. Why would he choose to delay time? Such thoughts and answers have been helping you to think about it, and it is already very clear in my heart. But this answer is a bit weird 20, even beyond his own imagination and understandable tolerance, which made him completely afraid to think about it. What do you think? I just said you have to kiss me before you can leave. With that said, Bai Yu clicked on his face with his right index finger. The facts are self-evident. Uchiha felt incense, and suddenly realized that there was a sense of loss in his heart. It seemed that something was missing, and he didn't take actual actions according to the thoughts in his heart in the future, which made him feel a little bit disappointed. But immediately Uchiha Table Shang came back to his senses. They shook their heads and became even more shy. He didn't understand why he thought that way, or why he felt such a sense of loss. Is it because of the influence of deduxification that he will not only refuse Bai Yu now, but will instead focus on his ideas? Why don't you want to? You were very active last night, and even once took the initiative. Now you are so shy, but this is not like you last night. Bai Yu's imaginary sounds directly pointed out what happened last night. And this trick must be very abstract for Uchiha's table fragrance. Her face became more ruddy, she approached Bai Yu shyly and kissed him on the cheek. That's it, I'm going out. Go. Bai Yu nodded in satisfaction. On the surface, it was calm, but in fact, he was already extremely excited. He understood that Uchiha Table Shong was completely pinched by him this time. Successfully won Uchiha. Uchiha Jishong blushed, and hurried out of the attic. When she arrived in the flower shop, she immediately released the recruitment information and asked 2 female shop assistants to help her sell flowers. A florist's 5 employees helped improve work efficiency all at once, and no matter how many people came in, they were able to sell quickly. The division of labor is clear, and the efficiency is very fast, so Uchiha Zishang instantly relaxes. It's just that Uchiha Table Fragrance is still standing in the flower shop, and for a while, he doesn't know where to go. She was wondering if she would go back to the attic to find Bai Yu, but if she went to find Bai Yu might do something strange again, and she would definitely have no place to show herself. But if she doesn't go back, she doesn't know what to do, and leaving Bai Yu alone in the attic, she feels bad about the party. Uchiha Zhenxiang was suffering from anxiety at this time. She was making a crucial decision, whether to go back to the attic or stay in the flower shop. Which one made her feel a bit of tension and expectation from the party. She was unable to make the best changes and choices in a short time. Seemingly knowing the difficulties Uchiha's table incense is facing now, Bai Yu slid his corner with a faint smile, and used chakra to transmit the sound of Uchiha's table incense. Come up when you're almost busy, don't be there alone, there is nothing for you anymore. Or you don't want to see me and don't want to come up now, if you don't come up, then I just leave. Hearing these words, Uchiha lost her entanglement in an instant, and rushed up the stairs, 2 steps, almost galloping upstairs, for fear that Bai Yu would leave after a second. Opening the attic door, Bai Yu was still sitting here quietly on the ground, holding a flower in his hand under his nose, and smelling it gently. Hearing the movement, Bai Yu slowly opened his eyes, and reinserted the flowers in his hands. Although the flowers here are very fragrant, I still make the scent on your body more attractive to me. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Yu suddenly came to Uchiha's face, stretched out his hand and gently hugged Uchiha's table incense in his arms. That's right, it's just that the smell on you is very good, not tiresome at all. Hearing Bai Yu's confession, Uchiha Joseon blushed and put his head in front of Bai Yu's chest with a blushing face, gently stretched out his hand, clenched his fist, and punched Bai Yu's chest. It's just that the 140 is not used very hard, it's better to say that it is a hammer than it is to stroke it. Hate you wiped honey with your little finger today? How can you say it's so sweet? It must be because of you. I would definitely not say that when talking to others. It happens to be nothing right now, just give it a try here. Hearing these words, Uchiha Joseon understood something in an instant, and couldn't help his eyes widening. Not here, right? There are still many people out there. What if someone runs in? And I still feel a little tired from last night until now. Or next time, forget it this time. Are you rejecting me? But I didn't discuss it with you, I was just notifying you. After speaking, regardless of Uchiha's objection, Bai Yu directly pressed Uchiha's table incense to the ground. Uchiha Joseon exclaimed, trying to stop Bai Yu's behavior, but found that Bai Yu's strength is amazing now. In the end, Uchiha Rinnegan could only slowly close his eyes, which was considered a tacit understanding. But she still covered Ziba with her hands, trying not to make any noise, so as not to be discovered by others. Now that she was discovered, she couldn't tell even if she had 10,000 shots. Chapter 121 Ninja Academy. Time passed quickly. When Bai Yu was okay, he went to find Uchiha and cultivated his feelings. In the morning, he went to find Might Guy. While helping him recover from his injuries, he can continue to teach him how to shave. Might Guy is worthy of being an expert in ninjutsu. He learns very quickly, completely exceeding Bai Yu's imagination. Might Guy seems to be able to use it by nature. T usually only looks at Bai Yu, and has mastered the essence after using it twice. Although the speed is still a little bit short, there is definitely only Might Guy who can learn such a deep ninja so quickly. This is enough to prove that Mad Guy's talent is not bad, he just has no attribute changes. There is no way to force this kind of thing, and even Bai Yu can't change it. It's just enough for Might Guy to learn how to use T, so in the next battle, if Might uses T, his win rate will be very strong. 3 days passed quickly. Today is Uchiha Shisui when he graduated from ninja school. Once a person's blood pressure is out, he represents a real ninja. And because of his great talent and strength far beyond his peers, once he leaves that academy, he will be sent to the battlefield of the Second World War. Become a ruthless killer. Of course, the dangers and risks are still very high. Even Uchiha Shisui, who is exceptionally talented and powerful, will inevitably reveal his flaws in the face of those experienced ninjas. By convention, every time a ninja graduates from the Ninja Academy, he will take a final graduation exam to test whether the ninja's strength is appropriate. Today is Uchiha Shisui, taking the exam is also when he graduated. There is a huge combat square in the inner hall of the Ninja Academy. It's huge, it's 200 meters in diameter, and there are chess and card seats on both sides of the square, allowing ninjas and their parents from the Ninja Academy to participate in the battle of their children. This is not only a test of the students' learning experience, but also an expression of the hard work of the Ninja Academy teachers. Bai Yu and Uchiha Table Incense came together and went to the Ninja Academy, planning to watch Uchiha Shisui's actual combat results and the 2-day experience. Through 3 days of almost endless study, I have learned that the knowledge has initially understood the use of Fangen. Although the power is not comparable to those of the decoration-style people, it is not much different. In addition, he himself is a user of fire style, and using wind shield is just to increase the power of his fire style. Thinking that Bai Yu and Uchiha have already reached the gate of the Ninja Academy, there are many students standing here waiting for their parents to arrive. Uchiha Shisui is in it. He stares at the small road ahead. This is the only road leading to the two colleges. He is looking forward to coming to Nanxiong. He has been here since 7 in the morning, waiting. Uchiha Jinchuriki also promised him at home that he will definitely come to watch Uchiha Shisui's battle and participate in the graduation ceremony today. After 10 minutes, Bai Yu and Uchiha Joseon appeared together at the gates of two colleges, and they got very close. Although Bai Yu is relatively young, his figure is very strong and well developed. He looks like an adult, generally even half a head taller than Uchiha Nanxiong. Uchiha has been used to table fragrance in his 40s, but he maintains it very well, and his appearance is also very handsome and beautiful. He has the aura of a big sister next door, and does not have the charm of a mature woman at all. It's just that Bai Yu likes Uchiha's table incense, otherwise he wouldn't be close to Uchiha's incense. Seeing Bai Yu and Uchiha Jinchuriki came to the two academies together, Uchiha Shisui shouted in excitement and waved vigorously. "Mom, Bai Yu brother, I am here, have you seen me?" Uchiha Rinxiang's eyes moved slightly, and he looked at the location of Uchiha Shisui, and at the same time, the corner of his eye was alert to Bai Yu. At this time, he felt like a chicken in his mind, as well as a sense of trance. It seems that she is the mother of Uchiha Shisui, while Bai Yu is the father of Uchiha Sasuke. Generally, they are two real couples attending their son's graduation ceremony. This strange feeling made Uchiha Dianxiang shyly unable to speak, and at the same time, he felt a little more the same for Bai Yu. "Here we are. How did you rest last night? Are you in good spirits today?" Uchiha Rinxiang took a few steps forward, with the former and the inquirer who was very concerned when he did not know anyone. Asterisk. "Of course, I have recovered very well. I am in a very good state now, and I am not tired at all. Then I just need to wait for the commencement of the graduation ceremony." Uchiha Shisui seems to be particularly happy today, not only because he graduated from Ren College, but also because of the arrival of Bai Yu and Uchiha under the forest. It's just that you're not saying that you're still young. He doesn't understand the relationship between Bai Yu and Uchiha. Even if the two were so close, even holding hands with each other, Uchiha Shisui had no doubts. He was just looking forward to the next graduation exam, and he didn't put his mind on these messes at all. This is the outstanding point of Uchiha Shisui. He can completely abandon some unnecessary distractions and only remember the most important things. You can let him concentrate on everything he does, never get distracted, and learn things and progress very quickly. In addition, he was originally a genius with different talents, and a character is the existence of dominating one side. These are just laying some foundation for his future life. Seeing the people in front of them go down, yelling in excitement, Uchiha Shisui, Bai Yu stepped forward and said with a smile. "How about Shisui? I taught you that Fengtong Ninjutsu is okay. With your strength, you will be able to pass the graduation exam smoothly. You don't need to be too nervous, just do your best. From today on, you will be a true ninja, and it is very likely that you will be sent to the battlefield for the baptism of war. I hope you can concentrate on facing every battle and give your opponents the utmost respect. This is what you need to do today." Uchiha Shisui nodded heavily, his eyes straight and firm. "No problem, the way you add me, brother Bayou, I have been training hard all the time." Chapter 122 Graduation Exam. "No problem, the way you add me, brother Bayou, I have always been training hard. This time I will definitely be able to get a very ideal and good grade by you brother, and later you will watch my performance in the spectator stand. Let me look forward to your performance, let's go in first." The female anchor resigned and nodded, and took the initiative to lead the way. By the way, she was still explaining the surrounding environment and the content of today's graduation exam. "Our exam today is 1-to-1, and we fight with a subordinate, and there will even be a middleman. Our goal is to defeat the enemy. As long as we succeed 3 times, we can graduate smoothly. Then we don't need to return here to continue training. With my current strength, I want to graduate from Ninja Academy without a problem. I'm just worried about whether I will actually enter the battlefield after graduating from here. Brother Bai Yu, you have entered the battlefield many times. You should know what the battlefield is like. Is it really dangerous? Can you explain it to me?" Bai Yu thought for a while, digging his cheek with his hand, and replied faintly. "It's very dangerous. Anyway, it may be a devastating blow for some chunin. They may go up without using a plastic cup. Others have killed them. Vigilance is also very likely to be killed in seconds. I don't think it is so difficult, after all, their strength is not particularly strong before my eyes. If it weren't for Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly and urgently summoned me back, maybe I'm still on the battlefield now, fighting victoriously. I am still missing on the battlefield, and there will be no major accidents. If you are really arranged on the battlefield, then you can go to Namikaze Minato and let him protect your safety. Namikaze Minato's strength has actually reached the Qi, and his flying loudly is very fast, can save you in an instant. It can be said that when you are waiting for delivery, as long as you stand in front of the sparkling light, you are equivalent to a life-saving talisman. No one can defeat you, and no one can kill you. As long as you have Namikaze Minato by your side, you can let go of your hands and feet to fight boldly. Namikaze Minato is responsible for all safety. You don't have to worry about being guilty and don't have any danger at all. And, CACG, don't forget, there is still me standing behind you. I am your strongest backing. Any difficulties and problems encountered, even life dangers, must be told in time. I can protect your safety. On the battlefield, no one of you should believe them. It is very likely that someone else has turned out and used the deformed eyes. Your child is a kid now, even if he graduated from that college, the talent is very powerful, and he will not send you to very dangerous places. Most of the enemies are genin and shunin. Today's graduation exam is considered to be for you to practice your hands. Come on, your mother and I will watch you quietly from the sidelines. After talking about a lot of Bai Yu, and finally chatting, he kept adding a little bit of interest to his little head. At the same time, the warlock was shot, and Bai Yu was shot into Uchiha Shisui's body. In this way, no matter where he is, as long as he wants to find Uchiha Shisui easily, he can also use non-ideal methods to teleport Uchiha Shisui from a distance. This is equivalent to a life-saving charm and the most important thing. Hearing the teachings of Spanish Mackerel, Uchiha Shisui nodded firmly and looked serious, even reluctant to blink his eyes, for fear of missing any details. The knowledge and experience that I have imparted to him, but he has obtained it time and time again on the battlefield, this is definitely not a mistake. Believe that Bai Yu de Yongshengyu, Zibo Shisui naturally know this. This is where we are. Let's go to the rest area to take a break. There is still half an hour before the exam. Good. Bai Yu and Uchiha Shisui walked in front side by side. The two talked and laughed. Bai Yu has been teaching Uchiha Shisui some of his own experience. It can be said that they have taken care of ordinary people in every possible way. How could they be treated like this? Even seeing Bai Yu is very difficult, let alone getting Bai Yu's personal education. These are all things and experience values that can protect life, and I don't dare to care about more than that, so I wrote them all down. I see. Thank you Bai Yu for the reminder. Uchiha Rinnegan walked at the back, looking at the figures of Bai Yu and Uchiha Shisui in front of him, and suddenly he was in a daze. It seems that Bai Yu is Uchiha Shisui, and the real biological father generally takes care of this kind of meticulous care, which is not excessive at all. And this thought just appeared on the alarm clock under the forest of Uchiha, and it instantly made him a little thinner. This feeling is just this feeling. Uchiha Rinnegan doesn't hate it at all, but likes it very much. He missed such a quiet feeling very much, which gave him the appearance of the three of them as a family. Bai Yu will definitely be a good father in the future. Maybe I can try to give birth to a child for Bai Yu. Right? What am I thinking about? I am the mother of Uchiha Shisui. As the mother of every offspring, how can I think like this? Besides, Bai Yu is only so old now, how could I give birth to him when he is so young? And I heard that Bai Yu seems to have a girlfriend. She seems to be the girl named Ta Rihong. I seem to have seen that girl once before. She is very beautiful and likes buying flowers back home. He and Bai Yu are the same age, more suitable to be Bai Yu's wife, and that person is not me. I can live with Bai Yu for a short period of time and I have been very satisfied. Bai Yu still thinks that I can't disturb his life. I have to think for myself, Bai Yu, and even Uchiha Shisui. Bai Yu, who was walking in the front, shook his head abruptly and looked at Uchiha, swiping the corners of his mouth, one by one, with a gentle smile. And this look instantly made Uchiha Table Zhang's heart throbbing, and then a small deer rammed it randomly, which usually made him unable to calm down for a long time. He has a feeling that Bai Yu has seen through his true thoughts. Although I don't know why this is his sixth sense. Chapter 123 gradually rely on his sixth sense has always been very accurate, and Uchiha has no doubts. But it is because of this sixth sense that Uchiha is even more confused. When will he feel this way? The longer he stays with Bai Yu, the longer he gets along, and the more he understands each other, he realizes that he really seems to be unable to leave Bai Yu at all. Without Bai Yu, he didn't even know how to live. Before he knew it, Bai Yu had become an indispensable part of his life. Even if he was only someone's father, it didn't make him feel like that. Why did the teenage child in front of him bring such thoughts and feelings to him? At this time, the three are human beings, and many students and parents have gathered. Teachers also stood behind the students, arranged the venue in an orderly organization. Uchiha Shisui took Bai Yu and Uchiha Table Incense to sit in the audience seat, and Mr. Yu immediately came up to greet him kindly. You are Uchiha Shisui's mother, Uchiha Dragon Fragrant Pigment. Hello. Uchiha Shisui's recent performance is very good, and the graduation exam results this time will be very easy to pass. If Uchiha Shisui's talents are sufficient, he will enter the battlefield after graduating from school this time. I need to tell you your opinion on this matter in advance. Speaking of this matter, Uchiha Rinnegan's face showed a strong worry. Uchiha Shisui had already told him before, but this time Teacher Cheng got an accurate answer personally in his book, and he was still very worried. After all, there is a true, normal post, and you will lose your life. If you just stepped into the battlefield just after graduating from our school and stepped into such a dangerous situation, no parent would be at ease. My child is still young, can he not let him enter the battlefield? I'm afraid he will be in danger. The battlefield is a very good place to experience. Only if you have experienced a life and death crisis yourself can you learn better and discover your own potential. Moreover, for safety issues, you don't actually have to worry too much. Students who go out will be accompanied by teachers, and such teachers are generally at the Joninenbu level, which can protect the safety of students. If there are no unexpected events or accidents, this loss of love is a good opportunity to exercise oneself, and it will be easier for future cultivation. Such an opportunity, presumably with Uchiha Shisui's talent, will not give up. Of course, if you compulsorily require students not to go, it is not impossible, but for the future development of Uchiha Shisui and the amount of resources it will be much less, you should be able to understand this point. Uchiha Rinxiang's face changed slightly. He understood what the teacher said. Okay, although he wanted to be the same as the teacher said, if he refused, he would definitely not lean resources to Uchiha Shisui vigorously in the future. He was even locked up because he was too talented and did not attend school arrangements, or even sent to Anbu. This is a very normal thing, and I have become one of the unspoken rules. No need to name it, but everyone knows what it means. While being in a dilemma with his children, Bai Yu gently patted him on the shoulder with very little movement, and no one noticed it. Don't be nervous. If it was before, it would be fine if you refused directly, but now don't forget to let me protect Uchiha Shisui. His life can be guaranteed. Don't say you can walk sideways. At least I took Uchiha Shisui into the battlefield. It's no problem to walk around and fight hard. With Bai Yu's guarantee, Uchiha, the table has 2 colors, and it was breathed by the naked eye, as if the big stone in his heart had also fallen to the ground. Indeed, if it is protected by Bai Yu, then few people in the entire human world are Bai Yu's opponents. At least in Uchiha's cognition, there are not many people in the entire human world who are Bai Yu's opponents. Wouldn't it be more than enough to protect Uchiha Stone with Bai Yu's strength? Thinking of this, Uchiha Table Shong nodded and readily agreed. I agreed with Uchiha Shisui to participate in the training, but his safety must be protected with the greatest and most powerful protection, and he must not be seriously injured. I need him to come back alive intact. This is for sure. Teachers will be responsible for the safety of every student, otherwise we would not dare to let students go to the battlefield to experience. You made a correct choice of 10 points. We took the students into the battlefield for some experience. After the students perform well, they will get many parents. You will naturally have a lot of benefits as parents. And maybe you will be one of the objects of our Konoha village's vigorous cultivation in the future, and you can have privileges that many people do not have. Point 0. Personally, I am very optimistic that you will go out afterwards, and I believe that Uchiha Shisui's strength and talent are far more than that. If you don't participate in the experience this time, it would be a pity. Fortunately, you made a 10-point correct. 10 key choices. By the way, this one seems to be. Originally, the teacher thought that Bai Yu next to him was Uchiha Shisui's father, but when he saw the immature expression on his face and the slightly naive face, he was very puzzled. After all, such a person seems to be around 15-14 years old at most. Even if his expression is mature and introverted, his aura cannot change his true age. And how could such a young person be the father of Uchiha Shisui? The most important point is that he looked at Bai Yu and felt very familiar. He always felt that he had seen this person before, but for a while, he would be a little confused. Even if he tried his best, he could only have a vague concept. That's why he couldn't help but ask directly, wanting to check the situation. This venue is graduated from Ninja Academy. Except for students and parents, no one else is allowed to enter the test site. I am worried that spies from other countries will step into this place and want to murder talented students here, which will affect the future trend. This kind of vigilance work is indispensable, and he must do his due diligence to blame the above if he doesn't do it. With his identity and his strength, he can't bear it at all. Deficit, Chapter 124 Threat. Hello, this is Bai Yu. Bai Yu glanced, and the teacher faintly responded.
Oh, it turned out to be Bai Yu. Ah, Bai Yu. Damn it. The teacher was stunned for a moment. No one reacted for a while, but the next moment he thought of something. His eyes widened suddenly, and his eyes were full of shock. Isn't Bai Yu the violent kun in Konoha? According to legend, he also obliterated a whole person. I wish you the horror of fighting power that has already surpassed the level of Jonin.
It even reached cage level for a while. It's just how strong his strength is, and it has always been a mystery. No one has seen it with his own eyes. I have seen the full strength of some users. No one has seen the full strength of some users. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, and even Konoha's high level, 1 for 4-0, have to give Bai Yu a bit of thin noodles.
Such a character would sit here today, and still G for so long, he hadn't noticed it just now.
Then he doesn't know when you slept. I asked him to keep the handle here all the time. Why did he not notice it well? After all, people like Bai Yu are too important now. If you come to yourself, you will definitely have to salute. 10 points of respect. This is a man who can kill the tail beast, and the aid power is called Violent Kun. The horror of his strength is scary. He didn't dare to put any airs in front of Bai Yu, wishing to drop his head on the ground without lifting it up. When did you come, Mr. Bai Yu? Sorry, we saw it just now. I hope you don't mind. It's okay. I'm here to see if you think you can continue to work for the graduation exam. Don't worry about me. The fish waved his hand, and there was no response. It seemed that this was just a trivial matter. Now he just wants to take a look at the results of your graduation test before live broadcast, and by the way, let him know how to save his life. As for the teacher's use of the charm of language to intimidate Uchiha, Zhou Shang agreed to let Uchiha Shisui go to the battlefield. Bai Yu also seemed disapproving. This kind of thing has become a recognized fact by default. After all, this world uses its own strength and life to survive, regardless of your identity. Naturally, Bai Yu would not block this kind of thought and this kind of behavior. If it were him, he might do the same, let alone criticize something. Maybe he can change all this on his own, but there is no such need. At this time, one of the ways to test the strength of oneself and others, while it is good, it will naturally have its disadvantages. Nothing can be perfect, but at the same time everything can be done. Arrive. It sounds contradictory, but the fact is. The teacher's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He felt that there was something in Bai Yu's words. Although he could not see any mood swings on the surface, he might have been very angry in his heart. After all, Bai Yu's ability to watch Uchiha Shisui's graduation exam in person is enough to prove that Bai Yu is still very interested in Uchiha Shisui, and even has a little care for him in certain aspects. In the past 2 days, the teacher discovered that Uchiha Shisui's strength has been greatly improved, and there are generally only 2 reasons for such an increase. Either he suddenly opened up his talents, or there was an expert to guide him. Originally, the teacher thought Uchiha Shisui was the first type. After all, Uchiha Shisui's talent was originally high, coupled with the blood of the Sharingan and Uchiha families. His talent has surpassed his peers a lot. Everyone yearns for Rome, but some people were born in Rome. This is an indisputable fact. It's cruel, but it's real. The teacher hesitated, thinking about whether to report the facts to the person above, but worried that the person above would soon be savvy to him, but he was unreliable. He fired him last time. This made him fall into a dilemma instantly, and it would be better not to know how to solve it for a while. After thinking about the lecture carefully, the teacher gritted his teeth and decided to act according to his own ideas. Anyway, a lot of it is a matter, but you have to struggle hard at the last moment down. The water has flooded your neck. If it is not normal, then you have to wait for death. 0. Of course, if you don't want him to say who is going to take part in the Second Human War, then we can also give a hint to the above. I believe that people with your sister on the top will not refuse your request, and the resources and self-support available to others can also be obtained without any difference. Baiyun Healthcare Activity raised his head lightly and glanced at the teacher. The teacher's eyes shrank, and he hurriedly dropped a few more heads and didn't dare to go, just patted his eyes for fear that he would see an expression he didn't need to see from Bai Yu's face. This moment of view is really an embarrassing and frightening moment, as if his life experience is already in the hands of his big fish. As long as the fish waved his brow, he basically announced his affairs. It is hard to imagine that a teacher in his 30s and 40s would be so attracted to a teenage boy who was attacked like this, even without hesitating to get Bai Yu's consent. Although it is ironic, this is the most real scene in this world. No one can break the shackles of this rule. Not even third Hokage. The scene was calm for a few minutes, and finally interrupted by a word from Bai Yu. It's okay. I also want Uchiha Shisui to practice on the battlefield and work hard to improve his cultivation level without worrying about his safety. You can also guarantee this. If the 2.6 students have received something safe and drink, then your college should take full responsibility, but I don't know if you can afford it. You are a person who understands. I believe you know what I mean, and the necessary process is to be experienced without knowing it, but your work must also be done in place. The teacher understood Bai Yu's meaning in an instant, and nodded vigorously. For fear of selling a Bai Yu, he took it and shot it to death. Generally speaking, from the sentence just now, from the performance point of view, Bai Yu really values the live broadcast at his own expense by 10 points, and there is even a feeling that I want to accept him as a disciple. Otherwise, he would not come to this kind of school in the middle of the night, let alone threaten him because of unselfish things. Things are good and bad. Chapter 125 The Privilege of the Strong. Bai Yu just meant to say that he wants these teachers to go out and protect the girls in the battlefield. The reason why he is safe is to let him come back safely. Otherwise, Baiyun Temple may take action to teach them father and son and the teachers who protect the students. Judging from Bai Yun's strength and identity, he can indeed do this step, and the people above will not even say a word, so don't even distract him. It can be said that this time the leaders above are not on the side of the teacher. Everything can only rely on the teacher to use all his strength to protect his basketball from Bai Yu's sister. In fact, it is not particularly difficult to complete this step. As long as a table of water is protected, it can be done. As long as they have enough flow and my own safety can be guaranteed. When the time comes, they can go to some safer places to hide from the strong people in your place. Don't worry, I'm afraid that I will safely protect the 20 lives of the universe hammer when I meet someone. Don't worry about it. I'm afraid it will consume my life. I won't let you suffer any damage from the water. The teacher at least assures that Bai Yu will become unhappy for fear that the reaction will be slow all of a sudden. The fate that made Bai Yu unhappy was terrible. At least he knew only one. There was no other way but death. Does the signal class make more excessive demands? Such demands are actually within the scope of the teacher's tests. They are originally obliged to protect the students. Safety is just to allocate more reasons. You also know that I know the water, not to mention the final self-finance. This strength is inherently strong, and he is not going to die. I understand. I will surely let you know that the reason why I brought you back will not let him suffer the safety of his life. Please rest assured that you have encountered it. You have to trust the strength of the teachers in our school.
Listening to the teacher's assurance, and he is willing to take more shots to protect the safety of Uchiha Shisui, and I admire Bai Yu even more.
I didn't expect Bai Yu to be able to do this step. No one has done this before. Even if his status is strong and his status is high, there is no possibility. But Bai Yu did it, and it was so easy. Actually, Bai Yu did it, which is not all right. This matter was actually brought up by the teacher himself and made a guarantee. Bai Yu just stood there and said nothing. The teacher himself misunderstood the meaning of French and made such a choice, but this also proves Bai Yu's identity and strength, as well as his influence. It can be said that even the assistants under Hokage may not be able to do this step. After the teacher gave a few words again, he left the viewing booth with sweat profusely and went to the position of high-level leadership, and he chose and took this matter. After all, this matter was too serious. He could not make a judgment on his own, and he could not make a choice on behalf of the senior leaders of the college.
He was just short-lived just to pay attention to Bai Yu, because he got angry directly from the killer. That way, his little life would not be guaranteed. Everything was to survive, and he had to do it if he didn't want to do it.
Uchiha gave the fragrance, looked at Bai Yu's eyes, a gentle light flashed, and asked softly in his ear. How strong are you now? These teachers are so worried and afraid of you, and I feel that you still have a lot of hidden powers that you haven't used before. How many hole cards do you have that hasn't been exposed or used, and how many secrets do you have in your own car? There was a faint smile on Bai Yu's face, it seemed calm, and he didn't panic. Want to know? Let me tell you tonight. As for the trump cards you just said that I'm hiding, it doesn't count. You heard it just now. The teacher personally agreed to it. I didn't say a word. He may have misunderstood what I meant. I thought I was threatening him. With his life demands, Uchiha Shisui's safety can be guaranteed to the utmost extent. But it doesn't matter anymore. At least Uchiha Shisui's current safety factor has improved a lot. He should not encounter any accidents this time, and he will be back in 2 days. While Uchiha Shisui went out to participate in the Second Man-Machine War, plus I have nothing else important during this time, we might as well do something that should be done. Like having a baby or something. Bai Yun gently stroked her right hand, her nose and thighs on her face were smooth and delicate, and very elastic, which made people love her. If you know that you want to be younger and more beautiful outside, saying that he is only in his teens or 20s, some people may believe that it is impossible to think that he is already a mother. Not adjacent to it, one slapped Bai Yu's palm and couldn't help but give him a blank look. There are so many people here and there is nothing big. Don't do such intimate actions here. It won't be good if you are discovered by others. I don't think it matters at that time, but I don't want to affect your future life. When he said this, Uchiha's heart twitched slightly. Obviously, this was not his intention, but it violated his own conscience. If he can, he is also willing to live with Bai Yu and never separate, but he knows that there is a high probability that he will not have this opportunity. There is no limit for Bai Yu to be online in the future, and he is just an ordinary Uchiha family member with a little bit of chakra more powerful than ordinary people. Besides that, he has nothing to show off in hole cards. On the contrary, Bai Yu is different. He now has a lot of flashes of revenge, as if it were a walking sun, it will shine wherever he goes, and people can't help but look sideways. There is no shortage of excellent ninjas. For example, the old red meets the blood, the 3 people from the legend like Enko all have a trace of admiration for Bai Yu. Compared with these powerful, beautiful and young people, Ninja does not have much confidence and much more capital than this wave of ninja. When I think of this, Uchiha Zhozhang's face is a little lost. He knows that it won't be long before Bai Yu will leave him to look for other people. If Bai Yu does this, then Uchiha Rinnegan will not resent Bai Yu. On the contrary, only doing this is the most sensible and correct choice. It is not ideal. I just want Bai Yu to come back to him when he is okay, talk and chat with him, and let him re-experience the feeling of being in love. Chapter 126 Hokage and Danzo. Just as Uchiha's table fragrance was falling, 2 voices suddenly stopped at the door, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. Seeing the classmates and the people around them suddenly became emotional, turning the raincoat or turning their heads to look down. The direction of the door just caused 2 voices to just be introduced into Bai Yu's eyes. These 2 people, Bai Yu, know each other, and they are very familiar. It is Konoha's true and false, the 2 Hokages. Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen is naturally the real Hokage. As for why it is said that the night is a fake marriage, there is actually a basis for this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen wears Konoha in Hokage on the bright surface, and has always protected the safety and deterrence of Konoha village. The remaining 10 nations can be said to be like a sea god. However, the unnatural form of human beings is too open and above board, and there is not much scheming and wanting to have other people's minds. This has caused the overall strength of Konoha village to be unable to quickly improve. They also seldom use their power and scope against other surrounding villagers and smoothly, and their influence cannot be effectively expanded. However, this does not mean that Konoha village does not have these follow-up powers. If people dare not do things unnaturally, then another person will do it. The most suitable thing to do this is also ideal, but the most efficient person is naturally only one person, and that is Danzo. The teamfight established the root organization. They have been in the dark, silently protecting the safety of Konoha village, while expanding their strength outward to suppress other countries. Both the information power and the overall strength are not weak, even a bit stronger than Sarutobi Hiruzen on the bright side. But first, with the help of Danzo, Konoha village will continue to be so brilliant. Otherwise, I will be at the Yunferry exhibition as early as possible, and my heart will be destroyed. Team fights and fate are naturally like 2 extremes, one is good and the other is evil, but neither this good nor this evil can be absolutely good or bad. Even if the teamfight is doing secretly, but his original purpose is to make Konoha more prosperous. He wants to unify the 5 major countries, so that all ninjas in the world of ninja will become the power in his hands. But he is now in the shadow of Konoha village and has not been revealed yet. So everything he does now will actually be for Konoha's good, but the methods are not so open and upright, and a bit cruel. There is such a person in every country, and there are not many of them, but they are relatively few under the unnatural management of human beings. But this is not without it, and such strength is actually an indispensable part. A country without a shadow is an incomplete country. Afterwards, it is very convenient for someone to do things that are not easy to do on the surface. Therefore, fate will naturally choose to close one eye to the existence of team battles. This is also something that everyone recognizes. No one will object to it. Everyone wants to work hard to live. But this face makes Bai Yu not want to be exposed to them so quickly now. Especially in the current situation, in terms of the IQs of the two of you, it will be easy to find the flaws, even the unclear relationship between him and Uchiha. So Bai Yu decisively used the body method of hiding his breath, and even chakra and the smell on his body changed together, becoming a completely strange appearance. Now, even if the person who is most familiar with Bai Yu comes to him and looks at him face to face, they will not think that the person in front of him is Bai Yu. Bai Li's achievements and abilities in this area are still not many people can see through. Even these two cage-level powerhouses are the same. As long as he is unwilling, these two people will not be able to discover his true identity, and his current location is relatively remote. Try to avoid eye contact as much as possible, which has a more unexpected effect on hiding the breath. He just came here to watch Uchiha Shisui and take a graduation exam, and he didn't seem to have anything to do with these two old guys here. After making up his mind, Bai Yu quietly stepped back and sat on a stool in an unremarkable corner. He tried to reduce his sense of existence to the lowest point. Now even if a person passes in front of him, he may not be able to find him. It's not that it is invisible, but it is selectively ignored, because the current fish Bai Yu is really too ordinary. The ordinary is even more ordinary than a normal person. In this kind of student graduation exam, who would care about a very humble person who has nothing to do? Their things must be placed on the students. Bai Yu took advantage of this information and dared to stand here and watch the show in such a high-sounding manner. Sarutobi Hiruzen has a gentle and kind expression on his face, like a grandfather. He treats every student and every parent with gentle eyes. In his eyes, everyone here is his family. As Konoha, Hokage has the responsibility and obligation to protect the people here from being harmed. This is Hokage's job, and he also wants to look at the future plastic talents and talented scholars. These students who graduated from the software school are all from Konoha village in the future, hoping to be the new leaves of Konoha village. As the leaves flutter, the fire is endless. This is Hokage's most iconic sentence, and it is also a sentence that runs through the entire plot, and has never stopped from the beginning to the end. The arrival of the two great figures instantly ignited the enthusiasm of everyone in the battlefield. For a while, everyone stood up, looking at the two great figures in surprise and excitement. Mr. Hokage didn't expect that you would come here to watch the students' graduation exams. This is really, Li Jiao, too much trouble for you. Master Hokage, you will come here to take the exam every day. You have always thought about us. We are really touched, but you must pay attention to your body. This is the second time. When human beings start, we need to save our own strength. There are people like Lord Third Hokage in Konoha village who will never perish in our wood industry. Victory in the Second World War will definitely belong to us. The adults in team fights rarely show up. Now they will join the adults in the yellow suit. It's really exciting. It's a pity that my child is not very talented. Otherwise, I must make him a lot. Performance. From today, I will let my child study hard after returning home, although he has just entered the human question. For future development and to protect the safety of Konoha village, I must let him do his best. Chapter 127 Graduation Exams open. Seeing the enthusiasm of these parents and students, the team fight and Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded lightly. There is still no extra expression on the face of the team battle, and it is still very cold, as if not interested in anything, but in fact, a talent like him is the most dangerous. Such a person is like a lion majesty, who may suddenly come out to bite himself at some point. Compared with the indifference on Danzo's face, Fate is naturally more cordial and kind. His face has always been amiable, making everyone feel the gentleness from Master Hokage. Many parents and students looked at Master Hokage's position with excitement, and couldn't bear to look away, wanting to witness the legendary ninja professor with their own eyes. Master has 5 kinds of attribute changes of Hokage. Throughout the history of the entire human world, few people can do this step. Even if the founder of their wood industry returns to Hashirama with hands, they can't do this step. It's just that the force involved in Rent is actually weaker than the Oolong incident. Senju Hashirama's 157 is known as the god of ninjas because of his control accuracy of chakra and his own huge reserves of chakra. The most important point is his actual combat experience and his opponent Uchiha Madara, the set-off. These points are indispensable to create a legendary ninja, known as Senju Hashirama, the god of ninjas. Comparing Sarutobi Hiruzen and Senju Hashirama, its advantage is that the master has 5 attribute changes. The disadvantage is that his chakra is too small, and the power used is also not fully utilized because of learning 5 attribute changes, come out. But its existence is very important. The change of 5 attributes means that it can use the power of 5 attributes at will, thus developing many powerful and terrifying numbers. He can be said to be the teacher that everyone provokes. Anyone who asks him any question in front of him can make the most perfect answer. After all, he has 5 attributes, and he can try each attribute and each ninjutsu for himself, and then speak out with his own experience, so that more people can understand how to do it. Now Sarutobi Hiruzen came to the Ninja Academy to watch the graduation exam of the Ninja Academy, which made many parents excited and made many students a little nervous. Everyone has heard of Hokage's name, but there are not many opportunities to see it with your own eyes, so this is a good opportunity to show your own strength. Maybe Sarutobi Hiruzen. Watching Sarutobi Hiruzen will train them more. At that time, under the daily teaching of Sarutobi Hiruzen, a terrifying ninja might be able to stand up again. No one would doubt him at this point, and no one would think that this was a big talk, because it was a fact. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the uppermost position and looked at a group of students around. The teachers still had ever-changing smiles on their faces. Congratulations to the students for reaching the final stage after 3 years of study. Everyone knows that as long as you study hard in the college and improve your own strength, you can get a lot of resources and cultivation methods, as well as some small advantages. And today your graduation exam is like this. As long as you have enough strength to defeat the enemy's opponent this time, you can successfully graduate from the Ninja Academy and become a true genin. And this is only the first step for you to become the pinnacle. When you become stronger in future cultivation, you will become stronger and stronger, and your strength and influence will become more and more terrifying. I hope you will work hard to improve your strength and become stronger. Now I announce the official start of the graduation exam for ninja students. CACG. With an order, all the teachers started to act in an instant, and a teacher came to the center of the inner square. He looked at the students and parents around him and said loudly, "Today is when the ninja student graduates. The graduation exam is indispensable. If you can successfully graduate and be recognized, you will be able to obtain the corresponding resources. The content of this graduation exam is also 10 points simple. If you hold it in the hands of a scary person for 10 minutes, you will win. Of course, if you have the strength to defeat a family member, your advantage will be even stronger. Even Chunin's ninjas will join in this exam. If any of you can defeat Chunin, then your own title will be promoted to Chunin. At the same time, your resources will be even greater. Now a classmate is coming, please be prepared." The students who have not been named are actively doing it and waiting for the end of the previous round of battle. After speaking, the teacher called a student by name, and immediately there was a student who jumped from the viewing stand with a bit of excitement and walked to the center of the ring. In addition, a ninja wearing a forehead protector entered the center of the square from the gate on the other side and arched his hand at the student. The rules of the game have already been introduced. You can graduate as long as more than 10 minutes. If you perform well and even defeat your opponent, you will get the corresponding resources. Now please prepare for the two of you. The game officially begins. Welcome the person who just fell off the ring, and act immediately, and the figure quickly makes money and punches the student in the face. Not to be outdone, the student reacted, and began to fight the ninja with his fists. Compared with the subordinate, this student is obviously shorter, since he lacks a little bit of strength and speed, and his fighting skills are a bit rusty. Soon the card was put on his face, and he was punched a few times by the subordinate. His parents stood on the spectator stand, watching their children going through the battle with a worried face, and the scars on their faces made them feel a little distressed. After all, it is their own flesh and blood that has been injured. Which parents will not feel distressed? But this is a necessary process. Even if they feel distressed, they can't stop it, let alone intervene. What's more, Lord Hokage is standing here, and they can't do anything if they want to intervene. Otherwise, you will lose yourself, and your child will always enter the ninja academy and become a ninja. At that time, let alone get support, whether you can continue to practice will become a problem. 10 minutes is not long or short. In the fast battle, the student is almost unable to hold on. Chapter 128 beat in the end, as a great fireball technique bloomed, that student was defeated by genin. Sorry to lose. His parents had some regrets, but they didn't say much, let alone verbal abuse. I feel that my child is unworthy, but he is still comforting his child, hoping that he can continue to work hard and practice. This point is actually very important, but often many parents ignore this point and always pay attention to the children's achievements. Don't ask the children whether they like it or not. Do it need to do this? Do you need to do it? They just blindly tell their children what they think are good, and let the children do it themselves. In fact, this will cause great damage to the children's body and mind, and the children have no effect in learning. On the contrary, it will create an imagination. It is possible that the more you force the child to do it, the less the child will not go. Such parents are the most worthy of learning goals. Soon, the rest of the students also entered the Continental Plaza and began to discuss with the principals. 10 minutes, the speed is still very fast, and the results are relatively ideal. It may be that they released the water. It may be that these children are really working hard and have been eager to learn, taught by the teacher. Many students managed to persist for 10 minutes, and even 2 others defeated genin. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Shisui was very excited. After a short period of time, Uchiha Shisui will be the next player. Bai Yu looked in his eyes, looked at Uchiha Shisui and smiled and said, "Genin is vulnerable to a blow in front of you, why don't you just try Chunin?" "Chunin? Because of my current strength, I should be able to try it." Although I was a little nervous, it was more of just a hint of excitement, and I didn't even know that it was because of the high concentration of the mind and the body began to tremble slightly. This was not because of fear but because of extreme excitement. He had never competed with Chunin level ninjas, and he didn't know what Chunin's level was like. But he knows a lot of middle-aged people, knowing that their strength will not be too bad, and may even be able to crush him. That person fights with Chunin and learns from each other. If he fails to fight in the end, he will also lose his position in the ranks of genin. But if he succeeds, he can directly become a middleman. The risks are great, but the benefits are also great, and the temptations are quite sufficient. Without 100% confidence, it is impossible to challenge the middleman, let alone Uchiha Shisui just graduated from the ninja school. If he fails, he will have to go back and study for several years before he can continue to take the exam. This is equivalent to a gamble, and the future is bright if you win, but if you lose, you have to wait a few more years. Uchiha Shisui was very cautious and didn't know how to decide for a while. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Uchiha Joseon hesitated and said, "Let's fight Genin first, so that even if you can't beat Chunin, you can at least keep Genin's ranking. You also need to leave a way for yourself, don't you? Don't be too eager for success, otherwise there will be reverse results. You have to climb up slowly step by step. Don't worry, just challenge the next person." Uchiha Shisui also feels that Uchiha Table Fragrance is very reasonable. Even if he knows his strength, he should be very strong now. It is not a problem to hit a Genin, but he still decides to challenge from the next post. He is not proud and complacent because of a little bit of his own strength. He wants to repay him by scoring 10 points every step. I have almost achieved the level of refinement step by step, and while leaving a way for myself, I am also willing to work hard. This is not Uchiha Shisui's courage, but the result of his diligent practice. Bai Yu nodded, and said nothing. Where is Uchiha Shisui's strength now? Bai Yu is actually very clear, but at the same time, he will not interfere with his own decision. He doesn't want you to be so inferior, he wants to hit a stronger realm all at once. Just like Uchiha Lee thinks, Bai Yu also likes the down-to-earth feeling. It's just that Uchiha Shisui, the current strength and Genin are playing games like me, he just doesn't think it is necessary. But Uchiha Shisui actually said it all, then he must only agree. At this moment, the teacher who had spoken to Bai Yu came over, bowed his head, and bowed in front of Bai Yu with a respectful face. After knowing Bai Yu's identity, he was in a mood for a long time, especially after he made a decision without authorization, and he didn't dare to show it, for fear that Bai Yu frowned at him lowered his brow. Then his life in the second half of his life should collapse and ruin because of a small action by Bai Yu. He didn't want to encounter such a thing, so when Uchiha Shisui was about to play, he ran over quickly. There is also Uchiha Shisui's strength and talent. As his teacher, I know 10 points clearly. Otherwise, I won't interrupt the game and let Uchiha Shisui go directly in. With Uchiha Shisui's strength, he can enter Genin's industry casually. This is a point of mutual gambling, and naturally, he won't gossip. What do you think? After saying this, he always looked nervously at the expression on Bai Yu's face, for fear that he showed a slight dissatisfaction. He has done it, and is ready to kneel on the ground at any time and beg him for preparation. However, what made the teacher annoying was that the lady in white didn't have any expression, just shook her head calmly. You don't need to go through the back door and open the green channel. You know you don't know, so first challenge a subordinate. After success, send a worker to play with him. Remember that you are not allowed to go back during the battle, and you are not allowed to make small moves because of my identity. Use all your strength to fight with Uchiha Shisui once. If I find you secretly release the water in the East Lake without using all your strength, then I shouldn't need to say more about the consequences. You are all smart people, I believe you will not do this kind of thing either. If you don't believe it, we can give it a try. You nodded quickly, his sweat has wetted his back, running up his back clip. Having such a close conversation with such a violent coon made him feel exhausted physically and mentally. As long as he uttered a single sentence, it would bring disaster to himself. What kind of character is your doubt? Only the eldest brother he is concerned about. Deficit. Chapter 129 Opponent. You guys called violent coon, how many of you can be good students? So when I saw Bai Yu just now, I was very nervous. In front of Bai Yu, his identity as a first-level teacher seemed insignificant. However, after hearing that Bai Yu said that Uchiha Shisui had defeated the next post, he would directly challenge the news of Huxia, which surprised him a lot at the time. As the head teacher of Uchiha Shisui, he naturally knows what level of Uchiha Shisui's strength is. According to his understanding, Uchiha Shisui's strength is very powerful, and he also has the bloodline ability of Sharingan, and even has other such things that are similar to opening and hanging. The power of. But his age is still too young, and he is obviously not particularly mature in terms of actual combat experience and combat skills. If Uchiha Shisui is allowed to practice for another 2 or 3 months, here, 157, may be able to fight the middleman, but now it seems a bit too hasty. What's more, after he defeated a principal, he would definitely use a lot of energy to challenge a middleman again. Such an approach is obviously not wise, and it is very likely to lose, really. If you give yourself up and really lose, then Bai Wangyu will definitely be very upset, then he will blame himself for the injured person. Thinking of Bai Yu's angry look later, the tension of the teachers was raised again. It's just a pity, what Bai Yu said, what he ordered, the teacher did not dare to resist, nor did he dare to say a few words, he could only nod his stiff head and leave slowly. Get ready for a Chunin who is trustworthy and has a good business. Although Bai Yu said that he could not release the water, let alone any small movements, the teacher had to defy Bai Yu's orders a little bit about the happiness and fate of the rest of his life. Not to mention the whole process of releasing the water, standing and letting you Shisui attack yourself, but at least you have to be hit by Bai Yu a few times at the critical moment. It is best to successfully defeat River Valley live at the end of the battle at his own expense, but the time is just within 10 minutes, and it can also allow Uchiha Shisui to increase his performance points, so that he can also become a qualified Chunin. Thinking of these things, the teacher's head began to buzz. Isn't it just an ordinary Ninja Academy graduation exam? Why are there so many big shots? Lord Hokage and teamfights come, even the violent coon came. Aren't you two busy people usually? How come you come here to discuss with Chang'e students? It depends on the situation above Jonin, right? Don't they have anything to do? Now these shitbowls are all buckled on my head, piles of troublesome things, just to drive me crazy. The teacher complained for a while, and there was not too much time to find Huxia quickly. He needed to find the most suitable candidate as quickly as possible. During this time when he was always looking for workers, he kept starting his own battle. Uchiha Shisui heard his name being called on the field hand, lightly clenched his fist with his palm, turned around and took a look. Uchiha Linjong and Bai Yu. The eyes are full of firm and confident feelings, without unnecessary movements. I'm on the court, please wait for me for a while, I'll go up and solve him. After talking about Uchiha Shisui, he just turned over and jumped off the square and landed steadily on the ground, looking light and breezy. Coupled with his handsome appearance, Mr. Non-girl classmate shivered slightly, feeling a little deer bumping in his heart. Uchiha Shisui feels that the grassroots level of the Personality Academy is the dream lover of all girls who is strong, and has such a perfect and powerful man with a family and blood. Which girl doesn't like it? Drinking Uchiha Shisui to fight against is a girl who looks like 11 or 12 years old, half a bit bigger than Uchiha Shisui. His gaze was very calm, it looked as if it was hidden, not as naive as he should be at his age. This is me, is this an opponent to people? Uchiha Shisui, a cautious gaze flashed in his eyes, he would not underestimate anyone, let alone move towards being sentimental just because the other person is a girl. This is his most important graduation exam matter, which is related to his future, as well as Bai Yu's views on him. Nowadays, Master Hokage is not only present, but Bai Yu is also here to watch his battle. In order to be able to contact Bai Yu more in the future, Bai Yu's dictionary has been silent. Even if the opponent is a girl, she will exert all her power. The other girl flattered her hand at Uchiha Shisui, without any emotion in her eyes, and said lightly, "My name is Quan Shaojian, please advise." Uchiha Shisui also offered his hand, opening his mouth. "My name is Uchi Shisui, and I hope my sister can be merciful. Let's start." The two of them didn't speak too much. They belonged to that kind of people, who only valued the results in the process. They questioned these superficial face-saving work, and just handled them casually. As soon as the voice fell, the battle between the two was about to start, and the figure instantly seemed to be in the square. In the blink of an eye, the two were already fighting together using physical skills. Although Quan Shaojian is a girl, her physical skills are extraordinary. Often able to give Uchiha Shisui sudden and unexpected attacks, and even find his thoughts. However, as a genius, Uchiha Shisui is definitely not so easy to deal with. He took out the dagger on his body and cried and invested fiercely at the school. Quan Shaojian also threw the bitter things down a wave of water in the same way. The two kunai were in the air, constantly making metal collisions with each other. With the sound of the sound, the two it fell to the ground. The moment the sparks flew in, Uchiha Shisui and the full effect sound blocked again. 2.6 Uchiha Shisui responded quickly and burst out a violent fire from his mouth. Fire style, great fireball technique, water style, water cut. Looking at the activities used by Uchiha Shisui, the whole town of calligraphy did not hesitate to use the washing method to resist a mouthful, like a stream of water, and walked towards life with ease. Two powerful ultimate forces collided with each other and restrained each other for a moment. Originally, water style could restrain Holden, but under the strength of the two and the methods used, Uchiha Shisui's partner was not actually suppressed by the whole school. This scene made the whole school's eyes agitated slightly, and their mouths grew in surprise, but the movements in his hands were not at all boring and increased their strength again. Chapter 130 Quan Shaojian, you are the reason why I am unwilling to show weakness. The power of the activity is coming out again to the whole town, spouting out a flame. When the whole town is out of sight, you will only take out a few kunai from your pocket and invest in the front. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. The active power increased my suffering, and the oral penetration and lethality, bypassing the good fireball technique in front, flew towards the whole school from all directions. During this period, several Kuwus collided with each other, and they were abruptly changed the direction of attack before they were about to reach Quan Shaojian. The expression on Zhao Feng's face was a bit unbearable. He was about to go back soon, and at the same time took out a handful of Kuwu to resist in front of him. The sound of metal collisions and spark incidents flew out of the mountain on the square. This scene made everyone watching the game slightly open their mouths, successfully attracting their attention. Does this kid seem to belong to the Uchiha family? I didn't expect that strength will be so strong now, and he actually started 3 Tomo Sharingan. I remember that your opening method is very mean now, why he was able to open Sharingan at 20, and it is still a 3-go Jade. With his current talent and his current age, he should not be able to do this step. You don't know this. Uchiha Shisui is known as the most talented and powerful genius in the Uchiha family in the past 100 years. No one can start a business at this age and has never known what he has made. Don't see if you were younger, but his true strength is not weak at all. He once defeated the adults in his family. Now even if you go to school and fight with Uchiha Shisui, you may be able to fight. Defeated by Uchiha Shisui. No, he really said that you are not joking. He seems to be just an 8 or 9-year-old kid. How can he have such strength? There must be an upper limit if he thinks about it. Do you think I'm deceiving you? We might as well continue to watch, you will know soon. In fact, these are you once and I was fortunate to have silently. It's impossible for me to deceive you in these matters. Don't worry, we will wait and see. This person's introduction came from the feeling that people started to get excited, staring at the command of the woman on the broadcast station from time to time, afraid of missing the most exciting link with a blink of an eye. Get along with yourself now, the most talented and powerful genius young man in 100 years. If you can make him grow up, it is definitely not a star that Yao Yao is angry about. Maybe you will reply to Konoha's White Fang in 7 days. Of course, these are just the real situation here. It depends on how I do not know how to behave now. Master Hokage and the team leader are in charge of their eyes and acting with the two adults, and they will definitely be able to spot some interruptions. If you don't eat it all the time, whose talent is really strong, it wasn't water at that time, and it was probably one of the objects of Hokage and Danzo's solicitation. Look at this as the child of someone else's family. If you have something to do, you have to be talented and to look so perfect. Who doesn't like to have a strong child? Seeing Uchiha Shisui's strength, Quan Xiaojian also became nervous. As a person in Konoha village, he is very clear about what Uchiha stands for. It is an inhuman ability that can be passed on to the next generation. And Sharingan also has a lot of abilities. He can see through all the spells, illusions and physical spells. And it can also predict the enemy's attack, and then react in time to use it again. Some people have also been in front of Didi, and their own actions have been repeatedly trafficked for several times. Shu. Seeing this Uchiha Shisui's performance, Bai Yu frowned slightly. He didn't want Uchiha Shisui. With the help of Sharingan's power, he even hoped that the water of the universe would use its own hard power to come true. After all, Xiaolong is not omnipotent, and although it has many advantages and strong points on the surface, it also has many loopholes accordingly. If Sharingan's power is used too much, it will even cause one's eyes to never see. Now Uchiha Shisui's eyesight is likely to be that you have begun to prepare to decline. Unless he can find you, some people will act to make their trust also become Eternal Mangekyo series manual. One day Uchiha Shisui will definitely have a full use. Excessively blind. Therefore, if it is not necessary, Bai Yu still does not recommend to use blood at any time like this. It is easy and solid to rely on blood volume. This is just a power. There is no need to use Sharingan, a power that can damage himself. With the strength of Uchiha Shisui, he can easily win the victory. It's no fault. Uchiha Shisui, after all, he is still young and doesn't know the bad things in his heart, and it is actually understandable for him to do so. Do your best to defeat the opponent. This is the greatest respect for the opponent, and afterwards, who is a very polite person, he naturally knows this, so he will use Sharingan's power as soon as he comes. The idea is probably correct, and it fits Uchiha Shisui's personality. Just as Bai Yu was still thinking about the 157th exam, Quan Xiaojian, who was doing these things, had already started his own actions. He used a water system spell, a huge waterfall, and his nose began to pop out, and he slammed it down towards Shisui's position once. The terrifying water-style power hits the broadcast station, as if the waves are overwhelming, and the strength is extremely strong. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Shisui became cautious. A flash of light flashed in his eyes. He became nervous at first, and kept moving back. Being able to use such a powerful water-style spell in a place where there is no water source is enough to prove that the whole school is far more powerful than its peers. Maybe even his strength is a little bit closer to Chunin. Uchiha Shisui will not be sad because the opponent is strong, but will be even more excited because the opponent is strong. Only a strong opponent can improve his strength, perform well in front of Bai Yu, and gain a lot of favorability. Right now Uchiha Shisui did not hesitate, and immediately drew the sound of a short sword from his waist and moved quickly. With the help of Sharingan's power, he used chakra to stand on the water and run fast on the water. In just 2 seconds, Uchiha Shisui was in front of Quan Xiaojian, and a fire magic spell sprayed out at Quan Xiaojian. Chapter 131 The Genius of the Uchiha Family. Soon the battle entered a white-hot stage. The fierce battle was on the verge. Uchiha Shisui continued to use fire-style ninjutsu to spray at Quan Xiaojian, and the heat enveloped the entire battlefield. No one does not feel that the body is so hot, even sweat drips from the forehead. However, Quan Xiaojian is good at water-style technique. Water style is just right, can restrain Uchiha Shisui's fire style ninjutsu. Therefore, even if Uchiha Shisui's strength is far superior to his peers, he will not be able to subdue Quan Xiaojian for a while. Can only fight with Quan Xiaojian pull-down battle. By the way, use what I am good at to find Quan Xiaojian's flaws. In this genin battle, the strength that the two showed was not like a genin at all, but rather like Chunin's exchanges. Of course, most of the reason for this is that Uchiha Shisui's power is too strong. If Quan Xiaojian hadn't learned the water-style spell, she might have been sprayed to ashes by Uchiha Shisui's blows of flames. The adults who were watching the battle couldn't help but turn sideways slightly, watching the fierce battle with a serious expression, feeling a little attracted attention. They have no doubt that the strength of these two men has surpassed genin and reached the ranks of Chunin, but they have not fully expressed it yet. Had it not been for Quan Xiaojian's strength to restrain Uchiha Shisui, this battle might have ended long ago. The strength of this Uchiha family child is so strong, and the talent is so strong, he might become a big man in the future. Yes, he is so young, but he can play against a genin back and forth, and the strength he shows is more than genin's rank. I feel he can challenge Chunin once. Look at his eyes. His eyes turned out to be 3 Tomo Sharingan. I remember that the Uchiha family started the same path as Sharingan and promoted Sharingan. Isn't it particularly difficult? This is not just a gap that can be filled by talent. How did he start 3 Tomo Sharingan? At a young age, I started 3 Tomo Sharingan. FK. I feel that this kid is a bit familiar, he shouldn't be Uchiha Shisui. What? You said Uchiha Shisui, who is the strongest illusionist, distinguished heavenly gods. Yes, I see him more and more familiar now, I also met him on the road before, he is indeed Uchiha Shisui. After learning the identity of Uchiha Shisui, everyone was shocked. The Uchiha family is already very famous now, and there are many geniuses born in it, and the talent for learning is very strong. The opponent who used to compete with their first Hokage Hashirama is Uchiha Madara of the Uchiha family. Uchiha Madara's strength has reached the point where it is impossible to see through. No one can compete with Uchiha class. Only Senju Hashirama can. Now Hashirama is gone, and Uchiha Madara is gone, but the talent and blood of the Uchiha family have been inherited. This has been continued by the descendants of the Uchiha family, and they are getting stronger and stronger. The Uchiha Shisui in front of them is one of the most gifted children in the Uchiha family. I started Mangekyo Sharingan at a young age and used the strongest illusion. Distinguished heavenly gods is rumored to be the strongest illusion that no one can unlock. No one can survive under the power of distinguished heavenly gods. He is fake, but at the same time it is true. It can be said that as long as Uchiha Shisui grows up, he will definitely be a cage-level powerhouse in the future. At a young age, he has shown such a powerful talent, let alone practice in life in the future. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo couldn't help but peep forward, wanting to take a closer look at this genius of the Uchiha family. Especially Danzo, with a trace of desire and greed in his eyes. If the guess is correct, Danzo has taken a fancy to Sharingan from Uchiha Shisui again this time. Bai Yu turned his head slightly to look at Danzo, a strange look appeared in the bottom of his eyes. The corners of his mouth also slid up slightly, revealing an inexplicable smile. Danzo's thoughts. Bai Yu is very clear and knows what Uchiha Shisui means to Danzo. If there is no interference from others, Danzo will later pull Uchiha Shisui into his Anbu and become his subordinate. Finally, when the time is right, he will personally gouge out one of Uchiha Shisui's eyes. In the end, Uchiha Shisui had to jump off the cliff to commit suicide in order to protect the Uchiha family, in order to force Danzo's plan to fail. However, this was only a helpless move, and Uchiha Shisui was completely disappointed in Konoha village at that time. But this is just the original plot, which is different now. With the arrival of Bai Yu, he can confidently tell everyone that Danzo's purpose will not succeed. Bai Yu, who is familiar with the plot, knows what to do. He actually thought about whether to kill Danzo directly, but when he thought of the team battle's contribution and what happened after him, he still suppressed this impulse abruptly. Let Tuan Zhang continue to protect Konoha village in secret, to solve those who are not easy to solve on the surface. This kind of dirty work, tiring work, and hard work is better to be solved by Danzo. Sometimes it is not easy to deal with the surface things, that is Danzo's work, and although Danzo's approach is very annoying, but his purpose is only for Konoha village to be more prosperous. It's just that his approach is a bit too impulsive and cruel, and he is not recognized by everyone. If Danzo can be controlled, or if he can only accomplish some of the results he wants to see, then Bai Yu is willing to keep Danzo first. It is not a bad thing to let him live a little longer and breathe in fresh air for 2 days. There is still a long way to go in the future, and there is still a long time to find. He is not worried that Tuan Zhang will suddenly ruin his plan. After all, Tuan Zhang didn't have the courage, but he didn't have this strength. No matter how strong or insidious the tactics are, they will be vulnerable to absolute strength and appear sloppy. Bai Yu is confident that he can make all these orders perfectly. Go and get rid of Danzo when you get upset. Is Uchiha Shisui, the genius of the Uchiha family? Sarutobi Hiruzen showed an expression of interest in his eyes, and gently touched his long white beard. Then he looked at Danzo next to him. He didn't know what he was thinking about, but it was definitely not a good thing, and even a hint of caution. Chapter 132 Terrifying Control. He and Danzo have been good friends for many years. When second Hokage was not dead, both of them were second Hokage's subordinates, and they fought side by side for many times of danger. However, in order to cover their retreat, second Hokage faced the Golden Horn and Silver Horn army alone and was defeated in the end. Before second Hokage died, he passed Hokage's position to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Danzo also hated Sarutobi Hiruzen because of this, and even regarded him as a thorn in his eye and a thorn in his flesh. Their relationship also declined rapidly because of this incident, until it began to slowly collapse. In the end, after years of evolution, a situation of checks and balances has been formed. Sarutobi Hiruzen is the Hokage of Konoha village who is responsible for diplomacy and expansion of his own power to increase his power. His purpose is to protect the ninjas of Konoha village from being harmed by others. Danzo hides in a dark place and makes some experiments with improper people in obscurity. In order to achieve his own goals, he can even kill his closest subordinates by any means. Almost everyone was in his calculations, but he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with him. Instead, he did this day after day, year after year. Any gifted child can be used in front of Tuan Zhang, and now that he has discovered such a powerful talent as Uchiha Shisui, he will definitely do something. Sarutobi Hiruzen closed one eye for the previous events. After all, he has been thinking about his old love and will not shoot Danzo. Danzo has also made a lot of contributions to Konoha village. He didn't have a proper reason to shoot, but now it's different, and now the situation has changed. If Danzo recklessly hits himself as before, then in the end Danzo will become one of the biggest hidden dangers. He can no longer tolerate it anymore, so Uchiha Shisui must be protected. Except for a little greedy look in Danzo's eyes at the beginning, he immediately returned to normal. There was no fluctuation in his expression. It seemed that this was just an insignificant flaw. As if he didn't have any interest in Uchiha Shisui. However, this is just a superficial phenomenon. In his heart, Danzo doesn't know how excited he is. If it's not for the occasion, CACG, he might just jump straight to solve Uchiha Shisui. He doesn't care about too much face, he kills whoever wants to kill, no one dares to resist. He wants to kill these people, isn't it as simple as eating and drinking water? However, just when the minds of these two big men were vacillating, the battle finally ushered in the final moment. Uchiha Shisui threw out several kunai, and at the same time sprayed a huge flame at kunai. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. The flame-wrapped Kuwu flew towards Quan Xiaojian at an extremely fast speed. Quan Xiaojian didn't dare to meet her, so she could only use a water-style spell to knock down the attack. However, fire style was mostly extinguished, but the enveloping kunai rushed over. This scene made Quan Xiaojian's spirits up, and she hurriedly avoided thinking before she could think. Kuwu flew straight to Quan Xiaojian. Seeing Quan Xiaojian about to leave Uchiha Shisui's attack range, Kuwu suddenly collided with each other and slightly changed the distance between them. Several bitterly collided in the air. The final attack position turned out to be where Quan Xiaojian was.
Seeing this scene, Quan Xiaojian couldn't react anymore, his eyes widened in shock and wondered if he had read it wrong.
Kuwu was able to change positions autonomously, which was beyond the scope of his understanding, even Parabola didn't have such ability. How did Uchiha Shisui do this? Uchiha Shisui, this attack once again ignited everyone's hearts. No one was amazed, even the two big men wanted to stand up. Those positions where Kuwu attacked were indeed where Quan Xiaojian had been before, but Uchiha Shisui had left behind. Through the collision between kunai, he can change the position of kunai. After the first attack did not reach Quan Xiaojian, Kuwu moved a little bit forward, and this little distance was just where they could collide with each other. Coupled with a few collisions with each other, one of the miraculous scenes of changing positions at the same time is finally completed. This method is already at the point where Jonin can do it. I didn't expect Uchiha Shisui to do this step, and it was so precise that there was no trace of mud and water. Is this level really something a student who has not graduated from Ninja Academy can do? Anyway, everyone in the room can't believe it, even if it is the strongest, no matter how talented it is, there must be a limit, so it won't be so terrifying. Sure enough, Sharingan is a very buggy power. No one dares to underestimate Sharingan's power, nor does he know how Senju Hashirama defeated Uchiha Madara. That kind of level is really a fight between gods and mortals. If a mortal encounters it, a small amount of carelessness will cause large-scale destruction, and a small amount of carelessness will cause the entire terrain to be changed. In the end, Quan Xiaojian was stabbed by a handful of heads, spouting a mouthful of blood, and his face quickly paled at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, the expression of the medical teacher in the venue changed drastically, and he rushed to see how Quan Xiaojian's injury was. However, Quan Xiaojian's chakra has been exhausted, like a dry river, with no drop at all, and it has even damaged the foundation. This is considered a serious injury. Uchiha Shisui's power is really terrifying. Before he graduated from the ninja school, he could force a genin to the point where chakra was exhausted. If it were to fight each other with all strength, then Quan Xiaojian might have been killed in seconds. Quan Xiaojian, with a white face, exhausted all her strength and opened a pair of eyes, filled with shock and vanity. She stared at Uchiha Shisui's position, and a strong wry smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. In the end, I still can't beat you, the most talented genius of the Uchiha family. I don't feel too bad to lose in your hands. At least you are strong enough to crush me. The reason why I didn't end the battle so quickly is that I don't want me to lose too ugly. Uchiha Shisui nodded quietly, and stepped forward to Quan Xiaojian's face. He lowered his head slightly with a sincere face. Sorry, the start is a bit heavy. I hope you don't mind. If I can survive, I will go to the hospital to see you. Survive. Quan Xiaojian was fooled by Uchiha Shisui's words, so why did she say such a thing? Chapter 133. Try to be Chunin. Could it be that Uchiha Shisui has encountered danger, even that kind of life-threatening? Probably not. Uchiha Shisui is so powerful, and in Konoha village, under the protection of many powerful people, how could it be dangerous? But before Quan Xiaojian thought about it, Quan Xiaojian completely lost consciousness and gradually fell into a coma. Under the inspection of the medical ninja, Uchiha Shisui learned that Quan Xiaojian just consumed too much chakra and was exhausted. There are no other problems, and you can recover after a period of training. Uchiha Shisui sighed slightly, letting go. If Quan Xiaojian really suffered irreparable damage because of him, then he would probably feel guilty for the rest of his life. Others may not know it, only a few people know it, and Uchiha Shisui knows it himself. When the graduation exam here is over, he is estimated to be sent to the battlefield to participate in life and death struggles and fight with other ninjas. If you don't pay attention, you will lose your life and stay on the battlefield forever, and you won't be able to return. That's why he said that sentence to Quan Xiaojian. With the end of Uchiha Shisui's battle, there was a thunderous applause, and everyone stood up with excitement. For the joy of Uchiha Shisui's victory, both villagers and ninjas of Konoha village hope to see the ninjas of Konoha village grow stronger. They will also get better and better. All this is peaceful because a group of corpses is slowly piled up. Peace is hard won, so they will cherish the sight of peace even more for a better tomorrow. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo nodded in satisfaction, very pleased. It seems that there will be another powerful ninja in Konoha village from now on. Maybe they will be able to become famous and become the target of other ninjas. When Uchiha Shisui's head teacher was about to go up to congratulate Uchiha Shisui, he was suddenly stopped by Bai Yu. Don't go over, the battle is not over, this is just a warm-up. Warm-up? The head teacher twitched his mouth and almost couldn't help cursing. Uchiha Shisui beat Quan Shaogen to death and said that the battle was not over, just kidding. It's not over yet, isn't it going to kill others? This is just a graduation exam for the Ninja Academy, can't you mess around like this? If you really beat someone to death, then he has a direct relationship with him as the head teacher. When the time comes, the upper part is convicted, and he can't run to the ends of the world. Master Bai Yu, are you wrong? Uchiha Shisui has defeated a genin. According to the rules, he can graduate now. You can officially become a genin and start to perform the tasks released by Konoha village. No, you are only talking about defeating a genin. I want Uchiha Shisui to fight with Chunin and successfully become a Chunin. I told you before, I asked you to find a Chunin who is not bad, have you found it? If you didn't do this, then you should know what the end is like. People like me who lick blood on the tip of a knife all day don't care about these things, let alone the rules in your mouth. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo are sitting here, how about you try? Is it because they saved you faster, or did I kill you faster? With that said, Bai Yu glanced at the head teacher calmly. There was no killing intent in his eyes, let alone any other emotions in it, as if he looked at the dead. There is no emotion at all. It was this kind of eyes that made the head teacher's soul almost fly out. There was also a cold sweat on his forehead, dripping uncontrollably, completely unstoppable. Even if the weather is not hot at all, it is even a bit cool. But the head teacher is like being baked in a large 100-degree boiler. Very uncomfortable. Sorry, Lord Bai Yu, I know I was wrong. I have already found Chunin. I just thought it would be good to make Uchiha Shisui a genin. There is no need to take risks. After all, if he loses, Uchiha Shisui will still be injured, which will affect his future development and cultivation. As his head teacher, I need to be responsible for his future. Hearing this, Bai Yu nodded. He knew that the head teacher did not tell lies. At the moment Bai Yu retracted his gaze and said faintly, go and bring the Chunin up and let him use his best in the battle, and can't let the water go. Don't play tricks, fight dignifiedly. If I find that Chunin didn't make a heavy hand because of my fame, and used all his strength, then your result will still be the same. The head teacher trembled slightly, and hurriedly lowered his head to thank him. The big stone rising in his heart finally fell to the ground. As Bai Yu said, if Bai Yu wants to kill him, there is no need to waste any effort. Even if third Hokage stood in front of him, it was difficult to stop him from killing him. After all, Bai Yu has learned Flying Thunder God technique and is one of the fastest people in the world today. Sarutobi Hiruzen is not good at speed, there is no way to save his life under Bai Yu. It can be said that the current Bai Yu in Konoha village is the existence that can walk sideways at will, and no one dares to provoke her. No one can stop whoever he wants to die. Soon the head teacher left this place of right and wrong, and turned around to look for the Chunin. This is a matter of his life, and he can't tolerate the slightest sloppy. After the head teacher left, Uchiha Rinnegan spoke, his face full of worry and intolerance. Do you really want Uchiha Shisui to fight Chunin? He is still so young now? Those Chunin are already 18 or 19 years old, or even more than 20 years old. In case, Chunin, who is fighting with Uchiha Shisui, is a particularly rich combat experience. Ninja, won't Uchiha Shisui be seriously injured? He will be on the battlefield soon. If you don't discover all of his talents at this last time, what effect will he have after going to the battlefield? Could it be that you think that a child with Chunin's strength can successfully survive on the battlefield? Right now, you can only get injured when you compete with Chunin and won't die, but once you enter the battlefield. Uchiha Shisui's life is no longer among his own masters. It is not a big deal to get hurt. He is a man and a responsible person. He will not fail so easily. Bai Yu faintly explained it, and at the same time kept focusing on Uchiha Shisui's body without moving away. Deficit. Chapter 134 Chunin opponent now is one of the most critical moments. Whether Uchiha Shisui can break through the upper limit of his talent is in this battle. The power and future development of distinguished heavenly gods will also change because of this battle. Bai Yu is looking forward to how Uchiha Shisui will perform, and he is also using his own way to increase the difficulty of Uchiha Shisui. The others didn't leave after seeing Uchiha Shisui succeeded in the battle. They became curious for an instant, wondering if he was injured and was not easy to move. But soon, the next words that shocked all directions reached everyone's ears. Uchiha Shisui will challenge Chunin. This sentence seemed to be a meteorite falling into the river, which immediately caused a violent sensation and repercussions. No one is shocked at the moment. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, 157, and Danzo turned sideways slightly, showing a trace of interest on their faces again. Few people directly challenge Chunin when they graduate from Ninja Academy. If they succeed, they can directly become a Chunin. After all, as long as they are strong enough to become a Chunin, there is no problem. But on the contrary, if Chunin is not defeated, then this person will be given the title of eagerness. For the future development, more or less will cause a little impact. So it has been a long time no one wants to directly challenge Chunin to become Chunin. However, just today, Uchiha Shisui has just become a genin, and he is about to directly challenge a chunin. Although Uchiha Shisui's 10 points of strength just now surpassed genin's ranks by far, his fighting time was very long. I am afraid it would be difficult to defeat a chunin in such a time. But since this is Uchiha Shisui's idea, they will also very much agree. Everyone wants to sprint, let alone a genius like Uchiha Shisui. If he can really defeat chunin, then the evaluation and treatment of Uchiha Shisui by the people above will also increase several levels. Soon a teenage boy of about 18 years old came out. His eyes were very calm and restrained, and he couldn't see what his true strength looked like. Moreover, his height and stature are also very burly and tall, more than half a head taller than Uchiha Shisui. Two people stand together like an adult treats a child. Looking at the enemy Uchiha Shisui in front of him, there was not the slightest fear in his eyes, but only endless excitement and vigilance. He knows very well that Bai Yu is watching his fight. This is a good opportunity to express himself. He cannot miss it and must succeed. Otherwise, if Bai Yu will not teach him to practice in the future, his strength will definitely drop many times due to this. Let alone it is just the changes in the 5 attributes that Bai Yu taught him. This is something that ordinary people can't even imagine. The boy in front stood facing Uchiha, the water arched his hand, his attitude was humble, his voice was low. My name is Yamada Feng, please advise. Uchiha Shisui also arched his hand, with a very humble attitude and a trace of respect. My name is Uchiha Shisui, please advise me. This was the first time he faced a chunin upright, and he was a little nervous for a while, not to mention there are so many people around watching their battle, especially the figure of Bai Yu. This is an excellent opportunity to perform. If it fails, the consequences will be disastrous. I am afraid that Bai Yu will not teach him anymore. A referee walked in front of the 2 people. After seeing that 1 and 2 people were ready, he nodded, slid his hands down and said loudly. Now I announce the start of the game. As soon as the words fell, Uchiha Shisui took the lead, and his figure quickly dissipated in the venue, and he was in front of Yamada Feng in the blink of an eye. Mida Fengi's expression remained unchanged, and he stretched out his hand and easily blocked the fist that Uchiha Shisui had hit. Feeling the powerful force on his fist, Uchiha Shisui's eyes moved slightly, and his hand that quickly withdrew gave him a strong kick. This seemed to be a fast and fierce attack. In front of Yamada Feng, it seemed to have been slowed down a bit, and was easily blocked by him again. At the same time, he kicked Uchiha Shisui. This is the gap between strength and experience. Chunin is not something Huxia Cabbage can pinch, let alone an opponent whose age is so different. Unprepared, Uchiha Shisui was kicked a few meters away in the air. Although he was shocked, he adjusted his position and landed smoothly on the ground, so he didn't fall to the ground. 0. With just a brief contact, Uchiha Shisui probably raised Mida Fengi's power a bit. This is definitely a tough opponent. If you are not careful, you may fail. The battle between the two was on the verge of becoming fierce, and the speed was getting faster and faster. After 3 or 4 collisions, Uchiha Shisui turned on Sharingan without hesitation, and strengthened his strength even further. After opening Sharingan, Uchiha Shisui's strength and obvious appearance improved a huge section. With Fang Sanda's speed, he was able to stay in the master slowly and could keep up. Although he wouldn't be seriously injured by Sanda Feng, he could not avoid being hit by his attack, and he could increase the success rate of persevering. However, this is only the beginning, and only after the battle has reached the white-hot stage and both sides have begun to use spells, is the real war. Third Hokage, who had been watching the battle, suddenly shifted his gaze to a person in the spectator stand. There was a trace of scrutiny in his eyes, and it seemed that he found a clue, but he couldn't be sure for a while, and he was a little skeptical. Danzo followed his gaze to the person, showing a trace of suspicion just like Hokage on the 2.6 mountain. Do you also think that person is familiar? Sarutobi Hiruzen touched his beard, smiled and said, I haven't seen this man in Konoha village, and he has a trace of hidden power in his body. It should be a transformation technique. Using this kind of technique to sneak into our Ninja Academy graduation ceremony, do you want to do some small moves? Do you want to solve it? As Danzo waved his hand, 3 Anbu immediately emerged from the darkness, half kneeling in front of Danzo. Wait a minute, don't you think this person is familiar? Are you sure you don't know him? Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. Unexpectedly, his transformation technique can even be hidden from our eyes. Chapter 135 Mobilize Anbu. Danzo, now you have to admit that you are also old, and you can't even see his true colors. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Danzo's eyes became more puzzled, and he frantically searched for this person's information in his mind, but without exception, none of them were right. It seems that he doesn't know this person at all, but he has a very familiar feeling, and most of that familiar feeling comes from resentment and anger. It seems that this person did something that made him very angry when he didn't know it, but he didn't know what these things were. Listening to you, you seem to know his identity, so tell me who he is. Danzo snorted and sneered at Third Hokage. Perhaps this is one of the ways Third Hokage deliberately said it, trying to make him doubt himself. After all, he couldn't see that his Hokage was about the same strength as him, and the training methods he learned were similar. Maybe he couldn't see it either. This is to swindle him 20. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face remained unchanged, and at the same time there was a faint smile on his face. If you have the same strength as him, I might not really recognize him as someone else, but this person is too familiar to me and I have dealt with many times. Even if he changes his appearance, I can still know who he is. And you are very familiar with this person. Of course, the familiarity I'm talking about is not that kind of good. It's a pity that you can't do it if you want to kill him. Hearing this, a disgusting figure suddenly flashed in Danzo's mind. The figure of this person and the appearance of the person in front of him were overlapped and pinched, and the eyes widened suddenly on the ship stood up directly from the seat. It's him, Bai Yu. That's right, the person who used the change forbearance is Bai Yu. At the same time, it is the person who troubles Danzo the most and has the most headache. He had dreamed about how he defeated Bai Yu countless times, and wiped him out of this world. But every time he woke up from a dream, he could hear the news of Bai Yu in his ear, and it made him feel helpless and angry at the same time. He wanted to kill Bai Yu a long time ago, but Bai Yu's strength is too strong. If he tries his best to fight one-on-one, he will find that he is not his opponent. This is simply not the strength that an ordinary person should have. Obviously he is not very old, but he actually possesses such heaven-defying power, as if he has changed into a different person. How about it, now you know too. After learning the identity of Bai Yu, Danzo's eyes became cold and cruel. He is a big man who will come here to see the ninja who studies the ninja. He took the graduation exam and used the transformation technique to hide his true identity. There must be some unknown secrets. All the ninjas in the ninja academy will come from Konoha village in the future. It would be normal for him to come here to see the student graduate in normal times, but once he uses the hidden breath ninjutsu, it will be different. In case he has any purpose, even if he wants to kill these young saplings that have just grown up, it will be very harmful to our Konoha village. I can't allow any possibility to happen. I must obliterate him as soon as possible. Do you want to stop me? Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen coldly. Sarutobi Hiruzen was slightly frightened, and said, Tuan Minus, your idea is too impulsive. With Bai Yu's strength, he doesn't need to do this at all. His strength is obvious to all of us. Do you think it is necessary for him to kill these students? This will not do him any good. Living in Konoha village, he will also be protected by us. Even if he wants to be Hokage, he has this strength. Hearing the word Hokage, Danzo was instantly furious, and could no longer contain the impulse and killing intent in his heart. Hokage has always been his goal, and he has always worked hard for this position, but second Hokage did not give him this position, but instead gave it to Sarutobi Hiruzen. This made him very sad and angry, and now the head of Sarutobi actually told him that Hokage's position is likely to be handed over to Bai Yu. All this made him unable to tolerate it anymore, and even more unable to face him calmly. He must act as soon as possible, otherwise the next Hokage of Konoha village might still be in the hands of others. He will not allow this to happen. The team battle waved his hand and notified the other Anbu members hiding in the dark in a very concealed manner.
In this way, Sarutobi Hiruzen found a trace of clues, but he didn't think much about it. He even dared to say such things and wanted to provoke Danzo. Naturally, he had corresponding measures.
Just let him fight Bai Yu, which is actually quite good. After all, Bai Yu's strength is very powerful. If you don't use some small means and some despicable methods, it is difficult to kill Bai Yu, even Danzo. So he didn't have to worry about Bai Yu's safety, but instead turned his gaze to Bai Yu's body, showing a trace of interest. He was very curious why Bai Yu came to the ninja academy to watch the ninja's graduation exam. There seemed to be nothing to make his heart touch. If there is only one, and that is Uchiha Shisui. 157 This is the best way third Hokage 2 thought of and the reason why Bai Yu came here. After all, geniuses are very rare. It is normal for Bai Yu to have a little thought when he saw the birth of a new genius. After all, fighting alone will not be able to reach the enemy's thousands of horses and sooner or later they will die. Third Hokage even wondered whether Shisui Shuzibo's talent is so powerful, and the reason why his actual combat ability is so strong now is that Bai Yu secretly taught him. Otherwise, no matter how strong Uchiha Shisui's talent and bloodline ability are, it will be difficult to display such strength. Someone must have taught him to practice cultivation behind the scenes. Bai Yu is one of the biggest possibilities. Soon more than 20 Anbu members near the Ninja Academy received Danzo's order at the same time. They surrounded the Ninja Academy with the fastest speed, and did not make any movement, even stepping on the dry leaves without making any sound. It quietly surrounded the Konoha Shinobi training group, the surrounding water could not leak, and even a fly could not fly out. Now, as long as there is an order on the ship, these Anbu members will come out together to besiege Bai Yu. Danzo clenched his hands, his eyes fixed on Bai Yu's position, gritted his teeth. Chapter 136 I want to kill Bai Yu today. He must kill Bai Yu here, otherwise this person will be his greatest threat in the future, even greater than third Hokage's threat. Bai Yu, watching the battle of Uchiha Shisui, now suddenly felt a powerful killing intent. Looking along the source, Bai Yu found Danzo's figure and also noticed his eyes that wanted to kill. This made Bai Yu's eyes shook slightly, a little surprise. He didn't expect Danzo to find him after using the transformation technique. It seems that he underestimated the strength of Tuan Zhang, and it is not easy to be able to secretly protect the characters of Konoha village in Konoha village.
But when he found out. He didn't think there was any problem. Anyway, the only one who wanted to kill him was that he killed Tuan Zhang. I hope that Tuan Zhang is just standing in the position of watching the battle, without any action eyes, although full of killing intent, but physically as stable as Mount Hai. As if he just wanted to stare at Bai Yu. But is this really the case? And Danzo, who would not believe it, showed such a look at him. How could there be no sign of action?
This is not the style of Tuan Zhang. Soon Bai Yu directly used Byakugan, swept for a week, and surrounded the ninja academy. Now this place is his territory and his domain. Anyone who steps here will be discovered by him. As soon as Byakugan's power was used, Bai Yu found out immediately, and more than 20 people who had hidden their figures quietly touched it. And these people wear uniforms and masks. According to the clothing, Bai Yu knows that these are all members of Anbu. It turns out that the reason Tuan Zhang didn't make a move was to inform Anbu's people that the idea of having Anbu surround him was really ridiculous. Danzo had no way of defeating him, and he sent so many Anbu people to die. Is this the so-called leader? Really ridiculous? No matter how many people come in front of him, it's just a gift. Wouldn't Danzo understand this? Or what other purpose does he have? For Danzo, Bai Yu has always been very cautious. This person is more sinister and cunning than anyone he has ever met. If it weren't for some special reasons, he would have killed Danzo long ago. How could it be possible? Leave him here? Now that the enemy has already hit the door, if you don't make a little counterattack, you will most likely be looked down upon by others. This is not the result Bai Yu wanted. Since the opponent has already shot, then Bai Yu naturally will not be merciful anymore. He glanced at Uchiha Ningxiong next to him, patted his shoulder lightly, and whispered a few words in his ear. I have something temporarily and need to leave for 5 minutes. I will come back in 5 minutes. You can continue to watch it here. If anything goes wrong, just send me a signal first. Okay, then you go ahead. Uchiha Rinxiong didn't have the slightest doubt. Bai Yu was originally a busy man, and he was often burdened with difficult tasks. But at the same time Bai Yu is also a very trustworthy person. He said that if he only leaves for 5 minutes, it will definitely only consume 5 minutes. 5 minutes is not long, and it is not a big deal even if it is short. Moreover, the battle of Uchiha Shisui has just begun, and it has not entered the white-hot stage for a while, and Bai Yu does not need to be guarded here. Bai Yu nodded, and suddenly disappeared from the spectator stand. Have you been spotted? Everyone is moving fast? Seeing Bai Yu disappearing suddenly, Danzo felt that something was wrong. He didn't expect Bai Yu to be so cautious, and he discovered the Anbu members so quickly. Now that he has already started to act, he naturally will not suddenly give up informing his subordinates, quickly launch an attack on Bai Yu, and use all means to keep Bai Yu here. At least Bai Yu has to lose a layer of skin and pay a little price. Bai Yu used Flying Thunder God to come to the outside of the Ninja Academy. It happened to be here. He saw 3 Anbu members, quietly groping for their figures and breath. Seeing Bai Yu suddenly appeared in front of him, the faces of the Anbu members were shocked at the same time, and the level of caution reached the apex in an instant, almost subconsciously. They threw a few smoke bombs at their feet. Smoke bombs can well blind the enemy's sight, and give oneself a chance to escape and hide. However, this method is like playing a house in front of Bai Yu. He is now using Byakugan's power. Byakugan can observe the surrounding situation 360 degrees without blind spots, and discover the enemy's chakra and location. The smoke bomb was in front of him as if it was a fake. It was useless at all, and he could see the 3 Anbu wanting to escape. Without the slightest hesitation, Bai Yu held a dagger and used the Flying Thunder God technique to quickly step forward, one person with one knife, and it was easy to solve. The speed was so fast that the 3 Anbu members had no chance to react at all, and their heads and bodies had already left home. The rest of the Anbu members seemed to feel the deaths of 3 Anbu. Everyone became nervous and watched the surrounding situation carefully at all times. A long time ago, they had already known Bai Yu's power and horror. It was very powerful and terrifying to be able to kill the entire body alone by a person like Jinchuriki. They cannot underestimate Bai Yu. Just when Bai Yu found the hiding place of the next Anbu member, he hit the barrier just as soon as he arrived. A seal enchantment instantly surrounded Bai Yu with the terrifying seal power, and Bai Yu's body was constantly squeezed, not wanting to overwhelm her to the ground. There are also many flames and thunderbolts that have been hitting Bai Yu's body, wanting to kill Bai Yu in the enchantment by relying on these ninjutsu. Bai Yu frowned slightly, not because they hurt him, but feeling very upset. It's okay for these people to surround him, and they even used traps to seduce him here. Isn't it possible to fight like a man upright? This would be too embarrassing. If he had known it, he would just kill these people in an instant. Bai Yu put his hand on the enchantment in front of him, and then he was bounced out by the force of a rebound. Oh, what kind of enchantment is this? It's kind of interesting. There was a smile on Bai Yu's face, but he didn't expect that the enchantment here could actually bounce it back. It seemed that the intensity was very high. And this kind of enchantment Bai Yu has never seen anything that can be said to be very novel before. Chapter 137 Bai Yu is trapped. Maybe he can learn this enchantment, and maybe it will help him a little bit in the future. The skill is not enough, let alone Bai Yu. Seeing that Bai Yu was shot out, the other Anbu members were relieved at the same time, and the big boulder caught in their hearts also fell a little. Sure enough, Bai Yu is not an invincible existence, he will also be trapped by such a barrier. As long as the number of people has the upper hand, Bai Yu can be trapped with a little trick. If there are enough people, wouldn't it be possible to completely kill Bai Yu? If Danzo suddenly appeared in front of them at this time and cooperated with them to attack, they would be 70% sure that Bai Yu could be completely wiped out. But it's a pity that Danzo will not come here, and now he can only rely on their strength. Danzo's order to him was to use all means and strength to make Bai Yu hurt and suffer severe damage. This only said that it hurt him, but it didn't say that they had to fight with all their lives. It would be great if they could succeed. Even if they could not succeed, they would not be punished even if they escaped. This is what Tuan Zhang said personally, and they will naturally believe it. Seeing Bai Yu trapped in the enchantment, more than 10 Anbu members came here one after another. At the same time, they used their own power to infuse the 157 enchantment, even stronger to increase the firmness of the enchantment. This time their enemy is the legendary ninja, Bai Yu, this horrible existence comparable to cage level, they dare not relax. You must be cautious of 120% to ensure your own safety. Seeing that Bai Yu was really trapped in the barrier and ejected several times, the Anbu members started to get a little excited. We actually controlled Bai Yu. We weren't dreaming, he was a cage-level ninja and we were. What about the cage-level ninja? This enchantment was developed only after Master Danzo exhausted his life's hard work and Orochimaru's scientific research results, even if third Hokage came here and wanted to break this knot. The world is very difficult. What's more, we have so many people here, and the strength of the barrier has been successfully increased. Unless it is particularly powerful, it is impossible to break the barrier with the cooperation of those cage-level people. It's so exciting, we even controlled Bai Yu. If our number is large enough, we can even trap a tailed beast, I feel. Don't be too careless. Bai Yu's strength is terrifying. Even third Hokage is not necessarily his opponent. You must be cautious. Don't be too careless. Call other Anbu who hasn't come, member. Soon, more than 10 members of the ministry came here one after another. When Bai Yu was trapped, their eyes also showed a hint of shock. After confirming that Bai Yu was really trapped, such anxiousness turned into excitement again. Without any hesitation, they directly used their own power to reinforce the power of the enchantment and make it more indestructible. It's so exciting, we actually controlled Bai Yu. This record is enough to take a year out. You want to see Bai Yu's power so much, you still can't be too careless, you must be careful, don't be proud, otherwise you won't know what's going on if you get a spike. However, this Anbu member's reminder didn't make much difference, and the other Anbu members were as excited as ever and laughed wildly at each other. It seems to have controlled Bai Yu, just like killing Bai Yu, making them proud and complacent. However, being able to control Bai Yu is indeed a very satisfying result. After all, Bai Yu's strength is obvious to all, and he naturally knows how pervert he is. Let alone control Bai Yu, it is impossible to be able to touch his body. They all reached a consensus on this point. Don't worry, Bai Yu has been completely trapped here by us. He allows him to have CACG, 3 heads and 6 arms, don't want to escape. This time we won, and it is easy for us to explain to Master Danzo. Bai Yu is not an invincible existence. He is just a single person. This time it is our great success. If you see this scene, Master Danzo will surely break your heart. Maybe he will give us a little bonus. Brothers will work harder to attack Bai Yu and severely wound him. With an order, everyone instantly became excited, and began to exert all their strength, hitting Bai Yu's body time and time again, with excitement. Bai Yu counted the time, his expression was cold and not panicked at all, as if the person trapped was not him, he was just a theatergoer, just so. Doesn't it just trap me? It's just not so exciting. Bai Yu sighed helplessly, his eyes slowly became cold. Since this is the first team fight against me, don't blame me, you're welcome, you are just a group of cannon fodder, the reason for such excitement, is it because you know that you are about to die? Now that's the matter, you don't have to talk about the kung fu, if you really have the strength to come out, then you won't be there to talk big. Give up, Bai Yu, today you can't escape with your wings, this is your grave, remember that the one who killed you is our Anbu. You are a hero and a very powerful man. We respect you very much, so this time we will bring you the most gorgeous funeral. It's not too bad for you to be able to die under our hands. Remember to look at the form more clearly next time you reincarnate. Some people are existences you can't afford in your life. A person's strength is not an absolute strength. Hearing the excitement of the Anbu members and the tone that seemed to be winning, Bai Yu suddenly laughed. It's ridiculous. A group of clowns as cannon fodder dared to speak to me like this, really thinking that I really can't kill you. Just because you rubbish are worthy of standing in front of me when you talk to me like this, it seems that I'm still a bit softer, and it's time to let you know what terror is. I promised others that I would go back within 5 minutes. It has been 4.5 minutes, and I will overtime if it is a little later. So say goodbye, I will return the original sentence to you just now. As soon as the voice fell, Bai Yu suddenly clenched his fist and slammed his punch against the barrier in front of him. On the seemingly fluttering fist, there was a force weighing tens of thousands of jins. Chapter 138 Break the Barrier. This blow actually made the enchantment feel a bit fragmented and almost unsustainable, and even a vacuum environment appeared in the void. How could the barrier be cracked by him? The Anbu members were shocked, and they moved into chakra in a panic, strengthening the power of the enchantment, for fear that Bai Yu would suddenly come out. There was also a trace of cold sweat on their cheeks, their heartbeats rapidly intensified, and their blood boiled. This time they didn't dare to underestimate Bai Yu. Sure enough, this is a character who can be regarded as a monster and cannot be judged by common sense. Anyone in front of him is like a child who can't see where his upper limit is. This is simply a person who is like a taboo. I told you not to be too proud, otherwise you don't even know how to die, and you will suffer if you don't listen to the old man. Bai Yu was like the voice of the 9 ghosts, which came out from all directions. This voice made everyone stand upside down, their bodies frightened and fighting frantically. How is it possible? Isn't Bai Yu trapped by us? Then what is this voice? That's right, now Bai Yu is indeed trapped in the barrier. His punch did not break the barrier, but it opened a lot of gaps. But the voice of Bai Yu just now didn't come from within the barrier, as if there were countless Bai Yu wandering in their ears, which was very daunting. Is that an illusion? The corner of Bai Yu's mouth crossed, with a cruel smile. Bai Yu in the enchantment suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, Bai Yu didn't know when he had come to the outside of the barrier. He was holding a handful and licking it lightly. Seeing such a smile on Bai Yu's face, everyone felt that their hearts had stopped beating. They were shocked and almost fell to the ground. How is it possible? How is it possible? How could Bai Yu come out of the barrier? He was still inside just now. The barrier has not been broken. It is impossible to come out of it. It's impossible that this must be an illusion. We must have been hit by an illusion. Quickly solve the illusion. The members of Anbu put their hands on each other's shoulders and made a little more chakra for each other. In this way, they can unlock the control of illusion over themselves in an instant. However, this method didn't seem to have much effect. Chakra went in, but the scene in front of him was still the scene in front of him. Bai Yu was still standing outside the barrier, looking at them with a foolish expression. The look in his eyes seemed to say, "Do you have a problem with your head?" Impossible. This enchantment is a combination of the scientific research results of Lord Danzo and Orochimaru. Even cage-level ninjas cannot escape under the joint suppression of so many of us. Bai Yu is just a teenage ninja. How could he have such power? How could he break away from such a terrifying enchantment? This must be fake. Does he have any other illusion methods that we don't know? Damn, it was actually played by such a person, so unwilling. Everyone, don't mess with yourself. The current Bai Yu may be just an illusion. We continue to increase the strength of the barrier. Maybe he still wants to use this method without getting out of the barrier. Let us fall apart and take the initiative to lift the formation. This statement was approved by everyone, and they were unwilling to believe that Bai Yu could really easily escape from the barriers they had worked so hard to set up. The blow to them was too great, and they couldn't believe it and couldn't accept such a result. This only shows that Bai Yu is deceiving their eyes, wanting them to take the initiative to remove the formation. Your strength is still in the past. If you go to battle on the battlefield, it will be a good strength, but it is a pity that your strength is used in the wrong place. Follow Tuan Zhang to practice. This is the biggest mistake you have ever made in your life. Just die under my hands. You don't lose. After speaking, Bai Yu's eyes instantly turned into Rinnegan, with a strong suction force from both hands, which brought everyone to his side. Universal pull. What kind of power is this? Why is my body not under my own control? Is this also an illusion? Damn, what should I do now? It's not right. How can the illusion be so real, unless it is Uchiha Shisui's distinguished heavenly gods to have such an effect, and why his eyes become the eyes of the legendary sage of 6 paths, that is Rinnegan. What to do? What should we do now? Is Bai Yu really so powerful? Will we die here? Lord Danzo, please help us, help. Bai Yu is a monster. You must not become an enemy with him. Life and death, the members of Anbu can only trust Danzo to save them once. After all, they're short-term capable men. Their death is also a big loss for Danzo. If you want to cultivate talents again, it takes a lot of manpower, material resources and support. Danzo is definitely not willing to train new talents all the time. However, it is a pity that Danzo did not even blink his eyes for the Anbu members' call for help, but still sat in the audience with a cold face. He knew a little bit about the things outside and what happened, but she still didn't choose to take action. Now this look is obvious. More than 30 members of Anbu shot together. No one injured Bai Yu. Let him go by himself. What good results can he get? On the contrary, Bai Yu may be injured and killed here. He doesn't believe that Sarutobi Hiruzen will save him. Even if it saves him, he himself will pay a great price, or it is not impossible for you to let him add his own blood. It is impossible for him to make such a thing happen. As Anbu, Danzo has already lost his heart. It seems that the person you are guarding doesn't seem to want to save you, so just die here. With their expressions of horror and despair, the Anbu members frightened Bai Yu's hands up and down, coupled with a fire-style spell attack, enclosing more than 30 people in the flames. Overwhelmingly huge flames, burning and touching a little bit, the body will be directly burned to ashes, drifting away in the wind. Coupled with Rinnegan's power, these people couldn't even escape. They could only watch themselves getting closer and closer to the flames. Amidst the screams and painful groans, more than 30 Anbu members were all resolved by Bai Yu alone in an instant. Deficit. Chapter 139. Question Danzo. Their bodies turned into smoke and drifted in the wind, as if they had never appeared here. There is still a smell of burnt in the air. It still smells good, but it doesn't make you appetite, especially after learning that the smell is coming from these Anbu members. They even want to vomit it out. Bai Yu counted the time. There are still 2 seconds left. He kept his promise with 10 points, and finished the solution in time. The members of Anbu and him directly used the Flying Thunder God spell and returned to the audience. Not much time, not long, just 5 minutes. Your time card is still relatively accurate. Uchiha Minato saw Bai Yu coming back, with a delighted expression on his face, very happy. I promised you to come back within 5 minutes. I will be back within 5 minutes on 157. What's going on there now? Has the result come out? Not yet, but it should be coming soon. Uchiha Shisui seems to be a little bit restricted. Would you like to remind him? Looking at Uchiha Shisui, who has not finished the battle on the battlefield, Uchiha Minato feels a little worried. After all, this is my own son. Every time I see someone hit my son Xiongsheng Uchiha Rinnegan with a punch and kick, I feel very distressed. If it weren't for knowing that this is something that must be experienced, Uchiha Rinnegan would want to rush to stop them from fighting. Pity the parents of the world. Bai Yu focused his gaze on the battlefield and watched Uchiha Shisui's battle curiously. He wondered how could Uchiha Shisui's power be limited. After looking at Bai Yu for a while, he discovered the problem. It turns out that Bai Yu told Uchiha Shisui before that she should not rely too much on Sharingan's power. Constantly using the power of Sharingan will be a very heavy burden, and there will be a slight price. So Uchiha Shisui didn't use it much after writing and using the power of Sharingan. That's why he has been pressed and beaten by Sani Toyota. This is also a normal thing. Bai Yu could only smile and nod his head. He expressed his satisfaction. After all, it is a good thing that Uchiha Shisui can hear him. This is also an essential part of cultivation. However, in the final victory, he still hopes that Uchiha Shisui can get it. But now the time is a little bit early and long, and Uchiha Shisui can continue to fight, and he will have to solve other things in a while. The next moment Bai Yu shifted his gaze to Tuanjian, and a smile of unknown meaning crossed the corner of his mouth. Seeing Bai Yu actually shifted his gaze, Uchiha Rinnegan was a little anxious. He asked hurriedly, "Don't you remind Uchiha Shisui? He is really tough now. What should I do if he loses later?" "If you lose, you will lose. If you can't hold on for this amount of time, then forget it." Bai Yu spoke very calmly. "Wait for me. I'll go to Danzo, and I'll be back after saying something." "Tuan Zhang, are you talking about the leader of Konoha Anbu Gen Danzo? Apart from that group Zhang, is there any other group Zhang? He is over there now. But what are you going to do with Danzo? I heard that this person is not easy to get along with, and he likes to use some small tricks, so no one will contact him easily. Why don't you go, just watch the battle of Uchiha Shisui here. I am worried that you will be in danger." A heavy expression appeared on Uchiha Lin Zhang's face. She was afraid that Bai Yu would be scammed by Danzo. Danzo's methods and tactics, he also heard a little, and was very unsightly. Many people hate Danzo because his methods are despicable and cruel, and the way he teaches cultivation is also very unhuman, and often drives many ninjas crazy. Generally, they would not contact Danzo, let alone take the initiative to contact. Generally, when they see team battles, they hold a feeling of respect, and even stay away. Unexpectedly, Bai Yu would want to find Danzo. "I can't help it, he has come to the door, don't I go find him and have been waiting at home for him to kill me?" There was a cruel smile on Bai Yu's face, and he was already angry. "What? Did you leave just now because of this?" Uchiha Lin Zhang's face changed suddenly, and he hurriedly took Bai Yu's hands, for fear that he would do something hot-headed. 0. Sarutobi Hiruzen also noticed that Bai Yu appeared in front of him with a faint smile on his face. If he didn't expect it, a good show would happen next. "Danzo-sama is really an honorable person who has forgotten things. Your Anbu guy just shot me. This is your order. I can assume that this is a war against me. He only needs to ensure the safety of the people of Konoha village. As for these fights, he can sit and watch the show." After speaking, Bai Yu flashed up to Danzo's face. Seeing Bai Yu disappear suddenly, Uchiha Rinnegan clenched his hands into fists, and there was an unconcealable worry in his eyes. Seeing Bai Yu appear in front of him, Danzo did not have any surprises or fears, only endless anger. Don't go head-to-head with Danzo. His own strength is no less than that of third Hokage, and there are many Anbu ninjas who are very terrifying and powerful just next to him. What are you talking about? Why don't I understand? Is there anything you came to see me? Don't worry, he will take the initiative to apologize to me later. Danzo's face remained the same. His face was not red and heartbeat, and his face was righteous. But his hidden 10 points were perfect, and he didn't show any flaws, as if he were like a okay person. "Master Danzo, don't you think your approach is more or less mean? If you want to fight, just come to me directly. I'm very happy to accompany you. No matter who pays a little price, Sarutobi Hiruzen will not care a little bit more." He is looking forward to what Bai Yu's attitude towards Danzo will be like. Danzo has all shot against Bai Yu. With Bai Yu's character, he shouldn't sit still. What's more, Bai Yu has already come to the door directly, and he will definitely not let it go. These 2.6 things will be understood soon. Or let's stay away. This person is not an existence we can contend with. We have no money and power to provoke such a big chapter 140 endless killing intent. Suddenly Bai Yu lowered his head and moved closer to Danzo, staring at him tightly. The air seemed to be filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. "I don't have a very good temper. When I get angry, I want to kill. You know, I dare to kill the tailed beast Jinchuriki, let alone you. If you dare to attack me this time, then there will be another time, and the next time you have one, there will be 2, 3, and countless times. Such a huge threat, if it were you, what would you do?" "I will obliterate and eradicate this enemy, leaving no chance for him to stand up again," Danzo replied calmly. "That's right, I think so too, so I said Master Danzo will come out." Hearing Bai Yu's obvious provocation, Danzo's eyes were slightly cold. He was already angry, and now that Bai Yu provoked him like this, he was almost unable to contain the killing intent in his heart. It's just that the years of patience and humiliation have allowed him to exercise a good temperament, and he will not get angry easily. Once he is angry, it will be revenge like destroying the world. "Bai Yu, you are the ninja of my 20th Leaf Village, I am your upper-level leader, are you sure you want to talk to me like this? Believe that speaking to me like this will not do you any good, even if your strength is very strong. One chopstick breaks, one chopstick keeps breaking, and you know how many people are powerful. Third Raikage, once known as the Invincible, was still consumed by tens of thousands of people. Do you think which of you or Third Raikage is stronger now? Or do you think I can't organize such a huge force to deal with you? I definitely believe in the power of Master Danzo, and I know that you have this strength, but as long as your strength is strong enough, the number of people will be nothing more than cannon fodder. If you don't believe it, we can give it a try. I don't have to worry about anything, but you are sure you have this strength? Bai Yu put his hand on Danzo's shoulder, with a cruel smile on his face, pulled it into his ear and whispered. Don't think I don't know what you are doing. This is the last time. If you dare to continue to deal with me or do something wrong with me, then your life will be ended in an instant. Feeling a strange power coming from Bai Yu's hands, the expression on Danzo's face became cold and murderous, and he couldn't help but burst out. The power of terror spread towards 4 weeks, but before it spread to the position of 3 meters, it was stopped by an enchantment, wrapped in it again, and could not be dispersed. Master Danzo, don't be so angry. The graduation exam is still going on, so you must not affect the students who are fighting. Calm down, you are the strongest man under Hokage. If you don't even have this level of calmness, then it will be difficult for you to continue to maintain this position. After speaking, Bai Yu laughed and left the place, returned to the spectator stand, quietly watching Uchiha Shisui's battle. Unexpectedly, you will be calculated. Now you know what level of this man's strength is. It is no longer a character that we can treat as children. This is just the beginning, but if you have a good relationship with him, the future help to us will be huge, and your careful thoughts will be temporarily taken back. Danzo gritted his teeth, his face full of anger. I have written down this grudge, and even dared to use ninjutsu against me. I can't easily let him go. This man is a great hidden danger in our Konoha village. It is also a time bomb. I don't know when he will explode. He must be wiped out in the cradle immediately before he is completely strong. If you are willing to help me, I will be very happy and will accept your help this time, but what will it look like afterwards? What it looks like? Since you have said so, do you think I will help you? I won't have any advantage in fighting Bai Yu. On the contrary, there will be a lot of losses in it. I might not do anything that hurts others and hurts myself. There was a smile on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. It seemed that Danzo was squeezed, and he wanted to make a little bit of his request in it. Danzo was furious. He naturally knew what Sarutobi Hiruzen meant. He wanted to take advantage of the fire. But thinking of the threat Bai Yu posed to him, it seems that Sarutobi Hiruzen's request should not be too much. Even if you don't want to make a move, it's useless. I will get rid of him. If you dare to stop, then you can give it a try. His head bowed slightly and his face was gloomy. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I'm preparing for the future development of Konoha village. You have always kept this 1/3 of acre of land, and it feels very peaceful, right? This is the foundation that the first generation of Hokage and the second generation of Hokage have worked hard to achieve, and cannot be destroyed in his hands. Even if this enemy is his best friend, he will not let such a person survive in Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen is Hokage, he would do such a despicable thing. Right now, I just solved it first, Bai Yu, this huge trouble, and if I do it is the way for the future, I will definitely be stopped by Bai Yu. So now you want to threaten me too. I advise you not to do this, it will only benefit both of us, there is no harm. Otherwise, you can't afford the consequences. Whether to be cut off by Bai Yu, or to be used by Sarutobi Hiruzen, it requires a huge choice. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes gradually become gloomy. Once it comes to threatening the village, he will stand in the forefront without hesitation and obliterate all dangers. Remember it for me. This is the last time. I will not let such a character go and live in Konoha village. Which part should we give up? Teamfight is not easy for a while to make the best decision. If you give up something for Konoha village, Sarutobi Hiruzen thinks he can make this determination. Chapter 141 Conflict. If Konoha village continues like this, sooner or later it will be ruined in your own hands, and the things you once said will be like shit. Don't anger me, otherwise I will do things you can't imagine. Even if I give everything I have, I will unswervingly implement my own ideas. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly smashed the desktop with one palm, revealing a murderous intent in his eyes. You try, Danzo snorted coldly, and didn't intend to have too much conflict with Sarutobi Hiruzen on this matter. Bai Yu must be solved, but not now but later. Bai Yu returned to the spectator stand, and Uchiha Shisui's battle was about to come to an end. Now Uchiha Shisui is being beaten by Yamada Feng all the time, and it is difficult to parry for a while. Without Sharingan's help, he can still stand against this powerful opponent. After all, he is only 8 years old, so the strength is naturally not enough. But he was able to persist until now, and he was already proud of it. But this is not the result that Bai Yu most hopes to see. He turned to Uchiha Shisui and said loudly. Use all of your strength. If even a Chunin can't beat it, what are you still practicing? How can you survive on the battlefield in the future? Now fighting with a Chunin, you are so strenuous, then in the future you will face all enemies above Chunin. How long do you think you can hold on? Don't let me think that your strength is only so little. As soon as the words fell, Uchiha Shisui suddenly roared up to the sky. He was waiting for this moment. He needed Bai Yu's recognition and Bai Yu's approval. As long as Bai Yu gives an order and agrees to her to use Sharingan's power, he can use his full strength, and he has been suppressed and beaten by Yamada Feng, and he is actually very angry. Now Bai Yu can finally agree to his use of Sharingan's power. At the moment, he also used it directly without reservation. Free Tomo Sharingan instantly became Mangekyo Sharingan. The terrifying power of blood flowed and gathered in the eyes. Distinguished heavenly gods. Without any hesitation, Uchiha Shisui used his strongest illusion technique as soon as he came, which was a taboo-like strength. Several clones appeared out of thin air beside him, and each clone was holding a small short sword. Together, they rushed to Feng Santian ahead. They were extremely fast and extremely powerful. Illusory. Feng Sanda is still a Chunin-level ninja after all, and his actual combat experience is not very bad, and he also knows something about Sharingan from the Uchiha family. Naturally, I know that Sharingan's most powerful power is that it can see through other people's ninjutsu, and one thing is that it can use very powerful illusions. If you don't know about Sharingan, people who don't know about Sharingan are likely to suffer and even lose their lives. So when Feng Sanda saw Uchiha Shisui using distinguished heavenly gods, he immediately began to crack the illusion. However, what frightened him was that he couldn't break Uchiha Shisui's illusion. Everything in front of him was still everything in front of him, and there was no change, even if it suddenly became illusory. As if he hadn't been drawn into the world of illusion at all. How is this possible? Isn't this an illusion? Before Feng Sanda could think of a reason, the two clones of Uchiha Shisui suddenly came to Feng Sanda, holding the short sword and slashing straight down. Feng Sanda hurriedly took out a first block to resist, but found that his arm was trembling slightly when the dagger and the mouth collided with each other. Feng Santian was shocked by the power that came from his tiny body like a mountain. This is not an illusion technique, it is shadow clone technique. Feng Mita condensed his eyes and gave an opportunity to stab a clone of Uchiha Shisui with one hand. However, Feng Sanda's fist went straight through Uchiha Shisui's clone, as if he hadn't touched the real thing. It just passed through, without any obstacles and without any strength. Just when Santian Feng was shocked, another clone came to him and kicked him. The power of horror came over again. This time, Santian Feng took a hard hit and was kicked to the ground in the distance. How can it be? It's neither shadow clone technique, nor illusion technique, but it's like a real person in front of you. How exactly did this achieve this step? In his cognition, it is impossible to exist beyond the scope of his knowledge understanding. At the moment when Yamada Feng lost his senses, Uchiha Shisui seized the opportunity, swiftly stepped forward to shake the knife, and kept stabs frantically. He needs to solve Sanda Feng as soon as possible. Such power has completely surpassed the cognition of others. When Bai Yu and Uchiha Shisui competed, they already saw his power. Uchiha Shisui will not give Mita Feng too much time to think, and the consumption of Mangekyo Sharingan's power all the time is very huge. Yamada Feng wanted to resist. When his attack hit the doppelganger, he went straight through it and not only did not cause any damage, but the doppelganger did not move. Santian Feng is almost desperate. Can such an opponent really be defeated by him? Impossible. How can there be such power? At the moment, he hardly hesitated, and immediately sent 10 clones to attack Santian Feng together. Taking advantage of Santian Feng now, he still doesn't know what is the reason for his power. Using distinguished heavenly gods to deal with a Chunin-level ninja is not easy to catch. As long as Uchiha Shisui performs normally, this battle can be said to have easily won the double. This is a 10-point bug power. The strongest illusion in the world of ninja is distinguished heavenly gods. All clones are fake, but at the same time, all clones are all real. Well, Jiao Hao is false, fake, and true, making people completely unclear. Only with the most output in the shortest time can he hope to defeat Mita Feng. Once the time is delayed, he will definitely be the first to be unable to hold on. Yamada Feng really didn't understand what Uchiha Shisui's power looked like. It was all fake, but when their attacks hit him, they were just like their own attacks. Seeing the power of Uchiha Shisui distinguished heavenly gods, Bai Yu nodded with satisfaction. This is what he values most with Uchiha Shisui. Chapter 142 Become Chunin. Moreover, such an opponent is only 8 years old, and Genin who has just graduated from the Ninja Academy. In the end, under Sanda Fengyi's desperate expression, he was stabbed more than a dozen times in succession, and the blood flowed down. He also hurriedly fell to the ground because of lack of energy. The battle ended in Uchiha Shisui's victory. As soon as the battle was over, Uchiha Shisui immediately knelt on the ground, panting heavily, and a cold sweat on his forehead shed. He has also reached the limit. If Yamada Feng persists, maybe the ending will change. The next moment Bai Yu came to Uchiha Shisui's face, supporting him with one hand to prevent him from falling to the ground. Good job. Although it is just the simplest encouragement, Uchiha Shisui is still very happy to be praised by Bai Yu, but it is not easy. People who want Bai Yu to look at them are not qualified, let alone Bai Yu praise them personally. In an instant, Uchiha Shisui felt that his injuries and mental fatigue were not a big deal. To be able to get praise from Bai Yu, it seemed that no matter how hard it was, no matter how tired it was worth it. At this time, the referee walked up 173 with a face full of surprise, looking at Mita Toyohashi who was sent down by the medical ninja, and then at Uchiha Shisui, who was sweating profusely. For a while, he felt that his 3 views were about to collapse. He had just graduated from the Ninja Academy and was promoted directly to the ranks of Chunin. This kind of talent and strength may already be the highest level. How many geniuses dare to say that they can have such an achievement as Uchiha Shisui? At least looking at the entire ninja world, there are only a handful of people who can reach the Chunin ranks just after graduating from the Ninja Academy. Today, such a talented figure appeared before his eyes. Such a genius will definitely be an incredible big man in the future. Thinking of this, there was a hint of interest in the judge's eyes, and he wanted to have a good relationship with Uchiha Shisui. However, after seeing Bai Yu next to Uchiha Shisui, the referee suddenly had no such thoughts. As long as Bai Yu is a ninja, everyone knows who Bai Yu is. Known as Violent Kun, he personally killed a complete tail beast Jinchuriki, and his strength was at least cage level. And looking at the relationship between Bai Yu and Uchiha Shisui, it seems that the relationship is still very good. Maybe Jibo Shisui can be so powerful with Bai Yu's help. In this way, Uchiha Shisui himself may be a character like Bai Yu's younger brother. Such a character may not be impossible to negotiate a good relationship on his own. After hearing that Uchiha Shisui succeeded in becoming a Jonin, everyone present immediately boiled. He was promoted directly after graduating from the ninja school and became a Chunin. Looking at the entire human world, few people can achieve this kind of achievement. From now on, the name of Uchiha Shisui may resound throughout Konoha village. Brother Bai Yu, I didn't let you down. Expectant eyes flashed in Uchiha Shisui's eyes, as if Bai Yu's words of praise made him happier than his victory. Of course not. You did a good job. Continue to practice hard. It won't be long before you can become a Jonin. Bai Yu patted Uchiha Shisui on the shoulder, with a faint smile on his face. At this time, the head teacher came over, his expression a bit solemn and hesitant. Lord Bai Yu, I should have mentioned to Uchiha Shisui before. I want him to go to the battlefield to sharpen him. There will be ninjas to protect his safety in the middle, and now Uchiha Shisui's strength is beyond all of our imagination, so you see, can I arrange for Uchiha Shisui to go to the battlefield now? The head teacher actually didn't want to say it so quickly, especially in front of Bai Yu. After all, as a person who was favored by Bai Yu would not necessarily agree that Uchiha Shisui entered the battlefield so quickly. The talent is so strong, then in case of a sudden turnaround, Bai Yu will definitely blame him in the end. This is equivalent to looking for death. However, Bai Yu didn't have any expressions and was as indifferent as ever. Except for a few words to praise Uchiha Shisui at the beginning, Bai Yu's face was expressionless. When hearing the news, Bai Yu just nodded calmly. I already know about this. I'll send him out into the battlefield tomorrow. You don't need excessive protection. Everything is about tempering him. But relatively speaking, if your protection measures are not in place and Uchiha Shisui loses something in the battle, then I will definitely come and find you again. After speaking, Bai Yu glanced at the head teacher, and the threat in his eyes was self-evident. Really? When I heard that I could eat something delicious, Uchiha Shisui instantly became excited and quickly said a lot of things he wanted to eat. Every ninja who enters the battlefield will be protected by many ninjas, and the strength is not bad. Bai Yu nodded and took Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Linxiong to leave the ninja school. Uchiha Rinnegan smiled and nodded and agreed readily. Everyone wants to be praised by others, let alone himself. Then thank you Mr. Bai Yu, you can rest assured that the safety of Uchiha Shisui will be greatly guaranteed. With such a terrifying Violent Kun, two face-to-face conversations at such a close distance are really a very frightening thing. If you don't pay attention to your own life, you will be gone. In fact, their family is not rich, but it is such a happy thing at such an important time. No matter how rich they are, they will try their best to take it out. As long as Bai Yu agrees to enter the battlefield with Uchiha Shisui, everything is fine. As for the protection of Uchiha Shisui, this is for sure. Just say anything you want to eat tonight, I'll take you to a good meal. But after hearing that Bai Yu agreed to let Uchiha Shisui enter the battlefield, the head teacher was still relieved. Presumably this should be the result that Bai Yu wants to see. It's really my child. If you haven't paid attention to you for a while, you have cultivated so strong. Such a talent surprised my mother. Uchiha Shisui scratched the back of his head embarrassedly, very happy in his heart. The head teacher naturally understood, and quickly nodded, the cold sweat on his forehead shed again. After coming outside, Uchiha Nanxiong looked at her child with satisfaction, showing a kind smile. However, the necessary trials will allow Uchiha Shisui to fight on his own. Chapter 143 Yakushi no. Today is a memorable day. After eating and drinking, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Nanxiong returned home together. And Bai Yu quietly followed to Uchiha Shisui's house, where he slept with Uchiha Rinnegan for one night. On the morning of the second day, Uchiha Shisui left Konoha village with a dozen Jonin under the leadership of the head teacher of the ninja school. Went to the battlefield where fierce fighting is taking place. But the place they went was on the edge of the battlefield, and they would not go deep into it, and were responsible for some logistical support work and the like. Only in this way can children who have just graduated from ninja school have more chances of survival and less danger. There are also students from other people's schools. But their strength is not as strong as Uchiha Shisui, and there are very few ninjas around them to protect them, only a handful of 4 or 5. If it weren't for Bai Yu, the guards around Uchiha Shisui might be fewer than them. This is the difference between power and status. Before Uchiha Shisui left, Bai Yu stuffed Uchiha Shisui's hand with a handful of kunai, on which the spell mark of Flying Thunder God was engraved. If Uchiha Shisui suddenly encounters an unsolvable danger of life and death in the battlefield, Bai Yu can also come to her in time through Flying Thunder God's spell mark to save his life. Regarding the safety of Uchiha Shisui's life, Bai Yu still didn't worry about giving it to these Jonin. In his opinion, the real battlefield is unpredictable, and no one knows what will happen next second. No matter how powerful a person is, there will be moments of loss of consciousness. He needs to do his best to improve Uchiha Shisui's safety factor by a large margin. In fact, Uchiha Ninjiang's request is in it. Cultivate hard. I look forward to the changes that will occur after you come back. It's not like the Ninja Academy is not so dangerous in the battlefield. Things change unpredictably on the battlefield. You must be more careful. Don't be careless, as long as you can come back alive. At the gate of Konoha village, Bai Yu solemnly gave a few words to Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Shisui nodded firmly, his hands clenched into fists, appearing a little excited. Don't worry, Bai Yu, brother, I will definitely come back alive. Then I want you to continue to teach me how to practice cultivation. Of course there is no problem, anytime. Bai Yu rubbed Uchiha Shisui's small head, a faint smile appeared on his face. In Bai Yu's gaze, Uchiha Shisui followed the large army away from Konoha village, went to the battlefield, and carried out an indispensable sharpening in life. Just when Bai Yu wanted to go back to sleep, he glanced at the corner of his eye and suddenly saw a familiar figure. The moment Bai Yu saw this person, Bai Yu's eyes moved slightly, and he rushed to the person's front. You actually came back at this time, have the battlefield things been handled properly? Looking at the person who suddenly appeared in front of him, the person trembled slightly and was startled, but he calmed down after seeing Bai Yu's face clearly. There was a hint of shyness on his face. The matters on the battlefield have been handled almost, and the medical ninjas have completely stepped into the entire battlefield. I will get it on the battlefield after I come back to prepare something and logistic support. This person is no one else, but Yakushi no. Bai Yu nodded and said, let's talk while walking. I happen to have something I need to tell you. Hearing that Bai Yu had something to do with him, Yakushi Nayu, his face flushed, hurriedly followed Bai Yu. For some reason, when he saw Bai Yu, he couldn't calm down. It was clear that Bai Yu didn't do anything, but he was able to feel that way. He couldn't even tell him why his heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and he was as shy as a little girl. Bai Yu and Yakushi Nayu came under a big tree. From here you can see most of the scenery of Konoha village. The scenery is very beautiful, and there are endless people coming and going. It's no problem to say that it is a small view of the mountains. And there are not many pedestrians around the place where they are. It is very quiet, with a breeze blowing on the face, a little bit of coolness, and it is very leisurely. Bai Yu sat under the big tree with his hands resting behind his head, squinting his eyes slightly, showing a trace of enjoyment on his face. Bai Yu's current prestige and strength are not weaker than 3rd Hokage, and he also gained fame for killing a complete tail beast Jinchuriki. If Bai Yu continues to fight in the battlefield, he will definitely be able to solve it very easily with his strength, and can also suppress the loss of Konoha village ninja to a minimum. Do you have anything to do with me? It seems that he has discovered the embarrassment of Yakushi Nayu. Bai Yu patted the land around him and said with a smile. Why are you so cautious? We don't know each other. Sit down. Let's have a good chat. By the way, there's one thing for me. I also hope you do it. When Yakushi Nayu saw Bai Yu directly sat down, he didn't know for a moment whether to follow along, or to stand still, only in a very embarrassing state. Anyway, Yakushi Nayu's current mood cannot be calmed down. It's okay, I can only say that I can barely get it. There are too many people who are more powerful than my medical ninjutsu, and I can't rank it. I remember your medical ninjutsu is very powerful, right? Even a person enters the battlefield to kill the quartet, no one can stop him. It can be said that his name has made the enemy feel fear. Moreover, Princess Tsunade's medical ninjutsu is much stronger than mine. I can't use this little medical ninjutsu at all. Yakushi Nayu froze for a moment and nodded subconsciously. After Yakushi Nayu sat down, Bai Yu suddenly said something like this. Such a strong, unfathomable breath, and very handsome and charming man, how many girls will not be moved when they see him? Such people usually don't even have the opportunity to take another look. Now that such close contact, sitting together will inevitably make Yakushi Nayu's imagination. After getting Bai Yu's instruction, Yakushi Nayu nodded and followed Bai Yu to sit next to him. At the same time, the feeling of deer bumping in his heart became more intense. But for unknown reasons, 3rd Hokage suddenly asked Bai Yu to leave the battlefield and return to Konoha village. I only hope that I can use my medical staff to rescue those injured on the battlefield, so that people in the world can have less pain. Chapter 144 Bai Yu's thoughts. Yakushi Nayu laughed at himself and lowered his head slightly. Bai Yu didn't care, he knew it was Yakushi Nayu who was humble. He knew about Yakushi Nayu's medical abilities. There are people who are stronger than Yakushi Nayu's medical ninjutsu, but there are certainly not too many. However, what Bai Yu is interested in is not Yakushi Nayu's medical ninjutsu, but its function. You look at Konoha village from here, what do you see? What do you see? Yakushi Nayu read it silently, and then his eyes moved to the streets of Konoha village. There is an endless stream of people coming and going, and their faces are filled with happy smiles, as if they are in Konoha village, which makes them very happy. Everyone's face is carefree, and there is no need to worry about any danger coming to them, and everyone's heart is very kind and friendly. This is Yakushi Nayu, one of Konoha village's favorites. Saw the smiles on their faces and the sight of prosperity? It's just that these are all on the surface. Yakushi Nayu doesn't think Bai Yu asks him such a question because he wants to know such an answer. So, he asked tentatively, and by the way observed the facial expression on Bai Yu's face. As long as Bai Yu shows a little emotional change, Yakushi Nayu can know whether the answer is what Bai Yu thinks. However, it is a pity that he did not find any expression fluctuations and expression of inner emotions on Bai Yu's face. Bai Yu has been leaning under the big tree, his face is laid back, and there is a little bit of indifference and boredom in his eyes. He doesn't seem to be interested in anything, and even wants to lie down here to sleep. Through the unwavering expression on Bai Yu's face, Yakushi Nayu couldn't tell whether the answer was what Bai Yu was thinking. For a while, he could only sit quietly beside Bai Yu, waiting for his next word. I don't know how long it took. Bai Yu spoke again. What you said is indeed something we can all see, but not all of them are to be looked at carefully next. Yakushi Nayu nodded in doubt. Although he didn't know what Bai Yu wanted to do when asking these things, he still subconsciously followed Bai Yu's orders. Now Bai Yu's identity and strength are too strong for him, he is simply an inaccessible figure. He didn't dare to defy what Bai Yu said. This time, Yakushi Nayu took a closer look at the streets of Konoha village and the expression changes on everyone's face, hoping to get the answer Bai Yu wanted in these details. At a glance, there is an endless stream of people everywhere, and there is nothing strange about it. People who know each other talk happily when they meet and ask about the latest situation. Even if the relationship is not particularly good, they will nod each other to say hello after meeting. There are no conflicts other than thriving. Is there anything to observe in such a scene? Yakushi Nayu couldn't understand Bai Yu's inner thoughts, and he didn't know what questions he was thinking, so he shook his head in confusion. I didn't find anything particularly outstanding. I don't know what Bai Yu thinks about you. Bai Yu glanced around, pointed out a few places with his finger and said, the superficial prosperity is the result of the hard work and hard fighting of countless ninjas. There are no such people running around on the front lines, nor are these prosperous scenes. However, those ninjas who died in the battlefield don't want to die at all, because they still have concerns in their families. After their deaths, their families and their children have no relatives in this world, and they have no one to rely on. Did you see the places I was referring to? The children in those places are their own parents. After they die in the battlefield, they have no one to take care of them, and no one can rely on them to become orphans. Do you think those children are pathetic? Hearing these words, Yakushi Nayu was shocked and turned his head to look at the position of Bai Yu's fingers just now. In those places, there are some relatively remote alleys, which are very dark and gloomy, and there is a slight smell of foul smell. Dogs don't usually go to such places, let alone people. But just because in that difficult environment, there are still many small figures squatting on the ground, and their bodies are covered with stains. 0. There was a hint of childishness and a hint of confusion on his little face. After their parents entered the battlefield, they were killed by the enemy ninja, and eventually they became helpless children. As soon as the voice fell, Yakushi Oba stood up instantly, his hands trembling slightly. Yakushi Nayu had a little guess in his mind, but he was not very sure, so he could only ask Bai Yu again. I want you to do me a favor. Let's build an orphanage in Konoha village together. We will bring together the children who lost their parents in these battlefields, and we will raise them together. Don't you think it's unfair to live such a hard life at their age? It's okay when Tenten is hot in summer, but when it comes to winter, the weather gradually becomes very cold. As far as their thin clothes are concerned, a large number of children will definitely be frozen to death. He knew what Bai Yu wanted to do, and at the same time was shocked by Bai Yu's thoughts. These children could live well and enjoy the warmth of the family, but now they hide in the dirty corner of 2.6 to survive. Such children should not lead such a life, especially in their Konoha village. They have no way to keep warm, let alone a home to go back. They even have a meal without a meal and live a life of food. They are a group of poor children. Without our help, they might die suddenly tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. And some of these children may have a talent for cultivation, and they may have strong development abilities in the future. What do you want to say? Bai Yu wants the answer, is that this? But it is because their parents sacrificed that they have no way to learn those ninjutsu, let alone enter the ninja academy, and can only live by picking up the trash that others have thrown away in the endless darkness. Because Bai Yu's thoughts are exactly the same as what he had just thought. Even if they die one day, no one may notice the decay of their bodies. At the same time, his heart was trembling. The moment he saw the children twitch slightly, he felt a little tingling and sad. Chapter 145 tentatively said I thought that Bai Yu was a violent coon, a man who kills people without being eye-catching, a man who is indifferent, and regards life as nothing. But he didn't expect that he would want to build an orphanage because of these orphans. Yakushi Nayu thought about this idea a long time ago, but because of his poor strength, lack of resources, and no one to support it, he never proceeded. Now Bai Yu wants to build an orphanage with him and adopt those homeless children together. Yakushi Nayu was naturally shocked and very suspicious. Isn't Bai Yu the demon who kills without blinking on the surface, nor is it the violent coon appearance in others' mouths. It seems that Bai Yu is still hiding something and has not been discovered. Do you really want me to build an orphanage with you? Yakushi Nayu asked tentatively. At the same time, he was watching Bai Yu's facial expression very carefully, hoping to see a flaw in his face. However, it is a pity that Bai Yu did not show any signs of lying. It seems to be proving to Yakushi Nayu that he really wants to build an orphanage to adopt these children who should be living happily. Of course I really want to build an orphanage. With so many children displaced and living a life of food shortage every day, don't you feel uncomfortable looking at it? They could have lived happily and carefree, but they have experienced such things. The main reason for all this is because of the disputes between the major countries, fighting each other. Our strength is not strong enough to solve the battle at one time. Moreover, every battle is accompanied by the death of others. Naturally, there will be more and more orphans. The only way is to establish an orphanage to adopt them and let them live a normal life. It's just that although I have this idea, I don't have this experience. I found you. Would you like to help me? Bai Yu looked at Yakushi Nayu earnestly, as if expecting his answer. Seeing the serious expression on Bai Yu's face, Yakushi Nayu hesitated. He could feel Bai Yu's serious attitude, and he didn't say it was fun. As if he really wanted to help these orphans build a home. Originally, Yakushi Nayu had the idea of establishing an orphanage, but he was not strong enough, and he did not have enough resources and help from others. He has always been alone. In his situation, wanting to establish an orphanage is undoubtedly wishful thinking. But now Bai Yu said in front of him that he wanted to build an orphanage with him, which gave Yakushi Nayu a glimmer of hope. Bai Yu's status and strength are obvious to all. If he is willing to help him build an orphanage, it will be very easy, and no one will even stop him. As long as Bai Yu can help him build an orphanage, it is no longer an idea in his mind, but they can really be realized. After hesitating for a while, Yakushi Nayu asked, "Why do you want to build an orphanage? People like you don't need to worry about this, and this should be something that third Hokage should worry about. Can you tell me why you want to establish an orphanage?" "There is no reason, it is because I can't bear to watch these children look hungry and cold. I used to be very similar to them. Although I am not an orphan, it is almost the same. I know how difficult their environment is, and how difficult it is for them. That's why I want to establish an orphanage to adopt them, so that they can learn ninjutsu like other ordinary children, preferably medical ninjutsu." Bai Yu answered very earnestly, and didn't have the slightest impatience for Yakushi Nayu's questions. Unbearable to watch these children suffer is one of the reasons. Bai Yu also wants to use the orphanage as his own stronghold. After the children in the orphanage grow up and learn ninjutsu, they will surely become the powerhouses who dominate one side. These are all forces that cannot be ignored, and in a few years Yakushi Kabuto will come to the orphanage and be adopted by Yakushi Nayu. He took the initiative to establish an orphanage to facilitate his future actions. The serious expression on Bai Yu's face is indisputable, making Yakushi Nayu more certain that Bai Yu has no other careful thoughts, he just wants to help his children. Yakushi Nayu was so excited that he nodded and agreed. "I am so happy that you can have such an idea. I wanted to build an orphanage a long time ago, but I have never had the strength and time. I can't bear to look at these children making people feel hungry. I am willing to build an orphanage with you, but I hope you don't do some little tricks in this orphanage, okay?" Yakushi Nayu is not a fool. A person like Bai Yu who is powerful and has an identity, suddenly said that to build an orphanage, it is impossible to have no purpose. Maybe Bai Yu wants to use the orphanage, or use the orphanage as cover and do something in the dark. But these are not the most important. If Bai Yu really builds an orphanage with him, then he will definitely run it well. It will also protect the 173 children inside and keep them from harm. In any case, Bai Yu has established an orphanage with him. This is a good thing. Even if he does use the orphanage to do some bad things, it is not important anymore. Unexpectedly, Bai Yu didn't hesitate at all. He nodded and agreed, still serious on his face. "Don't worry, I am not as evil as you think, nor as cruel as others say. I just want to give these homeless children a place to sleep. If you think I will use the orphanage, then you can kill me at any time." As soon as this sentence was said, the cold sweat on Yakushi Nayu's forehead instantly shed, and he was very nervous. Kill Bai Yu, then he must have this strength. Now Bai Yu is so powerful and has reached cage level. He is just a medical ninja and has no combat effectiveness. Even if I tried my best, I'm afraid I couldn't touch Bai Yu, let alone kill him. It was completely wishful thinking. "If you are willing to agree, when will our work start?" Yakushi Nayu became a little excited, and there was a smile on his face, which was completely different from the tired look when he first entered the village. Chapter 146 Introduce orphans. Today he saw new hope, so he naturally wanted to celebrate, and by the way, he quickly worked out the plan for the orphanage. The faster the time, the better. I have already figured out the preliminary plan. It will be built in the southern part of the village, where there are most orphans, and it is also far away from the downtown area. Establish an orphanage there, starting from Konoha village and spreading around, so that all orphans can enter it without any restrictions. I will find the necessary funds and manpower for you. Don't worry about this. You only need to formulate the management policy and logistics support of the orphanage. Okay. I'll take action right away. Yakushi Nayu nodded quickly and agreed, with a smile on his face as gentle as a big sister next door. A faint smile appeared on Bai Yu's face, and he knew that Yakushi Nayu would not reject his idea. In fact, even if Bai Yu does not propose it, Yakushi Nayu will build an orphanage by himself in the near future, but the scale is not as large as that established with Bai Yu. I hope we have a good time working together. A few days later, Konoha village issued a big news. There is an orphanage in the south of Konoha village, which was suddenly established. The director is Yakushi No. He told everyone that all orphans can be taken in here. I will give them food and clothes, and let them learn ninjutsu and become a real ninja. This is equivalent to the news of a great job, which spread quickly. Within half a day, more than 20 orphans entered the orphanage. At the same time, many ordinary people joined in the fun and ran over to take a look. The scale is very magnificent, and the interior decoration inside is also very delicate, full of warm atmosphere. It's like a real home. The orphans inside also ate unimaginable food at once, and put on gorgeous clothes. This kind of good thing does not need to be promoted by Yakushi Nayu, other people will naturally spread it everywhere. The orphans who received the news ran to the orphanage very happily, looking forward to becoming their own home. Since Yakushi Nayu was learning medical ninjutsu, and he was also very kind, it didn't take long to attract a large group of orphans into it. The orphans inside are very happy and feel at home for the first time. However, what others don't know is that the orphanage was established by Yakushi Nayu and Bai Yu together. But Bai Yu kept Yakushi Nayu's secret, and let Yakushi Nayu himself become the head of the orphan. After Bai Yu finished this, he retreated to the backstage and silently allocated some resources and daily supplies to Yakushi Nayu. With so many food and clothes, Yakushi Nayu was very happy and excited. Began to adopt orphans wholeheartedly, and also began to look for those helpless orphans in villages outside Konoha village. After learning about Yakushi Nayu's ideas and practices, some people chose to join the orphanage to help them and adopt these orphans together with Yakushi Nayu. Looking at a dozen orphans in the courtyard at the entrance, Yakushi Nayu felt very happy. It seems that the smiles of these children are the sweetest he has ever seen. It's great, more than 30 children have entered this place, and more will come with the passage of time. They can finally eat a good meal and sleep well. I really don't know how to thank you so much, thank you for your dedication to these children. What you said is not wrong. The Bai Yu described by others is not the real Bai Yu. The real Bai Yu is very kind in heart and knows how to consider others. With a faint smile on Bai Yu's face, he slowly walked out from behind Yakushi no, and stood side by side on the stairs with Yakushi no, watching the children playing happily underneath. If you do too many bad things, you will naturally want to do something good to make up for it. After all, I might have ruined other people's families without knowing it. This should be regarded as a remedy. There is a gentle smile on Bai Yu's face. If you don't know him, you may not believe that he is the legendary Violent Kun, the person who everyone in the ninja world is afraid of. Yakushi Nayu's face turned slightly ruddy, and she found that Bai Yu was quite handsome. Although he was relatively young, he was very powerful. And he didn't look like a child, but like an 18-year-old young man, who was calm and introverted even if he did not belong to his age. Bai Yu pondered for a while, as if thinking about something, but soon he shook his head vigorously and sighed. Ninjas, especially when their personal powers are too strong, can easily attract a large wave of ninjas' fear and admiration, which is not good for Konoha's development. Originally, he could kill the 4 sides in the battlefield and easily end the battle of one side, but Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know that the rib was wrong, so he had to return to Konoha. He is not allowed to go to the battlefield to fight. After thinking about it for a minute, Bai Yu slowly raised his head and said, "You don't have to go to the battlefield. You can manage the orphanage with all your heart now." I am afraid that Bai Yu will be too strong to change the battle. To get Zhao Hao, in case of victory in the battle, all ninjas will respect Bai Yu after returning to Konoha village, then his position as 3rd Hokage doesn't have to be removed. The battlefield. Bai Yu guessed that it is estimated that Sarutobi Hiruzen is afraid that he is too strong and will eventually change Konoha's trend imperceptibly. In the end, maybe Hokage's position is just a decoration. Everyone ran to follow Bai Yu. Why do you want him to do this, Hokage? Now here is another Bai Yu who is more powerful and famous, and he may be exhausted to death in Hokage's office. But I have a task, and I will be punished if I don't go. Sarutobi Hiruzen is already old and can't spend too much energy on fighting for position. He keeps Danzo from getting tired every day. Asterisk. Me? I may have to go to the battlefield again in 2 days. After all, I am back to prepare the supplies to be transferred to the battlefield. I cannot stay in Konoha village for too long, otherwise the battlefield will change and I can't be in time. Support. In combination with his way of doing things and personality, it is easy for people to ignore the fact that he is a 14-year-old child. Even if Bai Yu doesn't want to be Hokage, those ninjas who know his strength in battle will still respect him. What are you going to do next? Bai Yu asked.